Hello and welcome back again, all you fine Dota fans out there. Hope you've been enjoying the action that we had on day number 1. Trent, I've definitely been enjoying it. It's been great.
It's a lot of action. That's for
So
sure.
much.
Got 4 streams.
Ooh.
Got 5 series
Ooh.
throughout the day.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing.
If I could do math, I could figure out that that was a lot of Dota. That much I know. Even without the math, you know that's a lot of Dota. So that's completely fine. And you have chosen the correct place of where you want to start day number 2.
That's true. We got a great series for all you folks out there. Secret facing off against LGD. 2 of the teams that I think people are expecting as some of the favorites. One of these teams has done quite well. The other one had a little bit of a hiccup yesterday.
Yeah, hiccup yesterday, hiccup kind of like second half of the season. But then, there's sort of this question of just like, where is Secret is a bit of a mystery. LGD, we know where they are. They're way up there. They're way up there without even having their best player. Or, well, some would say. Their mid player who obviously has looked like an absolute superstar for the past while. Didn't even play in some tournaments. They still performed amazing. So,
I mean, Secret
terrifying.
being a mystery is on brand, right? Like,
True.
that works. I think that they're just cosplaying at this point. So, like, we're going to get through the group stages. We know it's true. That's a little bit of copium for all you folks out there. But we getting ready for this game to get underway. I think that the lobby is just about starting.
Wow.
And
It's better than yesterday.
We're on
we got
time.
you guys covered. Don't
This
worry.
is the thing. No matter what, at every event, the first day is always a wash. The real test is day number 2, and we're getting ready to go.
I don't
right
even
into
show up
this
for
one.
day 1.
That's right.
Yeah.
Me either. I was gone.
Yeah, perfect.
That's actually a lie. We were here, and we're here for more Dota 2 right now. LGD versus Team Secret. I think the big things that I want to watch for in this game are going to be how do they react to the change in the meta? Are we going to see differences? Trent, you were talking about this just the other day. There were 2 picks where they were going immediately from Team Secret into their Earthshaker, and it lost both games against Beast Coast.
Yeah, there's I like to talk about the respect that one gets when drafting. I feel like Puppy is a lot into the respect, right? He talks about like, just picking the same heroes even if they lose. They won't go back into it, be like, that's okay. We can pick the same heroes. I know what went wrong. We're just going to pick it again. So the Earthshaker was banned in their very first 2 games versus Team Spirit, and then it was left in versus Beast Coast. And so they picked it both times in the first phase. Just saying like, look, Spirit respected our Earthshaker. You got to respect our Earthshaker. I need to take this first phase to keep this as a key hero. But they lost 2 games to Beast Coast. They lost with said Shaker. So the respect's not there right now. LGD, I'm not expecting them to respect that Earthshaker.
That's a lot of words being thrown around right there.
No respect.
No respect.
Shadow Demon.
Rodney Dangerfield. That's a throwback right there. It's interesting, though, because one of the things we were talking about a lot was the ban of the Monkey King. Is that going to happen? It gets taken out. It's definitely in the top of people's predictions. What we noticed a lot, I felt like when we were looking through the replays from yesterday, was that Secret were tending to play a lot of Nature's Prophet. They played it on Puppy 5. They also had a Zai game that looked really good with a Nisha Queen of Pain. So I want to see if like Secret are going to really try and amp up that tempo, move around the map a bunch, get a bunch of kills, and Tiny's definitely a hero to do that.
Yeah, Tiny's the way to start for sure. I actually thought that Monkey was going to make it through. I'm a little bit surprised that LGD went with the ban. I guess it's because the first pick is there for Secret, so the real mystery will come when Game 2, assuming that LGD wind up with first pick. But they're going to go back to 2 heroes that we've already seen, I believe, with the Clockwork and the Death Prophet combo. Previously also paired with a Wyvern, also when they were playing versus a Tiny. So do not be shocked if there's a Wyvern ban in this next phase here from Team Secret.
Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, they're really liking this Death Prophet pick, I guess. It's interesting to me seeing the Clockwork into the DP, because I'm not sure. I guess it's just like, again, wanting to play with that tempo. You are a big fan of the Clock.
Dude, I think Clock 5 is so sick.
Talk to me about it.
I think that you can get away with a lot in the laning stage these days as a 5 as long as you're good at the pulls and contesting and everything. And then Clockwork just has so many nice tools, utilizing the battery assault to sort of like harass and trade with you. And then throughout the whole game as a 5, you play some heroes, it gets to a point where it feels like it's very hard for you to contribute outside of being like, okay, I'm in the perfect spot, the fight started, I'm hiding in the fog, here comes my key spell, right? That's kind of how you have to play 5 sometimes in late game. Clockwork, you can actually just go in as a 5, which is very rare. Right? Especially at like the highest level. And of course, Flare is an amazing tool for not only like high ground D wards, which you always love having some vision tool like that as a position 5, but just scouting Roche, keeping an eye on key objectives, flaring the triangle constantly to see what the enemy team is up to. So, yeah, I'm you could say I'm a little bit of a fan. Now, mind you, I think a lot of the Team Secret fans out there are probably loving this Nisha Queen of Pain because he had an absolutely stellar match yesterday. It's a classic counter pick versus the Clockwork, even when Clockwork used to be a core hero. And yeah, they're gonna go for it right away.
I think it fits with maybe the way that you want to try and match the movements of Death Prophet, right? Like you see DP maybe rotate down to a tower to try and take it or something. Often that safe lane tower. Maybe you can bring Nisha there. And sort of make the move that you need to match that and kill her before an exorcism goes off or something like that. But likewise, the thing that's a little bit interesting to me is we saw some Quaps get played in the support role. I don't anticipate we're going to see that, but there is still some of that flexibility at least.
Not a huge fan here.
No.
I will say that. Definitely possible. We will not rule it out, but I think that she's a little bit limited. But this is also a situation where your Lenas and your Queen of Pains are going to be more valuable because you had first pick. And so your last 2 picks of the draft are instantly counterpicked both times by the enemy. So it's important to have something that's a little bit flexible, but also a safe mid laner. And the 2 heroes that fit that are Queen and Lena.
True.
They can maybe go 4. But more than likely, you're going to wind up with a situation where they're pretty okay to just send to the mid lane anyway.
So next round of bans, we see the Wyvern ban. That was something that XinQ was picking up a couple of different times yesterday for LGD, as well as the Morph, and now afterwards AA and the Lycan. So obviously Morph ban in response to the AA, Lycan taken out, and Clinks. So that's another one that we saw OG pick up more than a few times for Simea.
Yeah, where are the other Clinks players?
I don't know.
Yeah, Secret played it once, so they grab it. So they obviously have some respect. They're banning it. They're picking it in one of their games. But I mean, it looked so strong in our opener of OG versus Alliance that I'm surprised I'm not seeing it show up in the other streams.
And again, some of that might have just been how well they were enabling it and how OG are playing, but at the very least, maybe you start playing like that. I don't know. Like it looked pretty good.
I'm expecting a Yapsor hero banned here. I think a lot of his tools have been very strong. You still have the potential of the Rubik, depending maybe if LGD have certain heroes they have in mind right now, like the Weaver's still in, for example. You end up pulling that out. Maybe you wish you had a. I know the second hero I was gonna say was the Snap.
Nice.
That's the other big Yapsor hero, right? That has just looked so strong for both teams, though. So this is very interesting because I would say that XinQ's probably been the best Snap.
Yeah.
Across all the teams, I think that's fair to say. Like at least, especially leading up into pubs. Like he's been playing it a ton. He looks so good on the hero. And Soxa had a great Snap too, with a lot of good cookie combo plays.
Well, and the other thing too is that it's got such this natural combination to pair together with the Clockwork. You get somebody stuck in the cogs and then just throw a bunch of little Mortimers right on top of them. That's definitely not what that is, but it's
yeah,
you're
there
throwing
it is.
something on him, and then this is the Rubik in response to the
So
Shaker.
this is literally exactly what I just said. Is I'm expecting a Rubik ban because they're gonna pick something like a Weaver that's gonna get Rubik countered, but then they pick Earthshaker and they get Rubik countered.
Exactly.
It's the exact same problem. So I'm a little surprised. To me, that just says how much they respect Snapfire. Because this is obvious. They know that if they pick Earthshaker, this will be an instant Rubik pick from Team Secret. There's just no way around it.
Well, and it's interesting that Secret are willing to give up this Shaker themselves. Because, this is telling me that they're adjusting to the meta a little bit, to what's going on, where they're like, okay, this Earthshaker, it's really important. It's going to, be the thing that sort of defines us. They lose a couple games with it. That's showing that there's some flexibility in terms of how they're drafting. And now they're like, okay, well, we're just going to get a better Shaker now with the Yapsor playing on the Rubik.
This reminds me of when you open your draft like a Nyx Assassin, and then the second phase you pick a Bat Rider. So they've opened with a Clockwork, but now they get themselves the Earthshaker later, right? And this idea of okay, now the best hero to counter our Earthshaker is already on our team.
I like it.
So that's pretty good, right? Much harder for Secret to deal with it. They go back to a hero they have played quite a bit in the Ogre Magi. 2 straight games, 2 straight wins versus Team Spirit, and then even got banned out in one of their matches versus Beast Coast. So put some respect on Puppy's 2 heads.
Both of them, yeah. I will say that, what was it? Was it the SG game that we were watching yesterday?
Where we had an Ogre?
We had an Ogre.
Sounds right, maybe.
And the Fire Shield is insane.
Yeah. We saw versus a TB, I want to say.
It was so good. And again, for anybody that's, on the unawares, when Ogre ends up getting the Shard, it's an 85% damage reduction for the next 3 hits. Don't know if it's going to be as impactful in this one, but I think in some of the games that we watched with Puppy, he got that as well. And I had been wondering, why would you take this Ogre if, you could just get a Bane or something else? And I think literally the big thing that it's offering these people is this Fire Shield late game. It's so valuable.
I'm really curious what this 4 is going to be. I assume this is a Faith Beyond Shaker, and this is probably XinQ's hero right now. And they've shown off quite a few so far. Done the Wyvern, did the Skywrath Mage paired with the Legion Commander. So they've done the IO, of course, that's been banned out. And I guess they also banned out their own snap. So we might be getting something a little new, something fresh. Perhaps a defensive hero for the Death Prop. Maybe like a 4 Oracle in sort of like that more classic style.
Foracle?
The Foracle? Okay, it's not going to be the Foracle. I'm just seeing, Death Prophet pairings.
I mean, it could. You could do Clock Earthshaker 2 Lane together. It sounds insane. Yeah, it's probably not going to be that.
Lots of considerations. I mean, a Holy Lock hero, Holy Locket hero is always kind of nice. Like maybe like a Dawnbreaker. Could be the time to bring it out, perhaps. But they just go right for the sky. I guess we're not getting a new one.
I mean, it is very good against Quap, too.
And it's just good with Clockwork. I mean, we're talking about the Legion Commander. Like, they already actually have the setup. And instead of needing your offlaner to come with you, now they can roam together as a support duo because there's going to be that frame of the game where the Earthshaker just wants to camp on a lane and farm Blink Dagger.
Right.
And that can really hurt your team as Earthshaker sometimes because we saw this with Alliance. S4 was the only hero who could make moves, but he had to sit in a lane, show himself on the map, and farm a Blink. So they just didn't do anything. Now, Faith Beyond could theoretically, if he's playing the Shaker, sit on the lane, farm a Blink, and these two supports themselves can kill anyone.
So the thing that I do find interesting about this, just talking about like draft structure, right, is that again, Secret, they're the ones that took first pick, and now LGD, we kind of know what their entire draft looks like. There isn't that like reveal last pick that we're seeing here. You know, like we probably know who the mid is in this DP.
Did you see that pressure they put on that? Instant,
Yeah,
I love
they're
that.
going. They're going quick.
Because they see the 18 seconds of Secret, right?
Yeah.
And they already know the bands they want. But yeah, that's a good point. So we're expecting a big reveal maybe for the 10th then? You think that's going to be the real?
I mean, what's going to be the reveal though? Like you're revealing a carry last, right? Like I don't know if there is one that super stands out to me.
That's just mind-blowing. I mean, there's definitely still some good carries, that's for sure. There's still TB. That might be the... is TB that good? I mean, TB's always kind of good. I could see a TB ban here.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily love it. I feel like they have a good amount of disable, but I don't hate it either. Like, what's a gotcha carry? You know? Like, there's nothing, I don't think, at least right now. I feel like it's much more mids that fulfill that role. Well, we'll see what they end up going for here as Secret. Oh, that's a good one. I like that one a lot. I've been waiting to see more of this hero.
That's probably Zai. It could be a Zai Tiny, though.
Yeah.
Well, that's a gotcha carry. That's a gotcha carry.
Let's go.
All righty.
Dude, I was asking. I was like, what could it be? What's the one? The Alk.
He's like the only gotcha carry that's even left.
Did he get them, though?
Well, he's attempting to. We know that much. Let's see. We do have, all right, so no real mix-ups. It is Zai on the mag. I wasn't sure if they do, like, some, maybe, like, Matu mag or something, but that's not coming here. Everyone is exactly where you would expect on both teams. Yep. No surprises other than an Alchemist last. So, have LGD found the value of the 10th pick?
I wonder, is this our first Alchemist?
I feel like it must be. But you know what? I'll double-check just for you guys, because I know this is important for everyone's predictions.
That's true.
Right.
Well, I think, how many was it? It was 94 heroes picked through the first day.
Oh, this is it, guys. This is the first Alchemist. We're going to get that 1,000 GPM. Let's go. All right. I don't know. I don't care who you cheer for, what team you like. We're all together cheering for Ame to get over 1,000 GPM so we can just get our predictions right. Am I right, guys?
And even if you're a Secret fan, you can get over 1,000 GPM and still lose. Like, that's very possible, I feel like, in this game.
Is that how the prediction works?
I think it is. It's just you need to get 1,000 GPM, and that's it. But here we go. Game number 1, Secret facing off against LGD. Again, a match that we could see in just about a week or so time in the main event grand finals. Would not be shocked at all. And it's all going to be happening right here. A best of 2 in the group stage. So much action across all of the 4 streams. There's Quincy Crew Beast Coast going on, Fnatic SG, and Elephant Vici. But the big marquee matchup is going to be here on this stream. PSG LGD versus Secret. Let's get into it. I can't wait.
There's
I'm so excited.
A good amount of damage spread here across the two teams. Like they both have quite a bit of magic as well as physical damage. Like no one's like too hard into one or the other, right? You see a lot of minus armor stacked up on LGD, but then you also consider they have Sky, right? Just like this massive explosive magic damage, burst damage. Secret, same thing. They have a ton of magic damage. It's all very evident across their heroes, but then you also have the Empower and the Bloodlust coming through to really help those right clicks out from the Tiny. So it's very hard to just like single-handedly itemize versus them.
Do you hear cheering?
I do, and I love it.
What is that? What's happening? I don't know.
Let's go. That's the crowd. They're going wild.
Oh, it's so good. It's amazing. Well, we've got taunts that are happening. We've got cheering that's going on in the background. It's a whole host of action. Oh, there's cheers going on for each of the teams. If you cheer on your team, then it goes louder. Is that what's happening here?
It must be.
Oh my God, I'm so excited for this. This is where it needs to be right now. So what else do we have as we get ready to go? God, those sprays are so good. I believe that's ZQ that's there.
That's a favorite amongst quite a few teams, I think.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, Nisha's dropping it down as well. That's good. Much needed. As we go into this game number 1, staring down each other across the river. And it looks like it's just going to be a trade-off of 2 bounty runes apiece for each team. And can the Alchemist get off to a good start and carry his team to the victory?
Excellent idea.
The cheering is very interesting. I have to say that, as looks like Nisha heads on out towards the mid, going to be facing off against the Death Prophet. And at least for the moment, I'm anticipating that we have kind of an interesting setup there where they actually on secret drop down 2 wards on either side of the river. So that way, no matter what, Nisha's going to be able to spot out which one of those 6-minute runes that ends up being at.
Yeah, this has become a little bit more common as well, like the early double ward and just like not worrying as much about your lane. I think that's one of the benefits of Ogre too, because Ogre gives you vision by just like running at people, you know? you don't need the ward in lane down bottom. And it's very similar in the top 2 as, oh, Yapsor loses Curry to Y, playing very aggressive there.
Always off to a nice start. As you can see through this first couple of waves, going to be a little bit of a problem there for Secret, depending upon how it goes. Y actually just walks through, tries to do a little bit of damage onto Yapsor. It's a battery assault, but the wave is going to be pushing in to Ame as he backs out underneath that tower yet again. I don't know, is there much kill potential really here at all? It feels like most of these lanes should be fairly static.
Yeah, I could see maybe top happening for either side.
Okay.
You know, that would probably be the one that I'd look towards. But kind of a slow, you know, it all depends on how much you respect the regen, right? And like how much you need to spend on regen in either of these side lanes. Because if you get a little bit too low, you just get caught by some of this burst damage, right? We have Tiny on one side, and then we just have Shaker as well as a Skywrath Mage. So you get fissured into a blow-up combo, and you might just go down.
So they'll place down a tree there to give some extra regen to Faith Beyond. Yeah, something to watch for indeed with that extra bit of, you know, burst damage that they've got, but also fairly tanky heroes down here, you know, 2 strength heroes and an ogre. As long as ZQ sort of keeps that distance, everything should be fine and dandy. But they are getting a nice wave under the tower, and that does open up an opportunity for Puppey to get a pull off as another courier goes down.
Oh, that's the revenge, because Yapsor lost his first, so
nice.
He gets one back versus Y. Yeah, very interesting to see Solid Side there for the Shaker, obviously very important, but top lane here, what is our Alchemist going to do?
Yeah.
Has the armlet queued up, that's obviously pretty standard, but we have 2 paths, essentially, right now with Alchemist players. They tend to go for the Radiance, or they go towards, like, damage builds that somewhere involve a Shadow Blade and a Silver Edge.
Nice
Oh.
sidestep there. So Twinkle Toes.
Just not quite getting themselves in sync there, and, well, we'll Twinkle Toe away there with the taunt. Oh, some pull action here, battling out in the bottom lane. Sure that Matu can safely farm near the tower. Looks to be in a great spot here. This wave is pushing him pretty hard, though, so Matu just trying to control things up here and keep the next couple waves in their favor. And there's no camp there for ZinQ to pull with, so this is looking great for Matu right now.
A little bit of an avalanche. Thought about a toss back, but decides not to go for it. Instead, it's just going to be Puppey trying to chase down Faith Beyond, get some damage out there before the waves reset together in equilibrium. And yeah, nobody really falling that far behind. You can see DP and Alk having a good time, although Ame taking a nice chunk of damage over here, and Yapsor underneath the tower ends up taking a couple of tower shots with the minus
in
armor.
the acid spray. Ooh.
Yeah, that's dangerous. And in fact, Y is going to chase him out.
Faith Beyond.
Faith Beyond goes for it. Puppey able to draw first blood, not where you might expect it. He ends up going for an overextension, and the captain of Secret now trying to turn ZQ, seeing if he can get a little bit of a punish, but you have almost no armor in comparison to this ogre. The right clicks do so much damage.
Just
The sky
regenning
will
so
get
much too.
away.
Like, look
Yeah.
at Puppy. Nothing feels better than people just wasting your health as ogre. You know, that is a resource. When you play ogre, your mana should be refilling all the time, and your health should be refilling all the time. More importantly, your health.
And with that, it is first blood drawn. Certainly not the end of the world at all for Fate Beyond.
Look at Yapsor mid.
Making a move.
Full wraparound here with the tossback. Probably not a kill, but just a good amount of harass here on the nothing to say.
So they will go and make that rotation. Sets up. Now there's 3 wards that are all around the mid lane right now for Secret. They are putting so much emphasis on trying to just ensure that Nisha has a good game.
Yeah, and the fact that Yapsor is mid means that Zai's on his own, but they can't really punish him right now. Like, well, I can't find the positioning, so instead he's going to run to the middle of the river as well. And him and Yapsor are just going to mess around here at the 5-minute mark.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. I mean, it's been a very, like, mobile game. Heroes running around all around the map. Down bottom, Zinq tried to get a little bit fresh with Matumba Man as Puppy will fend him off of his carry, continue to beat away. This is the way you want to play the Ogre for sure. And now the turn, Faith Beyond, did you overextend a little bit? Able to get that Fire Blast off, a couple more punches. But there isn't a block off potential. Puppy instead, he might have overextended a little bit. Faith Beyond goes in, finds the finish. It's actually Zinq that gets the kill, and now can Faith Beyond clean up Matumba Man? Kasiv comes through a couple more right clicks, but won't be able to get it.
Yapsor's even TPing down. Does cancel.
Yeah.
Wants to stay in the mid lane.
There's dual laning mid right now. Oh, wait a
wow,
minute.
he got him with the avalanche. They didn't know Matu was still lurking in the trees.
Oh, what a sneaky play. That was sick.
They had a ward too, so they felt so safe, right?
Yeah.
You think like, oh, that guy's gone. He like TP tower or TP back to base or something, but instead he stays, lurks, gets the kill, and then Puppy comes through with the salve to keep him active in the lane and continue farming. Very big play there from Matu. Meanwhile, top has just been like, we're chilling, you know.
Exactly.
1v1, you know, I farm, you farm, no denies. We got a deal here. Both supports are gone.
Well, and normally you don't necessarily like feel great about the out getting a free time, but if you know you're keeping Yapsor out of the lane the whole time, like I don't know, and he's able to ensure that Nisha has a good game, I think you're pretty okay with this.
Oh, bottom lane
goes for it. Fissure is out. Matumba Man in some trouble. Nothing to say. Trying to make the play. It will be enough to take down that Tiny. And afterwards, Puppy decides to walk back in. Just gives his life away for nothing. All right. Well, they'll take that one for sure.
Man, nothing to say really needed that because he had a rough mid experience.
Yeah.
I mean, his net worth very much recovered now, actually ahead of the Queen, surprisingly, but like he had to walk all the way back to the base. Thankfully, there was a little bit of a neutral stack there that helped him out too from the small camp that wasn't dealt with from Secret. So now with the Exorcism rotation back on track for him, Nisha still looking for potential rotation play here. Is level 7 and holding the point, so thinking about going for a Sonic Wave kill here.
Throws out that dagger, level 3. So annoying to deal with. It's a good chunk of damage and burning through those raindrops. Very frustrating. But as you can see, top net worth's inhabited by the Alk as you would expect. And then afterwards, the Death Prophet. And there is that little bit of a differentiation as Faith Beyond's had a bit of a tougher time down here on the bottom side of the map. But this is an Earthshaker. You know, you're playing it a little bit more greedy of a 3 as far as the laning stage potential goes. And if you can make it last, it's pretty good as Zai has already finished off the Helm of the Dominator.
Secret are feeling like they might be closing on an Alk problem here.
Oh, careful, careful. Nothing to say. Drop down low. Nisha, can you finish him off? But the silence comes out at the last second. Sonic Wave, does he have it available? No, just going to go and do it with the scream. Puppy comes in and also helps out with the punches. Faith Beyond now getting body blocked as Matumba Man tries to just beat him down
Nisha's
to
got
death.
Sonic Wave.
Do they have enough?
He's
Walking
coming back
in, thinking for round 2. I mean, it's dangerous into Faith Beyond. He has 6. So they're going to play it a little bit safer. At least for now, but now with the bottle up,
And
this
the
is pressure
illusion
time.
room. Yeah, they can just like run in here and look for a Sonic Wave kill. Zinq coming in kind of dangerously in the trees.
Walks forward and just gets caught immediately in some trouble. Zinq throws out that silence, but the right click beat countdown continues.
Oh, the
One
toss!
last
He
toss.
threw Y onto him. He
What a
gave him the
play.
ammunition.
That was sick, and gets the vision for the tree toss afterwards. Now Zai comes in, absolute mayhem, but they're able to get the cogs off. Zai pulls back in Y, wants to find this finish, gets him with the clap too, the Helm of the Dominator. Creep getting involved in all the action. Now Nisha shows up, just absolute mayhem towards this mid lane over the past couple of minutes, and it's all favoring Secret.
Oh, and the stack steal, right? The Alchemist was looking for these, needs to come in and grab these. I mean, Alc already is off to an incredible start for sure, just like complete free farming, but this is supposed to be like that next step where you really propel the hero forward. This is what can make like the Radiance build feel broken, because you just get it way too soon if you finish up all those jungle camps, but something like that could even change where you want to go with your items.
Look at all of this emphasis on the tier 1 tower. 5 heroes from Secret just trying to pressure this down one by one. It's like group up and go.
Yeah.
And this is what you have to do against the Alc. You have to constrict that farm and shut down the area where not just his stacks are, but eventually where he's going to feel comfortable farming.
Yeah, and this is like, if you choose to ignore the Alc, which they have quite literally not pressured him at all. They gave him a free 1v1 lane. You're then putting the burden on him to make the rotation into that mid lane when you do that. If he doesn't show up, then the fight's going to be very, very easy.
So they make it work. 10 minutes in, still less than 1,000. Well, now 1,000 gold separating these two teams.
That's not good, though.
No.
1,000 gold lead with a free farming Alchemist?
Yeah.
That's not good. That's like a 3K deficit for a normal lineup.
And again, the pressure is going to continue from Secret as they head up to the top side of the map. This tower already down to just about a quarter HP. As Matumba Man will pull the camp over. Zai, giving the empower to the Tiny. Rarely seen, but much appreciated. And LGD, they did manage to take that bottom tier 1 tower. Where can they find a little bit of an opening for themselves? I mean, is there much of a really change to the game plan? Like, do you just need to keep fighting with Exorcism if you're LGD now?
They need 6 on clock.
Okay.
Step 1. The Yules is done on DP. That's good, but the real big jump up is going to be the Blink Dagger on the Shaker. That has to come before the Radiance is going to be done, and that's going to try and stem this bleeding, right? You have to try and like sew up some of these wounds.
Right.
And hold on to your tier 2s utilizing that Blink Dagger from the Earthshaker. I don't know if it's going to be fast enough. I'm a little concerned.
Pretty close. And the other thing is because you've got this Alchemist, like there's very little farm elsewhere. You can see they're blocking these hard camps here and leaving one of the small creeps afterwards. Like everything they can do to try and shut down the farm that LGD wants to get on this map. Secret, they ate their Wheaties in the morning. They came here to play Dota.
Oh, they're not making any large commitments so far, so this is pretty good. Looks like Y and ZQ maybe thinking about a smoke play here, as they're going to group up the tower. They have a deeper ward, which is really nice. They're trying to prep for a potential play, where maybe they're going to, like, you know, come back to the lane, push, and we're going to smoke in and grab them with our ultis. So here they go. Supports moving together, looking for the hook shot into the sky kill. Yapsor prime target. Should be free. Nice one. Nice. That's what you need, right?
It looks pretty good for them. That's what they wanted to make happen. And in the meantime, too, you've got Faith Beyond getting some pretty free farm for himself. Got 2 waves in towards the mid. It did look like Nothing to Say just stole 2 of those waves. I was like, come on, dude, try to get a Blink Dagger. What are you doing? Classic carry players.
I tell you, Puppy's getting a lot of space down bottom. And once again, going for this Veil first build. This is what he did the last time that I was watching this game on the Ogre. Previously, they had the Snapfire with the Ags, which was pretty nice. They just like shoot them in the middle of the fights, but they have a Tiny. So they can kind of still do that if they want. Not really necessary, but, you know, playing Ogre, guys, you just run into the fight and you have 2 goals. Number 1, they stun you. That you're already winning because they didn't stun anyone important. It's just you. And if they don't kill you right away, then you get to stun one of them.
Perfect.
That's Ogre. The dream is that you live with like a little bit of HP, because then you actually get items. But if you don't live, then chances are your team's still going to win the fight. It's fine.
Well, we now have a big smoke up play coming from LGD up on the top side of the map. They catch it. Looking for
he
the
was
initiation,
mid-skewer.
though. That was well played. They get the silence out afterwards, and even popping the Exorcism for this one. Where do you go with this now for LGD?
This is so good for LGD, though. They caught them on a stall-out timing from Secret, right? Where it felt like they didn't really have a lot they could do other than that double support smoke. They do it, it works. And buying that much time and then another good smoke into their jungle and catching them not like fully grouped up as 5 means they get a few more kills, they stem it a little bit further, and the Blink Dagger's done on Shaker, right? Yeah. So now you're ready to just go forth and play some Dota, and Alchemist has the Radiant tier 2, I believe.
Well, you can see LGD, they bring Y and Faith Beyond down to try and maybe bait out this Alchemist, but instead, it's Secret that are making a counter move into the Dire
with
jungle.
The Helm
they
creep
weren't
bait.
expecting it. They were not expecting this jump on Nothing to Say, and he is going to get caught out and punished hard. Good play by Secret.
I mean, that was just free. That was just a Helm creep doing shenanigans, right? Running through the lanes and everything. Oh, and then he grabs the Alpha Wolf instead to go Roche. Beautiful stuff there. Well, it's a little sad to abandon that Hellbear after like literally getting them a free kill on the enemy.
He's in a better
mid.
place now,
Yeah.
Trent. No, I think that again, it's like, you know, LGD was expecting that move down bottom, and Secret instead just makes sort of the preemptive move top, and they're going to get paid off handsomely with this Roche.
Helm is just such a creative item. That's why I've always
Yeah.
loved it. You know, there's so many plays you can make.
Zai, definitely a creative player.
That's for sure. Creative in music taste as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
He has the most refined cultural music taste I've ever seen.
I don't know if you're memeing or not.
And clearly, you're just not aware. Sorry,
that's
you've just
true.
been exposed very heavily live on
know.
stream. I'm
My
sorry.
bad.
Look at this heat map for Zai.
Oh, my God.
Now that's graphics.
That is where he wants to be.
He
That
hasn't
is just
even
his
been
happy
bottom.
place. No, not one
It's like,
time.
nope. We're going top. I mean, this is what happens when you play Radiant, right? This is where your game tends to move to anyway. In the later game, the carry player, they're going to be bottom
Ooh.
for a bit, then they come top.
Look at this, though.
Offlaners never leave.
LGD, they throw out a fissure. Wasn't sure if I guess they were trying to catch onto the creep here, but Zai showing himself. Matumba Man invis. I think that broke the smoke. That Helm creep still sharking around this area. I mean, not all of LGD is here. If this turns into a fight, it's a 5v3
We're
right
at
now.
ward.
Oh, Yapzor. Wait, but they found him. Nisha caught right at the start. Stun comes
Hook
out.
shot.
Is it going to be enough? They try and bring him down, but he gets the Yules off. RP completely whiffed,
Yo,
actually.
why?
The blink, they broke it. Oh, Ame dropped down that acid spray. That was sick from LGD, and they end up making it work. Puppy caught on the wrong side of the fissure. 3 down for 1. Why not?
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you position 5 Clockwork.
It's so good.
What 5 could have done that? He ruined any chance of a counter initiation. The only other thing is like global silence. And, you know, of course this makes it a skill shot. It's a little bit harder. But this one's only on like a 60-second cooldown. And it just gets better and better as the game goes forward.
Was it the acid spray or the rocket flare that broke the blink? Either way. Oh, if Ame dies right now, though, that's pretty bad. Oh, man, they catch him out. Ame maybe in some trouble. Oh, they can't blink, though. Chasing in, wanting to get the finish, but the bait and Faith Beyond comes in to save the day and now punish Matumba Man. It was looking so good until it wasn't. As Secret gets caught out there, that is just the Aegis, though. Wait, can Secret turn this fight back around? There's a chance. Hookshot in, trying to salvage this one. In the moment, stolen hookshot.
Nice.
Now, wait, they leave wide to the side.
Yeah, they want something
Now
bigger.
they get him. Good tree toss afterwards, but almost able to catch someone. Let's say not quite. Ame's back into this one. Stunned now onto 2. Tries to bring him down. Puppy also in trouble. Nisha falls. It went from good to bad to back again. And now in the end, LGD sitting on top with a 4K gold lead. What a wild ride.
I'm dead.
Okay, at least Yapzor, I guess, does escape with the hook shot. That is something that looks all right for Team Secret. But yeah, this has really put the game back into the favor of LGD. Feeling a lot better about their situation after essentially just waiting the longest time for that one perfect fight. They get it. And yeah, this feels so bad, honestly, for Secret, right? Because you're like, oh, here's our comeback, right? Like, we lost that last fight, but we can get something huge back.
Back into it now. Able to get the Avatos, so they get a little bit of cleanup kill there onto Xingqiu, but yeah, showing the power of that armlet. Able to get that toggle off there before he went back down to the low ground. It's one of those items that has come back into favor quite heavily for Alk for good reason.
And he's on the train, right? He's got his BKB now finished. We'll go right for the AC after. And that sort of speaks again to the idea of like the double style of damage that Secret have. A lot of heroes struggle versus that because it can be hard to itemize versus 2 different things like needing Linken's and BKB, but Alk has no problem with those situations.
Hook shot stolen, turns now onto him. Yapzor might have gone a bit too deep. Icarus flying close to the sun and being punished. The Echo afterwards. Do they have follow-up? There's the lift up. Nisha just doesn't get to play Dota. Wait, the cogs didn't connect? Not sure what ended up happening there, but Nisha gets away by the skin of his teeth. And in the meantime, Matumba Man takes the tier 2 towers. So Secret, they force a skirmish, don't lose a lot, and end up getting a decent amount in return.
Yeah, Zai and Matsu playing a very interesting style together, and the way they've just been kind of like roaming around trying to get these picks, and obviously successfully at times. And Zai always bringing the helm, so they kind of have a third hero there in lost situations for some extra disable or just scouting ahead of them. Well, looks like they want a tower of their own in the bottom lane here, though.
Well, the game has been kind of going at what feels to be a blistering tempo so far. Not always what you would expect with the Alchemist.
This is so scary, though. TPing into these trees, like when they're attacking your 2-2. I can't believe Puppy even did that. That was very dangerous versus a Clockwork and an Earthshaker.
He's got the Bloodlust going now on the tower, as it slowly is going to be whittled away. Granted, this does still allow for the trade-off now of outposts. And interestingly enough, LGD, in spite of the last couple fights, it's all been on their side of the maps. They haven't even gotten the Tier 1 tower mid. That is the one benefit that we're still seeing from Secret here. And again, it is an ALC draft, so this 5K net worth lead, you know, not as detrimental as it would normally feel at this point in the game. You were 5K up with a sort of...
Oh, and look, the combo. They're there together again.
That's huge.
Matu and Zai.
Wow, what a pickoff. And now Ame ends up getting stunned there. A good fissure afterwards, though. Matumba Man turned upon. Gets the Bloodlust. RP onto 2. It's looking pretty solid. Sonic Wave afterwards. Is it going to be enough? They bring him down. The Tiny starts to fall. A great counter initiation coming from Y. Ame down to such low HP. Turns now onto Zai. Able to bring him down, but dies to Nisha. This DD route is exactly what he needed. Triple kill from the boy. He did it to him.
5 heroes down. Noble efforts there from the supports to try and salvage that fight, but I mean, you initiated an engagement without your mid hero, right? That's what it came down to. Trying to punish the fact that they killed nothing to say, but there's gonna be a big old 0 in terms of damage contribution from your Death Prophet here, and yeah, there you go, instant pick. And Ame, very bold, was really trying to get there in time to save the DP. Then he's like, oh, I got allies around, this is totally worth it, but beautiful RP there from Zai to set up for the Sonic Wave.
Absolutely wrecking. Yeah, and again, it's just these little, there's so much damage so quickly amongst all of these heroes. So like if anybody gets isolated, they just die. And imagine there if Zai was able to sort of survive.
Everyone's just like dropping at the end of the fight,
exactly.
You know? This is the good Dota. Oh, nothing to say. Doesn't want to drop again here though after the Silver Edge hit from Matu, so we'll back up.
Again, 31 kills in 21 minutes. It has been a barn burner indeed. BKB's now done, so that pumps the brakes a little bit on the fun, I feel like, with these items a little bit. It starts to become a little bit less chaotic, but at the same time, Nisha can now play that much more freely. Although, to be fair, he's kind of been playing like a psycho the entire time anyways, which is what you love to see. Oh, and Puppy, he gets the shard up in time. So we've got this Fire Shield now, which, again, for anybody that hasn't seen this yet, this item, at least in my opinion, has really been one of the things that's allowed Ogre to sort of rise again in a little bit of prominence. And why? Likely just going to go down with the Orchid Reveal.
Those hits.
That was rough. So this lead that was built up by LGD, bitten into by Secret, as they pull this back again. And now just down to a 2K gold lead. Secret are looking good.
AC delivered to Ame, and currently considering a heart and maybe the overwhelming blink. So, you know, you talk about burst damage and everything. He's trying to get over that hump.
Right.
Just like all that burst is there. What is the actual sustained damage from Secret? And it is relatively low, I would say. It is mostly a burst-heavy sort of lineup, right? You're going to have your overpower, but the most sustained damage is probably going to be Matu. Sorry, your empower. It'll be like Matu empowered and bloodlusted.
Ooh. Smoke on smoke, Puppy the one to break it. That's not a bad one to start. Faith Beyond blinks away, but they catch Yapzor. Able to isolate him. Hook shot afterwards, catches down one. There's no Skywrath in this fight. Matumba Man also contained in the cogs. Nothing to say. Down low, not dead, but eventually will fall. So 2 are gone. Matumba Man trying to clean up, but the big bad dunk comes in from Faith Beyond. What a play! The triple kill from Ame as they eviscerate him in ZQ, appreciating greatness.
He's just in the stands. He's the only one in the stadium. He died, he ran out, he's waving, clapping, and cheering. The 3-hero Echo Slam into the 2 Fissure on the end there too, so ensuring 0 chance. And yeah, the chat goes wild here for that one.
Oh my God. It was looking so bad for them. That fight should have been awful. And then Faith Beyond's like, you want to walk up that hill? Okay, come on. Go on up there. Oh, man. Look at this one. As, again, they jump on in there.
Yeah, oh, this doesn't look very good. No, this seems like a bit of a problem. Yeah, it was really interesting how the fight actually broke down between like Nothing to Say over here, and he's kind of isolated. Matu's isolated as he sort of caught Faith Beyond, right? Faith Beyond had to back way up because the start of the fight went poorly for him. Good thing he stuck around. That is for sure.
And like they're even pulling in the small camp of creeps that gets the extra echo damage out there also. Unbelievable. Back and forth we go this game. Just when you think that it's going to start to pull away for one of the teams, they swing it back around and something else happens.
You know, you think of like, this is like the world's worst boxers. You know, it's like really finesse, like dodge, dip, back and forth. This is just like giant haymaker, back and forth, like taking turns. It's like Rock'em Sock'em Robots or something here.
There we go. Rocky Balboa, Apollo Creed. It's back again. God, nobody.
I know.
A boomer.
Yeah, yes.
That's terrible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chad.
Dude, I said Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Don't worry. I don't think they know what that is. They're like, do you mean Hungry Hungry Hippo?
Yeah.
I know that's one.
What are you talking about?
That's Ame. He's the Hungry Hungry Hippo, because every time I look at him, he's just going from camp to camp, munching them all up there, and approaching that heart.
That could be one of those things that makes the difference. But to be honest, you still just have so much burst damage. Queen of Pain does feel like one of those weird heroes, though, where like for a while she just feels so incredibly strong, and then eventually it's like, oh, well, what happens? Going for the Shiva's Guard, like it a lot. The regen reduction that you're going to get out of that, and a little bit extra burst. But I wonder if this heart is going to be too much for Secret to deal with.
Well, that's the issue, right? It's the reason why Queen of Pain feels like that sometimes is it comes down to your itemization, right? It's like, do you go an AC build or do you go more like a Shiva's build? And the Shivas is the kind of stuff that might like slow you down a little bit. However, in this situation, it is an alchemist, so you're going to get some benefits, right, with the idea of just like slowing down that regen. So it's a much better item in this case, even if you want the sustained damage, just because you're reducing that regen that the alch needs, especially when you're doubling up with it with the heart.
Not bad. Not bad at all. So where do we go from here now? After that last punch in the face, LGD, the one that is on top by about 5k gold. Roche, available if any team wins a fight nearby the pit. But I don't think anybody feels comfortable just going in there. And look at this. This little kobold running around, scouting things out. This is the thing, right? You never know if there's like a mag and a smoke right behind that one.
Yep. Potentially with a horn toss pretty soon here. I was wondering when Zai was going to go for it, because it feels like it really fits the way he likes to play. You know, he's got the creativity. Horn toss is just another tool in the kit there. It's like he's baiting. He's like stutter stepping this kobold.
Oh yeah, they also caught an ignite afterwards, trying to bait this Queen of Pain illusion. But I think LGD know what's going on right now, and they're not going to fall for it. Secret, sit up on this high ground. And again, having this mid-tier 1 tower still alive at this 26-minute point in the game, it's so valuable from Secret. It's like this sort of just this impenetrable wall.
All right, so Y is making a huge call here. He circled that ward because he thinks that this is my train of thought. I believe that Y believes that Secret have a ward, or sorry, that Secret know that LGD have a ward on that high ground because they knew that it was an illusion.
Okay.
That's their giant brain. So he wants to come and camp this because he thinks they're going to come over and D-ward.
Okay, so
he like circled it and was like, they're going to come over here, guys.
That makes sense. And
But
that's the big question
They
mark.
didn't run over there.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, Dota so often is just those, like, small micro things that could happen. And
Yeah, but then you make that call and
Exactly,
it works,
then
and
you
you're
win.
you're a genius.
So where are we at? This is going to be Shiva's Guard done. Oh, the Clockwork Flare is always so good. But it's just this sort of stare down across the river, looking for Roche. And it does look like we're starting to get in towards some Aghanim Scepters here as well in a little bit. A Blast Rig for Faith.
All right, so now you can mess around with the Roche Pit, right? Because you have the heart. There's not a huge punish here. You know, he's going to be like full HP. It's fine. Just sitting, not ulting, hanging out.
And it's going down pretty quickly. Oh, Secret. Hook shot in. They find Matumba Man. Able to catch him in the cogs. Have to be careful. But Nisha jumps the back line. Able to find one, but the invis, it's there. They get the isolation, though. It's a trouble onto 2. Trying to bring him down. Ame down to half HP, but he's walking away. Matumba Man trying to go for that chase down. Faith Beyond the isolation and chase with the echo. They blow up Nisha. No buyback for him. Ame still lives through this, but eventually will be brought down. He has buyback, but do you use it right now?
Can't do it. There's no death profit.
Oh, man. What a win for Secret there. I mean, they lose Nisha, but that was able to isolate the rest of LGD into death position.
Matsu has no concerns about sustained damage. Like Bloodlust and Empower, he just stands, he's just swinging this tree, clubbing them down. The two heroes were also clumped up there from LGD, so he's getting maximum value on every single swing. And I think this is a safe Roche attempt here. I don't know what the angle is to make this. I'm sure Y's going to try something.
Well, and you can see right here again, they're going to go for that hook shot in. Actually, maybe going to go for the fight, but the replay of the battle here, it was set up by Zai. You know, this mag that we've been seeing becomes so important in these ones as well. Jumping back in the base.
Zai.
They caught him, blows up, down and dead. Faith Beyond ends up paying for it, but they kill him off.
All right, I'll take that 1 for 1. A little shocked it worked, to be honest, but I was hoping to maybe mess up with the Roshing there.
They dropped just an egg shard on the ground. Hopefully somebody comes and picks. Guys, hello? Somebody, go get it. That's an important item there. Yeah, it's one thing to leave it in the Roche pit. It's another just to leave it on your high ground in front of the
Yapstar actually already has his too. So yeah, and so does Puppy.
I guess Nisha. That's a pretty good one.
He's actually the only one. Zai bought his too.
Wow.
How often does that happen? Second Roche, there's like only one person who can even take it?
Not super often, has to be said. So 30-minute mark now, and the game still very close. And, you know, this 2K gold lead, I feel like Matumba Man is starting to get into the very scary territory where he can actually go toe-to-toe with the Alk. DD rune picked up by Nisha.
Yeah, Nisha still not going to have a solution, though, if that happens again with Xingqiu, right? Just, like, blinking in there and, like, not having anything to deal with the invis.
Smoking to the Aegis. The big wraparound. They're just trying to get the tier 1 here, maybe? I mean, Secret has
follow the couriers. Follow the little breadcrumbs.
Oh, they're gonna be under vision, though. They see all of this. Yeah, Secret sees everybody. Oh no. Oh, this could be bad for LGD. They gotta get out of there. Take down the vision to start. Now the avalanche catches onto Xingqiu. Sure, trying to back away. A little bit awkward. Good stun afterwards with that shard, but the toss back onto the creep, in fact. And Ame's gonna stun himself. Oh my god, Matumba Man, what a play there with the hook shot in, trying to keep Ame alive and from dropping too low. Matumba Man in trouble, but the Cogs pushback almost gets him to the low ground, but he's able to get away. Sonic Wave on the other side. Nisha now isolated, silence, no answer, dead. They take down another. But where else can they find action?
Oh, he couldn't get him!
Oh, he gets vision off! There's the stun, and now the Sentry Ward dropped down. Can they chase him? We know he's invis still. And the Link he ends up catching.
He gets
Xingqiu. Matumba Man comes in there and finds another kill. Wait, they can't get him. He's on the wrong side of the fissure. Throws out the stun.
What is happening?
Matumba Man living. How can they get him alive? Oh my god, they bring him down once. Where's the rest of the team? They have to walk back out with the clockwork. He's not with the rest of the team yet. Ame trying to live, gets the ulti off, down to low HP. Matumba Man needs a couple more swipes to do it, but the turn and the BKB, they don't have the control side, pulls them to the other side. Faith Beyond trying to salvage this. Everybody is alive on such like me, but they jump in, and the echo afterwards. Yeah, you gotta be kidding me. Yapstar trying to salvage this Zai now, pulls him away, but there's no more damage left from LGD. Secret, can they find any cleanup kills? Yo, what is happening?
These fights are unbelievable.
Unfreaking believable. Y's gonna get caught right there. Another skewer, and now the pullback, nothing to say. Trying to walk out of there. Secret somehow, some way. We know the fear. Oh my god. Dude, the Death Prophet. Unbelievable. Spirit Siphon ends up getting him with the shard, and now they walk back in inside, able to live again. Dude. How long has this fight been happening? Zai ends up dying to Xingqiu. What in the world did we just watch?
I don't know who won this fight, guys. I'm going to be real. All right, I'm just going to level with you.
I don't even know any. I mean, Secret in the end, 3K gold up. They end up. I feel like this is still a win for them. It's got to be. What an unbelievable series of events. And in the end, you know, we've still got a while now until Roche is going to respawn.
Yeah, that's really what just happened, is that Roche is now gone, and they didn't lose any objectives. So, like, oh, what is the replay?
The game's going to be over by the time the replay's done.
So this was a key moment because this is when like Matu's like almost certainly going to go down, right? And it's like, what's happening after the Aegis? He gets a nice pick on the Zing Q.
Oh, yeah.
This gets all weird. I don't even know who's Force Staff. I think this is Puppy's Force Staff. And then Zai comes over. Like, if you look to the left on the minimap, like Zai was coming through. And that was the big play because he was waiting for the respawn. And then Faith Beyond hides right down under those trees just to the south of where Ame is right now. He waited so long for that Echo Slam.
And during this entire series event, the entire replay, look on the mini-map, the Clockwork is running this entire time. He's been running the whole moment and finally gets back in at the last second to try and turn this fight back around.
Actually steals the Echo so late, too.
Unbelievable. Dude, YapzOr, what a god.
All right.
How often is stolen Echo the play? You know?
Yeah.
How many instances is that actually good? Because you don't get the aftershock. Like,
still felt good there, that's for sure.
It's what they needed. What a player. What a game. What a series. This is the type of Dota we've been waiting 2 years for.
Yeah, that is for sure. And, well, Ame just keeps, every fight he comes with something new to show off. And this time it's the overwhelming blink that gets completed there. That is 4,280 HP, even with the armlet off.
I literally have no idea who's going to end up coming out on top in this next one. It feels like it's entirely upon... So there's...
I feel like it's on
God.
Matu.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, he missed it. The Horn Toss didn't connect. Oh, careful. Oh, Zai, you make one bad play, but YapzOr able to pull him away, and Puppy going to be the lone one left behind to die.
I don't think they can kill Ame without Matu.
Wait a minute, though. Tumble Man, any way to get him out of there? No. Hey,
The block.
That was close.
He even had to spend his eggs for that, too.
Just like that. We're again back in sort of holding formation while we wait for Roche. But, I mean, where are the wards even at right now? Secret have a good one that's over in the Dire side. And able to drop down another. There's the Horn Toss play that they needed. Able to catch. Faith Beyond looking for the jump. Stolen. Fisher. Sonic Wave afterwards. Zai lives. Nothing to say, dies.
That was a great jump because they saw Ame on this really deep ward that they have in the top jungle. So they knew that he was up there and wasn't going to be available for a potential fight.
And again, the slaughter continues in this one, dropping down that ward right before the fight ended up happening too, which allows YapzOr to now come into this next one with a fissure. They'll place one on the side of LGD up on this high ground to get ready for that next Roche fight, which we know is going to be coming in a little while here. Most likely the next objective. It still is crazy that Secret's been able to hold this tier 1 tower.
I think Nisha's game is kind of hard at this point, too.
Okay.
I was thinking about building into a Kaya and Sanj, and it's just like, how much does that change in these fights, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you're thinking about like the sights and stuff, but it doesn't feel like that's going to be enough. Just trying to live and keep a consistent damage output happening because it's a bit difficult for them right now. Oh, they want Ame though. Again, the big hero. They want the heroes in behind.
Looking for it. Matumba Man gets Faith Beyond. No counter initiation play to come. But will they be able to do anything here? Oh, the refresh. Why? Pushes him back yet again. Zai Horn Toss. But there's the Ghost Scepter keeping him alive a little bit longer on that Sky, but not long enough. Matumba Man going toe-to-toe with Ame. Has to back out of there. Has the stun in just a moment. Throws it out. Able to connect onto Nisha. But they're down one person right now on LGD. Oh, but the throw in!
Forward.
Dude! YapzOr is so good at Dota.
Matu knows he's a great idea on these fights. Just like kill everyone else.
Yes.
Right? Leave Ame alone. Kill all the other heroes. And then hopefully we'll be 5v1. That is the ideal situation because everything is on Ame right now.
And again, this goes back to what you were talking about in the draft, this idea that they have of just, you know, they took this Earthshaker and Secret are like, we're going to pick this Rubik. And it feels like since YapzOr's gotten his items, the last couple of minutes and all of the mobility, he's been the one that's turning around these fights and making the plays for Secret. Constantly able to find the initiation, jump in, Ame. Wants to beat away, but the fissure's there. X marks the spot where Matumba Man's stunned. But meanwhile, they pull him back in on the other side of the fissure's RP. Every single thing dropped on Ame's head, and they take him down.
I think he started somewhere near the tier 3 there. You know, there's a lot of mobility happening right now to this poor Alchemist.
Tiny is still just so good. And this Ogre Shard, everything working in favor for him. They get the lift up afterwards. Matumbaman says, you want to fight? Get on in this one. They take down that Clockwork. Able to control the Matumbaman though. Oh, but again, the Force Staff, the double Force Staff. And then they got the lift afterwards in case they need it. Nothing to say. The chase down Psy. Way up in there. Silence jumps out again and able to TP out.
No,
Whoa,
the ghost.
Fabian says no. You can't do that one. Skewer to the low ground. What kind of initiation is that? The ultimate bait to pull him out of the base. Nothing to say. Wants to chase some more. They don't even have Nisha with them right now. Oh, did nothing to say. Overextend. Matu right on top of him. Now the turn. Atos, good chunk of damage. The follow-up, it's there. They blow him up. Just when you think they're out, they pull him back in. They take down Matu, dead for 90 seconds.
Wow. That was 2,400 damage just from Sky. No Agnums or anything. Just pure Sky Wrath Mage and that level 20 talent. The bonus reduction.
Unbelievable. And now Roche has spawned again.
That actually made the buyback in the Alchemist feel worth it, despite losing so much.
And I mean, you can see that there's a broad spectrum of damage from LGD. Right now from Secret, it's all Tiny. So when he's dead, like this game opens up for LGD. They have 60 seconds to really, place their claim on the map.
And again, you see the Flare coming into the Roche Pit from the Clockwork, value from the 5. Zai has to supplement that for his own team using the Helm Creep. He's setting this in there, doing a lot of scouting with this throughout the game. So they will at least know if LGD going the pit, but I don't know if they can actually contest it.
Again, just the absolute mayhem that this game has been as we get the Chemical Rage. Speed. Oh,
Poppy. Look at this positioning. He wants to pop the smoke on the vision of the creep, but they go too far wide.
Yapsor up on the high ground. Gets away, jump in though, they find one.
Yapsor, he's getting hook shot.
Oh,
the toss over!
They chase down, looking for a way out, but it's not gonna happen. And they actually managed to get out of there with Puppy as well. Okay. So with that, you're gonna see Puppy retreat. Do they dare go into Roche and try and clean this one up?
Beautiful delay. I mean, that's all you can ask for, right?
Yeah.
You get Matu back alive, they didn't get Roche. The Radiant even wondering, did they do it? Are they in there right now?
Well, just like that, they pull it back together and getting the next tier of neutral items online. You were talking about the Scythe that Nisha could have gone for, decides to pick that one up instead of finishing the Kaya Yasha.
I like that a lot.
Or Kaya
I think it's just like, what is the Kaya going to do? I think he was probably just considering, like, if he had to buy it and still hold buyback, that he didn't want to lose much gold. So now you have something big here. And this is actually, like, an answer. Like, there's no Aeon Discs or anything. He can just, like, go for Xingqiu or something.
Right, but we do see the Ascetics cap for both teams on Nisha as well as for Xingqiu. So, again,
don't need an Aeon Disc.
Yeah, well, I mean, it can still help, if we're going to be honest. But, yeah. What could be the last fight here. I mean, maybe not, to be honest. The way these games have been going, it's just so psychotic. But we're what now? Almost 60 kills within 41 minutes.
Some good Dota.
Looking for an opening now. Secret. Matumbaman. With the Moon Shard done, he hits rather quickly. He can take people down in an instant. Does he want to go in, though?
Look at Wise positioning with that sentry there. Oh, now, of course, as a clock where you do give yourself away here, Matu knows he's there.
Ooh, the initiation again from Rubik. Dude, the shard, it was meant to be good, but now they don't have it for the save. Why? Jumps out the other side. There's the catch, though, from Zion to both the cords. Can they bring him down? They need to find this kill onto Ame. Looking for it. Nisha, in the meantime, takes down the Clockwork. And look at the silence on a Faith Beyond. He can't do anything. Has to pop the BKB. Tries to run away, but this is not good enough from LGD. Faith Beyond barely able to get the escape, but this at the very least is Roach and maybe more. Good Yule Scepter. Nothing to say. Probably salvaged the game right there. But nonetheless, this is still a huge loss for LGD, and what a great initiation from Secret.
Man, they are really pulling out all the tricks. Between their heroes, right, they have so many different ways that they can use their mobility to get in these fights and just to create an advantageous situation. It feels like LGD have to start every fight with some sort of a counter-initiation play that just feels like you're trying to hold, They're not getting any sort of like, oh, this is, say, a good turning moment right now. Part of that is just Matu's damage. I mean,
are they just looking to try and finish this one off? I mean, you're so
There's no Alchemist, dude.
Oh, my God. And that's so much of their damage. Granted, I mean, they need a huge hold here from the rest of the heroes. Able to not give up that Fissure from
Their
Fade
only
Beyond.
hope is Matu, no BKB, and Skywrath Mage, right? See, it's the only way they can kill him, but the BKB's back now.
It's just so much damage. It's so difficult. They need a full chain stun from him.
Yep.
There is still a tier 2 tower on this bottom lane. And it looks like that's going to be enough to stop the Mega Creeps. Now Secret back away, go to try and clean up Roche. And that last fight has completely opened things up for Secret here. Like you're talking about, so much mobility. I think this is the best Ag Shard Rubik game I've ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't see you use that offensively very often. He's had some very good saves as well with it so far. And kind of curious who gets the Aghanims. Oh, we're giving it to Tiny. Let's go. Oh, no, we're not. Just Queen of Pain, then?
Oh, give it to Yapzor. There it is.
Ah,
Let's go.
all right, the crowd likes that. They love eggs on Rubik.
Maybe one last series of wild rides coming out here. And, oh, we've got a refresher on Zai. All the stops are coming out. LGD are going to have to play their hearts out here if they want to hold from a 27,000 gold deficit. Nothing to say. Doing some dance moves as you get ready for an exorcism. But this is where they want to stake their claim. This is where they want to hold the high ground.
Octarine, Ags, Rubik. That's insane. Ags is on Rubik's one of the best feeling ones for support players, right? Like 1.5 seconds on the spell steal with the Octarine is unbelievable. He just gets every spell that he wants.
Q drops it down, trying to force that BKB,
Look at
but
that
a save again.
It's so good versus Sky, and the specific only way we kill them, right? Like,
Yeah.
how do you actually stop him from being saved like that? There's no way to do it.
No. I mean, it's just going to be there no matter what. 97% win probability.
That's generous.
LGD, I mean, it's going to take everything.
Wow, they really believe in LGD.
Apparently.
That's what I'd say.
But a biased coordinator. 26K. There's the control fissure.
What's going on with Matu's eye? Oh, I see. He's got the Swift Blade coming in.
Who needs boots?
No, unnecessary.
Literally cosplaying a rock.
I like how he just doesn't eat the moon chariot. He's like, no, that is so not worth it. I concur.
Control again. Where's the save? Okay, force staff afterwards. Oh, and there's the toss in. Zinq down low, taking a lot of damage. Matumba Man almost able to kill him, but not quite. Zinq lives. The dunk comes out from Faith Beyond, but it's not enough. They don't have the control that they
BKB.
need. Can they kill him off? Matumba Man gonna go down once. Can they do it again? Sai with a big pullback. It's so much damage out there, but the Aeon Disc, he assembles it. Oh, really well played by Nothing to Say. That keeps him alive, so that's Aegis down.
They did miss the hook shot, though, for a potential chance there to maybe get a good fight started. But Zinq wasn't really close enough either, went all the way back to the fountain. So.
Right. I mean, that's as good of a first hold as you're going to get.
So there was cheese was spent.
They still have one more on Nisha.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think that was the only one, actually. No, because the second Roche no more. But yeah, it's Aegis down, and still that Aghanims for the Rubik. What's the plan for Secret? I guess that with this DD, do they just go?
They eventually just walk forward and win, I think, at this point. Even without the Aegis, like they must feel like they're so strong at the moment. Everyone has buybacks but Matu as well, so we might see some returns to the fight here if things go a little bit poorly on the high ground.
Always a little bit scary. Just go high grounds. We've seen more than a few games that are, less than 1% chance and been able to pull it back because of some poor high ground decision making. Secret obviously been in that position before themselves. Try and take this as slow as possible as long as it's in a safe way. But DD out, ready to go. Tumba Man, do you dare? Got all the save in the world right in front of him. Jumps forward.
He just goes. Wants the Swift Blink on this tower. They do dispel it. That's pretty nice.
That's good. Control out there, down to about half HP, finding one. That's a good one to get. Y goes down, no buyback. 60 seconds.
That was pretty clever. He made a lot of chaos right next to the Rubik, which was delaying the save, right? You saw Matu was actually taking quite a bit of damage for a little bit there.
There's so much from the other ones. Force staff, everything else. Another round, fissure. Possible way. Dude, the blink and the pullback. So much.
Dude, how was that real?
Oh, nicely played. Nothing to say. Aeon Disc, though. The horn toss afterwards, doing everything they can to try and keep this DP alive. Nisha whacks away afterwards. Control out from Faith Beyond. Zinq back in it. But now with an exorcism down, the constant go-in that we're seeing from Secret.
Oh, but relentless here, though.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going back. I mean, they don't have to worry about any of their waves, obviously. Just looking for another opportunity to jump in. Slowly, I say slowly destroying the racks. You know,
Lift up, pull away.
it takes a lot of blinkins, but once he starts swinging, there's not much stopping him. Almost 3-shot it.
That was an Aghanim spot for the Alchemist, too. So I'm not sure who he gives that one to.
I feel like maybe Shaker. Oh, no, Sky. Zinq for sure. He's trying to abuse the fact there's no BKB, right? You try and burn the BKB and go for the double.
Seems reasonable. Yeah, if they can get that, that's a ton of damage. Like, if 2 heroes get caught and you're able to get that Mystic Flare down.
It would not be wise to go high ground without Matu's BKB. That is how you wind up with a massive comeback, right? So, Secret discussing that. They will finally just say, you know, they hung around just in case LGD actually left the base. Oh, no, Matu. No, it's coming back, right?
He has his BKB back.
We're good.
So they're going to go back in for another round of this one. Try and take down. Not going for the range tracks. Slowly and steadily going to whittle down the melee instead.
Just mixing them up. They'll never see this one coming.
What's the range on that telekinesis? It just looks insane how far away he can cast it from.
It's massive, yeah. Some big stuff.
God, they have to find Yapzor, but he's just staying constantly smoked up behind.
Zinq smoked up. Ame. Y as well. They're looking for good angles here.
This is what they need. This is their moment. The pull back in, nothing to say. Down low HP, Aeon disc out, but the catch now onto the Rubik, trying to bring him down. Yapzor dead. Buys back immediately. Why? Push back onto Puppey. Is it going to be good enough? They pull him back in. Zai tries to get the RP off. It is going to connect onto one. Nothing to say. Still living through this, but with the 2 supports dead, and now the silence onto Faith Beyond, it's so hard for all of LGD to fight. The stun is going to come out eventually from Ame, but they just don't have what it takes. A buyback from Faith Beyond. Nothing to say. Down very low. He too will eventually die. A big echo out, but is it enough? Nisha trying to bring him down. He gets the blink out though. The silence off to the side. Nisha running away. GG is going to be called, and Secret going to take game number 1. This one was beautiful. That was a classic.
Yeah, there were certainly some unbelievable fights that shall be remembered, but it felt like a lot of this game was just like LGD trying to hold on and trying to make up for some of the things that happened right around that 15 to 20 minute-ish stage of the game.
Right, absolutely. And I think that's like, I don't know, what you were talking about in the draft, that decision to ban out the Snapfire and then go for the Earthshaker and leave the Rubik in, it felt like that came back to bite them.
That was a gamble. that was like they like raised and they looked at their cards again. They're like, oh no,
that's a 2 and a 7.
This was a mistake.
Oh no, what have we done? Yeah.
Turned out it was a royal flush of beautiful Rubik plays from Yapzor.
Look at us mixing metaphors. That's so good. Nailed it.
Nice.
All right, everybody, we're going to be back in just a little bit for game number 2. See you then. back, all you wonderful people out there. Hope you enjoyed that game number 1.
Mm-hmm.
We definitely did. That thing
Yes.
was wild. God, like collectively, we all I think needed to take a break after that one.
Yep.
We're talking about it. Tell me what you just felt about like sort of what that game kind of meant as far as where we were the past couple of years and where we are now again.
That was good Dota.
Yeah,
that was like win or lose. I felt like those are the best team fights I've watched in 2 years.
Yeah,
like it's just I don't know. You have all these expectations into a fight, and you wonder like, oh, what's this hero gonna do, and like where should they be playing in an ideal position?
Right.
It felt like all the time everyone was in the ideal position.
It's true.
It was crazy.
And on top of that, it was like sort of the individual like outplay that you saw from each player. It was just wild. Like I kind of felt like there was a moment, particularly in that fight, like in the bottom Radiant jungle, where everything was like starting to pop off, and like there were fissures being thrown out, and then players being like pulled back and forth on either side of that. Where I just kind of I don't know. It was just a whole nother beast in terms of what we had seen previously versus what we're seeing now.
Yeah, I think what made that fight so incredible too is this. Like, there weren't a lot of mistakes in these fights. Like, there were some things where it's, like, missed skill shots and stuff, but it was more so a chain reaction of just, like, there were so many saving mechanics coming out between, like, Force Staffs and Telekinesis, and they were always used to the utmost, like, possibilities and potentials there. And, like, so much happened in the early game, too, that we didn't talk about. Like, the way Zai played with that Helm Crete, too.
That's
you know,
true.
If this game ended earlier, more of the focus is on him, and the way that he helped, like, shift that entire momentum of the early game with a couple of solo kills onto nothing to say. Zai and Matsu were absolutely unbelievable, and it looks like the lobby may have failed here.
We're going to get back into it, so you're going to get to hang out with us, which, again, they got to do in...
yeah, you're in offline mode. That's not good.
It's not good.
No, that's not quality. We may need some assistance here.
Sometimes when Dota is so good, it just breaks it all. It just breaks our minds, breaks everything. That's fine, because there's so much to talk about.
Like, yeah, we essentially... It was kind of cool, though, because we had, like, a stack of, like... Every fight created a new expectation. You know how there's like a meta in drafting, all right? We talk about how the draft changes in the as like the TI progresses, and then every single series, and then the grand finals where it really is at its peak, because sometimes the teams have even played each other, and it's just a continuation of their last series, building and changing everything. These team fights were like that, right? Every single time we're coming with a new tool, a new save, a new Force Staff, a new Telekinesis shard, and this mental stack starts happening with the players. And the way that it worked in this fight and why it was so beautiful was because of like all the tools that Yapsor has creates a stack that doesn't exist for a lot of heroes, because he's looking for certain steals and stuff, which then goes in the mental of every player in LGG of like, how do I cover that spell?
Right.
And you saw how Y tried to factor into that. You need to get back in the lobby.
There it is.
To try and cancel it out Yapsor by like trying to hit this big hook shot, right? He's like, I gotta get rid of this Rubik. This Rubik's just this giant saving hero right now.
Yeah.
And Yapsor was just so far back because this new Arcane Supremacy. Why does he get to be like?
It doesn't make sense.
Outside, like 2 screens away.
Yeah.
I don't know. But anyway.
You want to tell me real quick
those
what the
fights
password
were
is?
beautiful. No, wow, I almost did it because I was really proud that I remembered from earlier. Yeah, don't look, guys. All right.
Yeah.
This is like at the bank when you got to make sure no one's watching your pin.
Exactly.
Okay?
Otherwise, things
Can
go
you
badly.
imagine if you leaked it live on stream? That would be very
so
embarrassing.
good.
All right, hurry,
I
go,
was hoping,
quick.
Yeah, we're good. Let's go. Don't
Before there's some real tacticians out there on Twitch.
Yeah, they're listening to the audio files and trying to figure out what we're pressing. So one of the things that sort of stuck out to me with what you're talking about there, of like the stack Dota of what all the different things are, was also like how it changed as you got each and every one of those tools, and then also the vision element to it, right? Because you had on one side the clockwork, which is throwing out those flares, and then on the other side, Zai had to make up for that vision disadvantage with the Helm Creep. And so he just kept on sending those kobolds in there, and sometimes they would die, and it was like 250 gold to not lose a fight terribly. It was like a trade-off that happened right there.
True. I mean, you're just feeding away a little bit more every single time.
Exactly.
But that's all right.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be one thing to watch for, is like if we even end up with a similar set of heroes. Like I'm trying to think about like what you would change in the draft to actually go into game number 2, and
it pains me. I will say it does pain me. I'm not so sure about the Y clockwork. I think he made a lot of mistakes in the late game.
Really?
I think it's an incredibly hard hero to play. So I don't even know how much I can follow. Why am I offline now?
Don't worry.
They took my internet and gave it to you.
Exactly. I'm the important one here.
This isn't
Get out
fair.
of here.
But yes. So the problem essentially becomes like, if you miss those hook shots in the end, those can be game-winning plays. And unfortunately, I think he did make quite a few flubs at the end, but I don't know how much you can blame because that's also
No.
like he was going for desperation plays.
Exactly.
So I won't be like upset if they pick the clockwork again, but I do think that he's got to work on that.
Right. Well, and one of the things that sticks out to me was that it felt like there's some games where a team loses pretty badly. This was a game where Secret won, if that makes sense, right? Like they
Yes, that does make. Hold on, let me
I'm
check
getting
here.
to a
Oh wait,
point.
I was gonna look it up and see who won, but I'm
you know what I
offline,
meant.
so.
Listen, you guys know what I meant too.
Okay.
What it means is like that like there's some times where a team just makes so many mistakes that like eventually the other team, just by virtue of like doing nothing, is going to be able to capitalize on those mistakes. I felt like Secret was like sort of actively sort of pushing their limits constantly, looking for more and more plays, and like kind of outplaying them to a certain extent at points. And I think that was more by virtue of what you were talking about, of having those extra elements to play with the Yapsor pullback.
Yeah.
The shard really, it was impressive.
I definitely underrated that shard.
I think we need to ban out the Rubik if you're LGD.
It looks absolutely ridiculous. Once you're at that point, especially
Yeah.
once the Octarine came out. I mean, that was just like, what was that?
I mean, like, think about how far like Batrider Lasso pulls somebody. You know, it's like
that's basically Rubik. Yes.
but like saving
Just
your
saving.
allies or initiating, and then like they can go for that extra play afterwards with a blink. Because like
Especially the one out of Invis, that's so
Yes.
tricky. It's like throwing an Invis tiny on top of someone.
because it stuns too
Yeah.
when it lands.
Yeah, and usually like, now you don't have to waste your Silver Edge hit and all that stuff too, right?
And also
Yeah,
on top
clever.
of that, you can go for like that means that your blink dagger is not going to have the long cooldown of initiation,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
true.
like even if you get hit when you're
Yeah,
in there,
yeah,
you
yeah.
can pull out of the fight and then you blink back in, so you have a second round of initiation.
Yeah, that's good.
It was awesome.
Hey, I'm back online.
That's the way
Nice.
to be. Yeah, I think vision is going to be really important. I wouldn't mind seeing LGD maybe go for like a Night Stalker or something. Try and
Yeah.
see if they could cut things down that way.
We had a couple yesterday, I believe.
Right.
Oh, speaking of which, that was our first Alchemist.
Oh yeah, and that
I
lost.
did lose.
Well, maybe they'll be able to pull it back this time.
Mm.
They went for the gotcha hero, but they got. And now going into this game number 2, I'm going to take a risk.
Oh,
and
you took a
think
risk.
We're getting ready to go into this game, and the
paid off.
draft is up. I was taking the risk. I was doing my intro
Yeah.
as we were loading in, and I was worried that we weren't
After
going to
just
load in.
failing a load in, you went for that on the
Went for it all.
TIA stream.
That's the way to be.
Dangerous, man.
We got a draft for all you fine folks out there. Let's go into it.
You're insane. That was insane as those team fights.
I'm a
Right there.
wildfire.
Yeah, it's contagious, apparently.
I'm a firework or something. That's not
You're not
going
to sing again, are you?
No, I'm
All
not.
right, good. Just making sure.
I don't want to get us DMCA'd.
You're that close to Katy Perry? You
Yeah.
can snipe that? Yeah, actually,
hang
we hang out. Yeah, that's cool. Well, we're coming in here, and no reserve time used. All right. They just took the 30 seconds on their IO ban here.
Same as before.
I have to imagine that the players are, recuperating quite a bit from that game because that was wild. That looked mentally taxing to play
Yeah.
in.
I mean, some of those games where you just get like more than a kill a minute, it really,
10 seconds
I can
remaining.
imagine, has got to be taxing as well. But I guess you get
5
more time to
seconds
think about what
remaining.
you're going to do next because you're dead.
I feel like sometimes it's kind of clowny.
Okay.
And in a way, it's like almost not tiring. But I feel like with how well everyone played those team fights, there was not a lot of clowning happening there. That wasn't just like, oh, we're really good at Dota and passively just like, playing like this. That was like incredible focus, it looked like, from all 10 players.
True. So, IO ban, Monkey ban. Now we've got Wyvern and Tiny. So Wyvern was banned last game, but I think it was the second
It was
phase.
second phase, yep.
So now they're taking the Tiny out. This leaves open a couple of different options here.
5
And
seconds
I think,
remaining.
to me at least, I feel like the Tiny was very integral in terms of like everything that they were doing in that game. Do they decide to go for the Pango? Are we going to see the... See, they just go straight for the Ogre. Dude, this is the puppy.
He believes.
He really likes it.
This is the first time they have opened just straight up Ogre.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So, what are the 2-3 combos of value that
10
you could see here
seconds
from
remaining.
LGD? Of course, we've lost the IO, so no IO +1.
5
They could go
seconds
for their
remaining.
clock Death Prophet again if they want to. Right, that would be the third time they've done that.
Okay.
So it would just be
PSG
another tool
LGD.
they like. But we're going a different direction here. We're gonna go for the Tide Hunter and the Snapfire. So main season there was a lot of Tide Mirana. I feel like across the teams, especially in other regions, but. LGD, they're much more about the Snapfire.
So you feel like this is Zinq? He's been the best Snapfire so far at
Yes.
this tournament.
I think, well, I haven't
From
seen
what we've
that
seen,
many of his
yes.
games here, but like leading up to this
remaining.
tournament, I thought he was the best Snapfire for sure.
Okay. And I think that this is it's definitely a different like route to go. Oh, but they leave in the Rubik, and yeah, YapzOr's just gonna.
They
take
got to
that
be
one
like,
out.
oh right, tied snap. Why did we just do that again?
Yeah, I mean, they knew that this was going to happen, so I feel like maybe they've got an
LGD's turn
idea
to
of how they want to try and punish him in lane or something. That's the only thing I can think of. Or maybe they just, pick heroes that don't have spells, the all passive heroes.
It just worries me because there's so much of the pool left in there that now just doesn't exist for you.
Yeah.
Like, there's just heroes that I just don't want to play now. That's always been an issue with Rubik and Nyx Assassin. And sometimes you just have to be like, oh, we're still going to play Mag or whatever.
Right.
No thanks. Not versus YapzOr. Some players you'll get away with that. I'm not picking any of the big
10
Rubik heroes
seconds
versus the YapzOr Rubik.
Well, they do have now the ET band out, as well as the Luna. I think ET could have been a really good answer. That's the type of hero that I feel like would be nice to try and shut down his game. These heroes that are big and brawly and can punish maybe a little bit of a weaker 4-position laner.
I'm just going to throw it out there, but Tide Snap is just like, it seems like the most obvious synergy that I'm surprised it hasn't happened before. I remember this hero came out that once they shifted the shots to be the minus armor and the way that it functions now, these two just instantly became a good duo because it's a whole game combo. If they lane together, you have double minus armor with physical damage on the anchor smash. That's going to be good. You have Ravage into kisses later in the game. That's going to be good. Cooking a Tide is also just great at pretty much any point in the game, right? It can be a save when you're dealing with like break problems like a Viper, or just even something as simple as a Silver Edge. You just need to buy a little bit more time for the Tide, right? When they're trying to focus down.
It can be a follow-up after the Ravage, too.
Yeah, all we needed was just some time.
remaining.
And now we've got the beautiful duo here. They both have really big mouths on the
They
screen.
really do.
Giant head duo.
I like that. Well, they ban out the Invoker now as well as the Bloodseeker, so that does kind of signal. I mean, the main thing I think of is Pango.
Yeah, when you see the Bloodseeker for sure. Pango and Slark, right?
Yeah.
Those are the two heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
Do LGD want to ban him out? It was banned in the first phase last game, if I'm not mistaken. Is that
5
true?
seconds
Or no,
remaining.
that was
The Pango? Yep.
Spirit.
Yeah, no, it was banned out.
Okay.
Yep, Secret Bandit.
Thinking about taking it themselves.
It's almost like they're trying to bait LGD. Hey,
Yeah.
You guys want to pick Pango first? Huh? Yeah, look, we banned the Bloodseeker. Go ahead.
That's great.
You know what's
Take it
really
out.
good versus Pango? Rubik.
Yeah,
So,
you're not wrong.
You
That'd be
know,
cool.
like, this is the issue.
Yeah.
You've done this to yourselves, LGD. You gave it to him again. Although, again, I can't fault them that hard. I don't know if you first phase ban Rubik quite yet. That seems a little excessive. But you got to at least respect him a little bit more, I think, with your first two picks.
I mean, the monkey and the tiny bands are pretty hard to say no to.
Yep.
And getting Rubik in the end of the first phase, too. They banned out the Pango, too.
They're like, yeah, we have to.
Yeah.
Like,
Ooh.
okay, here he is. I have a theory, ladies and gentlemen.
Tell it to me.
Everyone ditched Chen at the last couple tournaments because they just didn't want him to get touched.
Okay.
And he still got a little bit of a nerf, too, even though he wasn't
right.
being played. Because he's still good. All right? Stack meta's gone. Whatever. Yeah, I
10
know.
seconds
OG
remaining.
European qualifiers. Stacking like 15 camps a game. Most of it in the first
5
like
seconds
10 minutes
remaining.
with Chen.
Still pretty good to do with Tidehunter
Still
in the game.
strong. That's right. Yeah. Confirm those stacks very easily.
But can
This-
also be a bully.
This looks like the OG lineup, speaking of which, where they then went for a Clinks. Very
Okay.
similar. In fact, well, it wasn't a Chen, but it was the Snap and the Tidehunter, I believe.
Okay.
Because it's, just some stack Dota, though. When I think of farming stacks, we're talking about Clinks. We're talking about, obviously, like some Sven, but he's being banned out right now. Some Medusa. Secret have played that. LGD, I don't think I've pulled that one out quite yet.
Using a good amount of reserve time here for Secret for this third pick now. I mean, this is obviously when you start to reveal the integral parts of your drafts. Like Ogre, Rubik can kind of fit into whatever.
Issues I see is they haven't banned out the Faceless Void this time, and that is also pretty good with the Snapfire. That could be maybe a pick for LGD.
Do they Alk here afterwards for LGD? The gold Shen Alk? Is that still a
They
thing?
stole it.
Okay. Interesting.
Wow.
So they were anticipating that Clinks that you were talking about
Maybe. I don't know.
from LGD, I'm saying.
No, I know, but like, is that really worth it to just like to steal?
10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm
remaining.
not sure.
I think that they mostly just wanted, I guess. But
Okay.
yeah, it could be a case
5
of like, oh,
seconds
you know, it'd be good for
remaining.
them clinks. Oh, you know, it'd be good for us clinks. You
Yeah,
know,
that's
sometimes
true.
that just happens.
We were talking about this on the panel the other day that like it's a little bit weird with Clinks and Bloodlust because you're obviously using the barrage more, which doesn't really impact by Bloodlust. But the thing that's kind of nice is that you can use the movement speed still. And I think Clinks is definitely a hero that can use a lot of that sort of jumping in and out of the fight and keeping distance, kiting people away. It's not often that we talk about the movement speed benefits of Bloodlust too.
And this should probably be, I don't know, actually. Probably a 3. Probably want less chances to, because then you have the opportunity to flex the clinks between the mid or the safe lane.
Okay.
Let's see. All right, there you go. A little even more flex. This could even theoretically be a mid Doom, and it does give them a Tide answer, which we haven't really discussed. They have the Rubik, which is one sort of a situation versus a Tide Hunter, but you know what's better than stealing Ravage is just killing Tide before he Ravages.
Why not?
That's even better. So
10 seconds.
they'll try and go for the Doom to ensure that Kraken Shell won't be an issue.
5 seconds.
I feel
remaining.
like Chen is a cool answer to Rubik too. We didn't talk much about that just in
Yeah,
general, but in
true.
the laning stage, it's annoying.
Yeah, and the whole game, there's not really a good steal for
Yeah.
Rubik. You're not that, unless you somehow get Hand of God or something, but
Right.
that's probably not going to happen.
Well, Doom. One thing that is definitely missing from the secret draft right now is a type of vision hero, but we might end up seeing Zai go back for maybe a Helm of the Dominator again. It feels like he just likes that item a lot. Don't know how likely that is, but we'll see.
And they know the safe lane hero is probably going to face Rubik and Doom, and they go for the Wraith King, so someone who can fight a little bit, right, and combo up with some earlier Chen creeps if there's a rotation from the Snapfire. Like, let's say this becomes a Snap mid. This would be a very Beast Coast thing to do, where they always pick a stun for their carry. The Snap just TPs at level 6, and you get a free kill on the enemy offlaner, and also
10
works with the
seconds
Agnums really
remaining.
well. Like, this Snap getting an Ags would be really good this game.
5 seconds.
Between
remaining.
Wraith King and Tide Hunter and sending those two heroes, that is very powerful. Not a necessity, of course. Doesn't mean we have to just like, oh, this has to be Snap mid or it's bad. But the flex option is there. Could even be a Snap 3, theoretically. We could see like a 4 Tide. That's
Yeah.
very doable.
We've even seen mid-tide. I think that much more often what we're seeing now is people just sort of allowing there to be a lot of flexibility between the lanes no matter what. And that juice being such a high priority, particularly with this last pick here.
I think they'd get away with the Lina. Probably I would ban if I
Okay.
was LGD. Because like Silver Edge Hero versus the Tide Hunter, as well as just like they have some decent beefcakes. Like it feels a little bad to have Clinks and Lina, but I could also understand why they do it. Because they have Ogre and Doom. So you can be like a little bit ahead.
Banding out the TA.
And then the other hero, of course, is just the Queen, right? Same concept we discussed in the last draft. Queen of Pain, Lina, they're good early picks. They're always pretty much going to be good throughout the drafting phase when you have the opponent like countering you on this last pick.
It feels like also setting up for that Lena pick with the TA
10
ban here.
seconds remaining.
We'll see if LGD decides to take that one away from them. I don't know if there's anything
5
else that's
seconds
more
remaining.
scary. I mean, Clinks is just such a weird hero right now to sort of understand. And there it is. They ban it.
No, well, they banned it themselves. Though.
Yeah.
I feel like I kind of thought Secret might want it.
Oh,
I
that's
do.
a
I
good
definitely
point,
think.
yeah.
I think Secret looks even better though for LGD. Sorry, I think Lina does look better for LGD than it looks for Secret. Because Secret again have that like Clinks Lina issue.
Right.
They have no backliner like LGD. They have no one who's like
10
sitting in the back and
seconds
just throwing
remaining.
out damage. So one of these like ranged heavy damage heroes would have been really
5
nice.
seconds remaining.
And they might even still go back for it for sure.
I wonder if that was their thought with the TA ban too. They're like, we don't want to play against that. We'll ban it, and maybe they'll ban Lena.
Yeah, could be. I think a Anisha Puck could be okay here, just because I think getting into fights is still a little bit tough for them. Like I wouldn't mind a Spirit Hero here for Team Secret now that we're at this point.
Yeah, I'm wondering like if they have enough damage at that point. But that's what I was saying. Where like Clinks is so weird. Where this hero, if they get to the stage that you sort of know Tumbaman could get to, can really take over the game. Wondering if the Puck is sort of would leave them with not enough damage through BKB. At least if they're early going, but they probably can deal with it.
That would have been a kind of scary Leshrac game, I have to say. I know Secret have played it already, but running into these heroes, that's a
10
lot of like
seconds
cluster
remaining.
damage I see for a Leshrac hero. But either way, they don't want to deal with that. They don't want to deal with their
5
towers
seconds
perhaps
remaining.
melting on the earlier parts of the game. And not a Spirit, not a Puck, but the other option, the classic, the Kunkka, right? Another potential playmaker here.
Yeah, let's go SF or DP. Last pick.
SF sounds hype.
That would be
DP sounds
sick.
better, but SF sounds hype.
Dude, it's good against Kunkka too. That would be fun.
It's okay versus like Doom and stuff too. Like it's like you get Doomed, you're like, it's all right, you know.
I'm just gonna hang out.
It's fine. I'm just gonna keep swinging. Oh, alrighty. That's a ranged annoying hero.
Interesting.
With the combination of the Chen creeps too, so he's got some utility for his TPs, right?
I feel like this is a classic too, isn't it? Nothing to say, Tinker.
It's about to be.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Right. After that last game, if it's anything similar, it shall be a storied tale to tell. And I have not got to see a Tinker at TI yet.
No, me either.
Finally, this hero obviously very scary in pubs. Most recently, it's offlane Tinker all over the place, but mostly the mid too. And yeah, we're kind of an expected one. Everyone's sort of wondering, how's it gonna do? Is Tinker going to be a really strong hero? Right now, this appears to be the first pick. Now, there might be a game ongoing, but as of the finished matches, this is the first Tinker. So here we go. Well, no pressure. There's nothing to say. Didn't go so well for the Alchemist when you guys brought that out for the first one, but maybe this one will be a bit better.
We won't talk about that. That's fine. They put up a good showing in that game. You know what? We'll give it to them still nonetheless. They won in their hearts, but they didn't win in the actual tournament.
No.
But yeah, game number 2 now. Secret facing off against LGD. And a Tinker getting picked together with Chen thrown out there. We've got ourselves a Doom and a Clinks on the other side. A battle of what is the most broken heroes in Dota 2 happening.
Oh,
and
wait. Incoming report.
Yes.
SG Esports victory with Tinker.
So they have played a Tinker as well.
A 53-minute game versus Fnatic.
Wow.
They took the victory.
Interesting.
Wow.
Spoilers.
That is, all right, my bad. But,
That's fine.
Spoilers were not enabled. I didn't see the button clicked. I'm sorry.
That's fair. Immediate smoke out right there as well as we get ready. A massive amount of tips going on right now. LGD tipping Yapsor and giving some tips back to XinQ. Love to see it. Have fun, have fun.
I'm dead.
So we do have the double smokes out right now, heading in towards the mid lane. Will they run into everybody as we have some more cheers coming in? Oh, the crowd's going wild. They're ready for the action.
That's
Nisha, Nisha, look out, buddy. You came to the wrong neighborhood. He's going to get beaten down to death. The crowd appreciating that. XinQ going to draw first blood. Definitely not the way that you want that one to start. Would have loved to be able to give that, I think, over to the Tinker for the first blood, but XinQ will use that extra bit of gold to get off to a hot start.
Now here is something interesting, though.
What's that?
That we're on the same sides again, aren't we?
I think so, yeah.
Ah, interesting. So we were discussing yesterday, at least, for our games, it has been always someone favoring Radiant and someone favoring second pick, right?
Hold that thought for a second now, as favoring one of these two sides, Ame's actually going to be able to force him back. And this is going to turn into a stun, and LGD get 2. Uppy also in some trouble, moving over to the side, nothing to say, gets him brought down. So finding 2 quick kills out of the gate is LGD. They're not messing around this time.
All right, well, Dire Side gives them 2 kills again here, so they're, yeah, apparently either they were happy to stay with that side. That's very interesting. So this is the first time this has happened.
The other thing that's interesting here also, 3 bounty runes, 2 kills. LGD is, yeah, definitely getting what they want. And this is going to be a double wave here. Nisha able to pull this one back. So nothing to say. Already trying to pull the creep wave back underneath this tower before the double wave comes in.
I will say overall, I feel pretty good about the Team Secret lineup. Obviously it's easy to say when they just won the first game, but I don't think this Tinker is like a massive gotcha. It's not like they're like lacking a lot of stuns or disables or anything. They have some tools that are very scary, like a potential Doom. Tinker has been pretty frustrating lately because of the addition of the Defense Matrix as a basic skill. Doom don't care.
Yes.
You get caught by Doom, you get war stomped, you get doomed, fight's over.
Now there is some interesting things that go on there with the status resistance and the Doom.
Yes, that is true. Does care about that, I suppose.
Right.
Let's say that's maxed out and it's 50%. That means you only get half the Doom duration, but of course you still take the full damage.
Right.
That's still 8 seconds of Doom, though.
It is. Nothing to say.
And that's 60 pure damage pretty fast.
I believe that's the thing also, the dynamic stuff, but keep our eyes on that as the game goes on here. Zai, doesn't look like he got that Culling Blade off in time, but got his Tango going very quickly, and Y taking a good chunk of damage. But Tumbleman actually, a little bit of trouble. Faith Beyond and ZQ pairing together for the harassment. And up top also, Y being brought down fairly low. So both offlaners beaten down on the safe lane heroes.
You gonna make me tell the people?
Oh, I'm leaving it out there if you want to.
All right, press 1 if you want an explanation of status resistance and dynamic status resistance. Now, I'll let you guys know in on a secret. I can't actually see chat.
There it is.
I'm just going to assume that the first person said 1, and there are about 82s.
Yes.
But I'll tell you anyway. So some spells with status resistance, basically putting the status resistance on will actually update the spell. You know, a lot of times you get stunned. Let's say you get Defense Matrix. It doesn't actually make the stun end any sooner because you didn't have it on when you were initially stunned. Some stuns or abilities dynamically update. Doom is one of those. It makes sense. Many of the spells are ones that, you know, do damage over time in addition to some sort of a disable. You can find them on the wiki. So what it means is that there is actually some concerns if, like, Zai dooms someone and then we were to have the Defense Matrix come out from nothing to say onto one of his allies, there's a chance he could actually kill them doing that by them taking the damage faster because of the dynamic update of the stats resistance, yada, yada, yada. So you guys can figure that out and make your cool little clips about it. But there you go.
Just so everybody knows what to watch for in this game, that is one of the things with Defense Matrix. It's a little bit funky. But nonetheless, we have a normal game of Dota 2 to go on, with the exception of that fun stuff. And so far, Secret coming out slightly ahead in all 3 of the lanes. Not anything to write home about. Really, it's just that Wraith King that's getting a little bit of extra pressure down there.
The main thing that makes it so interesting, though, is that because it means that you can actually, like, end a Doom faster, even though, like, Zai caught them first.
Exactly.
Which is pretty cool. So in most situations, it's going to be a good thing for the Tinker.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Meaning, like, you can just take half the distance duration off of it.
Yeah, one of your buddies who gets doomed. It's good.
Nisha gonna X himself.
Oh, down bottom. There's the combo.
Is it enough, though? Puppey down low, lots of minus armor. That was the squishiest looking ogre we've seen in a while.
This combo.
It's so
it just
strong.
makes sense.
He has a medallion already.
Yeah, you just rush it instantly. You have the minus armor together. Like, what are they doing right now? It's level 1 minus 3 from the Tide. Then you get yourself a medallion, so you're already down to 8 minus armor, and then you throw on top the little shredder.
It's so strong.
And look at the range that you can just harass and assault with it, too.
Well, and this is the power of that first blood that we saw. XinQ getting it this early means that this bottom lane is just going to be really difficult to deal with. Now, granted, they're still doing well in terms of the last hits, but this is the type of thing that could start to snowball if Secret are not careful. Eats a creep.
Yeah. That's a little annoying. There you go. That's okay. Just grab a Harpy. That is a great hero to get, though.
Why? Throw out the Chain Lightning. Punches down. Comes in.
Ooh, that Fairy Fire.
Oh,
not enough.
And they head out of there. And down pot him again. They finally kill him with Tumbleman. So I mean, this is what we were talking about. Like, you know, the CS looking good, but the power of that medallion early, it's dangerous. And Nisha finds the X on a nothing to say. Gonna drop that boat. Oh, the mischance meant that he couldn't get the Tidebringer hit off. And now, Nisha thinking about dumping it under the tower. They're actually going to bring in this Chen. Gets multiple denies. Oh, and the Torrent! Chase down, looking for the finish. They get the stun off from the Yapzor land. Gets the kill. Yapzor will end up falling. But Y is the only one that gets the benefit from that one pretty much. And just like that, a nice kill onto the Tinker.
Wow. I mean, it was just like, he's like, all right, well, he's obviously hiding the trees waiting for this bottle handoff, right? Like,
yeah,
like he's going to try and fill them and then give them the bottle. They want the value. Massive punish because of that. And now Y, he's like, oh, well, I guess I'm the mid now. I have the bottle. I'm hitting creeps.
True.
And, well, he'll get a fresh one. Imagine if he got torn again and that bottle like was empty or something somehow. That would have been so sick.
Oh, that would have been amazing. Nisha, very strong, and they are bringing in this Chen creep.
Oh, I hate this. This is so good. Hate as the mid laner. I
Oh.
love this as a support player.
Oh, if they can make something happen, he's too strong. Yeah, nothing to say with the full mana pool.
He's chasing. He's zapping.
Oh, Nisha.
He's got the creeps, though.
Yeah, too deadly. And nothing to say. I mean, this Harpy literally just salvaged that. That could have been so much worse. Look at the damage on Matumba Man. XingQ on a killing spree. Level 5 at 6 minutes
Yeah.
on a Snapfire.
And Puppy's like, oh, I got the bounty, guys. You know, 'cause he can't really do anything. And
No.
if you as Ogre can't contest the offlane like this, that's a massive problem. You know, we had an Ogre in one of our previous matches where he kept dying.
Yeah.
Just kept like running into them the whole time. But it was good because his carry was still farming.
I mean, it was one of those things where we said at the moment, like, oh, it makes sense. You know, nothing to say would love to have gotten that hit, but look at this damage. Oh
he
my
actually
God.
just melts.
Dude, this is XingQ's game. Like, literally, he's going to win this for him if they're not careful. Like, I don't know what you do as Secret at this point, but this Snapfire is out of control.
How rich is he now? He's actually the same as the Clinks.
Yeah. But more than that, it's going to be the levels here, too, right?
Of course,
that
yeah.
level 6.
Dude, he's almost 6.
It's crazy.
What?
All right, this is the play. They have to make this move. So Faith Beyond is going to get punished. And Nisha able to find him with the X. The boat comes out. This is the hero that's really having a good time for Secret. So Nisha very much needing to make those movements.
Extra spicy that's Kunkka killing the Tide as well. So that's
Oh, yeah.
bonus morale points for the team because you get the good voice lines.
Look at Nisha smiling there in that little photo in the bottom. So pretty. It's good stuff.
And meanwhile, you know who's really happy is Yapsor because he came back mid and
Not
grabbed this whole
happy,
wave.
though. Oh, Zai. Bring around the Rosie, looking for the stun. Not able to get it, but eventually they bring in the creeps. And LGD. Everywhere XingQ goes, death follows.
It's level 6. You know, Wise 5.5 in 8 minutes too. These supports are huge right now.
Radiant's top tower
This,
is
the
under
slow beatdown. This is a really nice thing. It extends the duration of the minus armor when you do that with the little shredder. And then, of course, going for the medallion on the creeps that are hitting hit by the tower. There's so much pushing potential. X, though, on to nothing to say. This guy pops the haste rune, and that's going to keep him alive, able to get out of range of that torrent.
8-minute tower.
Yes,
fallen.
from LGD. I was so wrong about the freaking XingQ getting that first blood. It's completely changed this game, and LGD are dominating because of it.
And they don't have a triangle anymore
No.
on Secret. It's gone. It has been taken away by Ame and friends. And it's a lot of friends. If you look over, they got 2 heroes with them. They got 3 creeps, and they're running now at your mid tower because they want this one too.
How do you stop this? Like, I don't know.
Oh,
Cookie out. They
we know
find
it's
him.
not Ogre.
Oh my God. The combo of the Chen and everything else. Puppy in some trouble. Gonna have the Mortimer's Kisses out if they want to use it. Puppy ends up dropping. The kisses are coming.
Doom's good.
Nisha's in trouble, trying to get close. Give him a hug, why don't ya? As 3 fall, they do lose the Chen. But the slow and steady beatdown that we're seeing on these buildings on the heroes.
Oh, can I get another one of these Wraith King kicks on that tower, please?
That is good
Oh,
stuff.
that's a quality animation.
Now, they don't have the Chen with them, which means the mech isn't here yet. But still,
Oh, look at him just punt these creeps.
he's doing it. Tower
It's
going
gone.
to fall.
Oh, what a swarm here.
It's too quick. Like, the pressure that's coming on. Zai, he has to be the one to stand his ground in front of all of them.
They know he has no Doom, though, so he's not that scary right now.
There's no kisses.
All right, he's
Does
just got
have
enough
ulti.
mana.
He's going to be fine through that one, but now the turn onto Zai, and it's also going to get increase that damage with the Cookie afterwards. Nicely played. Cookie stolen, turns it back around, tries to bring down this Wraith King. He's got to get out of there. Yapsor again, he was the same, but there's the Hand of God, comes in at the last second. The Ravage afterwards, a great combo comes out. They're going to take down Yapsor. And looking for more, Matamba Man shows up hoping to salvage this, but the Cookie in! Don't say Q,
There's no
you
way.
weren't wrong!
There's
He
no
is
way.
so strong! The best freaking Snapfire of the tournament so far.
How?
That
How do they all
was
get out?
Wild! Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm just stunned right now. That was so insane. I thought that was going to be a serious problem there when the Wraith King, because it kind of looked like a bad time to use your Wraith King ulti because you didn't have, like, the cookies to follow up, or the Mortimer Kisses to follow up there, so it's, like, a little bit dangerous.
Oh, and
Yeah,
Nisha
you can't go down here.
goes back in. Another round of spells. Doesn't have it. Gets away on nothing now. Yapsor trying to salvage this. Steal and rearm. Takes him a little while to spin in a circle, but can't quite get in range for Faith Beyond.
All right, Yapsor's on farmer time. He's got a lot of clarities. He's going to head to the jungle.
Fade Bolt, rearm.
Yeah.
Fade Bolt, rearm.
Fortunately, it's a little expensive.
Well, yeah. That's what happens. Although I guess he could do some stuff with... I mean, he has to buy his TP, though, so that's annoying.
So here's a little bit of an issue, guys. If you saw these Clinks games, you know, we talked about stacking Ancients. Clinks goes and farms them. their triangle is not a friendly place.
Not at all.
Bottom's not very friendly for LGD, though. That's going to be a grab. Zai also smoked in for this, which is, maybe a little unfortunate because he just shows up at the end, but at least you don't need the Doom. They got themselves a kill, and he now has the Midas done as well. And then right for that BKB. So pretty standard build on the Doom, and Kunkka following suit. Yeah, this tends to happen. Whenever you see the Kunkkas that rush this BKB build, it's because they have another ally who can play with them at a similar timing. Maybe not necessarily like with a BKB themselves, but in this case, Doom is like one of the only other heroes that likes to rush the BKB this early. So it's a very interesting pairing for those reasons.
And I think that really it's those types of heroes that can run into the middle of things and make a lot of space, and they're going to need it because Klink's had a rough game. The thing about him, though, is that this hero farms fast. We see 4 points in the barrage. The Maelstrom is done for the Klinks, and Matumba Man is going back to a 3-stack.
Here's a nice little example here. Yeah, you guys haven't been watching any Klinks games. This is why the hero is still picked. You just pull out the Ancients like this, throw in your barrage in a couple seconds, and let the Zaps do some work.
Yeah, and they drop rather rapidly. So just need 2 rounds of it, basically, and then you're going to be back up again. And you take a look, and he's level 9 right now. Comparison there to the Wraith King already at 10, so he's starting to make that catch-up happen very quickly. But the big differential here is feeling like the supports. Xingqiu has that medallion done, is keeping this pressure on with the Chen creeps and everything else, and LGD now 2 of the tier 1 towers taken and a 3,000 gold lead for them.
And that mid is just, it's so low right now.
Yeah.
I feel like they can just straight up rotate there from that bottom tower after taking if they want. There is good vision in this area of the map. Does get dewarded. Oh, does he get the gold? Oh, he just got it for him. Disappeared. The value central. Well done.
Is under attack.
Made it happen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's going to be...
But yeah, just run mid. I mean, force fight, have Ravage, team.
I don't know if Secret's even going to come to
I don't think they can. There's just no way. I mean, I think they will. I think they want a Doom fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to be able to do anything here. Puppy moves into position, but already the tower is basically just down with the skeleton. So yeah, Secret, they're going to leave this one alone for now.
Radiant's middle tower
But come on in and contest the farm. Don't give Matumba Man anything.
You know what's not fun? Getting double counterpicked at the end of a draft.
It's true.
That's not an enjoyable time. Doom, Wraith King. Kunkka, Tinker. Tinkermon's not quite as bad. That's more of a game counterpick, I suppose. But, whoa! That's a big old army of creeps.
Oh my god. Rubik in some trouble there. Does get doomed. Still going to chase him down and kill him. Wall doomed. Faith Beyond does not care about Zai all that much, and now Pup moves in as well. Gonna be brought down low. X Torrent done. So they do manage to find themselves a tied kill. That's a very important one for Secret.
Yeah, so I tried to go for the save by stealing the Chen steal, but then Chen just took the creep right back.
Yeah, it works. So another little lull in the action. It's been LGD sort of steadily keeping this game in their hands. Although they haven't really blown it up in the way that you sometimes see teams do, where they get a lead and then just sort of keep their foot on the gas. It's been a couple of moments here and there where Secret have found an avenue to pull back away a little bit.
I would say that a Doom lineup is very similar to an Alchemist lineup in the sense that the gold lead isn't quite accurate. I would say that this 2K lead is probably more like a 3 or a 4K lead. Doom tends to be a little bit inflated compared to usefulness, unless you make plays like this, that's for sure.
Well, no Doom this time, but maybe you can go for the chase down.
Needs the big stomp.
There is the status resistance.
See ya.
Go away and
bye.
Now they walk away.
Team's just TPing like, nope, not our mid. And great ward down here. Xingqiu gonna pass right over it. Might go back and D-ward depending on this action here as Y goes for the high ground. Gives himself some vision of the surrounding area. And Yapsor actually still hanging out down here. Doesn't have TV for 18 seconds, so not much of a choice.
They stomped him. Gotta be careful. But they're bringing in help. Yeah, they're just going to turn this back around and Zai. I don't think he can do enough. He's in trouble now. The chase down comes in. The Hex is there to get him away. Pig pull run. Oh my god, nothing to say. It's so low. He ends up killing him with 50 HP. Wow.
That's almost an Aghanims.
That's a very scary state of affairs for Secret if you can get into that.
And what's really crazy is they had like no opportunity to punish these towers. Like up top right now there's a catapult. They need to get this top tower because soon this is going to be like full on Tinker, right? Then how do you get this? Oh, a nice little heat map there. That's Zinq, eh?
Yeah, that's where
Yeah,
he's been
that's
staying.
about right. He's been everywhere.
Tower is under attack.
Making the moves wherever the T needs him to, but a lot of damage dealt there in that bottom side of the map. I believe Tidehunter is running into a little bit of no man's land here with that invis. And not all
Don't
that
do
much
it.
that's going to be able to keep him
Don't
alive.
do it, Faith Beyond. Don't
He's
ravage.
thinking about it.
Don't do it.
Ugh.
All right, good.
Eventually they bring him down. Can they fight down bottom now? I think LGD have this tower.
Without a blink
cliff.
on Doom, it's pretty hard.
Cliff's lasting a while. Trying to keep a hold of that mid tower at the same time too. And yeah, with Zinq there, getting all that minus armor onto the tower, they clean it up and gonna have access to the outpost.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just able to keen conveyance around right now.
Okay. Smoke coming in from LGD now. As they will try and head towards the north side of the map. Nisha is already in here, has the BKB. It's not going to be an easy kill if they tried to go on him.
All right, they need to be
Oh,
concerned
they're gonna
with
run into
LGD
him.
right now.
Nisha. Zinq spots him.
Oh, this is bad for Nisha, though. Just get out and don't waste your BKB, because like you have a very, very strong timing coming right now for Secret, right? That they should be very concerned about for LGD, because it's going to be triple BKB first item for Secret. Okay, maybe not first for Matu, he doesn't really count, but he's a carry, so yeah, it comes out relatively soon. They want this Roche before they want to make that BKB fight happen on the 17th Secret, and it looks like they're going to get it because of all this minus armor. They're sneaking it away pretty quickly here.
Yeah, going even for the Deso on Ame.
Oh, well, I say that. Yeah.
Whoa,
the cookie out.
Zinq catches him. Saying, hey, how you doing? Want to get in there and get a little bit of action going. Puppy going to get brought down by Zinq, and now looking further forward for Nisha, forces out that BKB. That is going to be Roche claimed by LGD, getting the kill onto Puppy, and now continuing to try and tighten their grip on this game number 2 here after losing the first one. Zai goes in on this one now. Doom comes out. You know, stolen little shredder. Zinq's taking a lot of minus armor there. The hand of God is going to come out, and that might be enough to keep him alive.
Okay, he hasn't died yet.
No.
Think about all the action he's been. He's 7-0-8. That's 15 kills involved with, and there's 17 kills.
This guy's just so good.
There is no one else in this game right now. It's like all him. It's crazy. No one else is even close to that level of involvement.
Zinq is such a stud. Like, since the Serenity days, like, everything about him, he's just, like, a really unique and interesting player.
The next closest is 10.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's nuts.
Absolutely ridiculous how active he's been.
So, 3,000 gold lead. And with the Aegis in hand, how does Secret try and stall this one out? And likewise, what do you think LGD's sort of goal is going to be for the next couple of minutes with this this Aegis in hand?
I think that despite this game feeling really good for them, they're not out of the woods yet at all.
Right.
Like, I actually think these BKB timings are pretty scary, because then I think the fights are harder for LGD to force, and then your net worth starts looking a little bit weird, because it starts like going all into the Tinker, and sometimes a Wraithian can struggle to keep your own net worth up without like really suffocating all your other allies. So they just want to keep forcing fights right now. Try and really utilize this Aegis, and try and force bad BKBs. That's like the dream to me at this moment.
Well, Atheon moving down here bottom. Seeing if they can find somebody. There he
That
is.
ward has had so much value. Like, it's done so much for Secret.
There's the wraparound, but not going to be able to find him. So yeah, they're just going to push down bottom. But this tower's already gone, actually. So not a whole lot to gain down here besides pushing Secret away, getting that outpost. Yeah, great ward.
Shove him back over to the other side and disassemble Dragonlance there for the BKB. Matu wants to pick it back up, though. And I believe we're still 9 on everyone. Oh, no, sorry. We had the 4-sale BKB right on Kunkka. Yeah. So we got 8 on Kunkka, but 9 on the other 2 cores for Team Secret.
A little bit of a weird smoke there, Zinq. Hello, how are you?
Oh, this is the streak. It's
This
going
is
down.
A lot of gold.
Of course.
500.
Of course. How? Puppy, why?
He's trying to get that
You
shard.
did not
man.
need this.
Trying to get that shard. You know, that gives it to him. There you go.
Puppy's a genius. That's like the last golden flux he's going to get this game.
Yeah.
He needed that 1 kill.
Listen, don't kill him. Don't kill him. I
Trust
want it.
me, guys. Fire Shield's broken. Also, there's a Tinker in their base right now. But it's gone.
He can just kind of do whatever he wants this game, it feels like.
Until Zai has
okay.
Blink.
Yes.
Again, this is my concern.
Right.
Imagine Zai with a blink in this game. What stops him? Like Abyssal Wraith King eventually?
Right.
Is that where we're at, you know?
I mean, he's been very, very free continuously, and looks for the jump. Yapzor pulls him back. Nisha outside the base still, nothing to say, keeping that pressure on. It does look like they are gonna again back away. Does he have that blink yet? Is it on that line yet? No, he's still a little ways away.
Not yet. It's gonna be a little. I mean, he's a Doom though, so sooner rather than later.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, they approach the tower. There's still a minute 15. Geez, it feels like that rush was so long ago. But still threatening the tower with the 3 lives of Wraith King.
With that, he's going to step up, take this tier 2, close that one out. Secret still dodging away, but they're really not losing out on that net worth. Like you're talking about the Doom effect that you get with the Midas and Devour, of course. But with the Fire Shield, does start to feel like, you know, if they can just take that one good fight when the Aegis eventually is gone, that's going to be their timing that they look for. So,
and it's scary though when you think about like the opportunity for the Blink Dagger too. I'm talking about these BKBs. Obviously they're very, very good versus Tidehunter, but there's still the problem of like if you do have the Blink, right?
Okay.
You know, but what if he catches you with the Ravage? Then you're in trouble.
Nice. Dun dun dun. And now with just a couple of minutes left here, or a couple of seconds left rather, kind of feeling like, you know, you just sort of, if you're Secret with this timing, do you want to try and get active themselves? Is that probably like a smart play?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, just blink it out. You want to catch the Aegis, right?
Yeah.
It's over. Let's go. It's regenning right now onto our Wraith King. So, you know, maybe not killing the Wraith King would be good though, right? I mean, ideal hero, probably Tide or Tinker. You know, one would think maybe Doom the Tinker, kill the Tide. Doom the Tide, kill the Tinker.
Easy.
Probably have to Doom the Tide, of course, assuming that he's not just like off in some random corner and his Ravage will be worthless.
Instead, they won't find anybody down bottom, so when Tumba Man eats up a creep, they're going to wrap back the other direction. Could potentially smoke again if they want to, but LGD still going by their game plan of tower to tower to tower.
Swarm.
Yeah, just so many summons on this one.
Such a swift punish if you're just not there. Like, Secret aren't really even worried about contesting, I don't think, because they just know. Like, they'll never get there in time. You're going to show up in pieces, and then if they go for, like, some sort of just a quick catch, because they have a lot of initiation, right? They have a Blink on the Tide. They have a Blink on the Wraith King. Zinky was thinking about Blink earlier, but opted for this Lotus instead. Probably going to be targeting Faith Beyond, but Lotus versus Doom is just, like, you know, it's good, but at the same time, it's not incredible. Because, you know, obviously he still gets Doom.
He got his Doom off on the target.
Maybe he gets Doom too, that's okay.
They feel like they're safe because of that ward. LGD, this wraparound could be huge. Oh, do they know? Are they aware? They scout out Nisha, jump in. Oh, he gets out of there!
That was
Ravage onto nothing! Dude, what a reaction. Doesn't manage to steal Ravage, but still scary. Jump off to the side, ZQ. He gets up to the high ground. The Barrage not going to be able to chase him down. Failed initiation. But a better response, and Secret managed to escape. What a weird series of events that was.
And it looks like the lingering members here should be fine. Yaps are just kind of playing around, I feel like, at this point.
Oh, man, that was their moment for LGD.
That was a sick invis. Nisha, whew, he was ready, that's for sure. I saw Puppy turn around and give him the shield.
Wait, look at this guy.
Dude, is there a play
Dude,
here?
look at this guy. Oh, he almost got him. They were looking for it. They couldn't get the lift in time. All right, Nisha's he's on some stuff right now. He's feeling himself.
That was so smart.
Yeah.
I'm so sad that didn't work. For the content. Throw for the content.
I've heard of that
Can you help us out here? Nothing to say? Man. Yeah, BSJ was talking to me about it. He said it's actually the only reason he's not #1. He just throws for content. Can you believe that? What he does for the community? That's a serious sacrifice.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know?
No other reasoning I can think of.
Yeah. Wow. 4,000 gold lead now. So LGD managed to gain a little bit, but again, that's not really the most important part of this one. Nisha again moves in, hits the big one. Stun afterwards. Is it going to be enough though? He's broken. He's stunned. Pulled back in. Boat down afterwards. Nisha chasing, wanting to do something with his BKB, but the jump comes forward.
Well, remember, Zai's holding the Doom because he knows there's no Ravage, and he knows that Lotus is there, so he pump fakes in.
No.
Doesn't want to get doomed himself.
Weird fights all around. Xingqiu throws out that little shredder.
He has to be careful, though, because once he sees that Lotus on someone else, Zai is very ready to jump Xingqiu. They know how important he is to these fights.
Again, just heads on back home, throws the defense matrix out, and ready to go again with nothing to say. 17-8. And LGD, they can just sort of park it down here, and then the Tinker can push out these side lanes. So they're trying to hunt now on Secret. They're hoping that a Tinker is going to TP down bottom, waiting to set up for him.
Such a stark difference to game one, where we talked a lot about Zai and Matsu, but this game, not mentioned so much because Zai and Matsu were so active game one, trying to create plays around the map and advance the agenda of Team Secret. Now Matsu has been quietly just farming away. You know, ever since they lost that top tower, there were some concerns of his farm. It was a little bit slowed down. He's not the mega accelerated Clinks that we saw from OG. He wasn't given like quite as much space early on by actions across the map, but I would say that he's done a very good job considering the map's state of getting this much net worth. They lost their towers very early.
And he was getting bullied, like
Yeah.
super
Yeah,
hard.
his lane was rough.
So like the fact that he's been able to come back and be top, whoa, hello, Puppy. They was not expecting that one.
No.
He just came out of nowhere.
Oh, Zai's going for the classic lurk spot right now.
Okay. I mean, they have to come and deal with this, right? Like, tower's dead. It's gone. Pulls him back in that much closer. Don't think that he cares all that much about it. The cookie follows from ways away, but Zai jumps in, finds it. Oh, the Doom turnaround there. Nothing to say he's going to be there with the defense matrix. Tries to get off on his buddy. And Ame still standing tall, walks forward, finds himself the Kunkka, and now the Hex out. They're able to connect onto the Clinks, tries to run away from it, but it's not going to be enough. The chase down, triple kill, nothing to say.
Xingqiu's insane. He hesitated. He held that Lotus Orb on purpose, because he knew that he was in this like mental battle with Zai of what was going to happen with that Doom.
Oh,
and he put it on like right before the Doom came out. He was like watching the arms of Doom before he threw that thing on there.
This guy's good. Knows what he's
Turns
doing.
out.
Unreal. And now they've got the Ancients. They're running down the lanes one by one. A very, very close game number one has turned into the last couple of minutes just snowballing ahead.
And they still have Ravage right now.
Yeah, they're ready. They're perfectly fine. So a 15K goal lead. Double Racks comes out. LGD not going to drop down 2-0 without a fight.
Man, what was so well played by LGD. So much patience before, because like it's felt like they've been winning this whole game, but the lead has been pretty marginal through a lot of this. You know, it's not been a big gold lead or anything like that. XP, sure, maybe a little bit more, everything, but I mean, at some points it was still even in their favor for a long part of this game. Like, look at that.
Yeah.
You know, it was not so bad, but they had to wait for that one perfect moment. They found it. 2 lanes now gone, and a Roche to boot, and our Shard here being passed off to the Wraith King. That looks good.
And make sure that he's just going to make that reincarnation happen no matter what.
Or maybe, yeah, I don't know. I didn't see that.
It's interesting, right? Because like Puppy's the one that, excuse me, Puppy. I'm so used to saying freaking Chen. Y is the one that's sort of been able to eclipse Xingqiu in terms of net worth, but this has really been Xingqiu's game. And he has made so many of the plays that just allowed them to propel into snowball.
I've spent 30 minutes talking about him. I don't feel bad about it.
That's fair.
Pretty sure that's the correct person to talk about this match.
So a 17,000 gold lead now. And Scotty Dunn. What do you have left in the tank secret? It's going to be a tough one, trying to hold off to this last lane of racks, particularly when you have a Tinker that can keep those other ones pushed out so continuously.
Best chances, some crazy steal from YapzOr. Unfortunately, in this game, it's pretty much limited to like the right.
Whoa!
He's waiting there.
Dude,
That's the play.
It's ready.
That's the play.
Oh my God! Yo!
All right, that's what you needed. Big play, YapzOr. Lurking in the trees. He did that way too many times.
Yeah.
You know, he kept getting away with it, and YapzOr just like, no, not this time. I will lurk in that spot that you've been going to constantly.
LGD is still going high ground. Oh, the hubris, the hubris. They buy back on the Tinker. You can't afford to lose this guy. Now the kisses come out. Big old break, punch down, and Wraith King gonna die once. A lot of damage dealt by Mortimer's kisses, but the eyes on the prize. LGD gonna try and clean up.
He's in there again.
Dude, he's so crazy. He's out right in front.
He has no fear.
No. Nothing to say, not afraid. Jumps in, Ravage comes out, big old catch there. Do they have enough damage? It looks like it. YapzOr tries to back away, but they don't have a whole heck of blink off. Nothing to say. Able to escape. Dead on Clinks. Dead on Puppey. And with Mega Creep's boot, that's going to be GG. LGD tie the series up.
Ah, beautiful Dota. Both games here from these two top teams. Perhaps expected that it was going to go 1-1, I would say. And what a show they put on to bring us that. Secret still, I would say the underdogs, obviously, with just how well LGD have been performing lately. But as Secret, no, it does come at a cost, right? Of being good. Everyone watches your games and stuff, so perhaps Secret's, obviously Game 1 especially, went very well for them. They looked a lot like LGD in Game 2, right? Where it just felt like you got a lead and you just kind of carried it through, and you didn't make too many big mistakes.
Right.
LGD almost flawless this game. Excellent advancement across the map. I feel like their map movements and the way they moved as a unit and just like quickly took an objective before there was any chance to counterattack was very well done.
I was really impressed, and I think that game number 1 is going to be the more memorable one, but this is the type of game that like you want to win in that fashion if you're going to be one that tries to take like all of TI. And coming in as the favorites, you want to see that if you're an LGD fan. So still a lot more Dota to come in just a little bit. We're going to come back with our second series of the day, but for now, to a quick break. See y'all afterwards. Welcome back, Dota fans. We're here. Second series of the day. Trent, we
Yes.
got to take a lovely break. We grabbed a burger afterwards. Production, I would highly recommend you all go try them. They're very good.
They were, yes.
And all you people out there in the world, and unless you're vegetarian or vegan or something, I recommend you go eat a burger or Beyond Burgers. I'm just done. I'm done. All right, we're done. We're moving into the game number 2, the series number 2. Have you ever seen me decompress and fall apart that quickly?
I thought you meant when the burger showed up because you
No.
were just like, oh my god, burger.
I meant just right on broadcast.
Yeah,
right
no,
there.
that was pretty fast. Much like us getting into this next game. See that? That was a dangerous one because we were loading in, but we did load in, so it's okay. One of the many talents of the caster is actually eating extremely fast as well, so we can get the games going as quick as we can, and we have that for you. So, whoosha.
That was a lovely sound and a lovely game to get into. It's Team Aster facing off against OG. Again, the second series, 5 best of 2s taking place all across the games today. And we're starting to see some trends at least become a little bit more prominent, right? And Tidehunter is one of those ones that, to me at least, feels like it's a hero to build a draft around. So we do have the Tidehunter picked banned out in the first phase, as well as the Monkey King. The other ones that we saw in the last series was the Tiny, but that Snapfire also looks pretty good. Do you think that it's exclusively with the Tidehunter that it makes it look that good, or what?
No, it's just good.
5
Okay.
seconds
I think it has
remaining.
allies that make the hero look even stronger. But ooh, that's kind of cool. Very early Undying ban. But I would say that OG probably leaning towards the Snap as well as the Clinks.
Yeah, Sumail has looked really good on it. And I think that if there's ever a time when
10 seconds
you could
remaining.
make some more action happen, that sort of win
seconds
games without
remaining.
revealing more, that's the way to do it for OG. We should mention as well, as this game is getting underway, that Aster have been able to play now with White Album to rejoin the roster. So 86 no longer on the team.
Shame.
White Album is doing a little
Shame.
bit better.
Shame he's not there anymore. Thanks,
man.
Lex.
Yeah, appreciate that. But yeah, he's going to be playing with the roster. So Aster playing as they were hoping to play throughout the
All right.
tournament. With the full
Everyone,
squad.
I want you to picture a little clock ticking in your head. Every one of those little ticks. Talk, tick, talk. The time they wasted on that ban for ET, that's going to be them at the end of this draft of their 10th pick. Seconds, precious seconds gone. And that was the question I was about to ask you. What happens if the Tiny is picked? Will they respond with a Weaver and some other minus armor, perhaps? Will that be the play? I will admit that I have thought that the double minus armor strat has looked pretty strong. The Tide's already gone. That's been a pretty decent answer to the
10
Tiny
seconds
overall, since he doesn't have any way to deal with the Kraken, right? There's some concern about trying to
5
burst that hero
seconds
first.
remaining.
I approve of the minus armor ideas.
I could be down with that. I will say the other thing that I'd love to see from Aster is just put XXS on his mag again. This heroes look good.
Team
We know he's
Aster's turn to
comfortable
pick.
on the hero from his time in the past. At some point in this series, I would like to see that from Aster, but they're going to go first for the IO, the
All right.
classic. This has been one of those that's been banned out a lot. I feel like we've seen a good amount let through. Oh, if they pick Gyrocopter, I'm going to be sad.
You don't want to see that one again?
I don't want to see it. Yesterday, there was so much IO Gyro, and it kept losing.
It
5
wasn't great.
seconds
That is for
remaining.
sure. We also have our Wyvern, right? Has been popping up quite a bit all over the place, and it is a classic hero versus the IO, so could be a thought for OG.
You're dead.
So I feel like they could also flex that across numerous heroes and players, obviously, in terms of maybe Thompson or something. I could see him trying to see if that still works. I know it's been nerfed very heavily, but more likely it would just be a flex between the 3, the 4, and the 5.
Yeah.
You're dead.
That
Thank
would
you,
be pretty
Avo.
good. Yeah, that's gonna be a classic through this one. I have a feeling that there's one particular team that is doing a lot of the voice chat lines.
Aster we're getting in there too.
Yeah,
It's all right. It's not just them. They went for the Weaver, so
Yeah.
there we go.
like you were talking about.
Yeah. No, Brian the Banana Slamma promo code JAMA was talking about. All
Oh,
right,
you
my
don't wanna take
muse.
that? Okay.
Yes, he's teaching me everything here.
So the thing that's a little bit weird to me about this is that it's the
10
IO Weaver,
seconds
right?
remaining.
Like I feel
As
like
in, because you want the 4 Weaver flex.
I would like the
seconds
4 Weaver
remaining.
flex because this to me feels like it's probably 1 Weaver. And there's a good hero. It's stomping the bug, and that's the Tiny. Give him a little Avatos, blow him up.
It's true. Could be just a laning thing too, where they put an IO more like a 5-ish thing, and the Weaver they kind of share a little bit of the farm. They could still be the support duo theoretically.
Okay.
Maybe there's some sort of a core offlane Weaver here that they could go for too. All is possible in this world. And they go for the AA here right away. So lots of individual burst and, of course, a different sort of counter to the IO. Some heroes like to go for a play where you're attempting to get the IO +1 in some sort of a trap or a double stun. AA is just more like, I'm just going to ignore you IO and try and negate a lot of the benefits that you're giving to this ally.
And then, of course, banning out the Faceless Void, those heroes that can set up the Ice Blast that much more. Because, well, we think about it often as being, like, good with Tiny or something. You kind of want something with a little bit more duration stun.
Yeah, that's only the up-close and personal assassination plays. You love having the global plays, too.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing a Legion maybe out of OG. They've been playing that a good amount of times. Seb looks pretty good on it.
Yep.
OG's turn to ban.
no wolf bite Tiny. Yeah, that's been kind of everywhere, huh?
It really has.
Yeah, we got one game, I believe, with the Lycan Ags.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we got the Shard, though. I didn't see the wolves running around. I like that one.
I think we saw it in one of the games on the main stream.
Yes, yeah, I've seen it on one of the other streams.
Right, exactly.
That I have seen.
But us casting
Yeah.
particularly,
Hey, I haven't just got to follow the wolves around yet and watch how they interact with the creep waves and their priority. It's very interesting how the creeps are just like about to kill the wolf, and they're like, "Oh my God, more creeps!" And they just like run away from the wolf as soon as they can.
It's super weird. But yeah, it's gonna be a no wolf Tiny, so just the classic.
Remaining.
Does that make you think about putting this Tiny into a different position at all? Like thinking about a
seconds
sunset
No, we just had a no wolf Tiny. It looked scary.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to see that again.
Okay, that's fair.
Matu was just chunking away in game number 1 there. Secret versus LGD. And, of course, though, he did have some other help, right? There was no Lycan, but there was an Empower from a Magnus. There was a Bloodlust from an Ogre. Probably not going to see a Bloodlust, more than likely with the AA, but Mag's still kicking around right here. And we know that Sumail also plays that hero quite comfortably. In fact, spoiler alert, he was playing it this morning on his Smurf. Don't tell anyone. It's a secret.
Keep it secret.
Team
Keep it
But,
secret.
Asta's
yeah,
turn to pick.
up at the crack, playing some Mag.
It's an important thing to do. That's something that I was wondering about is how many games do you think pro players like sort of prep the day with playing before we go into it?
OG's
I mean,
turn
obviously,
to
since
pick.
this is the second one, they had more time where they could take a break beforehand. But if you're on the first, it feels hard to like wake up at early and go. But
There's a reason everyone says, "Oh, first game of the day."
Yeah, exactly.
I'm talking like you guys who are like back at home, like you're playing in your pubs. Oh, first game of the day. Everyone has that feeling.
I think
They have
you
that
only
feeling
say
too.
that if you lose, though.
Yes, obviously, yeah. And then you win, you're like, "Oh, so good."
Oh,
when
just
really you made,
amazing.
they just made more mistakes than you
True.
with first game of the day. So they
The
were also
Storm.
up early.
Look at this. This is a nice little combo together with the IO. Storm jumps on somebody, relocate in, finishes off the gank. Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, the other hero that was a classic with the IO was always the Bane for like a support duo global setup. You can just like Nightmare Fiend's Grip, get 2 heroes, relocate in with someone else.
It does reveal a lot of the draft already for Aster. I feel like I know what's happening. Like, is there any way that this could be a Weaver 3 at all?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, all
I
right,
think
never mind that.
it's definitely possible. I think what's really interesting is that OG didn't remove the gyro. I think they've looked at all this and they've said just like, yeah, I think you guys want us to ban gyro. We're not
is why.
concerned. Yeah, there you go. If we're just going to go Morph Shaker, go ahead. Go gyro. You want gyro in my Morph Shaker? Yeah, I don't think you do.
No.
Watch them gyro.
This is good.
Gyro and win. Let's go, Aster.
OG's turn to
Oh,
ban.
thank God.
You didn't believe it.
Dude, there's no way. You do not gyro into Morph. Like, it's so bad. It's just better than you,
It's one of those things where you said it so confidently.
Well, I thought it would give them confidence,
Okay.
They need it, but Aster are back. Their confidence has returned. It's White Album, so that's what they're going for here.
And another good
5
setup here
seconds
now with the
remaining.
Beastmaster. Obviously, roar into relocate, another one of those classic combos. But the thing about this that feels sort of interesting, right, is that I'm worried that they're not going to have enough damage. That's sort of my big concern at this point for Aster. Like, does Weaver really end up doing enough that quickly? I don't know. Also, does this now mean that we're going to have a tiny mid? Or is this tiny 4?
Could be Tiny or like OG Thompson, right? For the Morphling.
Okay.
OG Thompson, as in
Asters
he's the
turn
OG
to
of the
ban.
mid.
Right.
Morph,
I gotcha.
Yeah.
It gets a little confusing there with this team.
I got you. So the thing I was actually curious about was this Beastmaster because I heard some of the team associates discussing Beastmaster earlier today, actually, and the idea of just like the nerfs that the hero's taken.
10
Maybe
seconds remaining.
still a little surprised that he's not seeing a little bit more play. You know, I
5
kind of agree,
seconds
right?
remaining.
Because like the birds got nerfed a little bit, right? You don't get like as many of the stuns and everything, and like the timings of the talent and everything. But I mean, the aura has been so good like forever, right? And we have all these attack speed buffs with like the tinies and stuff that you might have thought it came out so far. Thunder Predator, the only team to play it, and they did lose, and that was also to OG.
Oh, so this is another Beastmaster that OG is facing off against.
Yep.
Interesting. I mean, I think that there's some value added there also with the Weaver bugs, all the minus armor that you can pair together with Beast. And
10 seconds
in a
remaining.
way, if OG have this really strong combo that they're trying to hit, right, which
5
is the Morph
seconds
Shaker,
remaining.
Aghanim Scepter, if Aster can come in like sort of underneath that timing and really try and get like a heavy push-oriented lineup, there's a potential that they could get that going before OG really come online. That feels like it's their best hope now. So I want to see some heavy push from Aster.
Okay, they need the crazy 10th pick, right?
Yeah.
I've got it.
What's that?
It's gonna be a Ricky.
That doesn't sound like push.
That's the crazy 10th pick from
That
Aster this
sounds
game.
terrible. What are you talking? Well, okay, sell me on the Ricky. I want to hear it. I just don't like Ricky. So
I'm trying to think of like some like IO combos that got a little bit of spice and sauce and
The silence is nice against the morph.
yeah, you got the silence versus the morphling. I don't know. It looks like it'd be kind of hard for some of these heroes on OG to track it.
Dude, if you snipe this, that would be amazing.
Well, I know there hasn't been a Ricky, so I'm trying to think of heroes
Okay,
that
got
haven't.
it.
At least I don't think there has. But I checked yesterday. I could be wrong.
Team Aster's
But
turn
they
to ban.
do wind up
banned
buying.
the gyro?
Well, I mean, at this point, you might as well.
Oh, okay,
You're
I
just
guess
like, all
that's
right,
true.
well, I don't know what else you guys might want for a 1.
Is Sven banned?
There's still Ursa. Oh, yeah, this is Sven.
I don't know.
Oh,
how
they
great
banned the
that
Luna
is.
too, because I was kind of thinking that they banned Brewmaster, which I'm also not sure about that one. That was another thing I was trying to figure out. Is like, why are they banning Brew?
Yeah.
And I was thinking they
Seconds
probably want some
remaining.
crazy one hero that like they just want to make sure is always going in the team fights and doesn't get
5
cycloned,
seconds
which is
remaining.
what kind of led me down the terrible trail of thinking about Ricky. But like Ursa is kind of another classic, right? So it makes me think like
Yeah.
maybe they want like a 10th pick Ursa. That was always a go-to counter. But the lane's like kind of bad, so
You're dead.
I wouldn't mind seeing something like maybe a Necro or something like that. That feels like it's always an interesting answer for a morph too.
You,
But
you talking to me?
God dang it, Kyle. Get out of here. We don't want to hear
As long
you
as we stay
anymore.
positive, we'll win.
Yeah, listen to him, Fog. That's
OG's
right.
turn to
So the Pango ban is also going to come out now.
those bands kind of cover like
Everything.
3 players, right? Between
Yeah.
like the Brew and the Pango, I could easily see Seb, Notail, or Soxa play either of those 2 heroes. And that's sort of the question that's happening here, right? Because we don't know like what Soxa is playing necessarily.
10
Is Seb just playing
seconds
Shaker? Is Thompson playing AA, depending on how good it looks at the end?
pick.
Is Thompson playing Skywrath Mage 4? We don't know. It could be anything. It's probably going to be, at this point, it should be Seb Tiny, Thompson
Take
Morphling,
Ursa.
and they did want the Ursa, so it's not Ricky. I tried, guys, but it's the more obvious with the Brewmaster ban, and no, okay, it'll be Thompson on the Tiny, not Sumail.
Are you sure?
Yes, they've chosen.
Oh man, I didn't see.
Are you sure?
I didn't see
Yes.
the. I was wondering if Thompson was going to take the Sky at the end and it was going to be 4 Tiny.
No, I don't think it's quite good enough. Like maybe if
Yeah.
it was some other like really squishy hero that you could just blow up, and then it might have some value. But
Ooh.
just go basic here.
So Lana playing the IO. Got the Baboka Weaver.
Yeah, that's
Borax himself. Again, thing that we can mention for anybody that missed this, this is Baboka, but he's also changed his name to Borax now in honor of the late great Jerix.
So you'd think he knows a lot about OG.
You'd think so.
Yeah, probably some good ideas how they like to play some Dota. What I really appreciate is that this Weaver did stay in the 4 because I think that's the correct way to play it versus this Tiny. I think that's like the role you want to be in. I think a core Weaver suffers pretty heavily versus the Tiny because then there's even more incentive to just blow you up before you have a chance to get off your ulti. And the reason why I was expecting this like Ursa Ricky weird hero is because you kind of know that they're locked into like an IO +1 lane. Like the Gyro is a go-to, the Luna's a good go-to, so OG banned some of the more consistent ones. But historically, your other heroes, that's kind of the pool they've now fallen down into of like Ursa, CK, you know, Ricky.
Ricky. You just won't let it go.
He's bad, dude.
He's so
real bad.
But I like the dart. The dart's very neat.
Yeah, off-lane Ricky's legit. One Ricky's not legit.
Well, here we go. Game at
I just
number
ruined
1.
someone's pub.
You definitely
Yeah,
did.
someone's like, oh, I'm going to queue up right now.
At Trent Pax.
You know the worst part is
for
that
all
you
your
also buy
troubles.
Meteor Hammer, but
Yeah.
it works.
It does.
Yeah, that's the sad part.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
But this game, OG facing off against Aster. Again, a battle for... I think that this is going to be the thing that's really interesting to watch, right? OG came in, game number 1. They did a lot of voice lines, like they're doing right now. But the other thing that they did was they looked incredible. Particularly like that first game of the day that I felt like we watched. Aster really didn't. It was a painful day for them, and obviously coming in without their mid player. Now they got him. This is the opportunity. It's like if you have a bad day in groups, I feel like there's almost no better way to like try and turn it back around than just be like, yeah, it's that other guy. You know, he was the problem
Yeah,
here.
it's
Exactly.
true. You don't usually have that as a TI team.
Exactly.
Yeah, no one's ever subbed out a player and brought someone else in.
But this is the time.
Yeah.
Will it happen? Will Aster be able to redeem themselves? The crowd is going wild with anticipation.
For both teams.
That's true. Well,
Yeah.
you mean, you're always going to cheer for the two-time TI champions.
30
OG
seconds to battle.
wanting to maintain it. Now, the other thing that we saw in that last series that we cast of OG was Seb buying 3 crowns, preemptively calling out his shot.
Yes, of course.
Let's see if he does it again here. Probably not on this hero.
No triple crown build today, I don't think.
Sad.
I don't think he needs Atos Veil on his Earthshaker.
Horn sounds. And off to the races we will go. Anything that really stands out is interesting. We've got the Ring Vasilius for the Skywrath. Mr. Suxa himself.
It's a good item.
I like it.
I remember one of the TIs, everyone thought Bassi was bad, and like the first game, OG bought 4 of them, and then everyone was buying Bassi. It's probably TI9, because everyone was just copying them. You know, they were more concerned about their games at TI9 than they were at TI8, obviously.
Wow, that's a good point. Yeah, they're starting to pay more attention. To win one time, it's going to happen again. So you can see in this mid lane, White Album going to face off against Hobson playing on the Storm Spirit. And, well, across all 3 of these lanes, kill potential will be interesting to watch. Obviously, as an Ursa, you can try and put the bully on for Seb and doing a good job of it.
Yeah, I think bottom's very interesting, because you have to take the Fisher level 1 as the Earthshaker, right? Because you want to block the wave back and get in a good position. And so they know there's not going to be any sort of like a totem, and that he can't be level 2 having the totem and the Aftershock. So the trades are going to favor Monet for the first 2 levels, but 1 and 2. Only at 3 is there like something else for Seb where he can like actually totem and stun you. So it's very interesting as to like how much of your regen you want to commit as OG, because this is an IO.
Oh!
Yeah, I don't know.
Monet, will he go down though? All the regen coming from Lano, it's not going to be enough, and has the salve going now. So yeah, I mean, I guess the flip side to this is that the wave is it doesn't feel great. That can't feel good as Seb.
No, I wouldn't say so. I feel like he might be reacting that one a little bit. Now come back at level 1. We'll make it in time, of course, for the waves. It's not the worst deal, but I mean, he was already getting his mana back.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the plus side is that you're able to burn through the salve, but yeah, this is Monet is definitely going to be somewhat happy with getting some of those. I mean, he can get this damage on though. This is deadly. Seb has to be careful. Can't afford to go down now, and will manage to make his escape. That was
5 stacks.
Wow.
He was dead. 1 more click. All right. Well, very happy. I'm sure that he's going to get that back.
Mid so far 15 and 12, but Thompson carrying 2 creeps with him should keep him right even there with the Storm Spirit. Oryx in the meantime will get a good chunk of damage down to Dota. Has creeps following him
he's level
too.
2, man. This is the Danger Weaver. He's dead. And even Sumail also like kind of baiting a little bit there, keeping his HP low, but Oryx knows better.
Again, for anybody out there that's been missing the memo, Weaver so strong in the support route because of those bugs and just laying down the swarm on top of people. It lowers the armor so quickly, and then you have a choice of do I trade hits or do I kill the bugs on me? And oftentimes the answer is just run away, but not quick enough.
Soxa, I see. Not super happy with his lanes. Look at this. He's just running at these couriers down bottom.
Look at this.
He does. This is, again, we've watched OG several games in a row now, and he does this a lot. He places this deep ward, and he just goes for the courier kills. And that really, really hurts an IO. Because like, the whole point of IO is just buying a bunch of regen and sending it out.
Mid lane, Thompson almost brought down White Album there. Getting really close. And instead, oh my god, it's just a deny there.
He's just suiciding. Yeah, we're
That's
good.
Fine. Thompson chasing White Album. Looking for that rune. He has another round of toss, and he got him.
There you go.
Pull back, though. And White Album gets healed back up. Atlanta making the rotation, and now Thompson going to fall. Was it worth it? Oh, but he's getting hit by those little freaking Vul assassins. They're the worst. Oh, he salved during it!
Oh, salving during
No!
full assassins.
Dude, the envenomed weapon.
This guy's still sick.
Yeah. So it reduces
He
the
didn't
regen
know.
so much. Oh, that's unfortunate.
It's like he's trying like highly over and saying, wait, what's going on here?
What happened? Well, nonetheless, they're still going to have the water rune, so that will keep him back up. Should be fine. So out of the early gate, nothing really to write home about. Obviously, the tops and death, not what you want to see for OG fans, but still going to be fine on this Tiny. And May traded some hits there with Seb. Went for the jump away. Some right clicks down and forces him back. Still only level 3 on this Ursa. Seb, after that initial pressure, has been able to have a nice time in this bot lane.
Yeah, part of that from Soxa like running away, right?
Oh, chance, opportunity, overpower, not gonna go for it.
Really good timings of these slows from Soxa. It's like finding that perfect moment where like draws them in deep enough that it's like ruining the lane equilibrium, and then he gets the slow so they don't get the finish on the kill. And then Seb can just retreat back, heal up, and hope for this wave to push back out. Unfortunately, this time not getting it. And Soxa, he actually got that courier. Man, keeps on sniping them down there, just barely. No.
Oh
no,
my
no,
God!
No.
What? Oh, he
got
missed
the
uphill.
miss.
Oh, he had that one. Sumail chased. Do they have enough there? It doesn't look like it. So they will be able to get out of there with Sumail. And obviously heals back up. Has the stick charges once he's down to full agi.
I was thinking, Lanup's got to send out a sentry, right? Like, and he has one, but unfortunately, of course, his courier's dead. And by the time it comes out, the ward's going to be dead. So if he sentries this blank hill, I'm just going to be depressed for him.
Yeah, won't be good. Seb, again, go for the
Nice
chance
silence.
totem. Lots of damage, amped up. Chasing down onto Seb. Another round. Dude,
White
he's
Album.
playing this so safe. White Album, Monet, he's alive on nothing.
brutal.
40 HP. The chase down comes. And that is a 6-0 start for Aster.
Oh, man. Puck players and Storm players, if you get too close to the tower, they are just so hungry for that rotation. Storm usually is like lacking on the mana. It's a bit easier for the puck players, but finding an opportunity like that is so good for a Storm this early in the game.
Rax had Sakuchi, but Sumail playing very close with his HP. So in spite of the 6-kill lead, Aster ahead of OG in that regard, they're still doing quite well in terms of net worth, it feels like. And yeah, No Tail gives a little tip after getting the D word. God. There's some great voice line chat going on. Aster, they're not backing down from it.
Don't get too distracted now. Gotta make sure you're still playing some Dota when you're playing the mental warfare here. Soxa going for another good ward here. Like, he's not trying to like hide them in crazy places, just, you know, a pillar ward. Might have been spotted because of that ward there from Aster, and now he wants to go for a kill.
Oh, I think the White Album realized it though.
Yeah, I mean, he has the wards. We knows he's lurking in that area somewhere. He might not be sure if he's rotated out, and Borax is going to go have a look. Oh, well, there he is on the ward anyway, so now they're well aware.
So far, so good from Aster. I mean, this is an entirely different team that we saw yesterday. Like, I don't remember who it was that we were watching, but they didn't even look like it was on the same pedigree. This time around, net worths are even. It feels like they're making the good rotations.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And OG gonna need to come up with some answers. Again, 6-0, not the end of the world, but from where I think a lot of people were expecting this game to go, it's looking like it's actually going to be competitive.
Yeah, a lot of that will just be continuing to keep the snowball moving for their Ursa, right? Top of the net worth, has the IO in play this game, so that usually means that we're going to be playing around the first Roche and then relocate ganks. Now, speaking of ganks,
Tries to do it, Thompson looking for the toss back. Can he find it? Not quite quick enough. That was a 4-hero rotation bottom, trying to find a kill. Not going to be able to get it. Sumail now. Taking a lot of damage himself from XXS.
just free damage, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely worked into right there.
Silence. Oh, they baited out the avalanche. Thought he was going to zip in. Nicely played by White Album to recognize the danger there. Meanwhile, up top, continuing to go in on Sumail. They've got him fully boxed in. Has the bugs on him. Relocate afterwards. The net, they caught him. Oh, nicely played. The bug stays no matter where you go. And Sumail, he's going to fall. Dude, that Helm of the Dominator creep, that was some good stuff. But in the meantime, Thompson going to be able to claim this tier 1 tower mid. So, nothing free. You're playing against OG.
Yeah, but at least, you know, they will indeed get that top tower and perhaps could make a rotation through the jungle, right? Like, this is now XXS's home, as Seb will also get it with TP. Beastmasters, they like to play in a very specific area. You know, we've been showing some heat maps today. I'm sure in like 10 minutes, the Beastmaster heat map is going to be basically just top, right?
Yes.
Unless they want to get like really active in defenses on that bottom and mid lane. Oh, speaking of, man, look where Thompson's playing. He always takes these deep curves. It means that he's late for ganks sometimes, but this is why he gets solo kills sometimes, you know? He doesn't do like the straight beeline. And now he's in a strange spot because of this.
Yeah, well, that's what's funny about this. I mean, they might be able to make something happen. They hit onto Thompson, realize he's there, now get the vision.
Look
Have
at
a
this
toss.
guy.
Well played.
The angles, man.
That was very well done.
He's just way out there on the curve. They don't see it coming. It's costly because if he doesn't get that kill, he's not farming during that time period. And this is partially why we've seen him falling further down the net worth chart than we're used to for Thompson. But they're allocating way more of their farm towards like Sumail in these games. But not so much this game because you know, connects in it with some help on that gank and mostly just been hitting creeps in this one.
That's what he needs to do. And I think that if we're sort of thinking about sort of the macro way that this game is going to play out, you talk about the Beastmaster staying up top. Is there sort of a similar hero that you see from OG? Because like Seb, I feel like kind of just wants to farm to get his items, but
yeah, that's the problem with Shaker, right? Is that if your lane doesn't go so well, I mean, his was like okay, just like an average lane.
Yeah.
Shaker still has that issue of like, I'm gonna be down here for the next like 6 minutes, guys.
Right.
The best thing you can do to help your Earth Shaker is take towers, right? Because it gives him more space to farm and it gives him some gold.
already taking mid, definitely highlight, and the rest of the team of OG going to group together now to take this bottom tier 1 tower as well. There is a catapult mid for Aster, and it looks like they are going to try and pressure this one with that. But the question is, will there be a rotation from OG? There's already an Ice Blast flowing out. Yeah, mass rotations head over this way. Borax, recognizing the danger, will back out. Thompson. Oh, these stick around a little bit too long. They got White Album in the area too. Moves on in, finds him there, pull back, a couple right clicks, goes through. That dude, he's done. Eventually. Wait, mid. Oh. Quick blow up there. Borax got caught. It happens in a second. That's all it takes.
I mean, that's a dangerous support too. Very reminiscent of how LGD were playing before with, what was theirs? Sky Clock? Yeah, so, I mean, harder for the stuns, sure, but equally as deadly in terms of damage. And like we said, XSS occupying some territory up here. Just annex control over the dire jungle, turning into Aster's turf. But likewise, you know, maybe we'll see OG make a rotation in that bottom lane, but if they do, there's a lot of Aster heroes there right now. They feel confident enough to perhaps go towards the dire triangle.
You know, I want to see really how this game plays out over the next couple of minutes too, because these types of moves that you're talking about, heading into this triangle, if they go for it, or just you know the getting the Helm of the Overlord online for that Beastmaster. This is what I expected to be the tempo of this TI, of like pressuring down towers, constantly pushing. And we haven't really seen it yet, but this is the game where they need to do it.
It's really interesting how Aster just played that, though. They TP'd into the bottom jungle, right? And they were all together. I thought they were going to smoke. So like 4 heroes there, but in reality, they were just helping to cover the runes. They sent an illusion top to look. They went bottom with the Storm. He gets the Arcane rune. And, you know, Storm players, they're very keen on runes. It's like how you play this hero, right? Because you essentially need the power runes to try and accelerate yourself to that first item, because all you have is movement and like a puny little stun. And then you got like a ton of damage. But you need that extra mana from the rune, and of course you also just need that little bit of oomph to your team fight.
There's going to be another smoke up now coming. Thompson, Soxa going together in the top. They're going to run into 3 heroes, as it looks like. Over to the side, a jump in, White Album there, and the relocate afterwards. They get the stun. Avatos, is it enough? No! Storm able to back out of that one, stay alive, and well, they're going to not quite manage to catch onto the Sky. But still, a big kill onto Thompson.
Yeah, and Borax, he can help split and share the Skywrath Mage ulti, and then he can just ulti after himself with the time lapse. Yeah, it's like he medic'd up his buddy, and then he just goes back to full HP.
Very nice from them, and this is going to lead into potentially a Roche. Yeah. Big plays here for Aster.
All right, but it is Seb's time, right? He has the blink. Okay, he's prepared. Question is, do they feel confident to do something about it? And well, they're gonna be too late either way. They actually interesting. They smoke up No-Tail and Soxa, and they split. Soxa goes bottom, No-Tail goes top. So No-Tail is like kind of like fake covering over his Earthshaker, right? All smoked up, so he can dodge the vision from the Beastmaster. So the Beastmaster they know that he's gonna see the Shaker, but No-Tail will be hidden. And that's what they're doing with the Sky now too. They're essentially trying to bait Aster in using the advanced vision of the Beastmaster. Very clever.
Will it work though? I'm not sure.
Like, they're just sitting under the Hawk smoked,
Yeah.
letting them know it's there.
Yeah.
And now you leave without killing the Hawk. So they're trying to bait them. Like they feel safe right now on Aster. Will they actually get punished is the question.
It doesn't look like it.
No.
I think that OG is realizing that even with the sort of vision advantage that they had in that instance, if they're together, it's so hard to find a disaster lineup.
I mean, it's just so smart not to kill that bird, though. Like,
True.
honestly.
Yeah.
So many people just kill that bird, and
Yeah.
that ward's just gone.
True enough.
There's no value there.
Well, they do almost have this Helm of the Overlord now, and a 3,000 gold lead for Aster. I don't know. Like, the combination of what Aster has at this point in time, and, like, OG, they went for a Dragonlance on Sumail.
It's almost there, sir.
Yeah, like, I really feel like...
Is this one of those games where the Helm of the Overlord comes out and the creep never dies and Aster wins?
I think that's what's maybe going to happen here.
It feels like one of those games.
Tops in, jumps in
well,
to find X.
he's
This is the perfect play if they can get it in time. But the relocate coming in. They find Seb, tries to blow him up. Oh, but the blow up! Monet ends up falling. Seb takes him down, and the relocate. Is he going to come back in time? Lanham gets pulled away, and now Monet, he's a sad bear all alone. Run away, Panda. You got nowhere to go. The avalanche, the toss,
man.
the control. It was
You know?
supposed to be so good.
You know that cosmetic on the bear with the little one on the back? You know his name's Little Dipper?
Oh.
You know who the Little Dipper was there?
Who was
That
that?
was Lana.
Oh,
'Cause
no.
he dipped out.
Yeah, he did.
See ya!
Oh, man, that was rough. Because, again, it was all coalescing together. And, like, you've got freaking Sumail at this point who's gone, like, Falcon Blade Dragonlance. He's now getting towards that Aghanim Scepter, but think about how strong that timing would have been with Aegis from Master. And OG, they just take perfect... they take advantage of just a mistake and punish very, very well.
Oh, it's a good reveal for the Blink Dagger, that's for sure.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
first fight for Seb. And now moving towards the Aghanim Scepter. OG certainly getting one good fight. And what else do they need here? More Seb plays, more support smoke ups. Always going to be good. Assuming that Aster are probably just going to try and start grouping up a little bit with said Helm of the Overlord, though.
So the big question I have is when this Aghanim Scepter comes out from Sumail, that we know it's on its way. Actually, no, went for the Manta instead.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There's an Orchid on the Storm, so.
Yeah, he has to do this.
Yeah, doesn't have a defensive support really. Would have to count on just like Fishers, and then the Fishers end up being too defensive, and you don't have them for the turn. In the team fight, that is.
I mean, maybe the Skywrath Mage makes up for it. Like, I always think about, like, the Morph Shaker just being this, like, crazy, strong, impossible thing to deal with. But
Oh, it'll come later.
right.
We'll get there.
Seb, good jump away. Looking for No-Tail now. Not finding him. Jukes jives. Gets away. And No-Tail's like, guys.
No-Tail wants to fight. They have creep vision.
Okay. Ice Blast. Ooh. Almost called his mark there with the "you're dead," but couldn't quite get it in time.
There it is. The ancient granite golem. He finally found himself an ancient creep. They kept killing them all. So Nexus S couldn't get one. So now he is equipped. And we're setting him in.
Jeez. They just blow him up there. So a good jump from Aster, and with the big creep, and now able to move in and take over the outpost again. There's definitely some potential here to be some death ball Dota. As White Album takes the DD, backs away, but
there you go.
they catch, they kill. And you know what happens when you get Sumail Storm Spirit? It gets dangerous. Even when it's in Morphling version.
Not quite as scary.
No, well, still pretty cool. 10-6. Still just that 2,000 gold separating the two rosters. And Aster kind of stalling out the past few minutes, waiting for that BKB on Monet.
Yeah, it gets a little awkward too once you've like taken some of the towers, because like it feels like moving to the area isn't as valuable. But you're shutting down the farm of OG. Sure, you're not gaining as much, but you know, compared to your enemy, comparatively, of course, you're doing better. You're gaining more. They're not getting as much. You're losing a hero. Whoa.
That's not the way that was supposed
That
to go.
hood.
Yeah.
Jeez, I am really surprised that saved him.
And again, another
That's like
instance
just enough.
of, like all this vision that's down from OG. That's going to give a little tip there.
That's kind of a crazy hood buy.
Yeah.
Over a mech? That's some big brain stuff there from Lana.
There's so much magical damage. Thompson tosses back. XXS gets hit. Chase down now. They have the diffusal blade. Thompson trying to TP out. Is it going to be in time? No. So Aster find themselves quick kill and continue to hold.
That was a bold TP.
Yeah.
Thompson's really believing in the, the
I mean,
armor, I guess, you know.
There's nowhere else to go, but yeah, it's a rough one. So yeah, I'm still wondering when this Ags comes out. Like, I really feel like Aster need to hit this timing when the BKB comes out on the Ursa if they want to try and shut this one down. Like, if he gets that Aghanims, how dangerous of a timing is that for OG?
On the Ursa, like, eventually?
No, on the Morphling.
Oh,
the
sorry, I
Ag-
was
the
a little
Ag
confused. Yeah,
Shaker.
sorry. I mean, yeah, that's like their big timing, I would say. Like, that's pretty much all they're playing for at this point on OG is the Aghanims. They're just like stalling out. I was just gonna say that the thing that's most surprising to me right now is that the least active hero has actually been Borax. Right? Like he's 1, 1, and 2. As you know, he kind of showed up for like a little bit of the map movements and stuff, but a lot of his game has been spent just like down here pushing out this dead lane and you know, trying to limit the amount of kills that OG can get. Very interesting, though, and does have the Spirit Vessel. Also took the Tome there, too.
Okay.
And is considering that Aghanims as well. Because we have the AA, we have the Sky. You know, that Ags, there's a ton of burst damage. You can catch someone after the initial burst, and, like, you know, halfway through the big combos between the Tiny and the Sky. That's completely fight and game winning.
Oh, I don't know if that was a visual bug or not, or if they saw what was going on, but the jump to Thompson's not going to connect. Now looking for Seb, now looking for No Tail, now looking for a way out, and he is gone! White Album overextending, but now the turn, they take down Seb. And Lenham living on absolutely nothing. You know, that pipe keeping him alive. XXS trying to back away. Avatos yet again, wait for him through, in some trouble.
The Hex.
And they got him caught for the kill, and well, the bugs, it's gonna be enough for the right click down. No Tail appreciating what Sumail is doing here in this game.
I love Big Bull.
You talking to me?
It's pretty good.
It's a love-hate relationship.
Oh man.
That is a that's a Storm Spirit play right there. Going in like that, like when you don't have well, here's the thing, he actually does have good vision forward right now, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the issue.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It again is one of those instances where, like, you know, we talk about Rubik all the time, but
Yeah,
Sumail there
yeah.
switching into the Weaver and getting the bugs on it, it's devastating.
It's probably his best copy this game, right? Yeah, I think it probably is. Shikuchi and having the minus armor. That's a pretty tough one to beat.
Obviously, once the Aghanim Scepter comes out, there's going to be the transformation into Seb that they can work with.
Yeah. That, you know, later, that one's obviously very, very good. But until there's an Aghanims,
Yeah.
we're only working on enemies. But yeah, so those sort of jump-ins should not happen when you have a Weaver and a Beast. I would consider that to be a pretty big problem. I think that he might feel some pressure and maybe a little bit of safety doing it because they have these potential for relocates, either relocating himself out theoretically, but more than likely getting some additional coverage by relocating the Ursa in. But he was completely out of mana when he stunned that AA. It's just like, what's the point of it, you know, at that state of the game?
Quick jump. Monet finds No Tail. Seb has the Echo in 15 seconds. As we can see, newly minted, the Aghanim Scepter. So when Sumail does eventually get that item, this is going to really start turning. And oh, he has it. He's got it. All right.
This is the timing. We're there.
God, I feel
And he
like
has Essence Ring 2 on the Shaker. That makes this so much better. Because the main problem is that sometimes the Shaker has trouble keeping up with the Morphling. And if he tries to play too close to the Morphling, then the Shaker dies. But Essence Ring, being a core, having the Strength Treads, he has like 2,600 HP right now.
incredibly
Sorry,
hard to kill him.
2,700. My bad.
And I think like this is the big thing is I felt like Aster needed to get more done, but this combo, this timing that comes out with a Morph Shaker, it's just, it feels so impossible to fight against. But we'll see if Aster can do it. They've been playing well so far. Need to just make sure they execute and possibly take out Seb first, or find a way to blow up Sumail if he leaves himself open to it. But DD Rune spawns bottom. Oh man.
We saw that timing, the Thompson had those items too, and like where he started gold-wise, and look where he is now. Like they clearly have a very good definition of how they want to play Dota. We discussed this the last time with the OG, but like Thompson has lost a ton of priority in terms of farm. They're giving way more to Sumail and Seb out of his pocket without really impacting the supports too much, which is pretty cool. Except No Tail this game, because like he's AA, so you know, go dig up some bounties if you want some gold. I don't know. Get your trusty shovel out. Can I get a hit? No Tail. Oh, let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, he got the gold.
Nailed it. Perfect.
That's a good sign. You're gonna win the next team fight whenever you dig up a bounty.
Got it. It's the only way. Sumail, DD still sitting pretty. Gonna just take a punch from Roche for no reason. That's fine. But they have an opportunity to take this fight if they want with the DD. Ursa, BKB done. We're talking about.
Oh, he'll have the Morphling shirt.
Oh, yeah.
I love how they just go and punch Roche and bring him out.
Is this gonna, I mean, I feel like they can kind of just go in and do this, and like, what do you do if you're Aster at this point? I mean, they're gonna send in the Hawk, they're gonna see this. White Album is on the other side of the map, and still not showing up.
That was a little crazy.
Yeah.
He's just teasing them.
Down, toss back, success, in some trouble. Now the turn onto Thompson, trying to jump, trying to go for the kill, but it's not enough. Now White Album jumps in, trying to control, seeing if they can kill him off. They have the fireball down, everything for Seb, and he will eventually fall. And now, Monet, he killed Sumail.
They made some mistakes.
Dead for 60 seconds, no buyback.
He got organized. That zip through was perfectly timed by White Album. And you do not want to fight this right now as Asper. They need to back up a little bit, recuperate, get everything back, because a lot of the tools from OG are gone, and most importantly, the Morphling is too. So just, you know, don't fight them in the pit.
40 seconds
Use
with no
your
Sumail.
heroes. Find the vision.
That's all they need. Suddenly a 5,000 gold lead, and that was
Korak,
supposed to be the moment, but he jumps in and gets caught and gets killed. He has buyback. Time-lapse is back in for the fight. Used a good jump on him, but now if you start losing heroes, this is where things start to look bad. The roar comes out, able to connect. Borax runs in, no buyback for him. White Album tries to take down Seb and will get that finish. So this opens up Roche.
Borax is a genius. He wanted to die there for the buyback time lapse in. I mean, it works out because they get the kill on Seb after.
Yeah.
But that was absolutely terrifying. A little bit risky. But they'll take it.
Relocate. Now they find Saksa, able to catch him. And they find themselves another kill. Monet laughing away at this one. And again, like, think about how much of a difference it makes. Like that Orchid timing, like you were talking about, White Album coming in after having to play, you know, got freaking sick and now is back on the field. That's what you want to see. 8,000 gold lead from Aster.
And you got to imagine the difference between like, I can't play today and I can play today is, it's not that huge. I feel like he's probably, you know, not at 100% quite yet. You know,
I mean,
like obviously he wants to play so badly that I'm sure he was probably just like quite literally not allowed to play yesterday or something.
Right.
Like doctor's orders to like now be in here before being this well is just ridiculous. The dedication.
Well, 7,000 gold lead, and the vision game is where it feels like OG need to be incredibly careful here. Right, these Hawks, it's a death sentence if they find you. Borax spots. All right, some more illusions. They do a lot of damage. Oh my God, he has the time lapse. Run away, Borax. That's for somebody else to try and battle. But this is the combo still. OG, they flubbed it last time, but this is what you're looking for. This is what they built the draft around.
The Ice Climbers are here.
Okay.
And then Popo.
Jump. Finds him when they ran through it. Now in some trouble. White Album just jumps in and finds for the kill.
Man, Seb is just like, he doesn't have the Manta, you know? Sumail's like, I cannot play Dota without a Manta or a Dispel. And Seb's like, I have to go Blink Eggs. It's my only choice for the team. And it is hurting him greatly. It's not letting Sumail play.
Yeah.
Right? They're not utilizing this combo at all. They're just breaking it up.
Now, you've got this incredibly strong push.
You know, that's also how you beat Ice Climbers. All right, anyway, sorry, continue.
The other thing that I'll mention is, like, you know, Monet has been a pretty standout player in this game, playing on this Ursa. You think back to, like, you know, TI7 time when he was playing with LFY. He was this hot new up-and-coming player and, you know, kind of got eclipsed by a lot of the young superstars out of China. And now finally getting the chance to really show his stuff after a full year and a bit hiatus. This is the player that we're all hoping he could eventually be, and looking pretty good here in this game number 1.
Thompson, invis here as well.
Looking.
Sentry down, knows he's safe.
And you're gonna come after my buddy. Monet's coming for you. Right clicks come through, and they take down Thompson.
That is not worth. Yeah. And that already looks scary because it's like an Ursa with an Aegis, so
Wait,
like...
they're still going. Oh, the jump in though, Seb, he found him. XXS didn't get a chance. Waveform through. White Album pulls back onto Seb. They need to kill him. They need to bring him down. Lanham, they try and jump away, and they will finish him off. Sumail still has some duration left on this one. And they find the bash. Monet, godlike. A haste rune spawns in the river to try and chase down for Sumail.
Yeah, they have the vision,
Sumail
too.
has to run.
They know where he's going.
Oh, it's deadly. A very timely haste rune, and Sumail just hoping to get out of dodge. And they will finally manage to escape, it looks like.
Oh, well, you say that. White Album's nearby.
Oh, God. Is he
So
going to
is the
find him?
Manta, so no, he's good, he's good. He's out of there.
Jeez.
A little bit scary there, but, you know, Seb, he goes in, he gets that big Echo Slam, but there was still White Album.
Yeah.
He just gets orchided after, and that's the end. And the real issue is that he's dying so often that he can't progress on his itemization, so he picks up a Ghost Scepter, but that doesn't really solve the problem. I feel like he would have preferred, like, you know, maybe a Lotus, maybe that Lincoln's, and he's got queued up, but he got stuck at, like, the little tiny in-between item to see if he can survive a bit longer.
Oh, that's what you need to do at this point, but it's just, I mean, it's really hard. I don't know, I guess that they still need him for that initiation, but I would love the idea of just like him hiding back and, you know, letting Sumail be the one that goes in, but I mean, he kind of has to be the one to go in, I guess.
And one of the scariest things to have to do in Dota is to buy a gem in this situation. No Tail buys one. They're down 10K right now, but it's been a little bit brutal from the Hawks and everything. So they have to try and get some control back over their own territory and ensure that that zip and that potential for White Album. They need to bring back to, like, bad zip Storm Spirit. Not these good zips using the vision and getting those perfect silences off. And here comes one of those Hawks.
Right in.
It's actually, that's pretty cool that it just dies right to the Ice Vortex, right, with the Shard.
Oh, yeah.
On No Tail. That's a really good tool versus Beastmaster.
Well, and again, the big thing that they've been doing constantly, I think, on OG is trying to sort of ignore Monet while this Aegis is online. And now, the Aegis down, there's an opportunity here. That being said, Monet does have the Abyssal Blade done. He's got BKB. This Ursa is very hard to deal with. 4,000 gold ahead of the Morph. I think the Abyssal Blade is the biggest one. And they also almost have the Agnum Scepter now on the Weaver.
Yeah, if he gets Abyssal, is there anything? Probably, yeah, there's a 4-step on Soxa. And maybe, a potential future one for No Tail, too. I like that decision. I think he has to go for it.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Nullifier then.
Oh, true.
That
That is definitely the way to go, yeah. Wants a Scotty, though. Morphling matchup, that's also fair.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, Monet still rocking the Orb of Corrosion, but it's Aster that are trying to go for the suffocation play, take away their farm, take down objectives, and most importantly for Aster, try and secure that next Roche when it comes up. Still a minute and a half away, and this does give some time for OG to pressure out on the map. This tier 2 tower down bottom gonna take a beat.
Yeah, the Twitch chat goes wild for Aster.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone pleased that they're showing up here. Okay, a few cheers for OG as well. Now, this is our little battle back and forth you see here, but at the top you can see it's much larger for Aster, so.
Wow.
Got more Aster fans here, clearly.
10K. It's the gold differential. 21 to 13. And the storyline, I think, of this game so far has really been just You know, the failure to execute on this Morph Shaker combo, and Aster really being the ones to play around the strength of Monet and White Album, hitting some very clutch interrupts.
I would envision this as like OG kind of look like a bunch of little kids trying to get a ball into a hoop, and White Album's just like jumping up and slamming them down. Like he's like 7 feet tall, just like smacking big blocks on kids for these huge Orchid plays.
I like that.
Yeah.
But, oh, wait, Thompson. Get some bugs on him. Oh, they know. Jump in. Over to the side. Monet found him. Seb's dead again. And now the chase. Thompson in some trouble. Fusel there. They're going to buy back now on Seb. And that signals Aster walk away. Oh, gee, they want to chase. They want something here. I don't think they're going to get it.
Just get Orchided over and over and over again. You think, all right, I'll get myself a Ghost Scepter. Abyssal, dead. It's like, all right, well, there's no winning here, clearly.
What are you going to do?
I love how he's the Abyssal right into the silence, too. Gotta find ourselves a new neutral item here, perhaps.
Oh, yeah, the Mindbreaker. Yeah, that's devastating. There's nowhere to go. But the buyback's certainly going to hurt. I don't know, can Thompson be the one that goes in first? I guess that fight was different because like things got a little bit weird right at the start. They were revealed on a Hawk, and they just like, as soon as they saw Seb, they're like, we can go. But
As long as we stay positive.
Yeah, I don't know. Thompson needs a bit more. He wants this Silver Edge.
Yeah.
He just needs like something else for a little bit more damage. But one of the issues with his game is that he doesn't have the accelerator at all. You know, he has the magic acceleration because, you know, or at least some amplification thanks to the help of the Ancient Seal from the Skywrath Mage. But he doesn't have an Empower, doesn't have a Bloodlust. This is not the same Tiny that we've been seeing in a lot of our matches. There's no Lycan for the Wolf Bite.
Yeah, and as soon as they've sort of crossed that threshold of damage, it means that Thompson's not able to get that immediate elimination. And even when he did, we think about that fight where, you know, took out Lenham right at the start. Monet just turned around and was like, all right, well, I'm going to kill you then. There's nothing left in the tank.
They have a double Force Staff now, though, so harder to get these kills, be it Orchid or Abyssal. Maybe the two supports can help out and save Seb, and he might be able to get like the Re-Goose play back into the engagement, try and turn things. What we need then at that point for the stack of the team fight and the spells is we need the Aghanim Scepter on the Weaver.
Yes.
Again, another thing that can really break up the flow of a team fight to a large surprise.
But are they going to be able to get this one in time? There's vision around this area, and
Droji not have sentries?
I mean, I guess not. There's, oh god, he got bashed by Roche, and they go at the same time on Seb. When they tries to get him, Ghost Scepter out. White Album focusing onto one. And it looks like they will eventually kill Soxa here, most likely. White Album, Abatos down low. They can't get on top of that freaking storm. Soxa down low, and will die to the boar. They still can't get it. So they have to buy back. They lose no tail, but they will kill White Album. Much needed. But now in some trouble. Actually, as gets turned on, gets exploded. Sumail, BKB out, now turning on the Lenham, taking him down as well. Monet, Angry Bear, but the Enrage does it up. He's going against them all on his own. And now the rest of the team buys back, gets in the fight, takes down Sumail to boot.
Yo, let's go,
Monet
Borax.
is the legend, and Borax makes the plays.
He just followed Seb that whole fight. Like, Seb got gone on, as you noticed in the very beginning, and he tried to loop back around up to his own side of the jungle, and Borax just, he got a bug on him in the Roche pit. Again, thanks to that one Hawk, which spotted so much around Roche, and then he just got stalked by Borax, and he couldn't play, right? Like, what are you going to do as an Earthshake when this happens? So that initial Hawk, as you can see, not spotted, right?
Yeah.
That's what gives them the jump off the bash. Up top, you see them hop onto Seb. And then our first victim here, man, I tell you, invisibility has really been the invincibility today in a lot of our games. But Sumail not able to land that combo, obviously, just a little bit too late. Kind of shows the nerfs that have happened to this build, right, over time.
It's true.
It's not quite as devastating as it was. And as you can see, there's actually pings from Seb. He's pinging his own hero during that, just like, guys, please, help. I can't do anything right now. This Weaver's just on me.
Yeah. Needed that help, and there was nowhere. I mean, the fight had spread out too far by that point. Now, Tier 3 Tower going to get taken down. Aster, after an incredibly disappointing day number 1, are coming in and trying to take down OG, the 2-time TI champions, and they're looking to secure this. OG need to come up with some answers. They've still got Aegis, Cheese on the IO, Refresher on the Weaver. There's going to be at least 2 sets of racks, it looks like, or at least the Tier 3 Tower. No, okay, they're back in, they're back in. OG, can they punish? Can they chase?
I don't think they can without Seb.
Okay.
I think they'll be happy to go back and get up their neutral items here. Tier 4 available. 38.5 minutes after that big fight. They had more important things to do than farm the jungle. So now they go back and collect these items. We'll get a couple better items here for some of these heroes. I'm looking for Monet specifically. I feel like he doesn't really need the old Mindbreaker anymore. So
That's a good point.
best item. Ooh, Penta Edge. That could be kind of hype. Oh, it's like I willed it to be.
Penta Edge is
My
there.
God.
Oh, man. Trickster Cloak coming out as well. OG in the meantime. I mean, again, if they can find that big fight, this is the combo. God, look at that damage differential.
Yeah, and now he has a Penta Edge. They just
Yeah.
pass it up to him. Oh, neutral items. Amazing.
All OG need is that one fight, though.
Oh, the
This
Hawk.
is a lineup that can do it, but will it happen?
Now, they still have the gem, but mind you, the AoE's not that large. And it's still on No Tail, which is pretty scary.
Yeah, he gets found at all. He's just donezo. Sumail trying to get towards that butterfly now. Yeah, the fights just feel really tough. Like, they really don't have an answer for Monet. This Ursa pick was been absolutely superb. And now they're trying to herd OG around the map. No Tail didn't get hit with the bugs, can maybe hide away. Oh! X marks the spot again. Borax goes down. That's the play that they needed. They lose Soxa for it though. But can they still take this fight without him? Jumps in, Monet catches on to No Tail. It's Gem on the ground looking for more. They find anybody else looking, jump in. Abyssal Blade turns now into Sumail. Abyssal's one, tries to kill the other, and Sumail falls. Triple kill for Monet. This is the slowest beatdown that we've seen in a while. Doesn't quite manage to find that bash.
Oh my God, it was the tether stun. I could not figure out what happened to Sumail. I was like, what? What just interrupted all that? But the shard, it's so sneaky the way it operates in this specific scenario because like the way that they're trying to jump in there with Sumail and Seb, right? They're essentially doomed to be in that tether.
Yeah,
Right? And
true.
it's like breaking up. It's such a like finesse combo. You're trying to get like that perfect wobble situation where they're just like stunned, 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 stunned. But they can't do it. Look at this. Like
Yeah.
Seb comes in and it's just
They
like,
both
oh, now
get
you get
stunned out.
Yeah.
I mean, look at for everybody that's been around for a while. Normally we talk about like if you haven't been in Dota for a while, but people might remember this from back in the day. This is the new answer to Morph Shaker. Just get an IO, get a shard.
Just get tether stun apparently.
They end up stunning themselves.
They do the work for you. That's great.
Oh man, what a flub. That one hurts. 41 minutes in, and Aster with a sneaky pickup. But Lanham, this guy's been around forever. He knew what he needed to get. That's amazing.
There's nothing better than the shards that don't give you another button but are really good. You know? I don't have anything else to worry about right now. Just gonna do my normal stuff.
God, what a play.
Oh, Timeless Relic? Nice.
That's unbelievable.
It's, oh, I don't even know who's gonna want that.
Keep it for IO. Oh, and now Aster, 96% win probability, at least according to Dota 2, but things looking quite good for them with the Aegis still in hand for, well, actually about to be reclaimed. Oh, are OG going to try and hit this timing? They know it.
Success.
Oh, the BKB though, but the Ghost Scepter. Good reaction. Looking for a secondary stun. Jump in afterwards. Thompson, Ava, toss. A-Blast comes in though, and there's the Echo, but he got stunned again! Monet tries to turn, hoping to do something at all here. They've already lost the Storm. This fight looking okay for OG at the moment.
Sox is still alive somehow.
Looking, chasing, waveform. XXS gets caught, gets chased, still invis, but they get the vision, and eventually they're gonna find the beatdown as they take down 3. This was the fight OG were waiting for.
IO, Storm, and Beastmaster. Still a giant lead, of course, for Aster. You know, you can't get too far ahead of yourselves, but it proves that there is a chance now for OG. They have an opportunity. And you know that's the case whenever there's Morph Shaker. I believe Thompson's fine here.
Well, we will see. He's thinking about going. I mean, he knew. So
He did not know. I don't think.
he didn't know
Oh, he
about
did
Monet,
know.
but he
That was
didn't
potential.
know,
Yeah.
know about at least the chase down.
He
the
thought
waiver.
Sumail could come in, they could bait his death.
Now,
Sumail, he's the pressure. He wants to try and turn this. There's the overpower onto the Morph. Seb's coming too.
Spirit Vessel already.
Now he can
Jump
copy the
in.
Shaker.
Has to be careful. Borak's in trouble, and Borak's
They're
going to
dropping.
fall. One by one. They're getting a little bit too big for the britches here on the Aster lineup.
Now, they still have a 2 set of racks lead, so that's pretty good, right? You had 2 lanes, always going to be pushing a little bit in your favor on the side of the Aster, so like these wipes don't hurt quite as much as when you have this big lead without a racks. But it's all just little stepping stones, right? They're going up the stairs. They're trying to fall back down any stairs throughout the rest of this journey, but it's a steady ascension back to an even game, because the issue is that OG are still in the basement. They got to find themselves in the level ground, which in Europe is 0, and I find that confusing. But
What an
it
analogy.
actually
I
makes
love
more
this.
sense.
That's true.
When you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so maybe the rest of the world could just do that too.
That sounds
It
great.
probably, and you know what? I say Europe, it's probably the rest of the world and not North America, but we think we're the center of the universe,
you're
not
so
just
good.
the world. So
They're
That's true.
unraveling.
Yeah.
You found the moment. And you know who also found the moment? OG here.
and there's the segue.
They
Perfect.
have done I mean, again, this is like the comeback team, right? This is the lineup that's done it time and again. And right now they're putting the game, it feels like, in Sumail's hands. That's sort of been the point of, it feels like their entire group stage. Give him whatever they can.
Wow, they're trying to give Seb level 25 here.
You can see the player comparison for the moment. He has definitely been given the higher priority, but I will say that I feel like White Album has had a couple more of those more standout moments.
Oh yeah, 100%. Sumail is he's slowly getting there. Every item makes it just so much easier for Sumail, right? Because you know it's a struggle with like everything they're playing versus, and Seb's having some itemization issues because he obviously like has a harder time farming compared to the
Yes.
Morphling. He's still struggling to progress past his items. He at least has that Lincoln's now. But Sumail can pick and choose a little bit easier into ways to catch back in. And wow, that is a very late Roche spawn. That is really good news for OG and the OG fans. This is where you guys need to like make the crowd thing happen.
The cheers.
Because you got a late Roche spawn.
That's what
I don't know how it works. I haven't looked yet, but I'm sure you guys will figure it out.
An interesting series of events. I will say too now, you know, you've got the Satanic done for the Morphling. They've got a way to dispel there, multiple ways to dispel. Oh, this could be scary. Jump in, done. No force staff reaction. They can't get there in time. Monet pops the BKB, turns on to Thompson. He's blown up. Has
Instant
to buy
buyback.
back. They know that they need to be here. But again, it's a long Roche spawn.
Wow, I can't believe all these OG fans are dying when they just lost 2 heroes. That's so weird. Like, why are they cheering like crazy? These are really sadistic fans.
Dude, you baited it so hard right there. Oh, man. Well, 18,000 gold. And more importantly, the buyback status that we're sitting at right now. We've got 4 ready for Radiant. Only No Tail available with the buyback. As we get closer and closer to this Roche fight, it's going to determine so much.
Like, who goes in first right now for OG? Like, how do you figure out what's happening over here, you know? This is not an easy situation. They're blind. If you go to their vid, they don't see anything.
Yeah.
You go to the vision on Aster, they see everything. They see like the entirety of the middle of this map.
Uh-oh, Thompson, he gets jumped on right at the start. The BKBs come out and the beatdown commences.
They're just fishing a barrel. Like, that vision's unreal right now.
They see everything. But they don't see Sumail. Sumail looking for the chase down, but instead they found Saksa, able to chase, able to kill. A double now for Monet, looking for another, seeing if he can find a third. And just like that, they take them both down. No buybacks on any of those heroes for OG. They're going to run into the Roche. It's a long spawn, but does that mean they just go up and try and take racks? I think so. Aster forcing out reactions, a heck of a couple of plays.
Now, the Earthshaker, they wouldn't know for sure, right? There was no buyback. They might know because of his items and everything, but they probably don't know. The Tiny they know is not coming back. That one's a guarantee. The Morphling, they also wouldn't be sure if he has buyback right now, too. He wants to make his way to this fight, but for now, Sumail is indeed under vision, just still hitting agents, so.
They're trying to force out any type of reaction, any type of buyback, maybe realizing now that there isn't one, and instead they're going to set their sights on these Tier 4 towers. Do you go Tier 4s against OG, or do you go for Roche? They're making a decision right now. Will it come back to haunt them? They're dropping down as many of these little dualies over and over again. Oh, Sumail Backs away.
I think they can end it.
They're
It's
trying
30
to.
seconds. They see the speed. They're hitting the buildings.
Turns forward. There's the Ice Blast. It comes down afterwards. Sumail dropping somewhat low. Waveform through. Doing a good chunk of damage. They have buyback on
Buildings.
No-Tail, but it's only Sumail that's left. Swings, misses. GG called. Aster take game number 1.
Aster. Oh, man. I bet they're just going nuts right now.
That's crazy.
Getting themselves the win versus OG, a team obviously double champion and
Unbelievable.
still a very real threat here at TI, even if they didn't perform that well in the DBC. And they've been showing that in some of their games too. To us, OG has looked like one of the better teams. Like some of their strategies have been very scary versus their opponents here in this group stage. And now Aster taking the first game versus them in maybe not dominant fashion, but definitely convincing. I'm convinced on Aster. They're back.
I think so too. I was fully out on Aster. I was like, these guys
he
are
was
done.
dusting cards. he was actually just getting rid of them last night. He's like, no.
But yeah, showing up and putting on a heck of a performance. That's the type of thing that like it's like a storybook thing, right? Like you can't play day one and then you have to sort of pull it back. And OG on the other hand, I would be shocked if they didn't come back with like a new set of drafts and put in like a heck of a better performance here in game number 2, because it's not that they necessarily looked bad, but there was a couple of slip-ups that was sort of uncharacteristic, because this team looked amazing yesterday, and coming in, lose their first game of the day, it's a rough one.
This is where the True Sight episode starts, guys.
Oh.
When Aster take their win against OG with White Album back. And remember to type "I was here" in the chat so that when they play this back, you'll see yourself in the True Sight. Perfect. We'll see you in game 2.
Welcome back again, all you wonderful people out there. Game number 2 of Aster versus OG. Trent, we had definitely an upset. I mean, I think that if you came into this tournament going in, people would be like, well, Aster's, a pretty good team. They did well in DPC consistently. Played pretty well in tournaments, I feel like, to some extent.
Online monsters.
Exactly. Things like that. But then, obviously, the situation happened with COVID. That's been talked to death, so we don't really need to go into that much. But having to play with 86, people, I think, were really writing them off. And now coming back in, I think it changes the dynamics a little bit about how people are going to look at these groups. And we got a question. What happens to this game number 2?
Yeah, to reference how chaotic their day was, we thought that they were actually playing with Mad right up until, like, the day before. Like, they were scrimming with Mad, from what I understand.
Who, by the way,
hasn't played Pro Dota in many, many, many years.
He's 4.5k MMR.
Okay, but to be fair, he did used to play Pro. So
he did.
Surely that must just be a, maybe he wasn't playing.
Exactly.
We'll go with that.
So then they were like, no, we're going to get 86.
That sounds good.
And, you know, he was pretty well, I mean, he struggled. It felt like they were playing demoralized Dota was kind of what was going on. But now they're back. They take down the 2-time TI champions. Like, is there any bigger way to come back into it than that? I don't think so.
Other than beating LGD. That would have been hyper.
Right.
I'll give them that. But then again, they would be like, well, that's because they're in their region and stuff. So,
exactly.
Maybe that. So,
like, this to me offers more legitimacy to the team. Like, you could say, like, interregional shenanigans with that other thing.
True.
So,
well, good start then.
Definitely.
Can they do a game 2, though?
We'll see. Draft-wise, it was very clear from the beginning what this goal was going to be from OG as soon as we got to the second phase. Morph, Shaker, do it to it. On the Aster side, I thought that they would maybe try and go for a little bit of like a quicker pressure type lineup, but Io Ursa is still very strong.
Yeah, I mean, it is fairly fast, right? Let them like kind of move in as fast as they wanted. They could relax a little bit. I think overall what really helped them, though, was just like the vision, just like the Beastmaster. I feel like that was crazy.
That hero's nuts.
Yeah, a hero that, again, has been, I guess, undervalued, I would say. Has been nerfed, so you have to kind of like slowly build up the trust in the hero again after the nerfs like that happen, because it's always been a very popular and strong hero, but the vision game was just ridiculous.
Well, and the thing that you were talking about, too, right there at the end, where there was like that line of 3 wards at the end of the game, which like normally, you have your wards a little bit deeper into the enemy side of the map, but I think what you're saying is the Beastmaster allows you to just be like, all right, well, I'm going to send one Hawk forward, and we're just going to keep vision of the central area instead. Yeah,
they played like a 2-3 zone of like 2 Hawks near the base, and then this line of 3 wards, just like covering entirely down the river. And what's so nice about that is that like you can also cover with sentries in these big, flat, open areas, and that's what caught Thompson.
Right.
That's what ended the game, like twice in a row. It was just 2 deaths on Thompson like that.
Yeah, a very interesting way to play around that vision. I think also, I don't remember if he had the Hawk or not, but that lowers the cooldown of the Hawk as well. If he had the Shard on them, which you know what I was saying. You know what I was saying.
You're good.
My brain turned into mush a little bit.
I didn't hear any of those sweet dive bombs.
No,
so
those ones are cool.
I'm not sure if he did. Yeah.
But regardless, something to watch for in this. And I think going into this game number 2, the big question mark is, do OG just try and switch things up completely? Do we just go for like a Clinks play instead? I personally wouldn't go Morph Shaker if I was them. Not that they don't have confidence or something, but make Team Aster beat you with something else.
Wait, game 2. Did you guys want to actually like watch the draft? Do you want me to hit the button? I can hit the button.
Let's
Ready? Oh, sorry. I accidentally hit it with my elbow.
Got owned by production.
I forgot they can't hear me.
Unbelievable. Production handled you. So we're going into this game number 2 now, and Aster with the first pick, but playing on Dire this time around. So a little bit of the old swapperoo we're getting here.
Okay, all right.
ET?
This fits our... Oh, no, this doesn't fit our theme.
No.
Oh, interesting. So personally, I feel like Radiant feels good and second pick feels good. So to me, OG just won. We're good. It's over.
Okay. Done.
Go
Pack
next.
It up. Do you want to explain a little bit? Not
no,
particular?
I'm good.
All right, fair enough. Well, we'll just say that they won, and we'll see how they win throughout the course of this draft. OG, they're going to ban out the IO. They feel like that was a huge part of what allowed Team Aster to win, and I think that there's a lot of truth there.
I think that also says that the Aster maybe thought they would perhaps get it again. Like they're basically just saying like, we think they're going to ban our IO, so we want first pick because we think there's going to be another very valuable hero remaining in the pool hero.
Okay.
But I guess to be fair, OG had first pick last game, and they went tiny, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder if OG would have.
OG's turn to ban.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if they would do an IO in their next matchup in a similar situation. If they might feel like, maybe this is more worth it after a game like that. But I do think they'll stick to their guns on the tiny. It's got so much flexibility to come out here, but we'll see if it's there. Because now with this puck ban,
10
tiny
seconds
and
remaining.
Monkey King remain.
So that's the thing I'm wondering is if they
5
leave both of
seconds
them in,
remaining.
and then like Aster just doesn't pick it, and we're like, what the hell's
Team
happening?
Aster's
You know,
turn
like
to
Okay. Well, Boba like
OG's
invented
turn
Monkey,
to
right?
pick.
yeah, you have
Like-
to do it.
This we're talking like, am I crazy? Like Boston Major, right? Wasn't that like the first it was
DAC.
it was that long ago?
Yeah, DAC 2016.
It's a long time ago, either way.
Yeah.
Turn to pick.
This was basically his. So the potential for the Sport Monkey is there, and OG, well,
There it
they're
is.
bringing it back. We've seen this strat, and we've seen it win.
You know what? Like this actually makes me. I mean, groups are a different beast entirely from the main event. And this feels like a very group stage move to
10
make, where it's like
seconds
we
remaining.
have
Team
our set
Aster's
strategy that we
turn
do,
to
and then when that set strategy is like not working out, we're going to go back to this other one instead. And it's like a couple of things that you're
OG's
throwing out
turn
there
to ban.
that are consistent, and then it's the main event where you start like sort of changing things up and becoming a little bit more dynamic with it. But this is like the other strat that we've been seeing from OG, which is make Sumail huge on a Clinks. And Team Aster feel like they have an answer to it, which is a Doom.
Yeah, we had this earlier, right? LGD and Secret with
10
the Doom
seconds
versus the
remaining.
Tide Hunter, and Zai was struggling to try and
5
hit
seconds
the
remaining.
big Dooms there on the Tide because the constant coverage from a
Team
Lotus Star coming from the
Aster's
position
turn to
4
ban.
player there.
I mean, that was part of the problem with that game too, though, was that the Snapfire just got completely out of control by XinQ. So
Speaking of which,
I wouldn't mind seeing a Snapfire pick for OG.
yeah, we already know they like playing it. We know they like playing it with this hero,
Yeah.
and it's got some tools versus Monkey.
10
Can be a bit
seconds
annoying, right?
remaining.
Help get people away just from the Monkey. A little like pseudo force stab.
5
And if
seconds
Monkey wants to
remaining.
sit in his
OG's
like little
turn
ring,
to
he's just
ban.
gonna get like dive bombed on by Mortimer's kisses. See, I think that a Snapfire ban here has to happen from Team Master in the second phase, but
It's must.
it's got
Or
it.
you're just calling it.
Well, we
then
already
you
said
can
that
call
O-
it. Yeah, we already know they won, so I guess they must
Exactly.
get Snap. That just makes sense.
Yeah,
10 seconds
this
remaining.
is how we should always do Dota 2 analysis. Just like, well, that team's gonna win,
Yeah,
so how are they
like-
gonna do it?
Seconds remaining.
Oh, they pick this and then they win. Oh, got it. Interesting.
Aster, are they deciding on much at this point? It's probably a 3 Doom, but I could see it as a 4, and then you throw this Monkey into a core roll. That could be done. It is, be remiss if we didn't mention China Doom.
Right.
I wouldn't say
Team
Doom has much of
Aster's
a
turn
like
to
big
ban.
identity in the Western scene,
Mm.
either NA or Europe. But for years, China just loved Doom. They played Doom all the time. They played in various roles.
Right. I think that Eastern Europe had a pretty strong Doom presence as well for a while. Particularly like the VP, they had it as a great
10
answer to
seconds
Terrorblade. I always
remaining.
remember that being a thing. But you're right. Like the
I'm even
throughout the
thinking just
rest
like
of them-
in pubs.
5
Yeah,
like
that's
not
a
even
good point.
teams.
Yeah.
like their pubs have like just Doom everywhere for some reason.
Right. That's a fair point. I want to see again, for anybody that maybe doesn't know, this Bobica Monkey King has been such a classic, and it's something that we kind of anticipate them coming out with, but we're not sure. It doesn't necessarily have to be that. But Borak's definitely very, very knowledgeable on the hero, signature hero, but they're taking a long time with this last ban. I'm assuming trying to decide between Snapfire and something else. And usually when you take this long for a ban, you don't take the obvious ban. They're going to run something else weird and give them the snap.
OG's turn
There it
to
is.
ban.
The
Oh,
Weaver.
because the Tiny's still in.
Exactly.
So just ban Tiny as OG. Do you want Tiny? I guess they could want Tiny. They could just pick the Tiny out of this phase. So they could go Tiny. Yeah. So now, no, it can't be a Weaver ban because of Tiny. Because they could just
10 seconds
just ban the
remaining.
Tiny. Because first pick's OG out of this.
Yeah, so I think that...
So OG are
5
picking
seconds
Tiny now.
remaining.
You think so?
I think so. Tiny, and I mean that's what worked so well before, right?
The only
Was
thing
top
is
split.
that
I guess they won't know their matchup
the other
until
thing...
the
is-
very end.
If they go Tiny now, then you could potentially Snapfire as Aster, and I feel like Snapfire Doom is a really strong lane. You could put Monkey King position 1. So I think that there's still a
but
lot of
Clink's tiny.
flexibility. I get you. I hear you. It's strong.
OG's turn to pick.
ban the Luna. Don't want a similar hero to Klink's, right? They would say, like, we want to play this style of Dota with a bunch of stacks and ancients, and we're going to farm them. We don't want you to do that. At least not to do it as well as we're going to do it. And so, well, I go for a Rubik instead. So, going to try and perhaps reflect a Doom with a Lotus, but also maybe even steal one, too. They could outnumber your Dooms if they do a Lotus and a steal, right?
I mean, if you get Doom, you're messing up as the Doom,
10
right?
seconds
If you steal
remaining.
Doom, the Doom doomed himself.
There's a couple heroes like that
5
versus
seconds
Rubik where it just feels
remaining.
bad. Pudge, Witch
Yeah.
Doctor. Hit your toggles, guys.
True. So Aster now facing down the danger of a Rubik and a Tidehunter. Feels like it could be a good Wraith King game, but I feel like a Wraith King with a Monkey King support and a Doom position 3 feels a little weird to me. It's like
Team
too single
Aster's
target
turn
focused
to
almost.
That's the 5 they go for.
Weird.
I think the issue is, like, it doesn't feel like you can go Disruptor.
Lena.
Because, like, you know, you think about another hero versus Tide, but that's kind of why you pick the Doom. So should you really double down? But Tree, well, I'm not a fan of the Tree 4s. That has not been convincing me. But going for the Tree 5 means that they have quite a few options for their 1.
10 seconds remaining.
And without having last pick, they want to grab one of these very secure mid laners, right?
5
You know, there's 2
seconds
bans left on
remaining.
OG. Let's say they took like Terrorblade or Spectre instead of this Lena. Then there's a good chance you just see like Queen and Lena banned as those 2 heroes from
Yeah.
OG. So they want to grab that Lena. There's still some options here in terms of flexibility. This doesn't even have to be a mid Lena. Could theoretically be a 1 Monkey, a 4 Lena, a
Yeah.
3 Doom. That's a decent lane.
That's what I was kind of thinking about, and then you just like go Midas on Monkey King or something, keep your towers alive, take some other sort of like strong carry out of the mid. Wouldn't mind seeing like a
Team
Dusa
Aster's
potentially.
turn to
That'd be kind of cool.
Oh, no tail Tide or no tail Beastmaster. Actually, it could be that too. We're getting some sort of a mix up on a 5. Could also be the Tops and Tidehunter mid again, right? The
Yo,
Sumail Clinks.
there was a time.
I think they might be last.
There
pick in
was a
5.
time
10
when
seconds
Sumail
remaining.
played Beastmaster.
Mm.
That's not gonna happen. There's no
5
way that
seconds
happens
The
with this team.
Fada style.
Yeah.
The mech. Mech's cheap again, guys.
I could see Thompson playing Beastmaster. I couldn't see Sumail playing Beastmaster with the way that this team functions now.
Well, depending on what the matchup is, they might just wind up throwing the Tide there instead anyway.
Yeah.
And also, Tiny is still in.
Oh, we saw the Thompson Tide, didn't we?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
that's
saying?
what I'm saying. Yeah. So one of the 2 games, I believe, versus Alliance, I think he played Tide in one and Tiny in the other.
Who is when we were watching like the pubs and doing our research and stuff? Who was it that we saw that went the Tidehunter or Satanic?
I believe that was Ame from Safe Lane.
OG's turn to ban.
3-3 was who I was thinking of.
Oh, he rushed it first and he used it for the Dispel as an
Yeah,
offlaner.
yeah.
Yes, yeah, that was 3-3. That was sick.
Yeah.
That was a cool build. Shout out to 3-3. Nice build. Satanic early in the right game. That was nasty.
Well, right now they
10
ban out the
seconds
Nature's
remaining.
Prophet. I like that ban a lot. If you're playing this tree, you sort of want to make
5
sure you don't get these
seconds
heroes that can
remaining.
all in your towers and take them before you really come online. I really just don't like Lena as a hero.
Hater?
I'm a
Lena
hater. I'm a super big Lena hater. She just feels like
Team
so
Aster's turn
like
to ban.
gankable and fragile in the late
Okay, what if
stage
they
of the
pick
game.
Faceless Void, though? This is a good Void game. You'd have Chrono. You'd have double bubble between like having Chrono as well as Overgrowth. Then you'd have some help with the Wukong's command. It gives Lena an
OG's
easy way to
turn
hit.
to ban.
Still doesn't make me like Lena, but I like
Wow,
the
damn.
draft more.
Yeah, but if Lena has setup, Lena's good.
That's fair. That's fair.
Team Aster's turn
Oh, they
to
do ban
pick.
that Spectre. I think
That's smart.
I thought it would be Spectre as, and I forget what the other hero we were thinking it was. Some other big heavy-
Terrorblade.
Oh, Terrorblade. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Terrorblade's not as good though, so that's cool. Spectre's a really solid ban. I'm sure probably some disappointment. I feel like that was a good one to go for versus the Clinks.
10
That Ags
seconds
build has
remaining.
just been looking ridiculous.
I wouldn't mind a
OG's
Faceless Void here. I
turn
think that could be good.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
They're just like, yeah, okay, we'll just grab a Tiny. And then, oh, gee, yeah, we know you're picking Tiny. Oh, I love
Jeez.
Dota. Such a saucy pick right there. They had so much time.
Yeah.
It's like, no, we know what you're doing. Thompson wants a DK. kind of a scary lane, right? Some minus armor from the Gush maybe, and some right clicks from the Clinks could try and bully some people out of that lane. But it will be XSS on the Doom and Borax on his famous Monkey King. See if he's got enough in the tank to give them game number 2 as well.
So this puts me in a weird position because I feel like the two of the most contested heroes we're going to be seeing throughout this entire tournament is going to be Monkey King and Tiny.
Yeah.
Aster got them both.
Yeah.
I also feel like Tidehunter and Clinks are like
talking to me?
insanely strong as we get another Kyle in the ear there. And I kind of feel like they're going to be the ones with higher win rates than both Monkey King and Tiny together. So I feel like OG should win this. I don't know. But at the same time, how do I bet against Monkey King and Tiny? How do you not take that?
I'll tell you what I see.
What's that?
I see 9 heroes with some sort of a stun.
Okay. So who does?
That's pretty hype.
That is pretty
Just
hype.
just Clinks. It's the only one. All right, I'm counting Overgrowth. All right, guys will just have to deal. And I'm also counting War Stomp.
Okay.
Just, you know, I think that's fair.
Sick. I like it.
So 5 stuns versus 4 stuns, easy Dota.
Easy
I
Dota.
think Aster just wins.
I think so. Game number 2, Aster just gonna win it. We already called that OG was gonna win it, so take wherever you feel like as we go into this one. Several of the most picked and most banned heroes throughout the entire tournament being made to let through the entire draft phase. I feel like that's a little bit of a flex by OG.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like take your Monkey King, take your Tiny. We
Let's
don't
see what
care.
we got. You know, obviously you're coming to a tournament expecting those heroes to be on the enemy team potentially, so you want to be ready for them.
Time will tell what ends up happening as we go into this one. And, of course, one of the big things to watch for will be can they build up those stacks for Sumail and eventually take them down.
Yeah, we could run you guys through the game plan. If you missed that game, pretty much OG are extremely keen on getting as many ancient stacks as you can imagine for a Maelstrom rushed Clinks. And that's really all there is to it. And the way that they accelerate this Clinks is unlike anyone else at the tournament in terms of like how much they're dumping into their position 1. His XP is just absolutely out of control, and he just scales very, very quickly. Now, we didn't even get a chance to talk about this because it just kind of happened snap pick at the end of the draft, but a Dragon Knight coming out this late, pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Not a hero that is getting a whole lot of love these days.
No, but I think it fulfills very much the same role that it did that made it so strong before, which was that like point, click, stun, and just get it done. And also a hero that very rarely is going to lose the lane and end up in a terrible position. That being said, there is some danger with the Lina. Lina, a hero that can put on a ton of hurt, particularly if, things get a little bit too far forward. But, I would imagine Thompson will be fine here.
Looks like he's 2-3 so far at TI.
Okay.
Yep. 2 wins coming from Elephant and IG. All right.
Sorry, friend.
We'll see. Yeah, I think they just need like the jump in stun, right? This way, the Tide obviously is gonna have a very hard time going in first because it's a support Tide. Pretty unlikely to be itemized towards a Blink Dagger on the earlier part of this game. So Thompson's job will be to go in there, garner some vision for the squad. Can also, of course, capitalize on the vision potentially of the Beastmaster to just get like straight up good initiations to lead into easy kills. But sometimes you gotta go in a little bit blind, and DK is a great hero for that.
Particularly, you just pop that ulti, you've got the range that you need. It sort of feels like what we saw from the Legion commanders recently as well.
Yeah. And particularly when you have this persona.
Yeah, that's the best one.
Gives you strength.
Totally. But praise the moon of Mayne, as Lacoste says.
Oh man, I need some Mirana games. I didn't hear that spammed. That's a worthwhile investment.
Sing-song voice, yeah, it's rough. So at least now we've talked some about the Monkey King in the support role. Seeing it go up against a Tidehunter, kind of interesting there. I mean, there is a lot of potential for damage, but he's already used his Boundless Strike, dodges some of that damage with the Mischief, but will need to retreat away. I think he dodged both projectiles with the Gush and the right click from Sumail at the same time.
Damn.
That was cool.
I will say the Monkey King feels pretty good. We talked about an Ogre as a support, and that was one of the heroes that, like, even when the Monkey King support was bad, you could get away with it. just because of like how Ogre wants to play and trade in the lane. And I think the support Tide, you get a lot of that same value with. But in this case, only when the Clinks isn't sitting there ready to also contribute, obviously, because with some minus armor, you know, you don't really want to mess with the Tide too much if Clinks is helping out.
Absolutely. It can be very painful. And those right clicks that come through, they just hit that much harder. White Album now going to push the wave underneath the DK's tower. And it looks like it's going to force out a couple of missed hits there maybe. But nonetheless, one thing that I feel like we've seen as a struggle over the past couple of days has been Lina's and the inability to make rotations happen and find secure kills pretty easily. As Soxa going to take some extra damage there, push back, Lena, some trouble, pulled away. The right clicks won't be enough to force down that Treant Protector. But that's something that I'm maybe a little bit concerned about.
Yeah.
If they can actually sort of connect for kills with the Lina.
I guess ever since that item build of just like straight up Yules has gone out of favor, it's felt like a struggle. You know, it used to feel so simple. You just grabbed a rune, went, tossed them up, they just died.
Yeah, a little longer.
But everyone wants to abuse the ridiculous right click she can have because, you know, in some of the theory crafting Dota, of course, she can be one of the best carries in the entire game.
Right.
When you do purchase up those big damage items, and so leading from the bots and the BKB lets you go into that path so much sooner than like some crazy late game like 90-minute transition or something, right?
Yeah. Well, and of course, then the only big problem that you ran into is like who's actually making moves on the map, and is anybody able to do anything, or is it just like sit back and AFK farm time? Which, based upon OG's lineup, I don't think that they're going to allow him to do that. That's the other good thing about this DK is Len's going to get pulled back in.
Bottom lane as well.
All the trees. Borax gets the first blood on No-Tail, but on the other side, OG able to claim one in exchange. So a 1-for-1 trade across the maps.
Yeah, meanwhile, though, while this Tide's gone, now Borax gets the moment to just like run him down, get the Jingu stacks, trade a little bit back there too. And very big win for them down bottom to grab that kill. And then also all that punishment there. Now, this Courier, no chance of dying too, so the boots will be delivered to Borax. That changes your game completely as support Monkey King, right? Like doubles your effectiveness basically if you have boots and the enemy support doesn't.
Super annoying to play against. It makes it that much harder for No-Tail here.
He's got 50 MS over him. He's just like straight up just going to jump all over him. You think Monkey, like without the boots, has done a lot, but Borax, he really values this early.
They're going on to Sumail. Oh, good slowdown there. That was needed. Instead, they turn their sights onto No-Tail. Needs one more hit. Builds up that region. Borax, dodges it.
That was so good.
Yo, Mischief's still pretty good.
So now after this game, every Monkey King's going to start buying brown boots, by the way. They all don't buy it. And all it takes is one game from Bobica, and they'll be like, oh, is this the build? Am I supposed to buy boots? We got like 40-minute Monkeys with no boots right now.
Monet, gotta run away. Tree armor, keeping him survivable, though.
Real talk, though, it's all about what support you're versus. So
Okay.
I think that this is why it's so valuable here. I think it's an excellent read. It's a heavy investment, right? That's a lot of gold for a support player. Sumail down bottom. He's almost dead. He is dead.
It says again.
Whoa! You know,
Make the move.
this ain't your grandpa's Doom, all right? This guy's got phase boots and ring of protection. He has armor, all right? Common misconception. This guy, he's back in the armor department. A couple of those, you know, literally unkillable patches later. Hero's very scary.
He's incredibly strong. Doom is one of those heroes too that, like, you know, if you get off to that hot start, and particularly like make these kills happen before level 6, it's gonna be deadly. Some trouble. Well, they make the rotation over, but the tree armor again.
God, you need this kill, man.
Dude, making the moves. The haste rune, they're trying to find this finish. White Album does a little juke, hide around, land him. Laguna Blade comes out, gives him the high five, and then the stun. The follow-up chase down, wants to get him, but can't quite.
And it, man, that haste rune.
Yeah.
So close to running out too. That ends just a moment sooner. He gets caught there.
Top tower is under attack.
Oh, not gonna be able to get it. But yeah, I'm still looking at this OG lineup and seeing the potential for ramp up and how quickly they can take down towers. But so far, Aster looking good, and even gonna Doom down bottom. XXS just runs him down under the tower.
Early free kill with Doom, all right. And that Midas is getting pretty close here, about 1,000 gold away.
Tops it? I mean, I guess that he's fine.
Yeah, he's just trading lanes with Sumail. Sumail can now play a little bit closer to the Ancients and just be a bit safer in this mid lane, I feel.
Yeah. I mean, something was needed because
Courier.
Radiant's
couldn't be there anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want boots, Thompson? Because those are gone now.
Not going to happen.
No.
Get gone. But the stun. White Album.
Yo, Aster.
Aster, indeed.
Another big lead early. 5-1 on the kills and a scared Thompson.
I mean,
Huddling under the tower.
This is scary. This is a real big problem. OG, not where they want to be here in the opening of day 2 groups.
Radiant's middle tower
Like,
is under attack.
I don't know. You end up losing 0-2 to Aster. Suddenly, you start to, like, it was looking easy peasy for them. But there's some danger about, like, you know, having to go in through the lower bracket.
The key for them now will be finding this ramp-up strategy that they've had with the Clinks here. So, oh, he can't even get the stack off right now, actually.
I mean, that's still a lot of gold for him, though.
Yeah.
If we're going to be honest.
He's a little bit too busy with these camps, waiting for the next barrage. Can't handle the Ancients at the same time. And he is close to Maelstrom, so soon.
Oh, is Bobica going to scout these out? Borax moving around this area.
Oh, is he going to do the ward? Oh, he doesn't have it.
Yeah, so
Oh,
now...
look at this XP split, though.
Yeah, if he can get some of that on the Monkey King.
Oh, he got him.
Sumail. All right, well, I think Borax should be fine. Oh, no, he's in
TP
trouble.
in, dude.
Now, Boundless Strike. Does he get it? Oh, it hits on all the creeps, too. Wait a minute, he might just kill Sumail. Bobica trying to find the finish here, but the slowdown comes in.
No, please don't die after all this.
Oh, man. They try and bring him down. Eventually, they will.
That was going to be the sickest highlight ever.
That would have been so amazing.
This guy's brain is a little too big. It starts swelling.
Radiant's middle
I mean,
tower
they need
is
to bring in
under
No-Tail
attack.
to help out. No-Tail's the same level as Sumail. That's not a good thing.
No,
for,
it's really
OG.
not.
Wow.
This is the saddest farm I've
He's
ever seen.
tangoing. Like, what?
Just like, you guys look how barrage this thing at. Like, please give me a Maelstrom. Oh, nice. Ocean Heart.
man.
Now let's go sit in the river.
Oh,
What is a boy to do? Well, his teammates are going to go up top and pressure this tower. Dragon form from Thompson. Counter pressure on the bottom lane. It's only one hero. It's XXS, so that is a bit of a win for Acer. It's only a win, though, if they actually do something about this triple siege. And with their Train Protector, you hate losing towers, but this one's gone. And a Hawk was spotting on him. I think he's gone, though.
yeah, he's just going to walk away from that one. In the mid lane, they were able to take the tier 1 tower also. So White Album making action happen. Again, like the biggest comeback. Freaking Michael Jordan moment. Flu-like symptoms. Coming back and saving the day for Aster.
Well, there you go. Monet, though, does eventually get the tower for himself, so very well done.
10 minutes, 2,000 gold lead. And Aster trying to control this side of the map. OG, Thompson is sort of inhabiting that like Beastmaster-esque role of keeping this lane pushed out, where Seb is the actual Beastmaster hiding away. You okay there?
Yeah. You know, they have a Beastmaster, so it's cool, but
No, I mean,
Seb's like, I
Thompson's-
got this one, guys.
Thompson's like, I want to do it for a little bit. I don't want to play DK. Who wants to play DK?
I don't know how fast they clicked it, or how fast they clicked it. Clearly, he did.
That's true.
He's into it. So back towards the mid tower. Seb is going to wrap from the jungle. They actually planted this ward on their first attempt on the tower when they tried to dive onto the Lina, and it's been sitting there the whole time, giving them lots of good vision around it. So they know there's not a lot of defense currently planted here. The heroes now arrive. There is a Doom, and
Oh my
another
God.
great cut.
Dude, they saw him jump into that tree. What? Oh, the bait. It was all a bait.
Yep.
It was a ploy. They jump in. The Ravage connects onto all 5 heroes. And that might stop this. Yeah. I mean, Aster keeps their tower alive.
I feel like I'm okay with that trade. Support ultis.
Yeah.
All that matters is saving this tower, though. With the living armor, it is maxed right now. You do not want to lose your mid tower at 11 minutes. You can't. There's no way.
All right.
Don't let it happen.
Win for Aster. They hold on. Oh, but if they all spread out again and then OG just walk into the mid and take it, that'd be really sad.
Well, they have the ward, right? So they're going to know if they do.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the main issue. And Thompson is just not giving up.
Dude, look at this. I mean, everybody TP'd before, so he can actually kind of like pressure this here. And White Album Monet looking for a fight over to the side here. Seb gets it. Lift, roar, jump. Blown up. White Album caught by Seb and Thompson. not giving up, has a DD now. Somebody needs to come to address this. They're coming for you. Drops down the spray. And dude, all those heroes that TP'd in and they come in and take it back like this, that can't happen as Aster. Oh man. But Sumail? Uh-oh. There's a Doom. Does he have dust? Nothing.
Everybody gets one. Right?
Yeah.
Next time he'll have dust. That's the lesson he learned. Stick, not worth it. Dust, worth it.
Every time. Blink Dagger done for DK now. It's definitely a push lineup from OG. And they need to keep the pressure on. You got Beastmaster. You got DK Beastmaster. You get my point there. Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna move on.
The tiniest cheer for OG there. My crowd. It's like, yay, the tower, we did it. Took 3 tries, but it's gone.
But yeah, this is, I mean, kind of I guess, inflection point in the game, it feels like. As Aster, like, do you just sort of keep staying back and farming? Like, do you need to try and make an aggressive move themselves? They've got this Doom that's, like, incredibly stacked up. Top net worth by a pretty wide margin.
I think you're all right, just chilling a little bit because you have this timing of the Lina that you're mostly playing for, right?
Okay.
So that's what we want to opt towards, is wait for that BKB to be the main issue. And I mean, Shadowblade on Tiny also, you know, it's going to appear sooner rather than later because it's going to be very active on these waves.
Sumail. Chase. Ravage, though. Oh, no.
Nice
they get him
defensive
again.
Ravage.
Unreal by OG.
That was a big rotation, so if they only got the kill on Borax, that doesn't feel that great, but they're going to turn this into something else. They have a Solar Crest. They go right into the Roche pit.
This is really nice by OG.
Can you imagine if Sumail died from this because they decided to fight, though? He is so low.
Yeah, that's
300
a little scary.
HP.
No monkey. And they don't have great vision in the area either, so OG, they're going to get this freebie. Impressive showing.
It's so important to turn those little ultis like that, you know, like save your carry, kill support, but actually do something. Like,
Yeah.
there's been discussions, like, you've seen a lot of the games today, when I check back on the final totals, the team with more kills is just losing games.
Yeah.
Because these situations are happening where, like, the kills don't matter as much, because people are more willing to, like, kind of roam around as 5 or even position 4 and just throw away their body to, like, get good vision, get maybe, like, D-ward award sometimes even.
Right.
Just do something for the team and give their 1 and their 2 a lot of space to farm on the map. You know, you try and do that as Bobica. They're going for a little bit of a risky attempt on the kill that could have paid off big. That risk reward seemed okay, but they got punished very hard by just losing that Roche for nothing.
Well, and I think that felt like almost a planned execution by OG, right? Like, put your heroes in a position on the map where it's like, okay, if they go and gank Sumail, we're going to rotate as everybody to respond, but he's on the side of the map where Roche is.
Yeah, where something actually happens if we do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's some cool stuff going on there, and oh, don't look now. Hello, hello. Thompson jumps forward, blinks, finds the stun, but there's no follow-up afterwards. White Album gonna get that Laguna Blade out, trying to bring down Thompson. The tree armor, it's not enough. So that's Aegis down in exchange for the Lina. OG, they find themselves a pretty good pick there.
Those axes, they just barely missed Borax.
They're gonna try and keep this tower alive, but OG, they got something to say about it. Oh, they missed the tree again. It's got to bounce around everywhere here. The wrap coming from the Doom again for a round 2. Inking ultimate down. There's the overgrowth afterwards. XXS moving into position. Thompson trying to back away. But this Doom got his sight set.
They don't want to doom him. They don't want to waste it.
To that DK, and a good breathe fire through onto all. But they will eventually connect, and now the chase down. Able to connect onto No Tail. He falls as well. And XXS barely living through this one. 65 HP does get brought down by Soxa on Borax. But nonetheless, things getting very close here.
Yeah, that certainly could have been worse. Now they want to use that ward that Bobica dropped down during that fight to try and capitalize onto Seb.
Yet again, pulls him in. Abba, toss, done. Can White Album find another? Thought about it, but it's a bit dangerous.
8-6, big wins here. Kills on the Lina and the Doom to pump up their net worth. And Soxa trying to hang around and be a bit cheeky here with the Dragon Slave and the Fade Bolt. Wants to catch this next wave and actually wants to catch Alina on it. No Tail's coming too.
Up top,
she's keeping up her movement speed though with the LSA drop down. Means it's not available for a defensive stun, but it keeps her moving fast. Caught
Lift.
once.
Pulled back. No
They
tail. Looking. TP away. Is it enough? No. No tail. Gets the finish there. And another death onto White Album.
Thought he'd play there by like TV right away. Force Ravage might even still get out after.
Yeah.
Potentially, but Clinks being there is just no way that you're going to survive there. Now No Tail, excellent D-ward there. Kind of knew where that play came from. They killed Seb. They likely had vision, and he indeed was correct. So very interesting to watch OG just go right back for this Beastmaster, which of course they loved so much on this team for a long time. And after seeing that last game, I'm sure thought things like, you know what, I bet their game was a lot easier with all that vision.
Thompson jumped, doomed, in some trouble. Ava toss, Ravage interrupting, trying to take it onto 3. Mute is there though, and the chase down will continue. They get one, can they find any more? Taking couriers down even. No Tail gets jumped on, Sumail decides to turn to fight, but Porax just gets obliterated. It was way too much damage. Now, one thing to watch for, White Album is moving into the area and has a bottled DD.
The Faye grenade. He's tracked. They know.
Thinking on him. Sumail's right on top of him. The wrap is coming. Sumail has to be careful here. He's getting trapped on. They scan, they catch him, and there it is, the DD out. Sumail stepped too far and ends up getting punished. Now Saksa getting chased as well. He's gonna go for the toss play. Nicely done to throw in XXS. And OG just getting a little bit too far forward.
Saksa even just accepting his fate there by Faye bolting the creep wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dead. Go for some last hit though, if it could, please. So that 3x kill streak that he had too, that's just been passed over to Monet. So Monet now second on the net worth by 200 gold over top of Sumail, and the big winner, the breadwinner as it were, for Aster, XXS. Stacking it up too. Yeah, he is quite giant. Even for a Doom, he's up there right now. Thinking about going for the Shivas. Help the team out versus this Clinks. I think right now the Ravages haven't looked that frightening. Obviously to support Tide, but like mostly I'm thinking the actual combinations, like things that you can do during the Ravage. I feel like they're getting really big Ravages, and then they all get unstunned. Like the axes flew through them all, and I was like, whoa, woo, scary. But they need Clinks, right? They need the big damage. They need a barrage comboed up with this Ravage before they get the big guns.
And it's almost maybe like a type of situation where you might have to play some like the old Clinks, where you go for like a pick off first on the little side initiation thing with a Beastmaster or what have you, because he is all of their damage. And the unfortunate problem with this is that if he shows, XXS, he's got a target. There's only one he needs to hit really. So 8-7, this 5,000 gold lead. And OG stuck waiting to get in towards the next Roche. Going for that Scotty next.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
God, the Tumbler's toy. It's just
Gotta keep up your speed, you know.
The noise is just so out of place.
Well, there's quite the difference. I mean, typical to OG, the camps being stacked quite heavily for themselves. Well known for that as a general sort of keystone to how they want to play.
That is the type of play together energy. Also, you tend to see a lot of assists come out from them, but this game at the very least, they're going to go for a quick pick-off here. White Album would be a great target, but they don't feel comfortable going up the ramp. Even with the Hawk, it's a little bit scary.
Inching away here.
I know. They're waiting for an opening. I mean, how many times have we seen these fights from OG right in this area, and they just go terribly around?
This tower, it's going to be max HP.
This could be bad. XXS spots him right at the start. Looking for it. Gets the Doom off. In some trouble. Overgrowth afterwards. The rest of the team's TPing in, but they won't save him. He's done.
XXS going to grab the kill in the end. Not a great steal. I don't know. It depends. I guess in this game, it actually is pretty good for Saksa.
Yeah.
You tend to think of like these
Dire's top tower
these big like fight-turning spells, but in the way that they have to play right now, the tree dance is pretty nice to have. Oh, hello.
I see you're on a tree as well.
Yeah.
Well, goodbye.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's just coming back. This is a long. He knows there's no boundless strike, but it's still kind of scary.
Oh, they got him though. Oh, he jumps
they
down.
have the Ravage, dude. No Tail's just in.
He's backing out now. Monet. Gonna the Shadow Blade and back out of there. Drops down the Sentry Ward.
Oh, that ward, though. Spots Thompson's rotation through, so they're just out of there. And they still have the backable White Album back here.
Yeah. Good play. So another instance of Aster pulling OG around the map a little bit.
Dire are scanning.
I'm unclear what the game plan is now for OG. Like, it still feels like it's the same type of thing, which is just get Clink's huge. But it's not, like, we're not seeing that acceleration. They haven't been able to do it as well.
He has spent a lot of time trying to get to fights.
Yeah.
And trying to... feels like fights are happening, and he's just, like, running his way there. By the time he gets there, it's over.
As another Avatos and dead. Tops, oh, maybe not. Have I spoken too soon? Thompson backing out of there. Oh, and he eventually burns down. And then the big jump in for Borax. Hits him, jumps the other tree, gets off the Wukong's command.
Sumail threw 2 right clicks on heroes and then hit a neutral camp during that fight after running the whole way there. That's kind of been his experience this game. The need to be there as a threat, but then his allies still die.
And now the break, the chase, the kill. Aster just running circles around OG right now.
Ownage indeed. And now XXS chasing with the vision from the Shiva's Guard. Get out of the trees.
Soxa knows right where he is. Gonna connect. The TP animation even finishes off basically there. Everybody dying all across the map. OG just don't have an answer. They haven't for the last couple minutes.
Yeah, and Sumail's just not even sure what to do. He's running around the mid lane here, gonna try and clear out this wave and maybe think about invising towards their Ancients. I feel like he knows that that's the part of the map where they're not playing right now.
Right.
Because his own Ancients are just gone.
There's no chance for him to sort of start stacking stuff up there. Seb reveals himself.
I'm gonna start a fight. They've ultied on the DK. They got to engage.
This is not gonna work. There's no way this is good. Sumail trying to run away. Lanham taking some good damage, but the root is out. Monet, Ava, toss. Thompson wanted to go for the stun. They still managed to kill in the duration of Monet being stunned. BKB from White Album. They back away. And nothing left here for OG. They've got to find a way to make Sumail, like, have the damage he needs, and it's just not happening.
They actually just can't find a play. They keep trying. And, you know, last game we credited a lot of that to the Hawks and the vision that Aster had that allowed them to sort of play this style of them being ahead, feeling like they're in control of the match, and that OG are struggling to really make the moves. Well, OG have the Beastmaster, they have the Hawks, and they still can't get anywhere. Because, again, Aster have chosen a different route for their vision. They've got this Bobica Monkey King, and he's really helping them in that regard with not only like the actual tree dance vision itself, but the placements that he can get on these wards have been pretty sneaky throughout the game.
True.
Right now, he probably has a few stacked up, because I don't see many wards down on the map for them right now. And I got a couple of them killing on trees, or chilling on trees, so I'd like to see a couple more wards out here from Borax as we prep for this Eggs Shard Roche.
Well, the game has slowly but steadily continued to favor Aster, and Doom now has been at top of the net worth for a very long time, going towards that refresher next. And do we see any move? OG, they're gonna smoke up and getting ready to head in for this fight around the Roche pit.
Trying to kill a Hawk with the Boundless Strike. No Tail looking for a potential 4-staff Ravage, but needs to make sure the allies are there to follow up.
A little bit.
Seb might lose the smoke here with the Invis Tiny.
Oh, blinks down.
Vision? Do they have any vision?
They don't. They have nothing. They see Seb. Reveals himself now. Jump in. Hoof stomp. Able to connect. Roar is out. Does he have buyback if he ends up going down? There's the no-tail Ravage. It comes out. It connects. They have the buyback on the Rubik. White Album going to retreat away, but they're saving the buyback on the Doom.
Interesting.
So no Tidehunter. I think that they don't want to buy back if they don't have to. And stun out. There's the buyback. Now he's going to come into this fight. Able to get the stun there. The Boundless Strike onto Sumail. Controlled, rooted, in some trouble. The jump forward, the catch, and the kill. Thompson going to fall. And now they find the Beastmaster. Lift up afterwards, though. Coming from Soxa, trying to buy a little bit of space. But it is all for naught. As Aster stream into the Roche pit, win the fight, and now going to claim the prize.
Kind of felt like they just weren't respecting Monet there. Or maybe they just felt like any sentry they place just gets destroyed, but I mean, they didn't know. Tiny's just lurking there, Invis, and how are you going to get a good fight when that happens?
Maybe they thought that he didn't have buyback too on the Doom potentially.
Yeah, maybe.
But regardless, Aster take full advantage here. And now 15,000 gold lead. With the Aegis in hand, Sumail going back to finish off these Ancients. Hoping to salvage something.
Yeah.
That's like literally it.
And of course, another Invis tool upgraded here with the White Album Silver Edge available, which is just bad news for No Tail again, as now we'll have one on both the Tiny and the Lina. And, you know, a Doom. So, Ravages, just let them rip at this point if you're tied. Just hope you get it off, right?
Go.
Just mash that Archie as fast as you can.
Just Ravage right now. Maybe he'll hit him. Why not? Oh, it's not cool down. That's why.
And just like last game, far down at the you know, 25-ish minute mark last time, I believe, when they did the same play. No Tail had to buy a gem, so he purchases one once more. That means that one death is just going to cost you so much more, but you have to find some way to know what they're up to. In this case, you just got to get rid of their sentries so you can keep some on the map to stop these invis initiations.
It's so devastating if you just can't move out and have any vision on the map. And I will say that this Aster lineup, I mean, props to coming in with a plan. They've done great. Oh my god, and they caught him again. Sumail trying to back away. No Tail taking the brunt of the right clicks, will eventually fall. Now, can they get out of here with them? They get the vision, LSA. Barely getting home. TP to the tower. Oh man. I will mention that things have, there's been a few less chat wheels I've been noticing over the past couple of minutes here.
Very interesting.
I don't know how that happened.
Monet's been on it. He's still chat wheeling, so it's fine.
True.
He's got it covered. He's making up for them.
9-22. What a game from Aster. This Doom looks really good. I wonder if this hero's going to, like, with more 4 Protect 1, I actually really like the idea of it sort of taking off a bit.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
Top tower
you could just eliminate this one giant hero, especially the way that OG specifically have been trying to play this. Like,
Yeah.
they're even a little bit more balanced, I would say, this game than usual. But maybe that's just because Sumail's so much further down. You kind of expect him to be at like 22 or something right now.
Right.
Not so much 15K.
True enough. Well, they're going to start walking up and hitting that tier 3 tower. You can see the comparison here.
Yep.
Very much so far, still all of the bulk of the damage on Sumail, but it's just from so many different places on Aster, it feels like. You get a ton from Monet, ton from White Album, XXS as well.
And you can't beat that building damage. Ooh, 4-step in. Trying to get a little bit of a punish there, but Lotus help protect. And Monet can just go back to hitting towers. He has 2 minutes of Aegis, so.
They're just splitting with Sumail. He is not here. We'll back away for a moment. And as we approach this 30-minute mark, just past it, Bounty Rune's going to be claimed. It does appear that Aster are going to play it a little bit safer, go for a smoke play, get the rune, head out.
Pretty much a defensive smoke here, just to give themselves a little bit of a boost out. And, you know, if there are wards in this area, not necessarily let OG know where they're off to, because this is a classic example of when your enemy wants to smoke on the Radiant. Like, they're even gonna smoke, I think.
Oh my god, they found him.
Oh, that's
Sumail,
bad.
he's done.
Best case scenario right here.
Wow.
He is fast, though.
They chase down.
Not fast enough.
Not even close. Wait, a fight though brewing over in the jungle.
They don't
try
want
to
it
get
anymore.
over. Yeah, they got to run away. They're going to take the outpost away. Aster, no mercy.
They are crushing them these 2 games. They have OG's number. I don't know who was doing the study up or whatever, but this is clear domination coming out from Team Aster.
Game number 1, it looked at moments like it could have gone either way, but Aster came out with the victory. Game number 2, not particularly close.
TI winners, T Masters.
Oh, there it is.
That must be what it is.
Stun. Still, the tree armor is there. Monet does not appear to care. Has the BKB ready if things get a little bit too dicey. 25 seconds left on this Aegis. OG, if they could, would love to be able to find a kill on this right as that Aegis is about to expire, but Aster not going to give him that opportunity.
I feel like they're the kind of team right now, like they have so much confidence. I wouldn't be surprised if they just held high ground there and went for a fight. But they have a ward down. They're actually spotting this movement in from Seb and Thompson. If they want to go back and engage,
But now they're walking
they
into
have
their
a chance.
ward.
Did they just smoke under the ward?
They did.
They de-warded it first, though, to be fair.
I mean, OG have a ward over in this area where Aster are running away from. So that will be a retreat. White Album on the other side of the map. Do they hold this high ground here? You can see right now the Bobica movement has just been all over this place. The whole freaking map, basically.
You know, his name should change to Double Doom when you hit a refresher.
Okay.
Because he's no longer just Doom.
Yeah, that's right. I like that.
Oh, it is there. It's ready. And Aster just very chill. A little bit like, you know, flowchart Dota. They're going through their list here. They know that once you complete this, you move on to this, you follow the little arrows, and you just do exactly what you're supposed to. And eventually you'll win the game of Dota. Now, mind you, OG are the masters of sowing some sort of confusion and, you know, and some conflict into that initial plan. And they want to get out there, maybe cut a creep wave. Or for some reason, 4 of them are like in your triangle, but you never expected it. That's the kind of stuff that they're up to. They're going to need like 8 of those plays to come back into this game.
But if there's a way,
Yep.
they'll find it. We'll see, though, if it actually ends up happening. Oh, Sumail. Oh. Oh, my God. Wait, do they have a gem?
They have a lot of heroes.
Trying to bring him down to have it, though. Oh, man, and XXS gets the stomp. Will eventually die. But it's going to come at the price of Sumail's life as he gets jumped on and taken down. But they did get the Doom.
Wasn't a trade, unfortunately, though. And the fact that it's Clinkz being gone is
That one hurts.
pretty serious issue for all OG. I can't believe that Dota Plus them at 23. Actually, their percentage went up. Has them at 25% chance to win.
Really?
That is way too high. I don't know Dota Plus.
That's
I'm
crazy.
24 now. I can't say I agree with that one.
They must think that Clinkz is just really good at or that, like, I don't know, Tiny's really bad or something. I don't know what's going on there with Dota Plus, but they must know something we don't, because this looks very good for Aster. 21,000 gold.
Yeah, and you see Monet 509. Like, now he's a blink.
Yeah.
So, much easier to play your game as Tiny. You're not as reliant on your allies. And when OG is going to wind up in a situation where they're like cutting waves and going out, making individual plays around the map, the Blink Dagger is going to allow Monet to catch out some of these plays, but at the same time, move around the map a little bit faster to try and counteract those concepts.
So the pressure next, likely to come in just each of the lanes and then down the mid one from Aster. But of course, got to wait for that Doom before you can really make a concerted effort, as it's a little bit scary going in without the Doom, even with the Clinkz dead. Like, if you get isolated, it's still a Beastmaster roar into just a whole bunch of pain. And anything else that really has changed the game state yet? I don't think so.
No, not really.
Yeah. Trying to go for a Shadow Blade for Seb.
Everyone's kind of just walking around.
All right, we got 2.5 minutes left on this Roche respawn here. And OG, again, on the verge. Things go poorly. Dropping down 2-0. And are they going to find anybody here? Monet stalking, thinking about going. Is it a bait, though? Thompson reveals himself. There's the break right at the start. And the jump out, but the pull away.
Oh, that's a defensive ravage, though.
Yeah.
That does not feel good.
I think that was a shard pullout coming from the Rubik. But not a bad way to sort of deal with that Monkey King, in fact. I actually think that that might be, I mean, that's pretty big. The
Yeah,
shard
the polo
makes
is
a
good.
difference.
Yeah, 100%.
Lift, no tail, tries to back away. Tree armor not going to be enough to keep him alive.
Just, that tree just smacking him.
Yeah. The living armor stolen by Sox is good, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. Trying to keep this tower alive, trying to keep his allies alive, but Monet just hits too hard. And with Doom in tow, Aster ready to assault high ground, even before they end up coming in with the Aegis. So they're going to take that tier 2 and now back up, hold this high ground here. Man, what's the play for OG? Like, I honestly don't know where the hell you go at this point.
You need to look for deeper vision, right? We need to find some way to get the Hawks in solid spots and maybe utilize some smokes just for good wards to play around the Roche pit. I would say stalling out at this point to where the Roche is now returning without losing your racks is a win for OG.
Okay.
Sure, the net worth is still escalating in Aster's favor, but it's not at a place where it has really changed that much of the percentages in terms of you winning the fights. We're moving like 3 or 4 points, but if you lose one of these fights, you know, suddenly you're at like a 5% chance to win this game or something, especially if it's any fight near the actual Roche pit. So Aster in response, they've moved near the Roche pit where one would expect them to prep and set for it, and they're just smoking up. They're just waiting until OG shows someone.
Well, OG, they're going to show bottom. And obviously still no Lincolns online at all for any of these heroes. The TP.
Oh, no.
Mass
oh,
TP.
no.
And they'll catch one.
Nice wait. No panic there from Boboco because he had the vision on the Rubik and he just kind of sat there like, no, I'm clicking him. He's fine. He's not going to get out.
Roche responds. Everybody should know that this is online now because of the timing of it came super late. And Aster, do they try and force the issue here? Ooh, White Album.
Oh, that's the kind of kill they need. There's a blink on Seb, but it's not enough distance.
That would have been huge.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Lincolns, right? So what can he actually do?
You would have had to like force or something first. It's no tail with the force, though.
Yeah. They actually don't have an answer to those two heroes.
No.
That's a problem.
No, it's a big
He needs like a neutral item.
The big problem, Monet going to go in and just get this one for free. So they will head on in to the pit, take it on down here. Even going to drop the Wukong's command just in case anybody from the side of OG shows up. But this game, and again, this just sort of turnaround, playing with your players, you know, it makes a difference.
Yeah, it turns out, you know, the ones that you've been scrimming with and practicing with and spending an entire TBC season with tend to gel together a little bit better.
Yeah.
You know what's not gelling with me this game?
What's that?
This snap pick DK Thompson that they made look like it was just the bee's knees. Like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, we knew you guys were gonna take that tiny. We wanted Thompson on the DK.
Yeah, it was weird. It just, like...
It got the towers. I think it did help versus the tree, right? Because that makes sense. Is that you're trying to knock down some of these earlier towers, but the ones that really mattered, they weren't able to knock down very easily.
It felt like the game was lost over by the Dire Outpost, over and over again. There were so many fights that happened there. Now, granted, this one's not completely over, but it is so difficult for OG to win this. They're going to have to win, like, 3 fights, and, you know, that's basically going to pull them back even.
And there's still so many items that they want. Sumail wanting this Lincoln Sphere, trying to keep himself safe from the Doom. Of course, he might just Doom you again. You never know.
True. Invis.
Sumail's just trying to find some farm here, but at what
so
cost?
Many Shadow Blades, and it's not going to be enough. The Doom gets off. The Lotus won't be enough to keep him alive. As oh wait, the pull off to the side, not going to be enough. And it's White Album chasing. Seb also in some trouble. Tosses off to the side. Lanham getting involved with the tree toss into the tree toss with the tiny and the tiny. It was pretty well played.
Feels like OG are just constantly attempting. I mean, you know, they said that, you know, we'll stay positive. Eventually we'll win. Maybe that's going to work. I think Aster are probably feeling pretty positive right now with how this game's going. And the replay there just... he doesn't feel like he has a choice. And good Lotus, right? Excellently done there to help protect himself going in there on the Doom.
And one last round potentially. We'll see as they go on in, set their sights towards high ground. No Tail thinking about it. Gets doomed. Oh, it was the second one, and he might even have another in a moment. As does still have that refresher shard in the backpack, but no Ravage, no buyback.
What's coming out? He wants it.
Streaming in and ready to go. They get buyback just now from No Tail.
Get the tide again.
Looking for it, hoping for it. Thompson is out there. There's the refresher shard. Immediately out with the Ravage, but to no avail. Where is the follow-up damage? OG don't have it. With no clinks, there is no game. And with no game, you best call GG. As Aster take down the 2-time defending champions in a moment here, because I don't care how much you buy back on the DK and the Rubik, they're not going to stop these guys. Eyes on the prize. Aster finished this one off and take it down in the end. Incredible play from this team. They take them down 2-0. That's insane.
They just broke so many predictions for the day.
That's crazy.
even after game 1, I was thinking like, OG will bounce back. I
Exactly.
don't think they're gonna get 2-0'd. But Aster just undeniably were ahead this entire series.
Yeah.
Both games they start with a pretty significant kill count lead, and maybe they were kind of even out and stuff, but they were the ones who were ready to actually make moves around the map, and they were so successful at tracking both games the map movements of OG. I think that was the key to this series.
Right, and to me, the thing that stands out was that it didn't feel like OG played poorly necessarily. Maybe there's some drafting issues that you could go back and try and fix or whatever, but this looks legit. This is legit good for Master. You've gotta watch out if you're some of these other teams. I don't know. So after the games yesterday, it was not
People are gonna be phones are gonna be looking through the results, their teams. Whoa, oh no, whoa, are they back? Checking. White Album back. White Album's back. Oh my God, panic! You come into your first series and suddenly Aster's a real contender again. So congratulations to them, and good luck to OG moving forward after a couple of losses.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to bounce back from, but bounce back from it they will need to indeed, because we still have 3 more series of Dota to be played across both of the groups. For now, we're going to go a quick break, and we'll see y'all afterwards. welcome back. The music fades out and our melodious voices come in. We are ready for game number 1. Team Spirit versus Elephant.
Yes.
Action-packed. That was all. I was going to leave it off for you to just like fill in that void.
Kind of staring into the void. Speaking of which,
The void?
the void of the camera.
Wow. You're not supposed
Isn't
to say
it?
it's a camera. We're directly interfacing with the people.
Hello, Ted. Do you think Ted's watching?
Probably not.
Hello, Ken.
No. There's no way. They're
Is this
not.
how it works?
No.
Just random names.
You could also just say like Jacob, right, for instance, and then the one person that's a Jacob. There might be more than one.
Just one. Only one person named Jacob likes Dota.
Yeah.
And then he went to do other things in esport. But
That's
he still
right.
plays Bloodseeker sometimes. Anyway.
Speaking of which, we have a Bloodseeker in the
Yes.
draft. Actually, we don't.
do?
But we do have a draft, so we can go on into the draft now.
Why would
indeed.
you just lie like that? So?
Well, it's fun.
Lying's fun.
That's not what I meant. don't take me out
Wow.
of context.
All right. We'll just say that was a mafia thing, and we'll let it go.
Absolutely. Wouldn't mind playing some more of that, but right now we're going to be playing some more
remaining.
Watchin' Dota 2 game where Team Spirit are facing off
5
against
seconds
Elephant
remaining.
as we continue our way through this group
Elephant's
stage. Right now,
turn to
Elephant
ban.
sitting at 3-3. They've gone 1-1-1. And for Team
Team
Spirit,
Spirit's
0-0
turn to
and 2. They've had a little bit of a rougher go of it, so trying to get their feet under them, the younger team. To be fair, they faced off against LGD and Secret so far, so a little bit of a tough couple of matchups. Elephant, on the other hand, have gone against Beast Coast, they've gone against Fnatic, and they've gone against Vici.
10
Where
That
they're-
was this morning,
Yeah.
and that didn't go well.
No, they got rocked a
5
little bit. They got
seconds
punched in the
remaining.
mouth.
2-0, eh?
And so, who knows what could happen here. I think this is a super, like, what's the word for
Elephant's
this?
turn to ban.
Like, in terms of the styles and the like energy and the feel of these teams, Elephant is like, the bitter old men of Dota that didn't make it and want to finally prove that they can do it. And they've built this roster together to try and just win TI, and anything short of
seconds
winning
remaining.
TI is going to be a disappointment and a failure for them. That's how
That
I
is
think
true.
they feel about it.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair.
And then on the other side, you've got this young gun Team Spirit that's like, we're just happy to be here.
Team
Happy-go-lucky.
Spirit's
They're
turn to
young
pick.
team, and they all, that they're so new that they're not even like, gonna, I think, have as much of the pressure on them in the same way that Elephant would.
Yeah, it goes both ways. In one sense, maybe they don't have the pressure of, the failure, and obviously they want to win and stuff. But it's a little bit more, intense, I would say, for Elephant if they were to lose out early and do poorly in the group stage and stuff. But they also don't have any of the experience of like the mega high pressure situations. Of course, we wound up without the crowd here, which was going to be one concern for them, I guess, because they hadn't
Right.
had a LAN without a crowd yet, right?
Of course.
So this is,
10 seconds
I guess, kind of something they are at least a little bit used to, is this sort of
5
staying in the
seconds
room
remaining.
but playing these intense group stages together like some of the other majors that we've had lately, and then eventually we'll move to the booths with no crowd. So maybe Team Spirit have just been onto this all along, and they'll just feel right at home.
Maybe they'll
don't
do
know.
the anime run in again.
I hope so.
That was great.
Yeah, that was.
I also, I mean, personally, I just think Maposhka is a very cool person, and like always has such a great attitude outside of the game, and I think that he tries to carry that over to the rest of his teammates, and just sort of be a impressive leader. He finished, I think, top 8 at TI, maybe top 6 with that Empire roster. Was playing with Resolution, and then obviously there was a bit of a falling out that existed within the team. They all went their separate ways, and Maposhka has opted to just rebuild this roster together around a bunch of talented young players. One of the youngest, I think the youngest.
It is the youngest. There might be one younger.
Yeah,
I don't remember who it is.
one of the youngest. In
One of the youngest
in
teams here.
national, Yeah. There's something scratching in the back.
Yeah,
of
I
my
know. It's
brain.
back there somewhere. Though, top 5 tag, Toronto, Tokyo.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's pretty sick. So they got that going for them as well. But we have not had a chance yet to cast either of these teams, I don't think, right? We haven't covered any of them. So I've been looking forward to Elephant personally. Of course, at the start of the year when they were first announced, it was like, oh, whoa, okay,
Yeah.
And had a few changes since there, obviously. in terms of the position 5 and bring in
10 seconds
Big
remaining.
S Super. So,
right.
as we like to call him, don't be confused with Little
5
S Super.
seconds.
It's an exclamation mark now too.
Yeah, there you go.
That's great. That's how you know it's Big S.
Yeah. Big S Super. Back in the day, there were 2 supers in Chinese Dota. One of them, they're both still around, but one of them's now a coach.
Right.
And now Little S Super, who's the coach now, was a support player. Big S Super here. This guy was one of the more infamous Chinese players. I would even put him in the same category in terms of like ROTK, in terms of, and like even like burning stuff, in the fact that he was someone that was actively talked about a lot on English broadcast, which
Yes.
is not a large category for Chinese players, because we, number one, they had like some shifting around on teams and
10
stuff, so
seconds
it's harder
remaining.
for us to keep track of some of that stuff and to actually grow and learn the players from like an
5 seconds
outsider's
remaining.
perspective. But he just had a lot of personality and stuff that came across on the camera, but also through his play, because he just played the same heroes over and over. He played one style, and he was damn good at it. He just played Viper or Dragon Knight, or sometimes Death Prophet.
And
the guy,
Razor. The Razor
and
was-
Razor, yeah. He just hit towers, sat mid, hit your tower some more, and you came to his lane, he just killed you.
You know, an interesting story with regards to that too. There was the Perfect World Minor that happened a couple of years ago when Kyle was still playing on Complexity, and he was still around. And I remember him just sitting in front of it, like in a hotel room the night
Elephants
before his
turn
games.
to
He's just
bad.
like, "Do I do it? Do I not do it?" I was like, "What's going on, Kyle? What's going on?" He's like, "Do I just ban out Razor, Death Prophet, and Dragon Knight?" He's trying to figure out. He just bans all of Super's hero. He didn't. Picked, I think, Razor potentially, and then he lost to it, knocked out the tournament. That's what ended up happening. So,
That sounds about right.
yeah. We'll see if there's a little bit more expanded.
But yeah.
This time around, going to be playing the ET.
Now he's a support.
Yeah. Doesn't have to work.
10
It's
seconds
Kyle's
remaining.
time.
Yeah, it feels like a strange change, the
5
mid to the
seconds
support. I
remaining.
feel like it's less natural than a lot of the other
turn
ones.
to
But,
battle.
in more of our Western scene, Fada's done that very well. So
Mm-hmm.
it's the issue was, of course, that he's the most recent addition.
Right.
Which is why we're discussing him, because this is, Elephant, they had to make a change so they could qualify, because they really struggled during the DPC. They picked up that last slot. Team Spirit, on the other hand, performed exceedingly well.
Right.
And above expectations through all that DPC. But, so it's have to make their way here to TI, and here they are.
That's right. Here they are indeed. And as we mentioned, again, just thinking about what sort of success means for each of these rosters.
10
Obviously, it's going to be on an
seconds
individual level. But Team Spirit have looked so impressive, but have always
5
sort of
seconds remaining.
been coming in like with a taste for wanting more. It's like an appetizer. That's what I feel like we see from Team Spirit, where you can see the pathway to greatness, and then it's just they're not quite there. And then on the other end, it's Elephant that have been the really disappointing season for them, but now they're finally at TI, and if they can make it happen here, all will be forgiven.
It's actually
Elephants
crazy
turn
that
to battle.
T-Spirit were one game away from not getting here.
Yeah.
In their best of 5 versus Empire, and Elephant, same thing. They were 2 games away. Now, eHome took 1 game in their best of 5 in the end of the Chinese qualifiers.
But
And now you're here, and like these are 2 like pretty, favored teams. Like I've seen them in many people's
10
top
seconds.
8s. I would not
Yes.
say it's unrealistic to have these teams up there. Yet they're qualifier teams
5
that were also
seconds
like
remaining.
not even shoo-ins. I would say Spirit felt like a shoo-in in the region until Empire looked absolutely terrifying all of a sudden.
yeah, they looked really
you know.
good.
But yeah, here to play, and here to take a bit of a slower draft time, which is beneficial for us as we talk all about these teams that we haven't had a chance to see yet personally. So this has been great. Thanks, guys. Right now, actual heroes. We have the Io and the Bane combo. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know, but Io and Tiny, for many a year, was one of the most picked duos in all of Dota. But throughout all of that, there was also the Io CKs, the Io Gyros, and do you know who was actually the most commonly picked pairing with Io? Do you know who it is, Lyrical?
Can I take a
10
guess?
There's a very obvious hint on our screen. Who was it?
Was it Bane?
It was Bane. And people say,
Why?
Why?
Why,
Well,
Trent? Why?
it was a very good support duo forever, because the concept is that the Bane can essentially solo smoke, run around, plant some wards maybe, and you run into anybody, maybe run into 2 heroes. You
Yeah.
can Nightmare one, Fiend's Grip the other. Potentially you just Nightmare one hero. You run to, this is what you do. You run to one hero, you Nightmare them, and run to the closest pillar. And you throw a ward on top of it.
nice.
That is what you do. And you relocate in with your IO plus
10
1
seconds
to
remaining.
kill that lone hero. And if anyone else comes from the enemy team, the Bane's job is to Fiend's Grip them.
5 seconds.
That's all it
remaining.
is. It's super simple.
It's incredibly effective
Basic
too.
Dota.
You find a pick off at the start of the fight, and everything works easier from there.
Mhm.
Now on the other side, we're seeing this Lycan We've seen it a couple of different times paired together with the Tiny, but also can be put together with a ton of other heroes and just be a menace on his own. And the other thing is that he picks this after, or rather in the first phase of this one, to be the answer for that Bane. Just run at the Bane, all the summons, it's really annoying. Now, the other unique thing about Team Spirit that we've seen more than a few times, Collapse. Their offlaner.
Oh, man.
Lizard was talking about this on the panel before. This guy is a Mars player and also is like the real carry sometimes for this Team Spirit roster. Just looks so strong.
He is probably my favorite Mars player in terms of like favorite in the sense that like I think he plays it the best.
Yeah, what about Whisper with the Meteor Hammer though?
No, don't please. All right, that was a pub thing. Thankfully.
Dude, that was sick. I wanted to come back. Come on, Whisper, give me the Meteor Hammer. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. No, yeah, he just looks good, and like people were banning it a lot versus him because it just seems so strong. So, definitely a comfort hero. 100%. Also functions pretty similarly, I would say, to the Bane in terms of like helping for setups for relocates. Even more so with the arena. Almost gives you like a big helipad to land your relocate in and feel kind of safe about it. It's also a big deterrent for picking a ranged hero right now for Elephant to combo with this Lichen Bite. You know, you think about like the Terror Blade or something.
Yeah.
Don't really want to do that versus Mars. The Luna, you know, all juiced up. No thanks.
Right.
Seems kind of bad. The Clinks even? No.
No, I mean, although the barrage does go through it, I believe. So, I think the one thing that I'm kind of curious about is like you're talking about the Terrorblade. If they wanted to go for that on Team Spirit, even because the Bloodseeker feels a little bit weird. Like maybe it is a Yatoro hero, but to me at least, like having a Bloodseeker position 1 at this phase, it's probably what they're gonna need to do. But I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm just kind of a hater. The Shard makes the Bloodseeker a lot better as far as like a late game carry potential, but like you pick something like this, right? Now what the hell do you do as a Bloodseeker? The Morphline's terrifying.
They feel like a little bit of a hodgepodge of heroes on Team Spirit. I would agree.
Yeah.
They're lacking in a few departments. They've got some pretty good team fight with Mars, but you know that's where it ends. The pick off is the Bane with like the solo stuns and stuff, but yeah, you know, not a lot of tower damage, not a lot of great roshing. They're missing that big keystone hero, and that has to be the next pick here. So I imagine 2 like rather large hero bans incoming here from Elephant.
Well, the Eurus Paparazzi, whatever you want to call him, Morphling, is a classic. This was what he originally rose to prominence on, and obviously we're still waiting for a Somnus M, maybe hero for Elephant, and they're going to have that last pick, so do have the potential to go for the counter pick play if they feel so inclined. What do you think about a Toronto Tokyo Mars?
Yeah, I don't know. It's always possible. I'm trying to think if they want like some big hero or if they actually just go for the Bloodseeker one. I'm thinking like, do they go crazy and go like AM? That's where my head's at right now.
Yeah, I could see that. And then do a Toronto Tokyo Mars offlane Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like. Well, I don't know about.
Could be
AM.
a mid. Yeah. Well,
I don't know about AM, but
with 1 pick left,
yeah.
You don't want YOLO?
I don't know, because then you get a counter pick next, right?
It'd be a really weird IO pairing. That is for sure. So let's not do that. Let's just assume it's IO Bloodseeker.
Oh,
relatively
Sven would have
safe.
been nice. I like the Sven ban from Elephant too.
Oh yeah, they were on that real early.
Yeah.
It's like no, thank you.
Yeah, I would like this more as a Toronto Tokyo Mars, but
Yeah, but collapse.
I know it's collapse and all that fun stuff, but I think it's just because I'm a Bloodseeker hater, and particularly with IO, it feels weird.
5
like,
seconds
you-
remaining.
I mean, I guess that you still have Fiend Script out of like relocate, but I don't know, it just feels a little sketch. Not wonderful.
I actually have no
Team
idea what Team Spirit
Spirits
want. Are they doing
turn
like a
pick.
3 IO 4 Bloodseeker mid Mars and a 1 here? Like what? Where are we going? Because like the mids are just they're dropping here. I mean they're banning out
Yeah.
good mid heroes. Elephant are banning out good mid heroes.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking the Mars for it, but it's weird.
10
I mean,
seconds.
they
then
banned
they're
out
still
four
like-
maybe heroes.
They get like Vipered or something.
Yeah, or
5
SF.
seconds remaining.
That feels pretty sad.
Ooh, SF. SF for either.
Elephants
Just wants an
turn to
SF,
pick.
huh? All right, well that'll do. The Spirit that's still remaining. It feels like maybe they didn't have much of a choice, but the benefit here is that like you can't really pick the Void Spirit because the poll's gonna be pretty bad versus like the Lycan and all these units and everything. It's not really reliable either. Storm, at least you get the target you want.
10 seconds remaining.
But they seem to have been ready, and now on the other side, the Void Spirit looks pretty good. All right, there's no summons,
Yeah.
no units get in the way. Has great movement options to not get stuck in arenas and blood rights.
Well, it's a big hero.
The Ags look so good on Void Spirit, doesn't it?
Yeah, that looks very strong. I think that this is going to be a really interesting matchup if Toronto Tokyo can get off to a hot start. But the big question is, like, how does this Bloodseeker really fare against, like, Morphling in the late game? You know, I've heard people talk about Bloodseeker and say that this hero can really scale and become just a monster in the late game. I still think that I've just
10
got like some
seconds
inherent
remaining.
bias within me that's like I don't believe that that could be as good as
5
people are saying it is, but maybe it
remaining.
can.
It comes down to the right setup plays, and they have the
Yeah.
setups in a game like this. They have Tether, and they also have a Storm Spirit and a Mars, right? So there's
Okay.
like a lot of good jump, and if they do their job, Bloodseeker can be the mop and bucket. You know, you're going to show up, you're going to provide enough damage to get the kills, and the follow-up chain silences too, to try and keep things moving in your direction. But Elephant, their lineup looks really good. You got 4 Weaver, one of the best 4s right now. 5 ET, maybe the best 5 right now, I would say. We have Lycan and Morphling, who have both looked pretty strong this tournament in their respective roles. And then there's Void Spirit, who I don't even remember. I think I've seen like 1 or 2 so far.
I think he looked pretty good. Maybe I'm crazy though. So I'm down with it. The other thing that I'm sort of seeing is it feels like Toronto Tokyo needs to be the one that starts the fights a lot of the time. And to be honest, there isn't that much from Elephant that really stops that from happening, right? Like, what's the sort of hard lockdown? They've got a Weaver Elder Titan support combo, and then they've got Yang, so their offlane has no disable. It's like, it's all Void Spirit, you know? Like, if he gets a BKB, Toronto Tokyo has a completely free game.
That's true.
Like, it's less about the Bloodseeker to me and more that this looks like an amazing Storm game.
Storm is true carry. Yes. That's definitely the way I think about it. Wow, I'm just taking a look and like who's the most winningest heroes right now. Tied after 15 games is still winning 2 out of every 3 games.
What?
That's pretty impressive.
Prepare for
That's a
battle.
lot of wins.
That's crazy.
It's actually the most picked hero, and that's a crazy high win rate to be the most picked hero. Is that real?
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
All right, pick Tide, guys.
Yeah.
Turns out that's the play here, but not going to be in this one as we move into our match. Now, I wouldn't be doing predictions at a moment like this, but do you think a tower will be killed before 10 minutes?
Yeah, I think that it might. There's a chance
Think?
it could happen. Yeah, there's a possibility.
And you don't think that, like, you know, maybe Spirit will get the most Roach kills? You do think, like, Elephant would? Not that I'm doing predictions.
I would say probably an Elephant one knocking down
Oh,
all those
okay.
Roaches.
All
That
right.
seems reasonable to me. They're laughing. They think you're a funny fella.
I do too.
They're throwing out some purge
30
voice lines there
seconds
as
to
well.
battle.
But game number 1 now. Elephant versus Team Spirit. Again, thinking about just sort of what this match ends up meaning for these two teams. You want to be able to get at least one of them. Ooh, wait a minute.
Just fast D ward there.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Do they have another one hanging around anywhere?
There's a chance. Looking for a take of the rune. Boschka, super, all in the area. And it's going to be a quick 3 runes for Spirit. Not bad.
Oh, I see. They've gone with the other Die Observers way down at the bottom, doing that same play that Sox was making in a previous match here from OG, where he was just sniping couriers non-stop here, right down where Mira's running through here. So to keep an eye on that, because, you know, personally, I love playing position for Mirana because you can just take couriers down so easily, and Weaver feels exactly the same.
Well,
Oh, this is so good versus Io, too. So this is the matchup they want, I believe. I think they
Tell me
want
about
the
it.
Mars into the Lycan.
Okay.
Because that seems pretty good to me. But I don't think you want the Io versus this Weaver, because the Io is so dependent on bringing out the regen constantly on the couriers. And if you're not paying attention, it's just going to die all the time from the Weaver.
even if you are paying attention, it might die.
That is true, actually. All right, well, we'll see if it happens right here. That courier's running through. Is FY going for it? Wow, I'm like a prophet, dude. Can you believe it? Look at he sent it back.
Yeah, they know.
His
They know.
brain's too big. Let's go, Mira.
They're super ready. Again, I think it's important to keep in mind like what this sort of series means, particularly for Team Spirit right now. They're sitting bottom of the groups. SG was able to take a game off of Fnatic as they're going to get the silence
I think,
now.
a series.
Yeah, they were able to take the full series off of them as the bunch of trading hits happens up on the top side. So Team Spirit need to get wins, and if they don't manage to take a game off, like you could suddenly drop Elephant down to out of the upper bracket potentially, and it's still possible for Spirit to get upper bracket. It's like so early in the groups that anything can really happen.
Oh, and look, FY, he goes after those
there.
couriers. There's the Blightstone gone. And you know, Mira was paying attention, knew it was happening, but can't micro your allies' couriers for them.
But up top, able to find a chase down. Super. Gonna be taken down. Yutoro able to find it.
Well done. First blood on that Bloodseeker. Now that is true role playing right there. You know,
Yeah.
I feel like he would be up for that every single time. And oh man, Mira. Oh
Dude,
no,
another one.
no.
He got his regen off of it,
And he
though.
wasted a sentry. He thought that's where the ward was,
Yeah. He didn't know.
and he even missed the sentry. Oh, that's actually the worst spot you can place that ward. That ward stinks. It doesn't cover anything on the small camp. Oh, that's so bad.
That's unfortunate.
And now you're not going to get another one. This lane's a disaster for Spirit right now.
Yeah, this is a big problem. They're gonna have to make up for it elsewhere. Now, the flip side to that, at the very least, is that you were able to get your headdress done on Mira, has another salve up, so there's at least going to be like a good chunk of regen going on here, but it's dangerous.
Oh,
FY,
nice spear.
This is the way
Into
you
the range.
salvage it. FY able to back away. All right, he gets out and pauses the game. Had some lag.
He's like, there must have been a lag. There's no way I get speared there. This can't happen.
It's like, wait, this guy's really good. This collapse fella.
It's like, look at his record. Guys, this guy's played a lot of Mars. You didn't tell me that. Why didn't we ban this? Clearly some sort of a tech issue. But the other lanes here, mid, looks fairly even. Couple CS. And, sorry, go. Thanks, FY.
Yeah, there it is. I think the other thing, too, is that it's like the little courier snipes, the ward not being available, it can kind of be made up a little bit if like they can get some good CS and sort of sustain throughout. And particularly with this like double wave coming in, it feels like Collapse is getting still a good chunk. 14 and 7 versus the 9 and 5 of Yang. It's like the pain is going to start coming when they run out of that regen, it feels like. Super? Uh-oh. Here on the top side, does Miposhka have enough? The brain set? Maybe looking for a bit more? I won't get it.
Let him walk away a little bit there. And FY showing some mercy here on that courier. Gonna let it go.
Chasing down Yang a little bit there? This guy's crazy. Already has the helm of the Iron Will.
Well, as much as I say it's a disaster and things are going bad in terms of the couriers, guess what? Last hit's still fine.
Yeah.
Sure, we don't need our pole camp. It's all right. We'll just balance the lane in other ways. It is going to be sitting near Yang's tower for a while unless they can mess around. So that is going to give some freedom for the rotation on the Weaver. But things looking good now. They actually wind up heading towards Toronto, Tokyo.
Good nightmare. Super moves in, now trying to trade hits. Miposhka looking for a walk away. Toronto, Tokyo still standing strong. But Miposhka is going to take a bit of a beating here, and Super very quick. Does Miposhka find a way out of here? Looks like it. This Collapse is taking the bug off of him and trying to squish away at that bug too on FY.
Yeah, FY, all those shenanigans, still just level 2. So that doesn't have that next point there.
Taunt. Toronto, Tokyo lives. Fine, hanging on to that water rune too. Dude, all 3 lanes, they're doing it on Spirit. Now, they need to get those couriers out there. Okay, yes, they ran over with the IO to get the courier, but Eurus is going to take some more punches up top.
Yeah, he is so low, and this is a bad situation versus a Bloodseeker.
Now they are not giving him anything for free right now. Yang.
You also have the supports like trying to abuse this, right? Like Miposhka, knowing that things are going pretty well here in that top lane, gets a pretty nice ward. Gonna try and catch the storm. Catch some rotations for the storm, so he knows exactly where this Void Spirit's off to. Knows when he can try and push the wave a little bit, or as well as if some allies are coming towards that mid lane. But Down bottom, the Bugs are on the mirror here, but always has the break tether and escape.
Yeah.
And they don't have any way of stopping that.
Ooh.
Still, it is a lot of damage, though.
That was a nice hit by the Lycan. He like positioned himself so that when the tether came through, he could still punch him.
Yeah.
That was nice.
But FY just constant chase down here, and
Gets another courier.
oh, that was actually
collapse.
FY actually lost his courier. Finally, some revenge there on this Weaver who's been sniping the little donkeys here.
Regen picked up for the Storm. Oh, the Nightmare into it now. Super. Oh, no, we got caught by the sleep there. But a secondary sleep, and now the taunt, the pullback.
Yeah, really impressed.
Toronto we got another little shout out for Purge.
Yeah, that was Collapse shouting out to the Weaver. They finally got the kill.
Nicely
Sniped
played.
it with a sentry and a spear.
Oh, and Poshka gets the brain sap off. A 2,000 gold lead already, 3-0. Elephant don't know where to look. They're killing it across all the lanes.
Yeah, and they're able to get that kill, get the push in onto the wave in the bottom lane, and Mira gets the pull from their hard camp too. So just like really showing how unfazed they were by these incredibly frustrating and annoying things that this Weaver did. Like that's kind of stuff it can actually break your lane. Like losing your couriers like that and having no camp. Like sometimes it feels like the support just like gives up, like leaves to go somewhere else and try and relieve the pressure that way. Instead, they stuck with the lane, believed in the duo of the Io and the Mars, and committed to actually fighting for their lane. And they were very victorious here. Really well done.
So far, it is, been, I mean, speaking of supports leaving, poor Eurus is just completely alone up on the top side. Yeah, not necessarily that much that they can do to help him at this point in the game. Collapse almost level 6. Yang is as well, though. And Mira just going to try and make sure that Collapse has a perfectly fine and dandy start to this. Where is the rest of Elephant? Like, I feel like what's happening?
Super's kind of running in circles, trying to find good wards and D wards. Has missed the obs up on the pillar, and because of that, like all his rotations are known right now. So the side of Team Spirit, they just see a ET quite literally wandering left and right. They're probably a little confused at this point, and well, they know he's not here.
And get the silence off. He was able to get the strength form though. Very interesting.
I mean, he's still holding Rupture, and you force this TP too, right? So.
Oh, and they were stacking up for what was happening. But that vision, it was all counted by Team Spirit. So Storm right now going into the jungle to take these away. Just securing a bunch of those stacks. That has got to be so frustrating.
Yeah, they're going to be very disappointed when they rotate back up there. And they have just no idea what's happening.
Toronto, Tokyo, this is 2 runes, one after the other that he's been able to get. So a DD now. Now, of course, I think the thing to keep in mind about this Elephant roster is that they're definitely a team that like has the potential to come back later based upon like, solid rotations and decisions on when to go as a team and stuff like that.
Veteran experience.
Exactly, right? Like that's definitely something to watch for. Spirit's laning stage is out of this world.
Flawless so far. 3-0. No kills here for Elephant.
You don't win the game in the laning stage. You can lose a game in the laning stage, though.
True.
But I don't know if Elephant have gone that badly so far.
Oh, no. Things are all right. You know, they have a couple tools here, right? They have the Helm and the Wolves actually just doing all the last thing in the bottom, so it's kind of nice now. And they would love to try and go for a play, but Toronto Tokyo is also in the area. They see it on a ward, though, so they should not be caught by the storm.
Still hanging out. Could go for that play if he wants to. FY. I mean, it's a lot to commit with like a zip from Storm to go for the kill into Weaver. Especially if you're like forced to use a dust or something like that.
He has a DD though, and again, they see this coming. So he's not allowed to die.
Alright. Killing the Helm of the Dominator creep. I mean, that's like a kill right there.
Missed.
That's 100 gold, not bad.
They're going in.
They're going on to Mira. Arena down, nowhere left to go. Yang! That was not the play there. Can they kill him off though?
Is it though?
Chase big from downtown. Toronto Tokyo able to kill him. They lose the IO. And now another Helm of the Dominator creep. But this is still a DD Toronto Tokyo. They're going to kill this one also. So they managed to find the kill on the Lycan and take down 2 Helm of the Dominator creeps.
That was strange. Yang was like, he won't spear me. That's basically what he said.
Yeah, that's super bizarre. But nonetheless, he did. He did indeed. And Miposhka maybe going to look for something here on Somnus to just keep the creep wave off the tower, most likely.
Well, I am very confused by that one. Maybe just feeling like he has to force some sort of a fight and try and get something going for them. Jeez, we're already up to 8 couriers killed, seriously?
That's kind of crazy.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Well,
attack.
they find him. Fiend's Grip used. Everything dropped down, and maybe the one Somnus M gonna get killed off.
Been killed.
From bad to worse, and now they got Super again.
That's their big hero. That was their highest net worth. He's just
Unreal.
gone. A Fiend's Grip.
Dude.
And they haven't even done, like, relocate plays yet.
Collapse has an armlet.
But wait, there's more, you know?
Yeah.
Radiant's
Wow.
top tower is under
Spirit are looking good. They've made every move that they need to, and Elephant just looked lost.
What's crazy is that he went armlet, and the Bloodseeker is still going like a damage play. It's still going Maelstrom. There's not like an Atos somewhere or
Yeah.
anything, right? So because they have this Storm and this Bane, and Toronto Tokyo is going to go for the Orchid, he's going to be their control. And they'll have to wait a while until Collapse is able to help out with the Blink Dagger since he rushed this armlet, but it's just going to help him so much in the long term, especially versus an ET, right?
Yeah, it's really nice.
He's going to be like at plus 10 armor when he activates that thing. That's so sick for the plus armor.
All 3 lanes have gone well. I mean, Weaver is, again, like a little bit ahead of the IO, but that does not make up for the other problems. It can all be lost in a moment. If Spirit overextend, they can get punished hard. So it's something to watch for.
Yeah, one good sleep ulti. People are low. There's big chase down potential with the Lycan and the Morphling.
Yeah.
One would assume that we're potentially considering some eventual ags on the Lycan for the Morphling too. But it's a ways away.
Long ways away. Claps didn't want to kill that center. Oh, he's going back for it now. No! It's dead. But yeah, the sort of passive, I guess, mid-game that we're seeing from Elephant, I can't really say laning stage anymore.
Dire's top tower
They
is
really
under
don't
attack.
feel like they want to do anything before they start getting these couple of item timings off. But like, what is it that they're really looking for? I mean, is it, I guess, a Yule Scepter for Somnus? He has it done now.
You know, you say mid-game, and I think, like, that sounds too early, but if it's a 25-minute stomp, we are at the mid-game.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Team Spirit can hit that pace. They're not quite there yet, as you said. You know, Elephant aren't really that far behind. Momentum-wise, I'm guessing it feels pretty bad in the atmosphere, I would guess, for Elephant right now, because
Yeah.
it doesn't feel like much is coming online anytime soon to do something. Like, Eurus will have a Lincoln, so there's pretty big pressure for Eurus to make good plays with a Morph ulti. That's where
Right.
I would be looking right now. You know, you got to find the big play. You gotta be the Rubik right now as Eurus.
Well, we'll see if he can make it happen. Not always his most comfort place, but they will find Mira. Yule Scepter into the Remnant, and that should be a quick and easy pick off there. Although, oh, he found a creep. Nah, it's not going to be enough. Super comes in, gives him a punch. And in the meantime, Elephant also able to take down these Ancient stacks.
Dire's
So,
bottom tower
game
is
plan,
under
it feels
attack.
like, for Elephant is sit back, relax, absorb the pressure. Oh, almost caught him there. I
Yep.
did, actually.
Got the Morph off, though, so doesn't matter.
Mid lane, looking for something. Somnus goes for the jump away. Now Storm going in further, dodges the stomp.
They got the net.
Oh, able to catch now onto Yang. Spear comes
wolf.
out again. Dodges. Yang hoping to escape silence, but one last punch from Collapse with the armlet. It's more than enough. Poposhka game body blocked by FY though, and the waveform through as well as the jump, the step. It's more there. Collapse tries to back away, doesn't have that much mana, but there's the pull-in, and the silence afterwards takes him down. Eurus gets demolished. That's the Orchid revealed, and finding more for the kill. FY gets hit by the spear. Collapse trying to chase, but they won't be able to find anything.
Dire's middle
I can't believe he tested him again.
Yeah,
So yeah, come on, let's go, arena. It's like, yeah, okay. Just runs in there as the Lycan and gets speared once more for the eventual kill there.
they're chasing.
He is passing his exams flawlessly.
Oh, FY.
Wow, they actually got him in the end.
Damn. Dude,
That was a long rundown.
that's crazy.
That's what happens when your hero's got no boots.
Well, everything going the way of Team Spirit. I guess that's the thing that's most interesting about this, right? Like, it's not a huge lead, but it just doesn't really feel like Elephant have been able to get anything go their way yet.
Yeah, it feels like that because they don't really have heroes that are going to be making plays anytime soon.
Yeah.
Like, do you really think maybe he's going to be able to do much with just a Yules at this point? I
No.
feel like he needs that Ags. And the Ags looks sick. There's going to be an IO +1, there's a Storm, there's a Bane. Like, this feels amazing for big AoE silence because you're never going to hit a lot. But, you know, this is a playmaker. This guy.
He's just doing it.
And then he just pigs away.
Pig out.
Wow, this is quite the squeals.
Yeah, it sounds like it's in pain.
It does.
I guess to be fair, if you were a Mars and you got shrunk to the size of a pig, it'd probably be pretty painful.
It's very uncomfortable, I'm sure.
Yeah. But it just lasts a couple seconds, then you get through it. Going for a Lincoln Sphere on Eurus. Tough. Tough, tough, tough.
I think it's done, though, right? That's okay.
Yes.
You know, 16-minute Lincolns, you know, yeah.
Yeah. Just thinking more in terms of like what that allows him to do right now, and it's, as you mentioned, not a whole lot.
That's what gives him the pressure of utilizing Morph to its max potential, I would say.
Yeah.
Right? 'Cause that's his only tool right now. But it is easier to do when you have the Lincoln. So hopefully Eurus can find that for his team. Probably, I would guess you want to be Bloodseeker, right? And try to utilize a lot of those abilities.
Okay.
Go for like a self Blood Rage and maybe throw down a Blood Right.
Maybe a Mars if you get a chance. Throw out a spear could be cool too.
Yeah, that's always good. But first he has to find himself into a team fight that feels okay. Right now still sitting at 0-1-1. Hasn't been dying too much at the very least, but you know, the burden's been mostly spread across the team. Yeah, the only one who's really racking up the deaths is old Super here.
Yeah. He's been struggling. And on the other side, somebody that definitely hasn't is Toronto Tokyo, who has been a standout performer for this team.
Wow, they glyphed that wave.
Yeah, they're ready. They want to go.
The best part about glyphing the wave instead of just glyphing the tower is look at them wrap around like this too.
Yeah.
Like they actually have vision of the heroes they wouldn't have because of that.
Good for it.
They stopped their chase down though.
Oh.
They weren't as confident.
Interesting. I guess they don't have Bloodseeker. You can't easily get there. But if Elephant keep
No,
going,
dude,
they're under
if this
award.
smoke ends, it's really bad.
Dude. Oh, jump in. There's the spear onto FY. Dead at the start. Now looking for more. Pulls back in. There's the silence. Got the strength form off, though. Looks for the zip through. Trying to find the kill. Oh, and they got him. Caught dead. Maposhka just found the angle. And they're also connecting onto Somnus now. Rupture out. Doesn't have anywhere left to go. Tries to escape. They pull him in. Gonna pull him down and get the kill. Dude, Team Spirit are just absolutely wrecking Elephant.
Yeah, they're on fire right now, and that one was kind of tight because the Wolves were nearby where Team Spirit were, and if that smoke had ended, they would have had a really good idea like where the Storm was trying to zip from and everything, but just with a few seconds left on the smoke, the Weaver gets caught and found out thanks to that ward that you pointed out before.
What a difference a day makes.
Yeah.
Like, Team Spirit
real good.
0-2. And Elephant coming in 1-1-1. They lose their game 0-2 to Vici, and now looking like, I mean, again, it's a 7,000 gold lead at 18 minutes. This is huge. This is one of the biggest stomps that we've seen so far out of the groups.
Yeah, net worth wise and just like playing wise, it just feels bad. Just like watching this, I pity some of these members of Elephant because I have been in this game where it just feels like you can't do anything no matter what you do. But those games don't tend to happen in the TI group stage quite this badly. But they're in that state. They're just like dying to throw wards on pillars that are gonna get dewarded.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't actually get dewarded.
Oh, it will. Don't worry, it's coming.
All right.
I promise you. Here it comes. Ground ward. Courier nearby. He's gonna ping his storm. Oh, he's got his own courier coming. See,
There it
he
is.
does his own work for
Yeah,
him.
they're killing the Wolves first. Is that the, I guess that they do also, though, have the Helm of the Overlord creep that they're going to use to try and delay this game out. Throws the fireball down up top side. But the creeps break backdoor protection, and suddenly the tower's dead anyways, and it doesn't really matter.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
All right, we got to find the play. We have 4 points in Stomp for Elder Titan. So, 5 seconds sleep. That's a lot of time to think.
Yeah.
So if they hit the 5-man sleep, they can really go through the full triage protocol here and decide in each specific scenario how they want to go for the kill.
They'll decide. They'll figure it out.
I'd hope so, because that's their best chance.
I mean, it's just... I mean, fighting around the Roche Pit, this is probably the best bet that you can get as Elephant, but they're not all here. They're not sort of going to be able to get in time to stop this from happening.
Not even close.
No. All right, Wolf deny. Okay, no, it's just going to punch Mira once. That's fine. Aegis, Storm Spirit. Toronto, Tokyo, ready to be unburdened. Yeah, I don't know, Trent.
They have so much vision right now for Team Spirit. Like, they see quite literally the entire vertical cut of the map. They just see it all right now.
All right, they're trying to boost up the team. FY, he's throwing out the all chat line.
That's good. It's one way to start things.
Don't worry, team, we got this. Collapse putting out the Wepus line.
Oh, nice. There he
Dude,
is.
on the Wepus broadcast. Shout out to the Ops. That was good.
Collapse is really into the English channel. This is great.
Yeah, apparently.
I think they paid him off.
Probably.
Yeah.
The Observer Cabal.
Oh. Yours, man, they are just this Lincoln's is just doing nothing.
God. Yeah, I mean, this team is just doing nothing. Elephant. What the hell? What's going on? Look at where Toronto Skokie has been the entire game. Wherever he wants. Whatever he wants. 3 kills so far. And, like, the relocate comes back, and they might get a kill here, too. Look at, there's 4 heroes around from Elephant. They all have to just run away. Jump now, able to catch. On to Yang. He doesn't stand a chance. Super hoping to get away. You also are going to die. Team Spirit, they take no mercy.
You know what's crazy is that it only takes .3 now for the Fiend's Grip. So like Maposhka did a enfeeble shift queued into a Fiend's Grip right there, and in that time frame he still gets off the Strength Morph because like he's got that that audio cue in his brain, right? Where if he hears, because like audio you react to faster than human, he hears that Lincoln's pop, he slaps Strength Morph, right? That's what Morph players do.
Yeah.
Still just dies though. You know,
doesn't matter.
He's trying his best. You know, he's got the big plays that you expect, but it's just simply not enough when you're this far behind.
Too far behind, definitely.
But that's 2 fights in a row where it felt like the Lincolns had 0 impact. When the Storm zipped on him, I think he pulled to pop it, and then he just orchided him because he was stuck in the arena.
Dude, Max Agi. I want to see the big zip across the map in the one shot. I don't think it's going to happen, though. He's got a bunch of wards around Eurus right now. They're going to keep him safe. Yatoro. It's going to run into vision here in just a moment. But yeah, you can take a look, like these items. I mean, Elephant for Yang, he's like gotten 2 Helm of the Dominator creeps dead, and then the Helm of the Overlord, and now losing another one. Yang gets caught perpetually by these spears. Collapse has had a fabulous game.
This reminds me of the Blink Storm.
Yeah.
Having the relocates like that. I think it's so cool to have any sort of mobility assistance with your Storm Spirit because the main problem with the hero is mana. And the main issue where you lose all your mana is just your initial jump.
Yeah.
Tends to be like a screen away or something like that. So you negate that and you just have so much more to work with.
Now they take down another tower. Somnus. Oh, no. FY was able to sneak away the haste run. Very sneaky from the Weaver. Mira picks up the bounty rune. They run away afterwards. And just like that, it's Mechanism done now. It's Collapse. Keeps the lanes pressured out. They're going to push down bottom, take down this tier 2 tower. Like, we're going to have to look at what the damage dealt was later on by these Elephant heroes, because it feels like just nothing. Like, well, they haven't fought. They haven't really been able to do much of anything. It just feels like they're trying to farm and keep up, but they don't have the tools that they need to fight.
Yeah. Resistance is futile, but they haven't even tried it.
There we go. So. Hero damage dealt. Look at this.
It's not. It ain't much.
2.8 right now. It's only done 1,000, and well, Eurus again in some trouble. There's the Fiend's Grip afterwards. Didn't stand a chance. Stunned up. Is it going to be enough? No. Can they take down anybody? Mira dropping down low, but not low enough. Now the jump in front of all of them.
Let it
Collapse is just taking him.
Let it go.
Listen, enter GG enter. It is time. This game is looking over.
That was your Void Spirit Ags fight, and you actually got a couple spells off there, and it still looks that bad. That is rough. Oh, man, their poor Morphling, though. I mean, he got slept, orchided, pulled, Fiend's Gripped, and then speared.
That is...
He's just gone. That's the very end of that chain of events there when he goes down. And then you think, okay, but look, Void Spirit, AoE damage, silence. But then there's Arena, and it felt like Earth Splitter and stuff wasn't even doing that much for them.
This is what happens. And the score line takes it down. Another kill there onto the Weaver. FY drops. I think it is time. Team Spirit just coming in, taking no prisoners, and leaving after getting the racks. One more creep wave on his way out. Why not?
This is what it looked like when they first domesticated the wolf, and it became like the human's dog. And, you know, he just kept getting trapped in a little pen.
Yeah.
You know, he tries to run around some circles and escape, and then he just gets caught again, over and over and over again. And eventually, he just gives up, and that little wolfy type GG became a dog.
That's a deep cut right there.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about domestication. But here we are, talking about going high ground. Where else do we go at this point?
High ground.
Okay. Thank you.
I got you.
Appreciate that.
No problem. Just pay attention. I mean, come on.
I just said it. I don't know what happened. Spear back. Time lapse. FY didn't quite get connected there. I mean, Team Spirit are feeling good right now.
I would hope so.
Yeah. It looks like they're just having fun.
Oh, we missed the meme number. Nice.
Oh, it's good.
Quality. Toronto Tigers 20 charges in the Bloodstone, by the way. Looking good.
For the twins.
Yeah.
And oh, how about a BKB? That is a definite GG item right there. Like he's feeling like he wants to end the game.
Yeah. These days have occasionally gone a little bit long for these players and feeling like they want to close this one out.
Jeez. I feel like I haven't seen Yatoro's name the entire time. Like, he's got the Gleipnir. We like this item. It's got fresh BKB. Okay, not that fresh. It's a day old. All right, it's 8 seconds, not 9. After that last fight, they can't contain him. They need to try and catch the storm. I don't think you can waste any of your stuns and stuff on top of this Bloodseeker, so he's just free.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, what's their answer? Like, swap into the Bane and Nightmare him? Is the Morphling, like, I don't know what control you possibly have. It just doesn't feel like there's an answer.
They're actually hunting them into this jungle right now.
Yeah.
They're smoking up there. Maposhka all alone. Has the gem, so doesn't want to initiate first. Oh, Spider Legs
Collapse.
Mars.
Hello!
Oh, no way he gets 2.
How are you?
All right, good.
Drops down the arena.
Like
Look
domestication.
For he finds him! Oh my god, the waveform TP out wasn't going to happen.
Oh, no,
so they can't get Yang.
Yeah, they let the Lycan go for this.
Yeah, Eurus, they see him here now. And there's going to be the chase down. The Fiend's Grip off to the side. And he was forming down his strength form, or Agi form. Oh, caught again.
He's just trying to let it end sooner so he can buy back faster.
That's the way.
Yeah.
It's the only answer.
It's totally how it works.
24-3. Elephant. Stick-to-itedness. It's the line from Horton Hears a Who about how much he wants to just sort of keep up that task that he's been
Oh, how about
given.
keep up orchiding this Void Spirit?
That's another possibility. He gets a good silence out and then is immediately killed.
Good. Great silence on those 3 heroes surrounding you.
Yes. Collapse going to take the helm of the Overlord creep. Another one dead. Yang gotta waddle away. Knows the perpetual death that goes in. Support gold spent. I mean, it's interesting, right? Like, it has just been, it looks like an outclass. You know, these are TI pedigree heroes of all time. Some of these players would like go into the Hall of Fame of Dota, and Spirit are just clowning on him.
More like the Hall of Lame.
Got him.
Yeah, 3 kills. Am I right?
Dude. 6 stuff. Wow.
Oh, no. There he goes.
Chase back. Yang dead again.
There's always bounce back in game 2. You know, this game's been pretty rough for a while.
That
I feel like
GG's
they're
called.
just letting it go for a bit.
Yeah.
You know? They've seen the writing on the wall. I'm sure there was some discussion happening at the end.
Right.
It's unfortunately for them not their first game of the day, so they don't have that excuse.
No. But I think like just this shows what you can expect from Team Spirit on any given day. Like, they can come in and do this to anybody. I feel like Elephant may have been affected by their previous series.
Yes.
That's
Now
what it seems
realizing
like.
that I took a lot of them in fantasy. And they are now 0-3, and it did not look good. What, 3 kills? That is not a lot of fantasy points. Oh, Eurus.
Well, as we all say a prayer for Trent's
Thank you.
fantasy members,
Yeah.
we're also going to see if we can get ready for this game number 2, and if Elephant can maybe come up with some better answers, because Team Spirit rocked him in game number 1. We'll find out after the break. just like that, we're back again. Game number 2 on the horizon. It is Elephant facing off against Team Spirit. Ooh, Trent, that last one was painful.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of good things for Elephant from that game.
There's nothing. Was there anything?
No.
No, it was all bad.
I searched the entire game, and I don't... Wait. The start on the bottom lane with the courier sniping, that was kind of nice. Unfortunately...
That point where you were like, man,
heroes...
they're winning this lane
Yeah,
so
I was like,
hard.
this lane looks really good now. The ward's working. Unfortunately, it was still an Iowa and a Mars, and those two heroes are still very strong, and they committed to that duo, and it was the correct play. So well done. Didn't matter if the couriers got sniped, and that Weaver was super annoying. They still won that lane, and they won that game.
You know what, though? We, at the end of the day, only have one place to go from here, and that's up. And also into the draft. If you are an Elephant fan, it can only go up from here. That is for sure. So we'll see how it goes, as Monkey King is going to be banned out in the first phase, as we've seen time and time again. I'm curious what we're at as far as like the most banned, most pick thing. Do you want to do a little bit of a searchy search?
Yeah.
See where we're at with it?
5
Put you on the
seconds
case
remaining.
since you've got the lovely computer stuff.
I have the power. I have the internet. Let's see. I believe Tide is probably still the most picked. Let's see. Yep.
How's my
Sitting,
Tiny doing compared to it?
As of last update, these are a little finicky right now because there's so many games happening that it can't be guaranteed. But Tide is number 1 most picked hero right now, about 15 picks.
10
Snap,
seconds
14
remaining.
picks. Io, 13 picks. Wow, a lot of
Wow.
Io. Tiny's at
5
12.
seconds remaining.
Monkey King is down at 10.
Okay. What about the most banned?
The most banned hero is Monkey King at 30.
Nice.
Io and Tiny are next, each at 27.
Yeah, this is we're getting close in there. It's a pretty big drop off after that too. Next one
Yep.
being something terrible. But regardless, we have seen now the Earthshaker banned out as well for
10
Team
seconds
Spirits.
remaining. Team
Is there anything that
Spirits
you're
turn
noticing
to
as far
pick.
as just like sort of the general meta? Anything that really stands out?
I think one thing that's interesting is there are 13 IO picks, third most picked, and it has a 38.5% win rate.
Yeah, I think a
So-
lot of those were with the gyro.
Yeah, with a lot of heroes, I'm not as concerned about low percent win rates because win rate doesn't matter that much because a lot of it heavily factors on what teams are picking it. But IO specifically is
5
typically a
seconds
hero
remaining.
that is only picked by teams that are extremely good at running it, and it tends to have a high win rate and then start getting banned a lot of the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So maybe the case is that the weaker IO teams aren't having it banned and thus are losing more with it. But either way, not going to be here today. And we'll put one more in the picked column for Weaver. Maybe that's surprising. Only been 6 Weaver picks so far. That seems crazy. I feel like we've seen quite a few of them.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be the hero that
10
maybe really
seconds
breaks
remaining.
out, and we see a lot more of it in the main event or something.
5
To the
seconds
point where maybe
remaining.
it starts getting banned out at that point, where Weaver can start really feeling the best. Because I feel like we've seen probably 3 Weavers so far on this stream.
Yeah, okay, these numbers aren't right. This has been 11 Weaver games.
Yeah.
So we're not crazy. We gotta fix some of our filters. It's okay.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
But regardless, Weaver to me feels like the hero that is, everybody was thinking about Tiny at the start. People were thinking about Io, and now it's like, oh yeah, those bugs. Those bugs are deadly. They start lowering that armor, and all of a sudden the game starts to fall apart.
Man, Tide is seriously those picks. It's more like 21 picks for Tide. That makes way more sense.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna fix our stats. Then this is why we're not the stats guys anymore.
Stats apparently do lie.
What is happening here? That's a lot of reserve time for an opener here, guys.
Yeah.
All right, love this. Huge fan of the Rubik into the Weaver. That's not a good sign. They spent all that time. They got one of their 2 heroes figured out.
Yeah,
At this rate, they're going to use another 50 seconds.
I mean, this is the
10
same thing that
seconds
happened last
remaining.
game too, right? Elephant ran through a ton of reserve time right at the start. It felt like they weren't prepped. They take the Mars away. Okay, here's the thing. When a game goes that poorly, it takes a lot for me not to choose the team that stomped,
Yeah.
This is the beginnings of okay, I'm starting to believe
10
again.
seconds
Now,
remaining.
don't you break my
that's a
heart,
mistake.
Elephant.
That's a mistake.
Don't you break my heart.
You go back to the team that is now trying to copy and take the other team's identity.
No, I like that they are taking it away from them. That's the first
That's what
piece
the
of the
ban
puzzle.
column is for.
Right. Okay, that's fair. But for the first phase, you got to take the IO and the tiny first.
Yeah,
But-
okay, all right.
But what I'm saying is that I think that the idea of like making Team Spirit uncomfortable, that's like the first pin in the unlocking the door. You know how when you put a key in a lock, it sort of hits a bunch of pins.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So this is the first pin.
I did do the lock picking in Skyrim before.
There it is.
Yeah.
So we got to find a couple more.
Uh-huh.
If they can just hit it just right, then I'm willing to sort of back Elephant here in terms of their potential to win this game.
Now remember that was Spirit's first win too.
Yeah.
So, they're not out of the woods quite yet.
It's
Maybe that was just one really hot game and ooh, all right, the hero you've been asking for. It
I like
appears.
Dude, don't pick Lycan. Don't pick Lycan Elephant. Oh my god, they're going to pick Lycan and they're going to lose. Night Stalker's going to build a shard and then just eat their giant creep and it's
And
gonna
munch
be
it
over.
right up.
10
That ability is
seconds remaining.
awesome.
It's interesting.
You're not a
I
believer.
don't know if
5
it's
seconds
awesome.
remaining.
What don't you like about it?
Elephants
Yeah, it
turn
has
to
its
battle.
moments,
Okay.
obviously, where it feels like mega clutch, and then other times where it feels like I wish I just had like a cool spell, not go eat a creep.
But then you can get back into the fight.
Yeah, but surely they're not going to pick a Helm of the Overlord hero into Night Stalker. That seems very unlikely.
we'll see.
Surely they won't do it. I don't think the Caster Curse works that well.
We'll see.
5 seconds remaining.
They ban out the Terrorblade now. I mean, I guess realistically, what you're assuming is this is going to be a Yang Mars, and then that leaves open something else for Eurus. Poor Elephant.
What I'm really wondering is what they want to do with this this Tusk that they picked before. So they actually went Tusk Weaver, and they used the Tusk on Collapse. And so it was a core Tusk with a Weaver, because you're trying to think like what's a good combo with the minus armor that a Weaver provides, presuming that it will be a 4 Weaver. Like, is this just a Collapse Night Stalker? That seems like the most likely situation, right?
I think
but
so.
then, yeah, I guess it's sort of a minus armor combo because it's someone who gains like a bunch of flat damage and just like right clicks for the vast
Yes.
majority. That's like kind of nice. Could maybe go Orb of Corrosion. Maybe that's how we combine it. But will we find some other hero throughout the
10
draft that
seconds
that also
remaining.
wants to abuse off of that?
Elephants turn to
Also,
battle.
where's Tidehunter? Still in.
That's a good point.
Maybe not going to happen with both Night Stalker and Mars picked up here.
I could still see the support Tide working for either of these teams. I also would not mind Toronto Tokyo taking the Night Stalker and then swapping
10
it over to the
seconds
Tide to
remaining.
Collapse if they want. Although I think I'd rather have Collapse on the Night Stalker. It
5
feels like that
seconds
hero that
remaining.
carries out of the off lane.
Well, I'll tell you what they were missing last game on Elephant, and
What's that?
that's one of my personal Trent trademarked terms for draft,
spirits
and that is
turn
they were
to
missing
battle.
direction. All right. Sometimes what you need when you play Dota is just a little bit of direction, and that direction can come from your captain when you're playing, but it can also come from your heroes. And last game, they had no direction because their offlaner was a Lycan, their safe lane was a Morphling, and they had a Void
turn
Spirit
to
that fell pretty far behind. So Void Spirit wanted to spend a lot of time farming, didn't want to spend a lot of time like going for kills and like leading the team across the map, going for decent objectives. They got a little bit too passive and they just they fell off and they lost. Direction can come from Mars. Mars wants kills. Mars wants arena plays. I'd like to see even more
10
of that
seconds
coming from this lineup.
remaining.
I wouldn't mind a Spirit-esque hero to join this
5
this
seconds
trio of
remaining.
running across the map, going for kills.
I could get down with that. That seems reasonable. But the thing that really concerns me about Elephant is that
Elephants
like,
turn to pick.
I feel like they lost their lanes way harder than they should have.
Team
True.
spirits
And
turn to
that
pick.
to me is like really concerning, particularly when you're picking something like a Disruptor. Like now you have Disruptor Rubik. Like well, just pick a Chen or something on Spirit. Like, what
Come on, guys, just pick Chen.
what are they gonna do? Honestly,
They have plays,
10 seconds
direction,
remaining.
glimpse kills, static storm. Kill this hero.
okay,
5
Double
seconds
bubble
remaining.
strategies of static storm inside the arena.
okay.
Super dead.
Let's see if they
That's
can
what
do
I'm
it.
going with here.
Let's see if they can do it.
I will say the Rubik is amazing versus the Weaver, not so hot versus the Night Stalker. That's relatively terrifying. That is two supports that I see now with Rubik and Disruptor that a Night Stalker just salivates. I guess one thing that's kind of cool is that if you go on the Rubik then you might get glimpsed. But if you go on the Disruptor, maybe Rubik will get the Telekinesis save and could like chuck the Disruptor out of your silence, or just straight up Telekinesis you, depending.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that could be interesting. I'm just saying that when I'm seeing this Disruptor, the thing I'm thinking is that there's gonna like you mentioned already taking the heroes away, right? That you don't like the idea of Elephant just taking the Mars away from Spirit and say, yeah, we're going to try and run it now because this is something that you're doing that is good. That means that there's maybe a lack of comfort potentially. Again, obviously Elephant, amazing at playing whatever they want to play. Yang, a boss. But I just feel like at some point this game, we are going to see Elephant have Disruptor glimpse somebody out of an arena. I'm just there's
You're
a premonition.
Okay.
I see it in my mind's eye. It's gonna happen
that
over by Dire Ancients.
That maybe that's just like deja vu, and like you're gonna play a pub later.
Okay, that's a possibility.
And that's something that you're gonna do.
But look at Sven.
5 seconds remaining.
Look at this guy.
He's been banned a lot in our matches in the second phase, so still respected by a lot of teams as a carry player, but maybe none quite bold enough to actually want to pick it. Does that sound about right?
I've seen, I think there's a few teams that have done it. Beast Coast.
Oh, yeah, it has come out, that's for sure.
Beast Coast is the main one I think of.
Oh, that's a Beast Coast lineup right there.
That's a good one.
So what's the Snap doing then? I thought this was going to be a 4-weaver. If this isn't a 4-weaver. So, I guess it could be a 5 snap. Yeah.
I think that's probably the play. Or a 5 weaver.
10 seconds
I actually would be fine with either. Or Toronto Tokyo Snapfire. Screw it. Just go ham.
Probably not though, but maybe.
I mean this Mars needs to pop off. This Mars has got to pop off. When that Medusa pick comes out, that's what that tells me.
No, that's okay. They're gonna get Spirit Hero last. It's fine.
Okay.
This is good.
All right.
Yeah, they'll have someone who moves around the map. They're all in. When I say Spirit Hero, I'm talking about heroes that mid lane heroes that want to start fights and just like create action across the map to help out this Mars, and then you're gonna have the big anchor hero of the Medusa for the damage in the end. So Puck, #1 contender, best. Yeah, I know, not a Spirit, but plays that way. Kunkka is another
#1
one.
Spirit
Yep.
hero.
Kunkka, #2 Spirit hero. #3 best Spirit hero. It's Dragon Knight. Okay, no, it's actually Void Spirit and Storm Spirit.
Okay.
They're tied. Depends on the game.
Surprise. Yeah.
And then Ember is just like, aren't I really good now? And you're like, yeah, that Ags build is pretty cool, but I'm also a little bit scared. I think Ember actually is a pretty good win rate right now, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, that sounds interesting to me. I could be down with it. I guess a little
What
bit...
did I tell you? What did I tell you?
There it is.
#1 Spirit Puck, #2 Spirit Kunkka. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we're on stream 1.
This is
All
great.
Right?
I
brought you the best.
The other thing, though, is that all of those heroes really struggle against Night Stalker, which is why I thought this was going to be a Somnus Medusa, so he can just sit there in the midst of a silence and not be worried.
Team Spirits, turn to pick.
But, oh god, they banned the Storm. Are they going to take the Void? Oh, no.
3rd best Spirit.
And then they're going to be left with an Ember, and the Night Stalker's going to kill him. Gotta be careful. Elephant.
They should Necrophos. That sounds fun. You're up a game.
10 seconds
Okay,
remaining.
don't actually. But then they can't pick Ember. That'll be the meme. But then they just pick Lena, and they might actually win. So don't do that. They could pick Lena on Team Spirit. I think that's completely fine in this setup. They could pick Queen of Pain. They're going to take the Ember. They want the Spirits.
I think this is going to be a carry.
Carry what?
Like a Morphling or something silly.
Oh, on Elephant.
Yeah.
Jeez, you were really confusing me. I thought you meant the Ember.
No.
10 seconds.
You know, I actually did see some support Sven kicking around on some of the Dota 2 Pro Tracker, and I was a little curious.
Oh.
You may now select your heroes.
Mid Mars?
Yeah. No.
No, Mid Doom.
Ooh.
All right. Mid Doom into the Ember Spirit. I thought maybe the Mars might like that matchup a little bit more.
Yeah, me too.
I guess Doom goes like mega hard on the greed though, out of the mid lane, right? Like Mars can do it too, can like farm up some neutrals and stuff with the rebuke and everything, but Doom can like just go crazy and just get insanely farmed in super early BKB.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at?
I mean, we were saying that like the heroes can do stuff, and it's like, yeah, you can get mega farmed, Somnus. And the Medusa's gonna get mega farmed.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, literally, they did need a do stuff hero. I think when your opponent bans 2 heroes of a very specific playstyle, and then you pick one opposite of that, I don't know if that's a good thing.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, they probably want Puck or
5
Kunkka.
seconds
Doom, oh
remaining.
these guys. But maybe Somnus will be active enough.
Maybe
here.
he like goes drums or something.
Maybe Somnus will be. Oh, that was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Didn't even mean to do that.
That's great. That's his plan all along. He knew it was coming. I could see like
It's a long con.
drums blink play or something being pretty cool from the Doom. You know what I mean? Run around.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how much you need that Midas.
Stomp
the Midas
on
is so
people.
tempting, though.
Yeah. I also think that he has to go BKB though, so it's tough, right? Because like you need to be able to jump in, and if Night Stalker gets his silence off, you're not going to be able to find like the Stomp Doom play. You know. I think Team Spirit feel very good in this game, but Elephant, obviously, I mean, they've been through the ringer this year. I don't think one game loss against Team Spirit's going to be the thing that breaks them. Hooray, go. Game number 2, Team Spirit looking to close this one out. A 2-0 over Elephant would be huge for their hopes, dreams, and desires to move on out of this group stage. And for Elephant, I mean, they're going to need it. They are going to need to pull this one back if they want their hopes of the upper bracket to continue. Let's get into it.
Yeah, let's go. I see this Ember here. Oh, 14 commands in 15 matches. He must be a nice guy. That's good to know. I like how you guys get to see this right now. This never happens when we're casting. 75 and 51 as Mars. All right, 3 wins in a row. 18 commends.
Literally, that is
Wow.
all they've seen today on this stream, is that thing.
Yeah, it's good. That's what I mean. They don't get to see them like when we cast all year.
Oh, I see. Gotcha,
Yeah,
gotcha, gotcha.
you know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, it is off to the races as Maposhka trying to get down the wards as quickly as possible. And where are we going to go in this game? Do we have... Oh, there it is. There's the cheers. The Spirit fans are ready. Elephant fans need to do some work. There they go. Catching back up again. Let's see what happens by the end of the game, though. So, do you believe in Elephant?
All right. I do. I think they can bounce back, but guys, we got to go tactical here. All right, everyone, for your predictions right now, you got to take when will First Blood happen, but 0 to 3 right now, because it doesn't close for 35 seconds. So have that selected just in case, and the last second will change.
Kidding me?
What?
What do you do?
Well, I think if it's not a bounty rune fight, it'll be 3 to 6.
Oh,
But I'm just trying to get you guys on it right now before the predictions close.
That makes
Jeez,
sense.
I'm trying to help the people.
What a guy.
Yeah. 15 seconds, you know. They're helping us with some of the cheering, so I thought I'd just try and give back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Spirited
Oh, 8 seconds.
away.
Oh, God. Oh, okay. I'm switching. I'm going 3 to 6. You guys can stay if you want, but you're on your own.
The battle begins.
I don't think they're going to die here. Surely. Oh, yeah.
Stun comes out.
Oh, it worked.
Oh, that was a
It
good play.
worked.
Dude, is he going to get the other one? Oh, no, it's not. It's already gone.
Oh, no. Don't die for this Maposhka. Oh, so much free damage, though. Oh.
Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. He's out of there.
I don't think that's what Weaver sounds like, but okay.
In my
That
head
was
it
like
is.
Space Weaver.
Ba-doo. Weaver is a space weaver.
Oh, dude. Nice. Not what I meant, but that was good.
Good deny there from Somnus. As we get ready to go into this game, Ember versus Doom. Obviously, lots of potential just to eat up all those creeps for that mid player. And, well, the top lane feels like it's going to be pretty static, I guess, right? Like, Collapse playing on this Night Stalker against Medusa. Like, what the heck do you do until the 5-minute mark?
The real battle is going to be Super versus Mira.
Okay.
Right? That is 100% the question here, because you have the Blightstone early on Mira, and then you're just going to have the constant spam of the Thunder Strike, and there's going to be like blocking camps like this and being total nuisances towards one another. And Mira should win that, I would guess, because like you just have better tools as Snapfire, right? You have actual lane tools. Now I say that misses the cookie, so there you go. Let's say we got a mid lane that's Ember versus Doom. We talked about not something you see too often, but probably just gonna be a farm fest.
Yes.
Not much else to expect here, right?
No, it's no longer having 0 armor on Doom means that there's less potential for any type of kill or shenanigans in that way, and unlikely you're going to be able to find anything. I feel like the Ember is going to be a nice answer for this Disruptor potentially as well. Just jump on him in the fights and go ham. Collapse. Maybe in some trouble here. Cookie comes out, trying to keep alive this Night Stalker Fairy Fire. Walk away, but First Blood drawn by Eurus, and well, Super looks like he's going to be able to get out of that. That's what you get for listening to Trent.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, I just gave them the value play that they could have maybe cheesed one out.
That's a good
I
way
made
to
no
go.
promises. I did think we make it to 3 minutes, though. So, my bad. Or my B, as my boy Chillin said.
God, great. What a reference again. I love it. FY. Oh, I just forget about that with the FY Rubik set and the cool little glow that he has after him there. Looks so neat.
He had to trade in his gold cape for that, though. So I remember he rocked that before. It's Toronto Tokyo throwing out the taunt there. So he gets back to the lane ahead of time there. Does have the Flame Guard going, and Somnus just... oh, sorry, my bad. Getting a little excited there. As, we trade blows down bottom.
Look at the damage that comes out just from the freaking bug on Yang that entire time, hitting with the cleave afterwards. 2 points in it for Yutaro. And at least for now, the laning stage looking very even across all three of them. So not the same disaster that we saw from Elephant in the last game.
Now, Sven got quite a few tweaks, but the one thing that stayed was the 100% cleave, right?
That's true.
That is pretty ridiculous. You get the 125 at 15, but right away, just like every swing doing max damage is pretty crazy.
Collapse. They're glyphing the wave. Bait out another Thunderstrike. Thought about diving that one. He almost killed Super. That was a lot of damage there. But we'll get the salve up afterwards. And in the meantime, back towards mid, we saw a quick run over by the Ember Spirit to sneak the Bounty Rune away. So Toronto Tokyo doing a little bit of economic damage there. Somnus not able to get in position. And we'll see if he decides to go and try and take away the Embers, but maybe not going to be the play as the 4-minute rune is going to spawn there as well. Going for some courier snipes on the Weaver. Poshka goes for the Sakuchi forward and able to take it down. Nicely played. Yutaro, he backs, and he's good.
Does he have any regen, though?
Didn't look like it. Some stick charges maybe and a fairy fire.
Yeah, Courier's coming out with some boost, but of course, Maposhka being so busy going for these courier snipes has the salve, so has to make it all the way back there. Salve up his carry, do your duty as position 5.
And the cheers come from Team Spirit again. Nicely played.
And I noticed that Mira did stack up this hard camp here actually, and now the Dire have pulled it.
Okay.
So it's quite the win there for Elephant. So thank you, Mira, I guess.
Gets the clap off too. A couple of denies off to the side. Not bad at all. Eurus walks back in.
Another missed cookie.
Not where it wants to be. Super though gets pummeled, punched,
He
and
lived
chased down and
because of
collapsed. Oh wait, he fell out the other side. What happened there? The tree came back afterwards, collapsed, going to live just barely. One more punch. Oh, it's enough.
Did a tree respawn and push him out of the connect
I
field?
think that's what
I
happened.
wasn't looking. All right, nice.
I've never seen that before.
Well, that's Dota.
Yeah, true. That's the Dota. 2-3. And as Knight comes around, unfortunately, Knight Stalker going down right at the start is not necessarily the way that you want it to go. As Elephant looking a lot better in this game number 2.
And I guess the big question mark will just be like, where do we go after the lanes? Like, let's say the lanes go even. Last game still didn't bode well for like the actual like map movements and everything. And I still have questions based on these heroes as to how well that is going to turn for them.
It's true.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo, just easy. Not scared at all. There's 2 heroes here. Just had the Remnant for the easy rune take. And it being a regen too, doesn't care what the trade is.
Makes it easy for him. Cookie walking in though, trying to take down Eurus. Nowhere left to go. TP out, a chance, a hope, a dream. Gets away, and FY gonna get chased down in that mid lane there. Ooh, Poshka, hello, hello. How you doing? Another punch. Sakuchi up again in a second, but the Doom. Oh, it comes out. Hoping to get denied. It's a very small centaur, and that won't be enough. And Super also going to get punched. Mira able to find that kill.
That death actually comes at the cost of like all that harassment onto the Medusa meant that he had to salve up the Medusa for the disruptors. Now the disruptor dies. That's the cost you pay as a support player to keep your core farming.
This is definitely looking a lot better as Elephant's starting to win the lanes now. Come out of them on top. Remnant's back and away, but Doom used and Sama's going to go back to farming. Collapse moves into position. Super. And be careful. All this minus armor.
She's Maposhka too.
Yeah, they're chasing this one down. Eurus will eventually retreat. Or rather, they will retreat from Eurus. Collapse still playing this one very close. I mean, is salved up, but just has the phase boots and the bracer. Trying to get into the Echo Saber afterwards.
On your toe. FY just walks right into him with that ward being there.
Want to make sure he didn't get cliffed. Yang, chase, Arena, down. Now he's like, you remember you caught me this time?
Yeah.
Usually not him, it was a Collapse on the other side. Speaking of which, Collapse gonna take down Eurus. So Night Stalker starting to accelerate a little bit here in terms of the farm, but still between the top 6 heroes, less than 600 gold separates them all.
Carry players staying where they weren't supposed to be.
Yeah.
Both teams each losing their respective position in 1. So, even trade-off, and honestly, 2 heroes that have a extremely similar game plan here. So, equal parts pain. Now, difference, Itoro, TP's back top. Eurus comes back to the top lane too. This is a bad idea.
This
has a point for ulti
not good. Stun is out, Bugs coming, as well as the little Shredder. Cookie is there, and no mana, Eurus. No chance. Just gonna drop here as the, well, maybe, okay. Coming in, Yang shows up as well.
No
Eurus
way.
actually lives, what? Toronto Tokyo, oh, he wants to get aggro. Didn't quite connect though.
The sickest
Not
part
enough.
was not putting the point in ulti
Yeah.
and fighting. That was bold. That looked like a good ult timing.
Wow. Toro.
He's gonna ult for this. He's like, yeah, I want the stack. Gonna find some neutrals for the squad, and then I'm sure just retreat back to his own safer ancients here.
So I mean, to be fair, they're keeping these heroes kind of stuck in this area. You know, there's 4 heroes up here, and now a 5th coming in. Are they gonna be able to really do anything? Poshka hiding away. Somnus can drop down low. Some trouble, and catch root, jump, Arena down, just walks away. Collapse did pop ulti for this. Yang now stepping up front and center. Jump in coming from Toronto Tokyo. Good amount of damage with that sleight of fist.
Dire's courier
But again,
has been killed.
Sven's farming. It's okay.
he's perfectly okay with this. Like, Elephant is just up there on that side of the map.
Poshka, crazy player here.
Yeah.
Still staying so close. Plants a rather sneaky ward here. Try and get out there being spotted, but oh my god, what is he doing? Oh, that was
This guy's
so
crazy.
slick.
He's insane.
They have a ward though. That's the worst part.
Wait, but they got the Doom onto Ember. He's just running away though. He doesn't care. Like, look at how
How is he
long
getting
they've been
away
here.
with this?
Like, all of Elephant has been on this top side of the map for the past, like, 2 minutes, doing nothing. There is some outplay happening.
Yeah, there most certainly is. And well, Eurus has given up. He says, "I want to be like Sven. I want to go hit creeps."
Pretty much.
So, yeah, try and make that play instead. And well, Sven likes where he's at because Yadaro now got nearly the Echo.
Having a good time with it, as Team Spirit will be able to fully commit to take down this Tier 1 tower in the top lane. And, well, Elephant, I mean, this is one of those things where it feels like almost just a sort of frustration with how the game is going, that they're, you know, having to sit back and they want to pressure this tower now, get some damage onto it, but they move in afterwards and still farming away. Got our Sven off and out, keeping up with the Doom.
Yeah, and you got to think that maybe, you know, that first Doom, it's got to be a little frustrating.
Oh, yeah.
Not hitting on that, not getting that kill, just able to walk away. Like, as an off-lane Doom, maybe you don't care as much because you tend to bully them out and you help pressure the tower. But as a mid Doom, you know, you miss that kill, you just kind of go back to farming, I guess. You're really hoping for that actual fight to occur. Because Doom, you know, it's a commitment because if they just walk away, sometimes they even just get denied if they're going to die anyway. So you really want to see it through to the end.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because, like, it definitely still feels like Elephant has been able to get the slightly more efficient farming around the map and stuff like that. But that was all happening sort of around daytime, you know? There's this window where Night Stalker is not supposed to be able to just sort of sit there and farm and, you know, I guess that, again, it's like Elephant's lineup doesn't just really put pressure on him. It's the same problem as last game.
Oh, they need Yang. I mean, we wanted the Kunkka or the Puck. We got a Doom, so that they just threw all of their eggs into the basket of Yang. You know, in the past at TI, Yang has delivered. He's looked like one of the absolute best players, and this is the kind of hero that he can do it on. But so far, you know, it's a bit too early to expect a lot out of him, especially when he can't go blink first.
They left that bounty rune back there on the high ground. Toro just walked by it. Collapse. Has his ulti available. Yang chasing Maposhka. Is there any follow-up? Does not look like it. Time lapses. Backs out. So again, a tough series of events here, as Spirit consistently just sort of doing what they want. Are they going to be able to do anything here to try and mess with Eurus?
This seems really good for Eurus, though. Like the past couple minutes, like there hasn't been another fight. They have spread out a little bit more on the side of Elephant. We talked about how, like, you know, Yang has to do some stuff, but right now the passive play, they are scaling fairly well here. Yang went for a long-range spear. Maposhka, but didn't get it.
Walk, walk, walk. Get on through. Toronto Tokyo pulls the creep waves back towards the river, and keeping their towers alive. As a smoke up comes from 3 Elephant players. We got Yang, got Rubik, got Disruptor.
Man, I think this BKB first is kind of rough. I know he has to sort of get it with the Doom now, but it feels like it's going to be hard for maybe to do much without the Blink Dagger and the Warstorm.
Slight misses on the chains, but the stun comes out.
Yeah,
Lift up
so
there
low.
afterwards. Static Storm down, in trouble. They kill Toronto Tokyo. Much needed, but the silence afterwards
damage.
collapse right on top of him. Doom comes out trying to take down the Snapfire, but Somnus in some trouble himself. Is going to get chased down here.
I think the haste rune.
Yeah, he's going to be able to make the escape.
Is Snap getting denied? Yeah, no chance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And the regen rune afterwards. So still 1,000 gold separating these squads. And Daytime comes back again. Night in 30 seconds.
Jeez. That's not good news for Elephant. Collapse, speaking of which. Finds himself a Medusa, and I don't think she's getting out of here. Super's just ditching. Has no ulti to help.
Well, there you go for the big old wraparound. Maposhka there as well. Lift up afterwards. Tries to do what they can, but dead.
There's no arena either.
Now Yang shows up.
Oh, man. Okay, that was on Eurus. He was just too deep, and they don't have the tools to actually defend him.
Glimpse, lift up Yules afterwards. There's a good stun, and it is going to be enough, so they take down Maposhka.
I mean, a return kill, but not a great one.
True.
Obviously, not a lot of value there for them. But, okay, if they turn into a tower, this at least feels somewhat okay.
You know, in the mid lane, though, you're seeing that Utaro just takes that one.
That's a problem. Yeah, now they don't even care if this tower goes down. Trade for mid is whatever. And Toronto Tokyo almost trying to bait them into something here. But remember, stuff's coming up soon. Like, there is an arena now.
Oh, the Mortimer's Kiss is coming through onto them. Catches Duncan wanting to find it. They dropped the Static Storm, but I don't know if it's going to end up mattering as Yang chased down. The Ember is there. The weird combo with the cookie and the spear, but in the end, they take him as well.
He just got cookied by a shish kebab Ember.
That's crazy.
Oh, meanwhile, Collapse isn't done. He's like, hey, Eurus, remember this? Like 45 seconds ago? You want some more? Huh? Yeah, say goodbye to your mana.
He's just running at him. Like, he knows he can't kill him.
It's all right. He just lost like 700 mana.
Yeah. Doesn't feel comfortable just sitting around like that. Maposhka's hunting. It is very different playstyles between these two teams.
Have we identified Elephant's playstyle?
Yeah.
Because today, you know, I'm not really sure what it is.
Different.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Super sitting behind. They are rapping for the go-ahead.
Thanks, BG.
Drops down the Sentry Ward and then the runaway.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Maybe. Thinking about it. Up top. Kind of wanted to go into that lane.
Yeah. I mean, he wants the BKB too. Oh, man.
He's in the danger zone. There's no way, right? He'll be all right.
Oh.
He'll be fine. Midas and run.
Yeah, he just runs away from there. They know. Okay, good stuff there from Somnus.
Will his tower be fine, though? It's an Arcane Rune Ember. They're going to ulti, so they're pressuring this fully. They have the glyph. They could glyph and go into fight.
Smoke.
They want it.
Wrap around.
The smoke's on both right now.
Who do they find?
Collapse still has ulti here, too, of course. And oh, no. Did they see this Medusa? I mean, they see her farming, and they have an obs. They see her going back to triangle. Oh, is she dead?
No, they're going
Roche. All right, they're not going to commit.
Yeah,
I mean,
good.
she looked kind of free, but I guess you also know that, like, you know, there's no way they're going to go.
Radiant are scanning.
I think this is a good Roche play here. you
Yeah,
know?
scan the
Take
high
advantage
ground,
of it.
take it, use the ward above you to keep yourselves covered.
Good vision. I like to see it.
To the radiant.
So it is going to be Aegis on to Toronto, Tokyo. They have looked like they know what they're doing in this game number 2 here. And again, it's like a very small difference in terms of like the net worth between these two teams. But all of the heroes from Elephant just don't really do anything.
It sounds so harsh when you say it like that, but it does kind of feel like that. It just feels like they're always waiting for one more item.
It's like Medusa punches people, maybe drops the ulti. Somnus, he can like maybe get on top of somebody if he can run them down. Mars potentially could make a play happen if they run into him, but he doesn't have a Blink Dagger right now, trying to go for the BKB next. We've got Rubik, who just has boots, and then a Disruptor. So hypothetically, if they're stronger than him, maybe you could get like a run at people, and then as they're trying to run away, you can glimpse them back in. But like, I think Team Spirit are stronger.
Yeah, Disruptor when playing from behind just feels terrible. Feels like you can't do anything.
Era.
Oh, here we go, though. This could be a glimpse play.
Slowed down. Oh no. Oh no. The minus armor. That was one stun from the Sven, and then a whole heck of a lot of little shredder.
FY has
down
shown
one.
here, too. They know they're all here without Medusa.
Oh god, go run and hide. Are they slowly just gonna get
Dude,
whittled
look at
down
this.
by the Ember? This is devastating. Why would you do this BKB out? But the BKB from Collapse, Static Storm, trying to stop this, if at all possible, disarmed on the Dusa,
he's still
doing
living.
nothing. The chase, looking for more. Toronto, Tokyo wants to run in. It's like fish in a barrel. They didn't stand a chance. Why would you do this to him? Yutara runs in, finds Eurus, gonna beat him down. Everybody dead with no retribution.
They just got to hurt it.
That's what it was. And
Yeah.
then Medusa was kind enough to come join him.
Yeah, that was. I mean, got the Petrify on the Ember. That did slow some of that damage. Left a bunch of heroes just kind of sitting there at low HP. But, you know, the wraparound play from the Night Stalker behind. You watch this. Comes in with a big vision on Collapse. Silence
Oh.
onto the Doom. Forced to BKB. That's great. But Doom finally comes out there and it's just, it's not doing enough. It's only onto a Night Stalker, and he was still pretty healthy at that point. He eventually just comes back in after that Doom and punches Super to death way later in the fight. You know, look at him. He's running around doomed. He's a little love tab over to Yang, too. Says, how do you do?
Just doesn't even care. And not
5
one of them
heroes.
goes down.
Unreal.
Blinks away
And
from
now
the
they have an
glimpse.
Aegis.
Yeah.
To,
Oh, they
to
had that one.
continue to continue pressuring with, too.
Jeez.
Even after a fight like that.
I mean, as soon as we sort of saw that there were 4 there, and then like Ember could start sleight of fisting.
Once Night Stalker had that angle, it's just
Yeah,
like, oh
it's
man,
over. It's
this is
done.
bad.
I mean, they got more kills than they got last game, but it's looking like it might be the same result for Elephant. I don't know if this is just a matchup thing or what. Like, who the heck did Elephant play where they were winning? What happened?
Well, I mean, Elephant are, you know, a good team,
Yeah?
allegedly.
I don't know. After this, it's got me reconsidering life.
Well, Postcard just, you know, and Team Spirit, they're just a very good team.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, there's no bad teams here at TI. There's just good teams, very good teams, excellent teams, and super duper teams.
Yeah, I think that the other thing is that, you know, oh god, Chase down.
Those are
FY.
some super duper Mortimer's kisses.
Very nicely played. Somnus, BKB. I think also the style of Team Spirit is really good against this Elephant team as Toronto Tokyo jumps in, can't quite get the chase down.
Is under attack.
Elephant?
Again, I implore you, what is the style of Elephant? Have you figured that question out yet? Is
As
it
they get the
losing?
cookie.
Because this is a winning style.
It's super, goes in, looks for more. Toro finds him. Oh, this is gonna be big. The Remnant through, they bait out the Static Storm. Such sick play from Toronto Tokyo. Spirit just looked good. They're doing it over and over again. They're trying to stack camps or just clear through them over on the other side of the map with Somnus, but Team Spirit.
The way they just like share the load in these team fights and the damage, and you know, I'm in, you're in, I'm out, you jump back in there, and they just can't get a finish onto the targets. And I don't think we can just like put that totally at the feet of Elephant. I think it's more so the way they're playing this. And Maposhka, you know, part of the way those fights start, of course, is a little bit of forward vision there. And in this case, Maposhka did get punished, but put a pretty deep ward down there before dying. So they'll have some way to catch someone up here. I'm sure that's just an investment, you know.
Yeah. Well, 8,000 gold lead now as Team Spirit continue to just outclass Elephant, which is a wild thing to say, but this team has been through the ringer, back again. They've gotten their chance on TI. They're taking every little thing that's given to them.
Yeah, last game I believe was their first win, so this will be their first two wins, first series win here.
If they can close it out, I mean that's always the big question, right? Like you're still running into Doom, Medusa. There's a Static Storm that's down there potentially. Like High Ground is a different animal, and they have like an Ember is like their strongest hero right now to some extent. I mean Sven's also very big, but like these aren't necessarily great tower hitters, so there's some potential there for holding High Ground for Elephant.
That is true. And they haven't taken a massive lead yet from Team Spirit. I mean, look at the net worth. If you were coming to this game live, you'd be like, oh, this game doesn't look that bad. Yeah. But again, it's more like the mentality of this game, just like the feel inside of it is just that Elephant are struggling and being choked out a little bit here. And they're really hurting on getting some contributions from some of these, like the heroes that you're expecting to do a lot right now, like Yang specifically. I mean, he's 3-3 and 2. Some of the arenas look like kind of okay, but honestly, I guess his window's kind of passed. Like since the BKBs have come out, he's a lot less relevant. And before they were there, he didn't really find that impact that he needed.
No. Well, and
that might be
tough.
a freebie here on FY. Has the Shikushi.
Up on the top side. Can they get him?
Oh, they know. They saw.
And there he is. Yeah, they got him.
That's
all it takes is a moment.
Oh, wait.
Oh, bam.
He almost did it. Thought he had the escape.
Oh, it's an AC.
Gotta hope for the underdog.
They have Blink on Collapse.
They have BKB on Yang. That's pretty good. It's a good BKB game. Allow him to get off some better arenas, some better spears, and Yura's just struggling to get to that butterfly. Will eventually find it though, and Sven obviously a hero that doesn't really want to buy an MKB, so maybe.
You know what I think this. You know what I feel like, and again, I don't want to necessarily hate on Yang at all for this one, but this is much more, it feels like, Team Spirit coming in and understanding. Like, this series, to me, feels like a series about Mars, right? That, like, in the first game, Spirit understood how to play around it, when to pick it, all that good stuff. And right now, we're going to see Somnus just jump right in, try and blow them all up, takes that Disruptor down in a moment, maybe? Super living, and able to get the stone form, but the turn now, Yura's going to get stunned, popped, beat down.
No.
Is it going to be enough, though? Well, maybe a chance. Yang not able to find that follow-up, and now the chase down. One last Mortimer's Kisses going to connect, and he blinked forward to find that Rubik. They still find nothing.
He broke his ankles. He jumped over that God's Rebuke and killed his ally.
But this is the thing to me. Oh, and he's got eyes on the prize. Eurus, come here.
That ward, the investment. I told you.
God, they found it.
The death was worth.
And the chase. And Ember is there. Nothing left as they finally bring him down. Well played. But like I was trying to say, it's like you have this like draft where you're anticipating a big play, and there it is. Yet again.
I mean, it starts out good because they get the Doom. Like, you know, like maybe did his job. He got the Ember. I feel like that's where you want to go, but Collapse is just crazy. Jumps through, and then this spear right here just hurts my soul.
Yeah.
It's like he probably would have died.
It's true.
They sent him a little bit too far there. And then did Yang Yules him after 2? Is he just pressing all his buttons? That was Yang's Yules. Yang's in full-on panic mode right now or something.
But this is the thing, right? Is that it's like Team Spirit understand this Mars. They get how to play it, and like when you first pick it against a team that knows what they're doing and how to play with it, look at these heroes.
Dude.
Like, they don't care at all about it. Night Stalker flies above the arena. The Ember beats you through it, and the Sven just punches him.
He must be laughing so hard every time he gets Spirit to the arena.
Yeah,
He's probably just
has
losing it.
collapsed.
It's probably disrupting the comms. He's just like, oh man, this Mars noob.
Yeah.
This guy ever play Mars versus Night Stalker?
Like, I mean, there's nothing you can do, right?
Do they not have Night Stalker in your pubs?
I think that Night Stalker, like, I don't know, that it feels like a comfort thing. And again...
Oh, this ward sees them coming in completely.
Oh, and there it is. They find this freaking disruptor caught yet again, trying to get his way out of there. Not going to happen. Yang, nowhere left to go, is going to get ran down. BKB popped to try and run away.
He still has a bug on him, too.
Yeah,
It's
that
like,
hurts.
please help. All right, well, Roche is respawning in a second here. So that is something for Team Spirit to do that doesn't really risk a whole lot. And, well, I guess perhaps that'll be the one moment where Elephant can find something.
Radiant are
That'll be
Because
their hope.
they've now spent 2 games searching for a purpose.
I think it's these types of games are really interesting. Where it's like, you know,
These are the ones you find interesting?
yeah, definitely. Like, cause like, all right. So hear me out. The reason that I think that is because it tells me that, you know, I mean, Elephant is a really good team. You look at those matches that they had yesterday; they looked incredibly strong. And this time it felt like they came in and underestimated Team Spirit. Team Spirit came in, absolutely slayed. They played with their Mars, and then Elephant didn't have an answer for it, but they still felt like they had to ban Io and Tiny. And then they're like, okay, well, that means we have to take the Mars. And Team Spirit know how to play against it. And it's sort of a... It's interesting when like a game can sort of revolve entirely just around this one hero.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But regardless, as the smoke breaks on Toronto-Tokyo's Sleight of Fisting, Team Spirit definitely looking like they got the better end of it here with Team Elephant.
I just question what they wanted of this Doom.
Yeah.
Feels like they just went the complete wrong way. I feel like Team Spirit had a better idea what their draft needed than they did. Their bans.
It was tough. Yeah. Inside their heads. So 24-9. Neither game has looked particularly close in Team Spirit. The biggest thing to me about this is that it's saying I am favoring this team going forward in the group stages if it looks like they have a good matchup, right? Because they're not like this is very clean Dota from them.
Yeah, there is a potential here for sure. Because like there's Doom. So number one, Doom can often erase some heroes. Like Ember is a very good example because like when he's doomed, he doesn't do anything. So once all Doom, that's 16K down the drain. That hero just doesn't exist. Now you have a net worth lead. You have a refresher. That's 2 heroes now just gone. All right, so you have some opportunity in these team fights where you should theoretically be in the driver's seat, but they're not able to actually get the finish on this Ember when they get the Doom off. They're still pretty far behind as it stands.
Bugs go out. Iris backs away. And Ember, Toronto-Tokyo just walks in, and there's the root. Oh, man. The jump through, spear, not going to connect. The disarm, collapse right on top of one. Toronto-Tokyo looking for more action. Can he find it? They find themselves the Dusa silenced, done, dusted, and dead. As Yang is going to get chased back into the fountain, also ends up falling. And now the jump forward finds the bash, standing on him. Going to give him the pause as they're in their base. A little bit of lag, going on. Oh, man.
Have no fear. They wouldn't do that on purpose. Yeah. It's okay.
Oof.
That bash was sick, though.
It was a good one.
Yeah, that was just what they needed, right? Just in case they weren't winning hard enough. Oh, no.
God, one more sleight of fist, because why not?
He actually got the root on the buyback
Team Spirit,
Mars, so he couldn't get the Yules on him.
That's insane. Oh, wow. Elephant, when it rains, it pours. The games have been tough today. They started the series, and they were in the upper bracket. Now, dropping down 0-2 throughout the day. Oh, God. Somnus gets brought down to half HP, forced to pop the BKB as they're running away. And Team Spirit, they're not looking back. They're trying to close this one out here as they take down another Tier 3 tower into Arax. Easy as pie.
I'm trying to think of like mistakes in these 2 games from Team Spirit, but
They haven't made any.
they like seriously, the game's been so good. Every trade feels beneficial in their favor. They obviously just like very clearly directing where the game's gonna go every single time. All right.
Well,
Zoom onto a Sven.
oh, and the blast drake takes him off. Jump forward, no BKB available. Yang trying to hang on to anybody, gets bashed by Collapse. GG is going to be called. Team Spirit come in after an 0-4 day and are now finishing this one off 4-0 throughout this second day of groups. What a turnaround. I feel like that's a Maposhka thing, right? Like revitalizing the team and trying to get them back on a solid ground.
Well, I hope that Elephant can find someone similar because they need to figure it out.
I'm worried. ROTK might be yelling at him. Got to check in on those boys. That's a little bit scary there, isn't that? I don't know. Whew.
They looked completely lost. I don't know if that maybe losing to Vici feels really bad because that's like a matchup that perhaps like you feel familiar with them,
right?
And maybe you like. Is there a chance you overpret versus Vici because of like the interregional competition and like you really want to get that win because of like they're like your rivals in your own region and this was sort of an afterthought? I don't know. Maybe you're so demoralized after losing to someone from your regions like that with the 2-0 that you come into this, but whatever that was, that did not look like my expectations for Elephant.
No.
You know, not to take anything away from Spirit.
No, not at all.
I mean, that's all, the whole thing. It's like, you know, oh, I played so bad that game. It's like, do you ever think that maybe I made you play bad?
Right, exactly.
That's basically what that was.
I mean,
so, well done, Team Spirit.
And I think that that's something else to sort of keep in mind here is that, like, Team Spirit kind of forced them into playing a game that Elephant didn't want to. And whatever ended up happening, still a lot of questions to be answered. And, I mean, this is where we are. This is TI. This is the time when it all matters.
There's no time to answer questions.
No, you gotta go play the next game.
You gotta figure something out and win a game. So
yeah. Well, rough
good luck
stuff.
to them.
We'll see what ends up happening, but more Dota to come across all 4 of these streams. And with that, I think we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hello, friends. Suns fan here with Cinderin. We are on the A stream, Cinderin. It feels good to
Got
be
promoted.
We got promoted
They
after
loved our
Slack.
TriCast so much.
yeah. I was expecting to be on the F stream, which doesn't exist, aka out of the country. But yeah, we have a really hype matchup: VP versus IG. VP was doing extremely well, then they just got 2-0'd against T1, who's been struggling.
Right.
And IG has been crushing pretty much everybody. I think they've lost just one single game the entire group stage thus far.
It seems like how to say. I think it's too early to say classic T1, but that also happened in their last major tournament that they played. They started day 1 0-4, and then day 2 they went 4-4. So perhaps T1 is just a team that's a little bit slow to warm up, whereas Virtus Pro tends to come in looking really hot and then over time slightly get figured out. But this was a little bit early for them. The last big tournament they played, VP were crushing the entire group stage pretty much. I think they finished in first place there. This time around, it is more challenging. And IG, one of the teams coming in that were unfortunately having COVID complications, you can't tell. They are playing super well. And one of the things that you would be concerned about with the whole quarantine situation, playing from their separate rooms, etc., would be if the communication breaks down. They seem to be very much on the same page when they play these games. I've been super impressed by them so far. If there is a team right now that could make it hard for them, though, VP is one of that type of team, I think. Because VP can play really explosive and fast and be dominant in lanes. And in the games we've cast of IG, they haven't really been challenged that much in the laning stage. They've usually just either floated by or even won. So I'm very curious to see what VP bring to the table this time to challenge IG. I think it's going to be the hardest series yet for IG.
Yeah, I'm actually going to look up exactly who IG has played, just so we can keep on. We've cast a couple of them. Obviously, they just played Thunder Predator, and that one was not a remotely close series. But the question is, have they been truly tested? They 2-0'd EG. That's right. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, we weren't casting that.
Yeah. They 2-0'd T1, who just 2-0'd VP.
Yeah.
To give you some idea. And Thunder Predator, and then they split against Undying.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very impressive group stage so far for IG. But, I mean, these are two teams that we coming in expected to be top 4 in their groups to get to the upper bracket. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. As Silencer first pick, we've been seeing this band pretty, I would say somewhat regularly in the first phase. Haven't gotten to see it yet, though, in the group stage.
The top, I want to say just anecdotally, the top favored bands so far have been Monkey King, Tiny, IO. Some teams have been banning Lycan, like you're seeing here from VP. But yeah, Silencer has not been one of the absolutely most prioritized bans. VP have opted to go for it as a first pick. And I think this hero is, for me, actually a very flexible pick. I think it can play many roles in this patch. And that might be the reason they rated this high, picked this early. Interesting to see a save hero picked into Silencer.
Well, you've never seen position 1 Abaddon picked first, Cinder?
Traditionally, one of the things you pick Silencer against is actually hard saves, so that you can guarantee lockdown on the primary target. A classic combination is Storm Silencer or Bat Silencer, where these heroes just initiate the fight, you global to protect against any saves.
Yeah.
But you actually opt for an Abaddon here as IG. Very interesting. Can take off the curse from his allies, obviously, which can be very convenient against Silencer, but global is very annoying for this hero.
Yep, absolutely. But, of course, Silencer gets... I mean, he's gotten some changes over the course of the last year and a half, but... or since the last TI specifically.
Another hero Silencer is pretty good against.
But the biggest... I mean, maybe we don't talk about this now, but I feel like the biggest feels bad thing for Silencer is neutral items. Some of them have dispel aspects to them.
Right.
And that could actually change the complexion of the game. Finally, I get to see a Dawnbreaker. I've been seeing people cast Dawnbreaker. Haven't gotten to cast it myself, Cinder.
Yeah, I love this hero.
Very excited. I don't think her win rate is particularly good, but I know VP has been playing at position 1 mostly.
Yep.
And they were up like 30K net worth or something crazy against OG and lost.
Right.
So I might speak to how the hero perhaps scales, or maybe they're just not used to, playing it in a full lineup.
I'm very curious to see if they pivot from carry,
Right.
or if they're going to just continue to play it like that. Because I think every other team at this tournament has played it support that it has been picked by. I believe so anyway, but I could
From
be
what
wrong on
I've
that.
seen,
There's so many games going on, it's hard to keep track of literally everything, but Yeah, the way VP played this, I believe the item build that Nightfall went for was it? He went, I think, Echo Saber into Radiance, which is a very unique build. It's not something that's popular or that I've commonly seen. Playing it in this role to begin with isn't very popular currently, but might become that if VP start dominating with it consistently. But yeah, this is one of my absolute favorite heroes in the game. I have played, 150 games since the hero came out. I don't know when that was, but probably maybe my most picked hero since it came out. I'm just in love with it. It's super fun to play.
4 or 5 months, 6 months maybe.
Yeah, it's really fun to play. It's very dynamic, extremely potent laner, which is what makes it such a good support. The spells are very, very strong at playing aggressively in lane, so it pairs very well with carries that have either a stun or a slow, so that you can just chase supports down and kill them in lane. And in my opinion, which is something I guess VP kind of disagree with considering they play it one, I don't think it scales that well as a carry. Or rather, it is very dependent on team synergy in order to carry, because any mobile carry, any carry with BKB can often get away from the Starbreaker ability, which is the primary damage ability.
Right, and I think based on what I've seen so far, they try to piggyback off of that early start, which, again, you're talking about how, just as a support, let's say, one of the best laners in the game, just because of her strength, is ridiculous. She's so tanky, she does so much damage. Put that on a carry, yeah, you're right. It doesn't scale quite as well, technically, at least not right now in her current form or what we've seen. But if you get off to a really good start, you can just snowball that. But
yeah,
I mean, we'll see what they actually pick. I would like to see a mid that can scale into late game as well, to kind of have like this pseudo duo carry.
For sure. I don't think Dawnbreaker should ever solo carry. I think it needs a different scaling hero.
And you also need something to help you initiate, because your ult is probably the most important aspect of the hero, being able to join the fights whenever. But like Silencer doesn't provide a stun, right?
Right.
You need something.
Yeah. So my general checkbox that I go to whether I enjoy playing Dawnbreaker in the game or not as a support is, one, do I have like 2 different teammates that can stun and initiate for me so I can use my ult offensively? And 2, do I have a lane partner that wants to put pressure on something? If you're playing with a very defensive carry, it can work. Like, you can still bully the enemy team, but it feels like you're losing part of your potential as a hero by not dominating, but just breaking even for a greedy carry. Because if you're doing that, you could do that with a plethora of heroes. Like Bane is great for also playing with a defensive carry, because I think Bane depends less on just getting ahead in the lane to feel very useful. But yeah, that's a lot of talk about Dawn. Let's try to catch up on bans a little bit. Puck, Storm, and Lesh from VP, so banning 3 of Emo's mid heroes. He will go for his 4th very popular one here with the Lina, most likely mid. And Invictus Gaming are banning out Bounty Hunter, which VP have been playing a decent amount as one of the only teams, and then Invoker TA targeted bans against GPK in the mid lane. So they are assuming that this Silencer support, and this makes that seem ever the more likely with a Void Spirit pickup. Has a bit of a catch for Dawn. It's not the best, but it's good enough, especially if it goes Yules. Then you set up the
Aether Remnant with Solar Guardian,
yeah,
sure.
It's completely fine.
What about in terms of like the late game with this hero? Is that enough of a pseudo carry?
I think it could be. Ooh,
I mean, this lineup
really
right now
like this
is
pick.
ultra aggressive overall.
That is a great Clockwork pick for many reasons. First of all, great hero against Shaker. Prevents him from, if you ever find Shaker in the backlines and you lock him in, his fight is really tough to play. You're playing it into Lina, who also doesn't like when heroes get up close and personal, and you're playing it with Silencer. So when you engage, you can prevent those counterplays that a Baton could do against your Clockwork, and then you can Solar Guardian. I actually think this is an awesome pick. Perhaps the best possible pick they could have got in this position. So I'm really digging that one. Got a Morphling for IG. So they have Morph Shaker. Don't know if we need to explain that one. It's pretty busted when Morph gets Ags.
I mean, I'm trying to remember. What, TI9, did that even have... Was
yes,
that even a thing?
I think so. Man, it's so long ago.
It is so long ago, yeah.
Maybe it wasn't there yet.
Well, just in case some people don't know, obviously Morphling can, with Aghanim Scepter, can become one of the heroes on his own team, with just the basic abilities, of course.
Yeah.
Now, it's been nerfed many times and then not picked at all, but then it was slightly buffed, I believe, recently from the Earthshaker side.
Yes.
Which I'm trying to remember what that was. It was like the Enchant Totem. What was it, like the cast point or like the speed?
I think it's also the air time when you're flying was reduced, which is really good for Morph as well.
Yeah.
So basically the idea is, because Shaker has Enchant Totem that gives a huge bonus attack damage, on one attack. Morphling can turn into him, use that, then turn back into Morphling and hit with all of Morphling's base damage, which is super high. So makes for an incredible attack, especially if you end up getting a critical strike item as well. You can just literally one-shot supports. And not only that, you have the Fissure, which is considered by many to be one of the best spells in the game, like just base spell. It's so good. It's a line stun that creates terrain, which is very unique. The only other things that create terrain are, is it Mars Arena? What else does that? I mean, dependable. I don't even know if you would call that terrain, but it's a very unique ability.
Yeah, very unique. And obviously gives him extra mobility because Ags Earthshaker allows you to enchant Totem
As a jump,
all over
yes.
the place.
Yep.
Basically a pseudo blink. So Nature's Prophet as the final pick for VP.
I'm digging the game approach here of playing aggressive, right? It's what we talked about. They're gonna try to play IG early game and just get ahead. Nature's Prophet, one of the really good heroes for snowballing if you win your lanes. And I would say Nature's Prophet is a pretty good. I'm assuming he's position 3 here. That's a lane, an offlaner that Abaddon doesn't like facing. It's too much damage. Like you can't. Abaddon likes to either protect his carry, okay, let's try that again. Abaddon likes to protect his carry a lot of the time by being in front with Aphotic Shield on and just bullying the offlaner away. You can't do that to Nature's Prophet Clockwork. They're gonna beat you way too hard. So kind of forcing Abaddon to maybe play a little more defensive approach in the safe lane. If you're playing defensive Abaddon Morph, it doesn't sound that strong. Like that's kind of a weak lane. So VP could build themselves an advantage there.
So likely looking for an off lane here as the final pick, right, for IG.
Yes.
Although they've banned some themselves in the Darkseer Beastmaster. Let's see what they end up with here.
Right.
Oh, Timbersaw. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Anti-tree against Nature's Prophet, big time right there.
It eats Dawnbreaker alive as well.
Yeah, any strength hero will absolutely decimate, especially the super high strength gain of Dawnbreaker in general.
Yep.
Like she doesn't even need to go strength items, and she's super tanky. Because when she first got released, her win rate was atrocious, and the way to buff her was basically the stacking.
She got a lot of stats in one patch. I think she got, what was it? She got strength, base, damage, and was it armor too in the same patch, and move speed? It was like almost all the base stats got increased.
Her win rate was real bad.
It was like 35%, and then it went to 55 after a week with all the buffs or
sounds
something.
about right.
So and then it got nerfed a little bit again. I will say, though, I think looking at these drafts, Virtus Pro should have an early advantage if they play the lanes very well. Come late game, I really like IG. It's hard to go against Morph Shaker and Lina as a late game team. But the wild card in all of this for me is actually Silencer. I think Last Word is incredible this game. It's really good for breaking the Shaker combo. It's really good for breaking Morphling's combo, where he turns into Shaker. It's a good skill against Timbersaw, who's also a very spell combo-based hero. And then you have Global on top of all of it. So really look out for Kingslayer to have a major impact here from that position 5. Everything else kind of speaks for itself, right? They've covered their boxes or the bases with getting 2 setups for the Dawnbreaker ult with Void Spirit and Clockwork. They have the Global Silence to protect the Ghosts, and they're going to play hard, aggressive early game.
Yeah, but they have this up-tempo lineup, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to go super late against... I mean, obviously Morphling will scale better than any hero in the game right here, so...
Yeah, he should.
But yeah, this should be an exciting one. VP, like we just said, got off a surprising 0-2 series against T1.
I could see T1 making a comeback on day 2, but I didn't think they were going to 2-0 this team.
Yeah.
I thought they were maybe going to draw. But obviously great news for them. If we just quickly want to recap that group, the standings right now. So currently this is a match of the first place team IG against the tied for second VP, who are tied with OG and Evil Geniuses. And obviously a couple of the teams we just mentioned earlier, T1 and Aster, both got their first wins. They were both 0-4, and this has pulled them significantly ahead of the current bottom of the barrel of the group, Thunder Predator, who have yet to win a game. So obviously a lot of games left to play. Everyone plays 16 of those, minimum.
Yep.
So plenty of things can still happen on day 2. And
quick reminder, you guys have 1 minute basically to get your predictions in if you're watching on Twitch. It should work. We implemented it today. We've seen some issues where like a small amount are not going through, but that will be fixed soon. So bear with us on that. But basically, if you're watching on mobile, the predictions will not work. That was not part of the implementation, but if you're using Android, the basic functionality of the tooltips should work. And iOS, who knows, Cinderin? That takes forever for Apple to approve, so maybe never. you know?
Oh,
The joy of
that's how it
working
goes.
with Apple, I guess. So yeah, game number 1 of this series. This is going to be real hype, as you can tell by the cheering fans, which I know some people get annoyed by the cheer. I actually love it. I think it's such a cool feature, actually. Of course, it takes a lot to annoy me, Cinder, which is why I work with you every single day.
Right.
So,
But Slacks broke it after one series.
yeah, Slacks we had to cut off for sure.
Yeah.
Nightfall was looking for the rune, but not wanting to fight despite being, I mean, oh, I guess he went with the W first, so no Starbreaker.
So I'm gonna do something we don't really do here very often, but I'm gonna just break down Dawnbreaker's spells because I think a large part of the audience might have never seen this hero before. If you haven't played Dota for half a year or more, and you mainly follow TI, the hero is a very powerful laner because it has 2 abilities: the first and second spell, Starbreaker and Celestial Hammer. That just do a lot of damage. Celestial Hammer throws a hammer in a direction, then you can converge with it, where you meet on the middle between yourself and the hammer. And your first spell, Starbreaker, is basically like a swinging attack where you hit 3 times in a row, and the third attack on that combo does a knock-up stun. So you're going to be seeing Nightfall once he hits level 2 down here, starting to play really aggressively. Going to see the hammer there with the converge. Putting some pressure onto JT as well as Kaka in the bot lane. Mid lane is going to be GPK against Emo. I would say this is a Lina-favored matchup against Void Spirit. And top will be Nature's Prophet and Clockwork against Abad and Morph, where I see Nature's Prophet Clockwork more than likely pulling a little bit ahead. And then we'll see if they can expand on that advantage.
Yeah, Courier taking out bottom, JT taking heavy damage, and keep in mind, obviously Timbersaw pretty tanky overall once he gets the reactive armor, which he doesn't have right now, but magic damage against him is really damn good. What would you say Nightfall in terms of the Dawnbreaker? We're going to see even more action here.
He might kill him here.
Yeah,
he's
this
dead.
Arcane Curse, there's another, yeah, he's done. So first blood for VP. I was going to ask, how does Dawnbreaker match up against Timbersaw until that level 3? Like, feels like she does a good amount of magic damage.
Yeah, and her physical damage component of Starbreaker is good too until Timbersaw has a lot of stacks, right? So I would say until level 3, this is a completely fine matchup. It starts getting tricky against the Timber when he reaches level 3+, especially level 5, because at that point you just can't output enough anymore.
Yeah.
But you see VP have very good understanding of this matchup. They're playing hyper aggressively onto JT. Honestly, gotta wonder if skilling Timber Chain was the right choice, or if you could have maybe gone for Whirling Death level 1 in this game, or Reactive Armor, just because you're playing against that strength matchup to mitigate some of the damage. But the common thing to do is to get the chain. Kind of just got outplayed there.
And Fly forced to waveform out at top. Nightfall still looking for the high 5. Will not be reciprocated. This is TI-10, so you're not going to play around with your food here, Cinder. You can't. You got to take it seriously. JT again. The hammer comes through, but the Timber Chain away. He takes heavy damage though.
Yeah, this is a nasty lane. I really like the Timbersaw pick, but obviously off to a tough start laning with Shaker. Not exactly the best friend for this hero in the beginning.
True.
And VP are finding it a lot of denies, both bottom and top. If you noticed, DM and Save managed to pull back the creep wave in front of their own tier 1 tower and denied a decent chunk of the farm that Fly was looking to get. So would say, for now, VP off to a great start in, honestly, well, not all 3 lanes, but considering that this mid lane is going to be inherently unfavored, I think even GPK is doing fine.
He's not that far behind.
He's a slight
CS
bit
right
behind,
now.
and that's how this lane's just going to be.
Yeah, and the bot lane continues. JT is just getting harassed constantly out of lane. It is level 3 though. I'm guessing he put that second point into reactive armor.
Yeah.
Indeed he did. I mean, how much do you put into this now? Is it still just a 2-point wonder for the most part?
I think you max reactive armor.
You actually max it. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh boy. Hammer and the Starbreaker, not quite enough.
Close call.
Indeed. Now, does each proc of the Starbreaker, does that activate reactive armor?
I think it does.
So that should be 3 stacks for each time you connect completely, right?
Yeah, it should give a stack on each swing, because it just procs your regular attack animation with bonus damage and with orb effects. So that it should work like that. Yeah, I mean, maybe you can get away with playing 3 points in reactive armor instead of 4, but I do think you want more than 2, because if you play, let's say, a 0-4-2 build here on Timber, I think you're exposing yourself to getting killed if you get silenced. If you have more points in the armor, you're pretty safe.
Something we actually didn't mention is the lineup from VP. Maybe you mentioned I wasn't listening, which would be par for the course here for our casting. I actually love the idea behind it as Kaka. All right. Nice fissure blocking off Kingslayer. We'll just walk it off here. They have so much global potential, right?
That's true.
You have Void Spirit, who's super mobile. You have Clockwork with a really long-range initiation. You have Nature's Prophet, who can globally teleport anywhere. Same with Solar Guardian from Dawnbreaker. As
Yeah.
He's going to see the sacrifice on the creeps
Very
here.
true.
And then Global Silence. It's actually a really cool lineup.
Yep.
In theory. We'll see how it works.
I think VP's lineup thrives for a long time in this game as long as they get to start the fight. Because they can just connect almost everyone anywhere.
Is under attack.
At least the key parts. Like Silencer, like you said, having Global Silence. Maybe he's not there in the play, but he can contribute his primary part. Nice Remnant mid. Going to turn that into a play here, but immediate rotation from Ollie should keep Emo just fine here. They over-TP'd a little bit there.
A little bit.
Bringing both Shaker and Abaddon. I think that's why Save is saying well played. Like, VP are very happy with this rotation being forced. And guess who's suffering from that? It's
JT.
good old JT taking another beating bottom lane.
Yeah, but he's living on the edge. I mean, that's kind of what you got to do in these high aggro lanes, as the Timber saw. Starbreaker only hits a couple there, but... Uh-oh, Arcane Curse, another hammer. Oh, the big wand, though.
Yeah.
Curse is ticking him down
He
ever so
is
slightly. And yes, he's going to die in the face of Kaka. Sadly, Kaka will not get experience. If that was a thing, that would change the meta completely. Imagine.
If what, sorry?
If your teammate gave you experience by dying.
Oh.
It's a great comeback mechanic.
Yeah, I learned a lot from watching you get
I mean, in some ways that makes sense. Emo getting chased right now.
Save, just being an absolute nuisance. Like, Lina doesn't have any mana, so he knows that he can get away with this. It's just effectively zoning him out of lane.
All right, this time Nightfall is the one with low HP. JT has all the mana in the world to work with. Whirling Death in that many trees is a lot of damage. All in the meantime being caught out here. Only level 3 right now. Nice blocks from Save, and GPK able to finish him off.
Love this from VP. They have the mid. They have a double wave mid and a siege creep, so they're going to bring in the Nature's Prophet and put heavy pressure on this tower. If Emo dies here, the tower's actually gone. Remnant not going to connect. Nice try though. Acts as a little bit of a zoning tool now, and Kaka's going to rotate in to help protect, and they TP Abaddon. So this is probably the end of the aggression, but
you forced all this out as well.
Half a tower, double rotation.
Yeah.
Definitely not bad. All right, that's a Laguna Blade. What was that?
What did he Laguna?
He just Laguna GPK from full HP.
Okay.
He just walked up to him in a Laguna and it was like...
He's sick of people asking for high fives. That's his high five, I guess.
What was that? Why didn't GPK question mark? It was Emo of all people.
That's true. That is a good point. That is...
what was that?
I mean, that's not really a misclick.
No, absolutely not.
Like,
It was
how could that be
clearly on purpose. I guess just just doing some...
Sick of not being able to use it. Kaka stuck inside the cogs with the battery assault from Save. He talked about how really good this is against Earthshaker with those ridiculously high cast animation. Or long cast animation, I should say.
Shaker can only use one of his spells when he's in cogs
Echo
with battery
Slam,
assault,
I
which is
presume?
Echo Slam. Yeah.
Very useful.
The windup of the other two spells is too long. If you have Ags, obviously you can get out, because that jump animation is very short. And that's also going to come in handy for Morph if we get that far into the game where they start getting the Scepter on him. But I mean, so far, honestly, the game kind of going as expected, right? Maybe with the exception that GPK is actually ahead in mid from the kill that he got. But we were expecting VP to pull slightly ahead in the laning stage, and IG probably not too phased by this as long as they're getting their levels. They know what their game plan is. They need to slow things down a bit, not get rolled too hard, and defend their towers. They clearly saw how much emphasis they put on trying to protect mid. But the next move is coming in. Kaka.
Yep. Save is there again inside the cogs. This should be a super easy kill for VP.
Yoink.
GPK yoinks it indeed.
That's actually, the tower's gone now.
Absolutely.
Oh,
that is an 8-minute tier 1 mid tower gone. DM working on an Orchid for himself as GPK actually not afraid to go high ground here. All right, here comes the first Solar Guardian of the game. Nice block on the Emo. Ends up helping Nightfall get that stun from the ult. Double kill for GPK. Really good coordination. This is what we're talking about. If this was a pub, you're not hitting that Solar Guardian, guaranteed, Cinderin.
Yeah, the Void Spirit would have missed the Aether Remnant, so...
That too, yeah. So in terms of Nightfall's build, he's going with exactly what you said he's been going. The Echo Saber into Radiance. I'm not sure if he's gone... I'm assuming Shard is part of that build at some point.
It's got to be. Obviously, what the Shard does is it makes you magic immune during Starbreaker. Lane.
Yep. not looking good for him. This might turn into a tier 1 tower as well for IG.
But the one difference between Dawnbreaker's Shard and BKB is that BKB also dispels on use. Dawnbreaker's doesn't, as far as I can remember. So there's a slight difference there with some spells actually sticking to you after you cast it. All right, save is going to be toast.
There's the
here.
high five. That's what we've been looking for. That's some TI-10 spirit right there. JT gets the kill
5
shortly
minutes
after.
ago, you said don't high-five people.
Well, I'm just trying to go with the flow, Cinderin,
Okay.
all right? Don't pay attention. Since when do you listen to anything I say? Honestly, that's shocking more than anything.
I was
that I've seen in this
I was
tournament.
just guessing. Was I right?
Yes.
Oh, you did say it.
Well done.
Nice.
I mean, we don't need to talk about this too much, but I'm just curious what you think, because the Aghanim Scepter for Dawnbreaker, you know I'm going to bring that up, doesn't seem like it would be a build on a position 1.
Exactly.
Right? Is it more like an offlaner?
It's a support item. I
Just
think.
pure support
Maybe
then?
you could play it if you play it 3. I don't know how popular that's going to be in this tournament, but effectively what it does is massively increases the duration of your ult, and it allows you to cancel it whenever you want so that you can arrive at any given time in that channeling frame. And then it gives every target inside the AoE 60% evasion, which makes it incredible as a support skill against very physical heavy lineups that rely a lot on killing people with regular attacks. In this game, not really the case, right? I believe Enchant Totem also can't miss, and that's a big part of
That's right. Oh, we got a hook shot from Save from above. Emo getting Starbreaker down as well. DM has TP'd in addition. Ollie's going to eat that tree immediately. Delicious stuff for Abby, as you like to be called, Cinderin.
I
Looks
like to be called Abby.
Kingslayer died on the other side of the map, though. So support for mid. I think VP will take that every single time.
They definitely will. Not really going to transform this into any sort of tower pressure this time around, however. Don't feel confident that they can smack this bottom tier 1, but they're still ramping up. Very curious to see, since I wasn't part of that casting that game that VP played against OG, I'm very curious to see how much the Radiance is noticeable.
Right.
Because just inherently for me, it's not an obvious pickup on this hero for me. So I'm very curious to see just how powerful it feels. A lot of the time, Dota is a game on feel. Like, people have ideas, there's some theory craft behind it, you try some builds, so you're like, wow, this one feels really strong on this hero. You're holding it up against the alternative, which
Save
could
is
be...
dead.
Oh,
Can
yeah.
he deny himself? High five. The Dragons don't have the high five capability, sadly. Maybe in the next patch. But yeah, he's brought down in quick succession here. Oh, do they see Kaka? Do they want
see
Kaka?
Fly.
Yeah, that's who they want. There's the Orchid reveal. Starbreaker after the Solar Guardian. He's getting the attribute shift off, but not enough HP in the world's going to save from that. DM gets credit for that bad boy. And now Kaka on the run. Huge kill for VP. They seem to be getting these trades, I guess you can call them trades, across the map, and they're very favorable in pretty much every scenario so far.
So I'm not sure if you know this.
Of course I do.
Like I said, I've played this hero a lot. Do you get Radiance in part because when you ulti someone, while you're in the air,
Right, does the Radiance actually apply?
are you over the circle the whole time after you've taken off? I think you are.
I don't know. It
So-
wouldn't make sense because if you get stunned while you're doing it, you end up where you originally were. So why would you be in that location?
That's true.
So I would actually say no, but I could be wrong.
But Dota is not a game of logic. It's a game of bugs and irregularities. So
That's true. Fly getting harassed out. Don't think they have enough damage to actually take him out this time, as he has the Falcon Blade going towards a Manta style next. But, I mean, the Radiance just in general, when you put it on a really tanky hero, that used to be the thing, right?
Right.
So on that side, it's understandable. But yeah, other than that, it doesn't. I don't know.
Part of why I'm questioning it, not saying it's bad. It's just that what other core Dawnbreakers have been doing over time has been buying something like Deso BKB, and your damage with Deso is just filthy. All right, Emo.
This will be
nice
another huge
Orchid
kill for
again.
VP. Beautiful Sprout. And down he goes. It might be the sacrifice for the Lion. They lose Kingslayer in the meantime, though, is saved. Did I say Lion? There's no Lion in the game, by the way, in case you're wondering. I know this
Not
is a
confusing
new
at all.
game for a lot of you. It's Fly. Starbreaker is not going to connect this time. GPK trying to chase, but I believe he's going to be A-OK. DM TP's out to safety as well. Fly turns into Voice Spirit temporarily. Gets off the Resonant Pulse as well. Does a little bit of physical damage mitigation. And I think he's just going to walk it off this time. The chase now to GPK. He's pretty much out of mana. And Fissure's not going to block him in, so looks like he is fine as well. I just have PTSD with Lion in general, so.
Oh, you're casting IG. They pick it whenever
that's
they
true.
can.
Kaka
more or
picks
less
it like
Kaka,
every game.
Yep,
Yeah,
still
got the
looking great for
casual morbid
VP.
mask.
They aren't really gaining much in terms of the gold, though. They're not like extending their lead. They're playing aggressive. They have a very strong grip on the map, but IG are still finding theirs. So still, for all intents and purposes, a pretty even game right now. I'm looking for that moment where VP take a commanding position in the later portions of this mid game. All right, there's the smoke. IG would have seen both GPK and Kingslayer walk past the ward up to the high ground and smoke. Actually, they saw the smoke entirely. They had a ward there as well. So this cannot come as a surprise to them that this move is coming, unless they were not paying attention. Actually, Flyfly's not acting like he's in danger.
Fly attempting to TP out. Astral Spirit is not going to be there near in time.
And Kaka's fast. He's faster than Clockwork. He's 5 move speed faster, so he actually stays ahead and gets away.
Yeah, the cast animation on the Aether Remnant is, that's not the longest cast range either, I guess. He actually maxed it out first. So not looking to farm at all with, I mean, is that actually normal these days? I guess if you get the fast Yules, it makes a lot of sense.
It's not that normal. I think the reason he opted for it is just, again, VP's ability, like you talked about, to connect on each other's plays. It's a really good setup spell for Dawnbreaker, Clock, and Nature's Prophet. So for kills, it does a lot of damage. They're going to find Shaker here.
Yep, Aether Remnant connects. DM in the sideline. TP from Ollie. Gets off the Aphotic Shield and a heal. Looks like he's perfectly fine.
Not even close to being
And he buys
toasted.
his Blink Dagger, so they could try... Oh, Solar Guardian with a Global Silence in addition. There's no attribute shift to come. Very, very squishy Flyfly. Drops to the deck. JT in the meantime, Starbreaker's not going to end up proccing on the stun aspect of that. So he's going to be more than okay. Yeah, right now, Nightfall is top of the charts in net worth, so the game against OG, he had, I want to say it was like 9-0 or something to start the game. And so he did better than that. I mean, he has 8 assists, I guess. That's kind of insane, actually.
He has got none of the kills.
Yeah,
that's
but
not
he's still
ideal,
quite farmed indeed. Aether Remnant again, pretty much out of mana. There comes the Orchid from DM as well. JT gets a Aphotic Shield onto the high ground. That Fissure actually blocks him up there. And that's going to be a turnaround kill onto Save instead.
Full team rotation here from IG. Oh,
ooh, that's unfortunate from Ollie.
Converging Hammer, or Returning Hammer, actually ends up proccing the Borrow Time. Wow, I couldn't remember the name of the ability. I'm getting old. But
just say ult.
It's boring, Shannon.
Abby ult.
You got it. Yeah, okay. I'm definitely
Try to
not
make it
gonna call
as short as possible.
Abby ult.
Yeah.
As short as possible would be calling it BT, but nobody calls it that. But nobody calls him Abby either. So actually,
Abby BT. That's as many syllables as ult. So
don't go there.
I don't know. Now, GPK has his Yules going for the Aghanim Scepter, so that's going to provide him 2 charges of Resonant Pulse, along with the Silence aspect to it. So not too crazy of a build, pretty expected overall. So they're going to have a lot of Silence. They have Global Silence, they have Orchid, they're going to have Ags on Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Item, not the next one after that maybe, but
Can you
one.
pull off a Manta Ags BKB? I don't know if you can get it in that order.
That
Like,
doesn't sound great.
It's a later Ags, but you might need the BKB hook shot.
Yep. Ollie does have BT right now. It's going to pop of its own accord. And he's just going to get chased down to oblivion. Sprout. They have actually so much control on this team. Sprout, they got Cogs. Very cool lineup from VP. I'm actually liking it the more I see it come together.
I feel like when
Oh, Laguna Blade used by Emo. Looks like Morphley's going to finish off Kingslayer in the meantime. GPK, though, looking to take out Emo in turn. Astral Step is enough. And now there's more coming. Solar Guardian, Fly.
Oh, nice.
It turns into the Void Spirit temporarily and just
nice
walks
heads
away.
up play from Fly there. Very good. Turns into Void Spirit, gets the Dissimulate, and dodges the ult from Nightfall. Very well done.
I mean, the power spike for VP is this Radiance, and Nightfall's not too far away from it. That's when you want to fight. Ooh, he
did
got
get
the
it off
attribute
in
shift
time.
off, though. As long as Ollie's in the vicinity, he should be fine overall. Ooh, all right. Nice force staff from Save. He's going. Oh, are we seeing Save go for an Aghanim Scepter? Oh, man.
It's
Overclock.
It's very good.
Clockwork is awesome.
I think this is one of my own favorite builds as well, is Force Staff into Ags. It just feels so good to get Force Staff first. It gives you many potential plays. You can hookshot in, set something up, Force Staff out. You have a secondary way of engaging with your spells when your ult is on cooldown. You can save allies. Just a really, really feels good item on the hero. And if you think about it, a lot of the position 4 heroes that have some sort of mobility and hard engage will often buy Blink Dagger, but Clockwork doesn't need that because he has a built-in quote-unquote Blink in his ult, right? So that means you can get that secondary item that a lot of the Force get after Dagger, which is the Force Staff. You see Shaker doing exactly that this game. Dagger into Force is on the menu for Kakai. Might look for an Echo here. No. They need a little bit more backup to go for that kill on the Void Spirit, but knowing that Global Silence was down, they could have thought about it at least. Haven't talked so much about JT lately. He's actually recovered really well, right? Like, he had a very, very bad start in the lane. He got killed twice. Since then, he's 5-2. Has the Yules now.
Technically, since then, he's 5-0.
That's true.
Be technically correct here.
Yeah, I like technically correct is the best kind of correction. It's always,
so you've said.
I will always appreciate when you're technically
Fair
correct.
enough.
It happens very rarely, so I cherish every moment that you say something correct. So
Very well I'll
done.
take that as a compliment.
Very well
somehow.
done. That is not a compliment.
I'll pretend.
Also not technically a compliment.
Okay.
Not at all.
Appreciate that.
He has the Yules completed, and he is heading toward a Lotus Orb. So 2 ways of dealing with all of these pesky silences that VP are bringing to the table, and that is going to make a pretty big difference. BKB on Lina is also completed, 9 seconds. So plenty of options now. IG are kind of hitting that momentum in the game that they were delaying for. This is when I think their lineup for the first time can be considered favored in a type of fights, because they have these defensive tools against the Silencer on every core. Lina has it, Timber has it, Morph has the Manta. Abaddon actually queuing up an Axe, kind of ambitious. I think he should buy Lotus Orb as well, personally.
He knows he's going to get the Philosopher's Stone, so he'll get the Axe,
He's going to get silenced, though, right? I feel like Lotus Orb is just such a stable choice.
Will he get silenced? There's too many people to silence.
Global silence,
yeah,
dude.
but you'll get one. I mean, there's just one silence. They're not going to put anything else on him. They have to put everything else on Morphling, on
That's a pretty
Lina,
good one,
on Timber.
though.
Just aphotic shield yourself somehow. Get the
silence.
You get a flicker, and then you aphotic shield yourself, and you're fine.
Yeah, true. Just
Okay?
get a flicker forehead. That's
sometimes
fine.
you just know.
Yeah, that's
you got that feeling, got that Dota feeling, Cinder. And
Yeah.
You're just gonna drop in the jungle.
Yeah. Name dropping your own song. I like it.
Cinder, and it was supposed
Don't
to
forget
be
to get our autographs.
GPK on his way to an Ags, like we talked about. I mean, is there something that they're waiting for? Because I thought that the Radiance would be kind of the go time for VP.
Yeah. Again, this
Maybe
is,
to the BKB.
I'm looking for it to see, because again, justifying this over a Deso for me, I really wanted to see how he fights with this item before BKB, right? Because if not, you could go Deso into BKB and have that insane single target damage. But maybe they favor just these longer drawn-out fights, and again, the synergy with Solar Guardian, which I'm curious to see how works. But you're right. I would have expected the Radiance to be a go time, but not the case. They're going to lose mid-tower as well. Lina going to grab that. So for the first time in the game,
Yes.
IG are almost ahead on gold.
Okay.
It's very close. I was going to say they got ahead, but they didn't. But it was very close.
Yeah, I mean, if we're just taking a snapshot of this game at this stage, I would say IG has the advantage going forward, just because of what we talked about.
I like
earlier.
their chances right now, for sure.
54% apparently. So
A bit of a wild card in games like this when it goes late. Nature's Prophet is always one of those heroes that just sometimes has. He has the potential to become a carry, right?
He's got his shard.
And we've been talking about Void Spirit and Dawnbreaker, what damage they have. Nature's Prophet is going carry build here. DM is going Orchid BKB into Silver Edge. He's going to pack a punch as well.
Oh,
so
the courier! Oh, he only got one attack off with those giant, hideous freaking tree ants. Jesus.
If you had to... Okay, what animal do these tree ants look like the most to you? If you consider their attack animation as well.
Oh, we're going to have to hold that thought, Cinder. Very important thought. Don't get me wrong. Save. Oh, the hook shot onto the neutrals. Into the arms of JT.
Hello.
The high five is not reciprocated.
Man, Save has been farming high fives all game, and when he finally just gets right next to someone, he doesn't do it.
He definitely panicked there
that's
for
BM.
sure. Nightfall, uh-oh, he's going to be completely surrounded here. And this is going to be an easy peasy kill for IG. Laguna Blade is expended, but not the longest cooldown, as you can see.
Yeah. IG should be feeling very comfortable right now. Maybe they could even open up on Roche. 50 seconds on Dawn. They might think there's no buyback because he's showing the Mithril Hammer in his inventory. If they saw that when they killed him, a lot of the time that could be a hint that buyback.
I'm not listening. I just need to know what animal you're talking about because it's actually bothering me.
All right, what? No,
Nothing.
I wanted
Nothing reminds me of anything with this thing. Like they have this Sidewinder attack.
Yeah, the way they swing their arms.
Yeah. That's like a gorilla or something.
Yes, I was gonna say it's like it's exactly right.
But they don't look like gorillas.
No, but
they move like them.
Reminds me.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. So I'm not crazy. We're both crazy together. That's perfect. It's not just me.
That's great to hear. You know, we're gonna wake up one day and realize that our entire lives are just a dream. It's a simulation. We're actually in straitjackets right now.
Oh, you and Anders would go great together. You should definitely start casting CS:GO with him.
No, I don't like that game.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. I'm at TI-10. Valve makes that game. My apologies. I won't say that again.
We love Artifact.
I liked 1.6 in Source, so, you know.
That's true.
2 out of 3 ain't bad. DM does have the BKB now. And let's see other item progression. We do have the Ags officially picked up for GPK.
Right.
All right. Yeah, looks like this is going to be an easy kill on the Kaka. Not able to get off any spells. GPK with the Yules. And the surround onto JT. Another silence thanks to GPK's Ags. Yules takes that off. But I would imagine they have enough damage here to take him out.
Is
Ollie
so tanky.
is in the sideline here with Aphotic Shield and Miscoils galore. Continuing to try to heal up JT, and he does just that. Now reinforcements have arrived. Emo pops the BKB a little bit prematurely. The LSA completely misses. But the big Echo Slam comes in. That's going to be 1. Make it 2. Nice turnaround from IG. Required a buyback, but they'll take that any day as Nightfall now trying to retreat. Has to pop a BKB of his own in a defensive mode, but very sad that is your first usage for sure. As Fly, you can see, has his Aghanim Scepter now, so 2 Earthshakers better than 1.
Yeah. Yes, this is starting to look scary. I honestly think VP should count themselves lucky that Nightfall didn't die there as well. Like, that is an uncharacteristic mistake coming out from Emo to miss LSA out of BKB, but yeah. They've reached the point their lineup wants. They have Ags on Morph, they have Lena's BKB, and they have these defensive tools against the global. Timber bought so much time. He Lotus the first silence, then he Euls the global, then he got Aphotic Shielded twice, and is just inherently a tanky hero. VP really struggling with dealing with this guy.
The replay here, the unkillable JT. Quite the turn of events here, Cinder, and the flip-flop, if you will, considering the beginning of the game where he was dying left and right.
How far off this is. Oh, okay, that's very close. I don't know if it's better or worse if it's far off.
Yeah, but the Echo Slam secured the fight for them, for sure.
Nice from Kaka there. Coming through.
All right. Oh, Titan Sliver picked up, by the way. That is one of the best items, neutral items to get for a Morphling, for sure. JT level 20 now, like you said, the Lotus Orb. And
wait, how does this Titan Sliver interact with him turning into Shaker? That's actually really noticeable, right? Or
you mean the damage aspect? Oh, looks like this is going to be another easy one for IG. Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. I'm assuming it works. Why wouldn't it? Whoa! All right, that's a buyback to try to defend the potential Roche, but IG weren't really going for it. Maybe they were thinking it, and VP knew that, and that's the counter to them thinking it.
Truly is a simulation, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, look at the Shakers walk next to each other and hammer on the totem. Very nice.
Very nice.
A little bit of a
very glad that it copies
What
the
animal
cosmetics.
is Shaker?
That's a gorilla, too.
Okay, so...
So it's a bunch of mini gorillas on VP and then 2 on IG.
2 big ones.
2 big ones, yeah.
The alpha gorillas.
Well, Nature's Prophet gets 2 medium ones and then a bunch of babies, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see who's stronger.
Apes together strong.
Yep.
Kaka and Fly. Well, they are strong, but they're not looking for a fight, so...
No, not yet. I mean, what's the power spike for IG in this game? I mean, obviously the momentum is definitely on their side right now, but
yeah,
is there something that takes them to the next level? The BKB would be really good for Fly, obviously. What is Emo working on? Is he actually going for Silver Edge? Or is he just stopping
he
up
is.
the Shadow Blade?
It's just really. I feel like the mid lane item builds right now are very standardized. The optional thing seems to be whether people go Yules or not, but I think every player just goes BKB into Silver Edge lately. I feel like I see it every game. And it's very powerful, so it's completely fair.
Now look at the hero damage difference. It's actually pretty, like, relatively even on VP side of the league. That's actually pretty surprising, I have to say. But Nightfall, like you said, the Radiance has not really
Haven't really
done
felt
much.
it.
Yeah.
And now that he bought BKB, now he's
Ooh.
getting Shard.
I'm sorry, go over those talents again. I have to interrupt you. Luminosity talents. Are those actually, is that actually the play? I assume that these were actually never taken. Am I an idiot? Well, don't answer that part. I know what your answer is.
Yes.
Okay.
And yes. I think on Carry Dawn, the left talent on Luminosity is good on row 20. I don't know on the second row if the... Yeah, it is. They're both. You take them together, actually. I take that back. Because this means that, you know, the final crit of Luminosity usually is kind of irrelevant. It's like 140%. But when you take that crit talent for 180%, and then you also get the -1 attack, it's like a huge increase in damage, right? It goes from 4 hits to 3. That means every third hit is a guaranteed crit for extra damage. He has the Radiance for the flat damage, which once again we can compare to other damage items that were alternatives. But it is very strong.
Ooh, hook shot just misses for save. All right, that's pretty cool though. Glad to see that there's other ways to build the Dawnbreaker.
Yep.
And she did go Shard, so we'll be getting the magic immunity during Starbreaker.
Effectively, a totally irrelevant shard for the entire duration of BKB, right? It does nothing.
That's true.
When BKB is over, or if he wants to save it, it is very useful for opening the fight. Right?
Double BKB, Cinderin.
Effectively, yeah. If he comes down from Solar Guardian, I think he still has to instantly BKB, though, just because of the threat of getting caught by any sort of Shaker, Echo, or Fissure. All right.
VP was looking for Roche. Emo would be a terrific kill. There's the Orchid instant BKB from Emo. Gets off the LSA correctly, and Firefly, or Flyfly, I should say, double fissure comes through, blocks off the entire retreat here. JT's completely alone. Huge hook shot from Save, and here comes the Dawnbreaker, but it gets canceled somehow. Might have gotten stunned on the backside. There's Kaka's ult to follow through. Looks like Nature's Prophet's taking a tumble. Emo spending that Laguna Blade again. Only 1 kill, and now Nightfall all alone. Keeping out to safety will be successful. The item was not enough of a draw to stop that TP.
I think JT canceled the Solar Guardian with Yules. So, in hindsight, it's easy to say this, but Nightfall needs to pre-BKB, right? Before he ults there. But you really don't want to waste those 3 seconds of it traveling.
Oh, no. Yeah. I mean, it was a good attempt.
Oh, boy.
But that definitely hurts.
We love the strat from VP, but the pressure just... It felt like it wasn't a clock.
Oh, and they know that Save is in the vicinity, so this is going to be basically a full team wipe now as a result. So triple kill for JT. Very extended triple kill, and they get the Aegis for Mr. Flyfly. And he has enough for BKB, basically. So things are looking even better now for IG, who have been really hot in the group stage. We've cast a lot of their games, and they're looking like a top-tier team. Obviously, they've been kind of up and down, but a lot of that was because the last major didn't have their full roster, right? And we didn't get to see as many games post the Ana major, but they're definitely very good. Make no mistake. Yeah.
So China off to a very, very strong group stage. A lot of players, or a lot of people predicted that this could be a very strong year for China with multiple top 4 finishes, and so far the power rankings would show that based on the groups.
Yep, no doubt. I mean, this would be the year. I mean, they've had a bit of a drought in terms of winning TI.
Yeah, the last TI
if they secured like all top 4 Chinese teams or something like that.
That would be the first time ever, right?
Yeah, for sure.
We've had 1 all-Chinese final, which was in 2014.
TI4, yeah.
TI6, China won the last time, so that's 4 TIs ago.
Don't bring that one up, thank you.
Okay. Second place at that TI was obviously some very bitter memories for you.
That's right.
So I'll bring them up at any turn I have.
I like how JT continues to drop his items on the ground to try to entice the cancel of the TP. question is, what item is it? If it's the Boots of Travel, then perhaps that would be worth it, honestly. But I'm pretty sure it's just a Soul Ring.
Yeah. Ice 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 would drop his entire inventory.
No doubt, yeah. Yeah.
Force down from save. Gets away, but yeah, the writing on the wall here is really VP are running out of time. They kind of have, and the Morph Shaker are just kings of the jungle here.
I mean, I know this.
Is it the gorilla that's the king of the jungle among the monkeys?
King of the jungle is the lion.
Yes, okay, but among the monkeys, is it considered the king of the monkeys?
I don't know.
Why don't you know this?
It's the what
you
is
always
the name?
know
There's
random irrelevant
the
shit.
oh, what is that name actually? It's the silverback gorilla, I believe.
Yes.
Is the king of the gorillas.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely knew that one. Oh, hook shot. JT is in the opposing base right now.
Okay. Exploring.
First fissure, second fissure. He wants the high five. They can't do anything. He takes basically no damage. Fly comes into their base as well and deletes Kingslayer from the map. Does have buyback though. And this is where the Morphling Earthshaker combo gets
Oh my god, just that one
disgusting.
attack on the tower. It's so dirty.
Yeah.
He hits for 1,500.
Let's see. Oh, might be going for GPK instead. Gets the Yules up. Here comes the Enchant Totem. Oh, the nice silence from the buyback here.
They just don't have the damage chance.
Yeah.
They can't kill anyone anymore.
And the fact that JT has the shard so you can flamethrower buildings, that allows you to not only frontline, but actually do some damage. There's the Echo Slam to come in. Nice Force Staff. Nightfall pops the BKB. DM stuck inside his own Sprout, just getting flamed down by JT. Pops that BKB, but looks like he's just going to fall to the casual right-click. Solar Guardian's there to try to heal Kingslayer, but that ends up being a dieback for him as Nightfall gets Yules in the meantime, completely surrounded. IG fear nothing right now. They buy back onto the Earthshaker, but yeah, the Kingslayer, or Nightfall, I should say, on the Dawnbreaker takes a tumble, and this is looking like the end of game one potentially. JT, after that start, is unkillable. Actually, Mango Deluxe here for JT, delicious.
Just fine.
They can't do anything.
I guess they're farming high fives. That's cool.
That's definitely one of the challenges you need to.
Oh, it goes
Is that the most successive high fives in TI history? It might be.
It goes for a little bit of a dip there in the fountain of youth.
Oh man.
How many mangoes did he buy?
It was quite a few. I mean, he filled up his entire mana pool, so. Right,
I think that is the record for consumption of mangoes per second.
Yeah,
he didn't only eat a lot of them; he ate them really fast.
Yeah.
I guess his.
He's got good metabolism, I would assume.
I guess so.
All right,
GG.
and GG is called after the Mega Creeps are secured, so IG take game one. I mean, this was an exciting game. Kind of went the way we thought. If it got to a certain point, once Morphling and the Earthshaker combo got off the ground, so to speak, we thought it would be in IG's favor. The Dawnbreaker Radiance didn't do anything, really.
No.
That was the biggest disappointment for me. I want position one, you know me. I want position one Dawnbreaker to work. Maybe it's the build. Maybe it's, I mean, the lineup makes sense in theory. It's just when they got Radiance, they didn't do anything with it, it felt like.
Yeah, I think VP might have had to pressure more from minute 15 to 20, right? Because when they were farming that Radiance, effectively they traded off getting Radiance for Morph Manta, Lina BKB, and Timber Lotus, I think.
Yeah.
So all three of the enemy cores got a defensive item against Global Silence. At that point, the Silencers, like the impact that I was looking for was kind of running out of time. And honestly, IG just played a super good game. I really like the way they handled the losses in that game. They were getting pressured, stuck to the game plan, defended the towers they could, farmed the items they needed, and then they just identified how to win the game. Good stuff.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Cinder, and thank you so much for being so eloquent and beautiful. That was game one. Game two will be back in about 5 minutes, so stay tuned, friends. Hello. We're back. Why do you... First of all, there's two things that we know. All right, let's start this over, okay? This is the group stage.
Redo the intro.
Things can go wrong. Hello. Two things that we know, Cinderin. You laugh every time I do an intro for some reason. This wire refuses to stay behind me no matter what I do. It's like I have an... I don't know what it is. You're supposed to do this. It just doesn't stay, okay? Game 2 is coming up between VP and IG. Game 1 was IG in a landslide after the 30-minute mark.
Yeah.
Are you
Arguably even
expecting-
after the 25, right? Or 20 almost.
I just
VP didn't want to
Sure,
fight.
if you want to be technical about it, by all
Technically
means.
correct is good. It is very good.
Yeah, I keep hearing that somewhere.
22 minutes.
I can't picture VP. It's you know what? For God's sake, VP. Do you think VP will lose 4 games in a row?
Yeah. I think that is definitely
Really?
possible. Yeah. Not because they're like on tilt or whatever, but they're playing against arguably a formidable team here right now. IG are now 8-1. I think VP are 5-4. The series against T1, I think, is the one where we would have expected them to at least take 1 game, but IG are looking super strong. I do think if VP end up losing 4 games in a row here, it's not the end of the world. They can still recover and still get an upper bracket spot, but they're probably not going to finish the group on top. And I also don't think that's arguably, based on what we've seen so far, where they belong. But top 4 is definitely within reach.
Yep.
So,
I mean, so far the group stage has been all Chinese teams for the most part. Sorry. This is the most unprofessional intro we've ever done. And I
that
blame
is
him.
not true.
I blame
That
Cinderin.
You have done way worse. 100%
100% blame Cinderin.
So that's the
Not
thing
even
about
close.
this. I can cut you so much slack because I have seen worse. I have no matter what, it's always been worse than
Where?
this. So it doesn't. I'm not going to start going down that rabbit hole. I can't. If I dig deep enough in my memory, I can find so many examples.
Okay, well, luckily for you guys, the draft has started, so
Let's
we can
watch.
take the cameras off our
Let's
face.
watch Dota instead.
Excellent.
That's very good.
Turn to ban.
Okay,
Invictus
you hanging in there, buddy?
Turn to ban.
I'm doing great, Cinderin.
Okay,
What are you talking
wonderful.
about?
So, yeah, IG versus VP game 2. Game 1, IG played a bit of a slower strategy with a really strong late mid-game impact, and VP tried to play fast and very aggressive. It went very well for them in the start, but they didn't capitalize to get Roshan, and they didn't capitalize to get tier 2 towers. So IG still maintained their position on the map and had enough to get across the finish line.
Yep.
I think this time around we might see VP take a little bit of a different path. I don't know if they're going to go for that Dawnbreaker again, and if they do, if they'll play carry. Now it hasn't done them that good, I think.
Nope.
10 seconds.
It's not like the hero looks terrible, but I think if he wants to play carry, I would like to see a slightly different
5
item build, and I would like to
seconds
see the team play slightly differently as a whole, like play even faster probably, which is almost impossible in terms of draft. Like the heroes that they had that game were super aggressive and very quick. Since that didn't work, either you double down and do it again and play better, or you take a slightly slower approach with more of a traditional carry for Nightfall. Obviously, very renowned for example, his Phantom Lancer, which he plays exceptionally well. Not a favorite hero in this tournament at all so far, though. But there is good old Elder.
Yeah, so bans are the same other than Silencer, and that
Yeah.
means Elder Titan is available. So first pick, that's every time you see that, I know that you are internally very happy because of the predictions that you made prior to this
Pick
tournament.
this for most picked hero. I don't think it's currently correct, but it could become correct
5
Yeah.
seconds
if it
remaining.
isn't.
It could.
Let me see. Does that update live actually in our compendium? Does it show what is currently the most picked hero?
Couldn't tell you, Cinderin, but thanks for asking.
It does not show.
So the thing is, VP knew that IG was going to take Elder Titan. So let's see what they. Oh, interesting. Earthshaker into Weaver.
Yep. Weaver has been looking very good. Teams have been playing it 4, largely. Probably not going to be the case together with Shaker, but you can even play Weaver 5. You can play 3,
10 seconds
1.
remaining.
Very flexible hero and good against Elder Titan. Super mobile.
5
It's hard to land a
seconds
stomp
remaining.
on, and it's a hero that can connect on ET in the backline and just solo kill him basically as a carry. So I like this opener a lot from VP. I think it's very strong, and I think this is the kind of 1-2 that we could be seeing a lot in the later stages of the tournament as well.
Oh,
That makes for a good Rubik game though.
against Weaver.
And
Ooh,
Shaker.
that's true. Fissure and Shikuchi.
Virtus Pro
Very
turn
strong.
to ban.
You know Secret would have snap picked it here for sure. But
Yeah.
this is how much it takes to get Kaka to not pick Lion. is that It is such an incredible Rubik game already, so we are going to see that. Obviously, Kaka did not play Lion last game. He played the Shaker, but not available here. Taken by the other team, so yeah, Rubik looks very strong. And the thing about spell steal conceptually is that, you know, sometimes we're talking about, oh my god, there's so many good spells to steal, there's Ravage, Black Hole, etc., etc. But a lot of the time, what makes a really good spell steal is a spell that's easy to get and easy to use, right?
Yep.
And both Shikuchi and Fissure are, especially Shikuchi is very easy to get because Weaver has to use it to farm. He's going to be showing in lanes. You go and you steal it, and then you have it for 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it is, based on level. Shaker Fissure can be a little trickier to steal, but especially in the earlier portion of the game, it's a hard thing for Shaker to conceal it entirely, especially when Rubik gets either a Blink or a Force Staff. And those spells are just easy to use, and Fissure on Rubik is so insanely good. So
Yeah.
I like looking for those spells when I think about Rubik rather than the big ones, because sometimes you just end up looking for that black hole that you never get. These spells you are going to get.
Yeah, you can add Burrow Strike to the mix as well as just these spammable.
Yeah, Burrow Strike's insane too.
Any mobility spell
10
really
seconds
plus
remaining.
Plus
the
stun.
stuns from like
Yeah.
Earthshaker and Sand King.
For sure.
And like you said, Weaver.
5
That's
seconds
one of the
remaining.
easiest steals because it's not like you're
Invictus
swarming after
Gaming's
you've
turn to
Shikuchi'd a lot of the
ban.
time. Like
You
if
can
you
do
have a
that one
vision of
time.
them, you just take it.
Yeah.
Very, very easy. So we'll see if they're able to execute the Rubik as we're hoping, because it's probably the most exciting hero in the game, I want to say. It's got to be like top 5 most exciting heroes when it's played
It's
really
very fun.
well.
10
And I
seconds
believe we went
remaining.
over this, that Rubik has almost
5
exactly
seconds
50% win rate across competitive Dota history.
Yep.
A very balanced hero. It's had its phases where it was considered top tier. That is not now, but still, under the right conditions, is a very appealing pick. So very cool to see one of the most... I think, was it the most picked hero of all time as well? It was, right?
Turn to ban.
Most picked hero in Pro
yes.
Dota by a large margin.
Yeah, most picked of all time.
Easily most picked
and
of all time.
Basically 50% win rate.
Yeah. So very cool.
And it's funny because we talk about the win rates of heroes and like their complexity in design. I feel like Rubik is one of the hardest heroes, like conceptually,
seconds
to
remaining.
balance. And the fact that it's 50% is
yeah,
pretty impressive.
that was what was surprising
5
to me as well,
seconds
actually.
remaining.
Virtus Pros
Faceless Void,
turn to
good ban
pick.
for VP. We're trying to catch up on bans a little bit
Invictus
here.
Gaming's
Great together with Elder Titan. Great against Weaver. You have the lockdown from Chronosphere and Time Dilation, which really messes with Weaver. They're going to respect ban the Lina of Emo, and then finally banning out the Tide, which is the one I can't really put my finger on exactly why, but it's probably going to become more obvious later down the
10
line, or they had
seconds
nothing else they
remaining.
wanted to ban, and they just think Tide is good. As far as IG goes, Monkey King
5
actually
seconds
made it
remaining.
through Phase 1. That is surprising. It ended up getting banned here as the last ban of second phase, along with Queen of Pain and Morph.
Invictus Gaming.
See what they grab here.
All right, the classic Chinese Doom.
They love their Doom. Great hero against Weaver for obvious reasons. Super long duration silence.
Yeah, it always like heroes like Weaver because. Well, I guess we don't know if well, it should be a core now, right? We have Undying Earthshaker.
10
Yeah,
So,
we're
seconds
assuming Weaver's
remaining.
core.
so let's say it's position 1. Getting a Lincoln's feels really bad because you almost always need a
5
BKB at
seconds
some point on this
remaining.
hero as well. So, and getting both feels like a death sentence.
And you're playing against a hero that's really good at removing Lincoln's. Spellsteal has very high cast range, so
True.
you can set up Doom with your Rubik. Same with Fade Bolt. If you have an Aether Lens especially, it's pretty easy to remove
So then
that
all you
defensive
really
layer.
need to do is just hold out till 60 minutes and then pray to Gabe and that you get Mirror Shield, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good strategy.
Yep.
Virtus Pros.
I've done it
turn
before,
to
Cinder.
pick.
Storm Spirit is now picked from IG. So it's the Emo Storm.
Yeah.
So a lot of catch now.
Secondary hero that's good against Weaver. One of the few heroes that can match and beat Weaver in mobility.
Invictus
Buys
Gaming's
Orchid
turn to
naturally.
attack.
And VP are going to immediately respond with a counter to Storm through the Dream Coil as well as Waning Rift Silence. A good hero as well together with both Undying and Weaver. Dream Coil sets up nicely for Tombstone. It sets up nicely for the Swarm and to just kill heroes during that long duration.
10 seconds remaining.
Really like both drafts. I think this is some very solid,
5
solid strategy.
seconds remaining.
A lot of the time when we talk about strategy and we appreciate it, it's because it is relatively easy to see how the heroes interplay in the team, like what they're doing for each other and what the overall game plan is. And then there's the wacky draft sometimes that you don't really get until you've seen the game. and a lot of the times those are supplied by OG. You just
Yep, very
pick
true.
something and you're like, what in the world is going on? And sometimes it also doesn't look good.
Virtus
Like
Pros
OG also
turn
have
to
their
ban.
games where the drafts are just like, okay, I didn't get it, and now that the game is played, I still don't get it. But a lot of the times they do pull off some incredible strategies that are a lot less transparent. And that also means it's less transparent for the enemy team. Keep that in mind. There's a lot of
10
value in
seconds
having
remaining.
strategies that the enemy team doesn't really understand. But here, nobody
5
is
seconds
surprised with
remaining.
what's going on in this game. Like, this is going to come down to raw skill. Both teams really know what the strengths and weaknesses of every hero is.
Invictus
Most likely
Gaming's
also how the
turn
lanes
to
are going to
ban.
be placed. This is probably going to be Rubik Doom and Elder Titan with the last pick carry for IG. And Storm will
Should also
most definitely go mid for emo.
Should also mention that Emo on the Storm Spirit has played against Puck today. Leo style, not the most characteristic
10
couple games for
seconds
him.
remaining.
He had a
but,
rough series.
You were talking about how Puck technically is slightly favored in that
5
matchup,
seconds
so
remaining.
we'll see if VP can take advantage of that, Mr. GPK himself.
Virtus Pros
I'm trying to think of what the
turn to
worst
ban.
lane matchups for Storm are, and the best ones I can that come
Invictus
to mind are
Gaming's
Shadow
turn
Fiend,
to
Lina, and
pick.
Puck. I think, especially Shadow Fiend is very strong against Storm if played correctly until level 6, and Lina just kind of beats everyone really, right? If played very well. Maybe Viper can also destroy Storm. Actually being banned here by IG, but I think they were anticipating it as an offlaner.
10 seconds remaining.
But maybe they were covering their bases that GPK could play Viper mid and it
5
could be an
seconds
offlane Puck.
remaining.
That was definitely a possibility for DM. So maybe a little bit of a tell there that is the one thing Emo is scared of mid is a Viper. GPK obviously also incredible on that hero. Very, very gifted laner. I think a lot of players, if you ask them in the entire European region who is the strongest mid laner to play against, would say either GPK or Limp in lane. Exceptionally mechanically gifted in lane. So gotta pay respect to that. If you see a really bad matchup, don't take the risk, right?
Yep. But we are still thinking this is a 3, right?
Virtus
For
Pros
VP.
turn to pick.
Drow
Ooh,
Ranger.
Drow. Okay. So
okay.
Gust, very good against Weaver.
Another silence.
Yeah, more silences.
Ranged hero, Gust, also good against Puck in the right situation. It's a ranged hero that can somewhat well deal with the Tombstone, but not like amazingly
10
well. They
seconds
don't have
remaining.
like a traditional Tombstone killer here.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like there has to be some sort of a really good pick for VP here, actually. Let me think. So they banned Spectre themselves, which could have been interesting in this spot. Phantom Lancer looks pretty good if they want to put the Weaver offlane. Especially considering that it is Nightfall. I'm looking at what carry counters Drow, because you want to... This pick, ideally, is good against Drow and has a way of playing around Doom, right? And that's not... You got to dig kind of deep to find that. PL is also good against Elder Titan a lot of the time. So I could actually see them going for this. That might be the first PL pick of the tournament,
It could
if
be.
they did. Other heroes worth noting, Lycan, very good against Drow and Doom. But I don't think they could play offlane Lycan on DM and play the Weaver carry.
I mean, they banned the Spectre, who theoretically is really good against Drow.
Exactly. That would have been a great choice.
But of course, they didn't know that Drow would be the pick.
Yep. And if they hadn't banned Spectre, it might have been the pick for IG, honestly. So I don't think that was a bad call at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my favorites are probably... I
You know
guess
who's still in the pool, Cinder? And Dawnbreaker.
that is true. I think they're going to put that on the shelf for a little bit.
Yep. I
Might
would
bring it
assume
out
so.
later.
Please be Dawnbreaker. Oh, all right, Spenny boy.
Choose your hero.
Okay, a hero that maybe doesn't mind being doomed once his ult is activated.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll have to see what kind of build he wants to go for. I mean, do you ever go Ags anymore with just being able to catch at that range, like as a 4th, 5th item?
I think you get it very late,
Yeah.
if at all. You need a lot of stats on this hero to feel strong, and after all, it is a 4,200 gold investment that could have almost been a premier item. So you really need to feel like the Stormhammer connection is worth it. I guess connecting on Drow would be really good, but there are a lot of dangers about this item, right? The enemy team can have Lotus Orbs, they can have Force Staff, and you get out of position. You expose yourself really hard to getting doomed when you just jump in like that. And most of the time, Sven's just buy Blink Dagger, and then they upgrade it to Swift Blink. And do you really need Ags at that point?
Nope.
Probably not. So I actually think the Ags build kind of died when Swiftblink came out. It's just replaced it entirely for Sven. I don't think Sven's ever
it kind
by
of died
Ags.
when it got nerfed first.
That
right?
too, but that was also before that happened before Swiftblink, I think. And people were still buying Ags after the nerf, just
They were,
less
they
so.
were trying and losing.
Yeah, I mean, that's
if
true.
I remember correctly.
Damn, Drow has such a 6-pack in this set.
That's true.
Look at that.
Is that just the set?
I think so. I actually think it's the set.
I don't think so. You can't really change the base model. That looked like the
Is
base
that-
model.
Oh, it's just the upgraded base model.
It's just less clothes.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
That's a good cosmetic.
Yeah, they probably made a lot of money on that one.
Prepare
All right,
for
so off we are. IG versus VP Game 2 of this group stage for TI-10. As you can see, IG won game number 1. And, I mean, VP... I mean, IG, I think, have pretty much solidified top 4 at the very least, even though it's relatively early still, right? I
They're
would
close.
imagine.
They're close to having it locked.
VP obviously have the skill level to be top 4 and got off to an amazing start. But if they lose this, this is 4 games in a row lost, which is not something I was expecting to say at any point for this tournament.
Until
as a
the
whole.
main event, where that is has been a trend for VP. Own in groups and then on
Well,
playoffs.
you're not going to lose 4 times in a row in, well, I guess upper bracket to lower bracket if you start there.
That has happened to
Yeah,
VP
that's true.
on multiple occasions. Also, old VP, not just this iteration of the team, has had its struggles at TI, especially.
You're just calling it a VP curse then?
I don't know if it's a curse. I don't really believe in that stuff.
It doesn't matter. That's kind of the talking point.
All right, let's call it a curse if that works for your
Sure.
religious orientation.
I pray to Gaben, so
Okay.
whatever religion that is, Cinderin. So, JT back on his Doombringer again. And, yeah, I'm actually really excited to see Kaka on Rubik. I cannot wait with all the spells that he has at his disposal. I mean, from pretty much any here. It's not just the Weaver and Earthshaker. Those are the highlights, but there's almost like no bad spells, right? Obviously, Tombstone would be great, and the rest of the
that's
spells
good
are
too.
whatever, but Stun from Sven is kind of easy to take.
Yep, for sure.
So,
A lot of cheering. People love their creep block.
yep. What a creep block.
Or they think creep blocking is so boring that they need something else to do.
This is the intro to any sport. This is like the starting lineups. They weren't able to cheer during the loading screen, so they're just making up for it now.
That is actually true.
Yeah, of course it is. Everything I say is true, Cinderella.
Yeah, everything once in a while.
That's right.
So let's have a look at the lanes. GPK versus Emo mid. Like I said, I do believe this to be a slightly puck-favored matchup.
Yep.
Looks even for now. Both of them are getting their CS in. And obviously, Storm doesn't really have matchups where he gets absolutely nothing. Usually you can get some sort of farm with Static Remnant. And the reason Shadow Fiend is a tricky matchup is that every time you go into Remnant, you can get raise combos. That is why that is so hard. But against Puck, the damage is a little less dangerous overall. So, nice first waves from both players. Bottom lane, ET with Drow. Remember what I talked about with Dawnbreaker last game, where I said when it's played as a 5, I like having it with an aggressive carry rather than playing protection?
Yeah.
For Elder Titan, I like both. Elder Titan is so good at being a wall that it is great with these weaker lane carries like Drow, because Elder Titan doesn't rely as much on winning the lane and getting ahead. He relies on his team thriving, and his spells just own, right? So if you break even in an Elder Titan lane and your carry is happy, that's great. It generally doesn't take more than that.
Well, on the other side, what do you think of DM playing the Earthshaker as off lane?
Yeah, that is surprising. I was not expecting that. But Save plays a very, very good 4-Weaver. Maybe they think there's more value in having a dagger on Shaker faster in this game as a catch against Storm, and perhaps also a little bit of logic about protecting Fissure against Rubik. Could be a thing. Not sure.
Because in my experience, just from watching, you would want, I don't know, Earthshaker as a 3 has felt a little underwhelming historically. As Kaka is going to get stunned up, and one more right click will do it. Gets off the health cell for now, and they're just going to give up.
Yeah.
Just barely gets out.
Yeah, they lose a lot of space on the lane from this. Going for this chase is going to cost a couple of creeps probably that Nightfall doesn't connect on. While JT is just free farming close to his tower, so Kaka going to be really happy about that. Just being a nuisance, right? Undying as a laner is incredibly powerful when the lane is just in a static place where the lineups are fighting. So what you usually do as position 4 against Undying 5 is that you run around and pull the wave and just block camps and you're just annoying. Like, you never really fight him head on, except with very specific heroes like Lina position 4, Nature's
nice
Prophet.
blocks from Save. Echo Stomp is going to save Fly for now, but you can see the power of the... I mean, Earthshaker's not the, like we talked about, the 3 positions. A little awkward in the laning
Good damage.
stage. Yeah, the Frost Arrow is continuing.
Ollie
continue to beat him with his briefcase. Time for business. DM, one more right click will do it. First blood goes the way of Ollie and IG, and then sacrifices himself to the tower.
Really good read that he could pull that off. That was close, and that's going to pay off big time. Getting the first blood almost gets him boots. And he already started with the lace. Curious if he's going to stay in base and wait for the boots here. That would take him about like 15 seconds with passive gold income. Has already... No, he's going to TP down. He doesn't have time for that. Has the salve and tangos. I have to admit, I don't know what these voice lines mean.
I'm shocked you don't know. I thought you knew Chinese. Cinderin.
I can read translations.
Yeah. So you say. Echo Stomp onto
I don't
save.
believe you can read.
The Gust to follow. Ollie.
Oh my god, Elder Titan is so filthy.
Yeah.
He hits for 200.
That was a level 1 Astral Spirit too.
That was indeed level 2.
That was level 1 for sure.
Okay. It was level 2.
As he shows level 3.5. He just, a really big creep just died, trust me. But yeah, this hero is, I mean, I was a little bit skeptical when you were talking about being the most played. I mean, if he continues just dominating, it's going to be more banned than picked, right? So that you got to walk that fine line.
Yeah, that's true.
Top lane, we've got the Scorched Earth from JT. Fade Bolt to follow. Stun comes out from Nightfall, but there's the telekinesis back into the arms of JT. He gets credit for that kill. As we can see, mid lane, GPK versus Emo. CS advantage goes to GPK for now.
Yeah, slight lead. 200 gold. It's
Gets
something.
level 6 before him as well.
Yeah. The issue here is that rotation isn't likely to come. Offlane Shaker doesn't do very well on its own. It really needs some sort of pairing most of the time.
Yeah.
So Weaver rotating mid is a very unlikely play, and I don't think Shaker wants to. He needs to get farmed as a core. So they can't really gank for this coil currently with anything else than, Undying, right? He's not going to go there either.
Yeah.
So I think Emo feels pretty safe.
Nice fissure. The Swarm to follow. Echo Stomp is coming. Nice Gust to cancel the Enchant Totem. Question is, do they have enough damage to finish off Ollie? Negatory. So, I mean, this is kind of what I'm talking about with Earthshaker as a 3. Just feels kind of underwhelming. Like, if you get items on him, don't get me wrong, he's really good.
Yeah.
But it's just the laning stage is so weird.
It is especially weird against Drow, right? It's a ranged hero that has a silence. There's not many of those in the game, but it's a tough matchup. I think overall DM is just going to lose this lane.
And Vortex onto Kingslayer, gets off his tombstone.
Nice.
Coil is not going to hit anything.
Kaka will probably die here, but that was a great escape from Emo.
He will definitely
he's not
die.
Chasing.
Yep. GPK is a little bit afraid of Roshan at this time of the game. Nice Gust from Fly again. It's actually been a very value skill so far. Save going under the tier 1 tower. Shikuchi's not going to connect.
That is
right clicks will not be there either.
crazy.
Echo Stomp into death.
What in the world?
He's desperate for a kill at this point. I mean, they are getting dominated in this bot lane, Cinderin.
I don't know if they're feeling desperate because Shaker is losing this hard, but that play was very surprising. Save is usually very, very good at understanding when he can and can't dive. That was a little bit of a... We have a saying in Danish, which is he had his head under his arm. Is that also an English one?
Certainly not.
All right. Well, I guess you can understand like the metaphor.
Sure. Oh my god, the cliff. Save does not have TP for 70 seconds.
That's the cooldown of Rampage.
Oh my, that's true. If he had Rampage, he'd be just as badly off as JT now. Gonna take some damage from GPK. Couple more right clicks will do it. Might just deny himself to Roche. Oh my, this game has started in a disastrous fashion for BP.
Kaka's gonna kill Puck's courier as well. Oh my god. Everything.
This is before Rubik even has spell steal.
If you're a tilt-prone team or player, this sequence was just,
Yeah.
everything. You have those games sometimes, right? Where you're like, everything is just going wrong by like 2%.
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh, man.
that 20 seconds, what happened in that 20 seconds? Doom got to deny to Roche because he did a great sidestep. They cliffed the Weaver, and they killed Puck's Courier, and all of them survived and got out.
Good news. Saves.
Yikes.
TP is back in 10 seconds, everybody. Yep. Thank you for the cam. So the Arteezy cosplay can come to an end very shortly. If this was a video on YouTube, Rubik would be nearby, cliffing him again, canceling that TP.
Oh, I thought you were going to say if it was a video on YouTube, there would be a Rubik face next to him with googly eyes for the algorithm.
That's true. Thumbnail interaction, very
Yeah.
important. You got to get that clickbait material in. I would know nothing about that.
Absolutely
at all,
nothing.
Emo now
DM
level
is
8.
just eating it bottom. Like, you can't really...
Yeah, he can't lean here.
Can't
Gets
really
the
do anything.
fissure.
Puck's
All right.
connecting.
Yep.
Nice play from
Fly.
GPK to dodge that gust.
Indeed, does absolutely nothing. Here comes Emo, though. This will be a huge kill onto GPK. Gets off his coil, but really to no avail. Cannot get off the illusory orb in time to jaunt to it. So ends up dying, and now DM looks to be next. Double kill for Emo and a beautiful rotation from IG. And again, this game is looking very bad for Virtus Pro.
IG are really good. There's just so many things about how they move their heroes, which heroes they bring, the way they played bottom lane. I will say it's a favorite lane, but they absolutely crushed it down here. And VP are looking a little bit lost. Their moves are just not working out. And here's the problem with their lineup. If Puck is not popping off and finding moves, who's going to do it?
Yeah, saves
That's a
dead
dead
as well.
Weaver.
With the sentry,
Really-
as you can see, placed a little bit earlier.
Great foresight from Kaka to place that there.
Man, honestly, this is the, I don't want to call it stomps.
It is the shapings of
This
one.
is
It
the
really
biggest stomp at this stage that I've seen at this tournament so far. Like, nothing is going right for VP.
Yep, they've basically lost. I guess they
Sven
haven't
is-
lost top lane. Top
yeah.
lane's a draw.
That's true. Nightfall is
But-
farming fine. Sven typically will farm fine even if the game is terrible for him, right?
Yeah.
Just go into the jungle and catch up.
And here's the problem with Sven is I think because of the way this hero works with power curve and how much it needs to farm before it really gets active, Sven is not very often the carry that's going to... Oh, hang on, I'm
The
hearing a
coil
coil.
actually came back up.
This would
Just
be a nice
standing
kill
his
for
ground. Yeah, it looks like
That's
finally
something.
a kill goes away at VP, and
Yeah.
it's a value one in Emo.
Sven is not the kind of carry that comes back well when his team is suffering, right? Because he has to be in the jungle for so long, and he doesn't initiate his own moves until he has, let's say, Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, Blink, or something like that, and BKB. Like, you just need so many items.
Yeah.
So usually the way Sven lineups work is that you have an active 4-man lineup around him that can do a lot while Sven gets big, and then once the timing hits and he joins, the game just explodes. But considering how much his other lanes have suffered, this might end up being the kind of game where Sven just farms very long and then just loses, right? Before he really gets to try. So hopefully for them, they find the moves they need.
Tumbler toy value.
Good dodge. Yep.
Didn't really
Boing.
need it, but
The best hero in the game for this item, I think.
Earthshaker?
Yeah, it's
just because he
incredible.
can traverse terrain.
He needs the mana pool, and it acts as a pseudo blink, and it sets you up for Enchant Totem. It's really, really
Okay.
good.
Oh, Kingslayer's getting gone on now. Gets off his tombstone again,
Nice
but
stud.
it's actually stolen here by Kaka. Does not get the cosmetic though. That's a little unfortunate. Perhaps we can put that on the list of things to do for Valve. Very important that the tombstone will match.
Dire's structure
It's probably the only Rubik bug that's left.
That's true.
At this
That
point.
is probably the most annoying hero to fix bugs for on initial release.
I guess Morphling might be worth. I don't actually know. I think they're both troublemakers
Yeah,
in the
but
lab.
Morphling at least looks good when he turns into
that
somebody
is
else.
a dead
Rubik,
Rubik.
Nightfall takes care of him, and
Good ward out there.
we'll save this tower here.
Sets that up easily. So VP are finding a couple of kills here and there, but they're still 4K gold behind minute 11. And one more thing, just to finish off this Sven story, is when you have a lineup that has one big core and everyone else isn't doing too well, you know what hero you don't want to face is Doom. Because he makes that one strong hero you have unhappy. And you don't want to be unhappy.
That's true. Being happy is very important in life. As Emo all the way down to get that haste rune. As you can see, Enchant Totem taken.
Very bad spell for Rubik.
It's very good.
It is very bad.
Very, very good. I mean, theoretically, it could have been good with the Fade Bolt talent, right? The old one that gave you damage.
Yeah, the one where you stole damage.
A lot of people tried to play that like pseudo carry, but it just didn't work, sadly. So that was taken out of the game.
Yeah, what a weird response to that. It didn't really work, and therefore it was removed. Well, how about buffing it?
I think
I
they
don't know.
buffed it once, but
Yeah.
maybe it's just the idea of turning the hero into kind of a right clicker is weird. But
I didn't mind it that much.
yeah, I didn't either, honestly. Although if somebody picked it on my team, then I would mind it. So
Radiant's bottom tower
just the
is under
idea doesn't
attack.
bother me, but if it's used to grief me, then it's kind of a problem, right?
Dire's
Only if it affects me, Cinderin.
Right. As long as other people suffer, it's okay. Got it.
Just techies. Techies in a nutshell.
Yeah, that is true.
Dire's
Nightfall has his
middle
Echo
tower is
Saber
under
now,
attack.
so BKB is next on the menu. And
Radiant's bottom
I mean, for
tower
them,
is
is
under
BKB the item, or do they still need that Blink Dagger? I mean, they're going to have Blink on Earthshaker at some point, right? So maybe that's the item that they're really waiting for.
Yeah, Shaker, Blink, and Sven BKB. I mean, maybe you can do it with Shaker, Blink, right? Just that,
Tower
but
is under attack.
I'm not overly confident in their ability to deal with
Bottom tower is under attack.
the Storm and the Doom right now.
Dire's middle tower
But at the same time, you can't just give up ground. You have to hold this mid-tier 1 tower, I think.
Radiant's bottom
Let's
tower
see, maybe
is
they
under
will just
attack.
concede it on the next wave of push. Not happening right now, though. Still great farm on Nightfall. Let's look at some positives for VP. He does have over 10 CS per minute, which is very good. Puck also has kept up with the farm. We were talking about earlier today how Leo style. Oh, hang on.
Coil. This will be another huge kill for VP. Stormhammer is there. He gets lifted, but oh, that burst damage. Ridiculous amount to take out Emo. And now Kaka looking to be next is Saving Company, trying to finish him off. Gets off the illusory orb that he stole, but won't be enough
All right.
to actually get away. So
Very good
two
for
good
VP.
kills and perhaps a tier 1 tower to
Yeah,
boot.
that's amazing.
Oh,
And Sven
if they
got the
get
kill on Storm.
Fly. Well, Save is doing a little bit chip damage. I don't think
Should be
GPK
okay.
can
Dire's
pursue.
top tower is under
Yeah, that's
attack.
really good for VP. They get the puck kill, or they get the storm kill on Sven, and he also gets the last hit on the tower, so really progressed there toward that BKB pickup. So very nice for VP there. A bit of a comeback. It's going to take more than that, but first step on the way. And yeah, kind of the opposite of what I was talking about, right? Sven actually really got involved. I think maybe he feels like he has to. Like if the game is going too bad, maybe you have to be the one to make moves on the Sven here, and that one paid off big time. Obviously, Puck, one of the best friends you can have to shine with just your ult, because it's such a long duration hold that he could do that. Shaker's going to pick up a
Oh.
blink off this.
Okay, never mind. Does JT have... No, he doesn't even have Stomp.
Has Doom, though.
That's true, but he's all alone, so I don't know if he would use it there.
Maybe not. He also has Infernal Blade. That also stops TP.
True, true. Yeah, no more level death to work with, sadly.
Yeah.
Unless you shard it up.
Did you like that spell design?
No.
You didn't?
No,
I
because
thought it was kind of cool, actually. I've always thought level death was like...
Well, it's not that. I didn't like the
Maybe I liked it because I'm
idea-
quick at math, you know? It's like, oh... yeah.
I mean, there was a point where once you got to 25, it didn't do anything.
Remember in
Right.
elementary school when you were like, why do we need to know the table of fours?
Yeah, that's why.
That is why.
That's
It's
a
so that
good-
you can win TI on Doom. Stay in school, kids, and pay attention in math class. It's really
I mean,
important.
the thing I didn't like about it is that it was a Lincoln's Breaker. I don't think a hero that
Oh, yeah.
has a Lincoln's Breaker when... Oh, speaking
That
of
is a dead
something
Rubik.
else, DM, Echo. All right. Easy kill.
That's quite a bit used there. DM opting to keep Fissure on level 1 and now maxing out Enchant Totem. This is something core shakers will often do. And this game, I think there's the added benefit of you only give Rubik Fissure level 1 if it gets stolen, right? So definitely think that it could be a very smart choice here.
Oh, we have Emo jumping in onto save, but there's the coil from the sideline. GPK just hiding out, and it
That was
ends up paying
wild.
huge advantage for them. There's the tombstones to slow it down a bit. GPK trying to pursue a bit as JT and company on the run, but he's got that big old BKB ready to go, so
Emo has been
yeah.
making a couple of very aggressive jumps that have kind of set back the game to almost an even state now.
I feel like it's just overconfidence.
Absolutely,
After
like-
such a good start.
Yeah, he has so much potential, but also so much responsibility in this game. And if you make a couple of these mistakes, all of a sudden, like your power curve, right? Sven now got the BKB completed by disassembling his Echo Saber. Puck has the Yules, and I think he's getting the dagger now as well. No, he's going Witchblade. So Witchblade complete as well. VP are kind of in an okay spot again from these
not
last
too
few
bad.
minutes. This is not
Now,
does not feel as
tell
out
me,
of reach anymore.
once Save gets this Aghanim Scepter for the time lapse against a Doom,
Yep.
would you say that that is very good or okay? Because it's not burst damage. I'm trying to
Yeah.
decide how good it is to use on a Sven that gets doomed.
I think it's very good against Drow. And Storm. right? They have the burst damage, especially the Storm. It's very good against Doom. Against Doom, it's like okay.
Dire's middle tower has
In
fallen.
some situations, you can extend the life so that Doom ends and you can get to do something. But
Right.
yeah, I would mainly say against Storm. Nice reaction from DM on the blink. Gets out in time against the Tumbler's Toy lift attempt, but GPK. Remember, he doesn't have a dagger.
yeah.
He is in. He's
He-
dead.
Gets the coil off. What? He has
Maybe not.
reinforcements. Nightfall is here. You can see the Earth Splitter on the cliff. Stormhammer's going to connect. This will be a huge kill. BKB pop from Nightfall, and one more right click does it. Fly down in his grave for 40 seconds.
Well, I really thought IG were ready to connect on that gust, but Storm was far away, didn't have mana, and Doom couldn't connect either.
You're questioning GPK, Cinder? Come on
Now GPK might
Oh,
die.
boy.
This
Okay.
time he's not.
As
Oh,
I said, that gets
well,
off the
Yule.
Yules, though. And
Oh!
oh my God, are you kidding me? Oh my God, Nightfall again destroys Emo. Buys back into the game. That is a rage buyback for sure. The Doom applied right now to Sven as JT attempting to go a little bit further. Emo kind of mistimes it, but ends up helping out his team now as VP are getting decimated. So a good buyback.
Damn, what a
in the end
rage
from Emo.
buyback.
I mean, that was a rage
He was
buyback.
absolutely furious. He was like, guys, I really want to win the fights. I will buy back.
It's still accurate.
That
all
was
right?
not a rage buyback.
Of course
It's
it
just
was.
a good buyback.
No, tilt buyback is what you think I'm saying. I'm not saying. I'm saying rage buyback.
So you're saying rage is a positive thing?
Yeah, it can be. It could
Okay.
be positive or negative. Why not?
Please do not learn from this and rage in your pub games. Thank you.
Rage buyback successful for Emo.
Yep.
Well done for him.
Topical for the name.
Absolutely. Just
Feeling
missing
a-
the question mark.
He's feeling a little bit emotional there, and
Oh,
it was a good emotion.
That dodge.
Yeah, spicy. Didn't end
And
up
then
dodging
died.
the Stormhammer, though. He was out of mana, but
Yeah. But there's the rage buyback like we talked about, Cinder.
you and I have different definitions of rage, I
It's
think.
okay. There's some good rage, I'm sure.
But yeah, very nice. Oh, look at the spell comp from Kaka as well. He got like a 3-man orb plus Fate Bolt there. Beautifully done.
GPK is going to run into Ollie now. Waning Rift. Not going to connect the save. Attempting to go a little bit farther, but
Yeah, Ollie's
Ollie's
dead
all
here.
on his own, so it'll be an easy one for VP.
Yep, he was out on a little bit of an info mission there. Didn't have a ward to place, I think. Storm,
Yeah.
well, trade the other way.
Expended
DM.
all his mana, but yeah, the Orchid is definitely paying off.
VP are pinging out a ward that is not there. It is actually on the other side of the river, but they think it is on this high ground, so they're going to check
Look
it with
at
a
that
sentry.
heat map.
They
Oh my
don't find
God.
it.
What the hell?
Yeah. Wait,
Why
can I
was
see
that in
that
the
heat map
fountain?
again? Was he in...
Why was he in the fountain? What is this? The enemy fountain.
I'm going to question that
Well,
one.
that's not the fountain. That's the base. But at what point was he there?
Did he jump that at one point and TP back to base?
That's a bug. I'm just going to say it's a bug. Incorrect information. I refuse to believe pre-20 minutes that he was in the enemy base.
Maybe it's a metaphor for how he's been playing.
He's all over the place.
He's been pretty deep
Yeah.
in some situations. So just maybe they make up the heat map on the fly, and it's actually not about the heroes, just somebody sitting there manually drawing it. It's like, yeah, it probably checks out. He's been diving pretty far, so
All right, now we got a 4-man smoke from IG.
6K gold lead as well should be mentioned here. They have
Yep.
grabbed back their
Oh.
advantage.
Kingslayer might tank this. Oh, the jump in from Kaka gets the telekinesis off into the Doom. Kingslayer is mega dead. Fly pops his BKB as well, just in case. Of course, buyback is available on Sven with his ult, but I don't think they're going to...
They are.
Okay, he buys back. You can see the Waning Rift applied to Drow. Fly looks super dead here. BKB onto JT, attempting to TP out. Will be able to do so.
Oh,
So
Kaka
they
has
only lose
Fisher.
one, and it costs the buyback for VP. It is the Drow, though.
Yeah.
But that feels bad to buy back into.
I think he kind of has to, though. If he, or did he? What kill would they have got? They would have got Undying. Yeah, he actually didn't need to buy back, right?
Yeah, but you don't know that in hindsight.
Right. Well, if it gives them Roche,
Yeah.
it will feel well worth it. But
That's true.
look who's here. It's Mr. Spirit Man with a level 3 Stomp.
Eating a delicious mango, but DM finds him, enchant totem, and death cometh for Ollie.
Oh
Wait,
my
he's
God,
doing a
the
lot of damage in the
damage.
meantime, though.
Kaka hurts. He has Swarm now. He could use that to scout with. He will.
Yeah.
Wow.
Roche is, Roche is still being pursued here from Nightfall. Okay, the buyback on the Elder Titan, and yeah,
That's
VP
enough.
can no longer go for Roche.
Radiant's middle tower
It's already at half HP, but this is the thing. IG knows that God Strength is down, I don't see
Yeah.
any reason that they can't just go for
Yeah,
it.
I think they just grab it here. Thank you very much for doing half the work, VP.
There's the
but
time-lapse Ags from
that could
save.
be a big surprise factor here.
It could be, yes.
The cast range is 600. This was nerfed. It used to be 1K.
Ooh!
Is under attack.
Sorry, I just felt like grunting.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I understand.
So yeah, I believe it's a, what is it, 20-second cooldown, and you can apply to allies.
Yes.
So extremely
600
strong
cast
next.
range used to be 1K. It was so good.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna go Aether Lens next, so it'll basically be that amount again.
Kaka out searching. Doesn't find the Weaver, though. Gets Swarm again. Thrown into the pit. And this makes for a pretty quick
Has
rush
he
kill.
gotten Shikuchi? Have you noticed?
I don't think so.
That's actually impressive. from
Almost
save.
gets the last hit with the orb, but Fly waits it out.
Yep.
Grabs
And
that Aegis.
Aegis on the side of IG. GPK on the high ground. JT just jumps in. Nice phase shift,
Okay.
dodging. And will blink out. Gets the coil onto 2, but there's nobody near him. Save. Has that time lapse. Watch for this to be used very shortly. And GPK is actually
found
just gonna
Shaker.
illusory orb out himself.
He's dead.
Like you said, DM gets off the fissure, but he looks mega dead. JT pops a BKB in the meantime. Emo. All right. GPK is still in the mix. Just all over the place. And some way, somehow, we only have 2 kills, and they're on, well, I guess Earthshaker is a core, technically.
That's debatable. He actually has less net worth than the Weaver.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I mean, once you have Blink, Echo, that's kind of your job. That's what you have to do.
yeah.
Are scared.
That's one thing about Shaker in this game that makes it feel so underwhelming, like we've talked about, is that the enemy lineup naturally doesn't like congregate in one spot, right? You have Drow that flanks and plays from range, Storm that's all over the place, and Doom is often going to get a Blink Dagger and go in from, you know, the side. So how often are you going to find more than 2 heroes and an Echo Slam in this game? It's difficult. And on top of that, you don't want to level Fissure against Rubik, and you're probably going to do it now eventually, but that would have been your good spell, right? When you can't Echo and Shaker, at least you still have a strong Fissure, but he doesn't, because he has it level 1, so... Yeah,
now
it's
we have
been
a
a
swap.
rough one for DM, really.
Yep, that's true.
Tough.
And he's actually one of the most consistent players on VP for sure. Is Ollie going to get Waning Rifted? Stormhammer is there. And I would assume this ends up being a kill, but there's the Guts from the sideline again. Ollie lives through the day. Astral Spirit. There's the stomp from JT. Time lapse, though, from Save. Means that GPK... Oh, the Echo Slam comes in. It's only going to connect on 1, though. But there's Nightfall with that cleave. JT ends up dropping. It's going to be a trade for the Earthshaker as the fissure finally dissipates. See if they want to pursue here. GPK,
Oh.
there's the coil, but
Dude,
on
Emo is
nothing
so
again.
fast.
And this means VP will
Oh,
likely have
no.
to fall back. GPK ends up dying.
Oof.
And Nightfall's ult is running out, so this has to get out of dodge.
Emo is really quick against Puck. He's been playing... He's had some really fast reactions and some really questionable aggressive moments, right? But one thing he's had a really good idea of is how to play against Puck. Like, that's been very, very good this game.
Yeah.
So obviously very familiar with the matchup. Yeah. Kind of an awkward spot for JT there. He ended up getting fissured by both teams. He just got pincered in, basically.
Oh my god.
Kaka had it. Oh, if he solos him
Finds
here.
in the jungle. Oh my lord. That is a huge kill for IG.
Yeah, and he might even get more here, possibly.
He still has plenty of mana to get
He
away.
will chill. He had a
Man.
little bit of backup there from Ollie, but didn't feel safe. With Puck dead, though, there isn't that much risk there, actually. But his mana pool was relatively weak, and in the meantime, Fly is showing top lane, so VP know that there's no Drow reinforcement coming. He's pushing that top tier 2 tower with Glyph.
Man, IG is looking very scary. They're making VP not look like a top-tier team, and they have been a top-tier team.
Fissure
the entire
stolen
year.
there. Didn't connect to Lift just because it's level 1. Any higher level Fissure there will do that, but...
Yeah, Fly able to secure that tier 2 top.
Yeah.
GPK just has to play the split push game, or whatever you want to call what the hell he's doing right now. Yeah, he's been, I don't know. It's a bit uncharacteristic to see him die this much, but at the same time, I feel like it's mostly IG just playing really well, like especially Emo, who also died a couple times
Yeah.
early on, and typically, like, any
Emo's
pro
had
player
like
will
the
tell
best and the
bit.
worst plays of the game, kind of.
Yeah,
very
exactly.
Dire's top tower
some
is
good
under
emo performance here.
Dire's structures are
Every ball lightning is 50-50. We'll defend the tower here, most likely. Doesn't look like DM and Save want to try here. And that is probably a wise choice. Meanwhile, IG placing a very aggressive base ward, but is already being pinged by Kingslayer. Has the gem, so saw it get placed.
Yep. Emo.
They're baiting
Looking for
bottom.
the kill. Yeah, he gets the Orchid off onto Save.
Are they?
And that is going to be enough.
That was
DM
not really
was
a bait.
baiting a bit, but
Yeah,
needs more heroes there, so his Echo Slam does something, I guess.
absolutely. There's no kill. So I thought they were going to do it the other way around. Let Shaker push the wave, and then Weaver can save Shaker. But if you do it like that, you're just exposed to getting killed by Storm. Mid tower's falling. I don't think there's any need to sugarcoat it. VP are just getting owned.
They are.
This series has not felt very close, except for like small intervals.
Last game, like first 20 minutes, it was pretty back and forth, right?
Yeah, but it was also in a game where VP was favored in that stage, right? So if it's even when you have the stronger lineup for the time, are you really winning, right? Very philosophical.
Technically. Technically is the best, like you said, Syndrome.
Yeah, and in this game, again, like there's like 1 or 2 good moves, but overall, it's IG getting more out of the map, making the better moves, getting the Roshan. I think VP haven't got Roshan this series, right? It's only been killed once each game, I think, but both of them going IG's way.
That's true, and the reason I remember that is because we haven't talked about shards that much.
Yes, that's also
Usually
the reason I remember. I've been having a great time talking about other things.
When that second Roche gets killed, it turns into a 5-minute discussion on who should or should not get the shard.
Yes.
Which I really miss. It's a great dynamic in our relationship.
We have a relationship?
If you want to call it that, I guess.
Well, you used the word, I didn't.
If you want to call it that, technically, you know.
You just know how to talk to me. Very good.
That's true.
You know me so well. Haha.
Now it looks like
Tower's
this tier
falling.
2 tower will... Ooh, there's some TPs coming in from IG. Emo pops that BKB. That is a dead Weaver. He wants to actually finish him off, and he does. And JT is here as well. 2 quick kills.
I really...
Will they find more? Kingslayer, Yules cancels the TP, so it's going to be 3.
Okay. I really don't like this from VP. I think this is the wrong way to siege this tower. The one hero that can save the guy who gets jumped by Storm is the one hitting the tower. I just don't get it. Like, why is this not the puck hitting the tower or the Shaker? And then you save them. So what ends up happening here is that Weaver's hitting the tower, Storm jumps him, insta-pops BKB, and DM jumps in trying to save, and he can't do anything. It's just a BKB'd Storm. Like, what are you going to do, look at him?
That's true.
I
It
don't
feels
know,
like the ag, this is one of the most powerful ags in the game, and they're just not using it, essentially, by doing that.
They feel a little bit lost. Like, this felt a little bit tilty to me. Like, that was not very well thought through and executed.
Rage, tilty.
Yeah, that was just not a good look, in my opinion. I mean, fair play. There's been other fights where they've just been outplayed and whatever. That just looked a little bit stupid, honestly. So, uncharacteristic. VP are an incredibly skilled team, and they don't commonly make mistakes like that. So really being pressured, I think it may be getting to them a little bit here.
Yeah.
Making mistakes like that.
Well, JT on the Doom has his shard, by the way, so that's the Infernal Blade upgrade. It gives you the extra stun duration as well as that level death that we've been talking about for no particular reason the last few games.
Yep.
What is this courier
What
doing
level
up there?
is it? If the enemy's level is a multiple of 3 or above 24.
That's right.
Sven just got 22. Great level up there.
You
Weaver.
just took less damage.
Undying is level 12. Excellent target for Doom. The only one. Does it? Wait, does it not do any? What? Hang on.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Save. Still on the front line. And Kaka finds him. Telekinesis. JT. Infernal Blade. Level death mechanic.
Close call.
Goodbye. And the funny thing is, when you get the Ags on Weaver, using it on yourself actually is a nerf in some respects because you have to double click.
You can alt click.
Oh, okay. Never mind. If you're an idiot and don't know that, then it's technically a nerf for yourself. Okay. Just wanted
I
to throw
don't
it
think
out there.
that will come into play that much at TI. But
I've seen it a couple times. To
I
be
thought you were
honest.
going to say I've seen some idiots at TI.
That's basically what I said. That's basically what I just said. Mistakes have been made, no doubt.
Yeah, of course.
As GPK gets the Ags for himself.
I can confirm everyone playing here is a human.
So, getting this Agnes, I'm not saying this is the wrong item to get for GPK, but you got to hit the coils for that to have an impact, obviously.
sure.
DM, he's donezo. So, Yep, we'll see how it goes.
I feel like Doom has been winning.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Yep. Emo is just finding every kill that he wants.
level 25.
Yep, you get the 2 Overlord attack bounces now onto Emo. I'm so glad people are taking something other than... I mean, they still take the other one if they're behind, I guess.
Yeah.
The thing that's most tilting about this hero is high ground defense when you have the remnants.
Yeah.
My goodness.
What I was going to say before GPK got killed there, I feel like just anecdotally from us, Doom is winning a lot of games, right? Like, he seems very strong overall. Also primarily being picked by the Chinese teams, and the Chinese teams have a very high win rate except Aster.
Yeah.
So I guess that's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy in that regard. The question is how much of it is the Doom getting those wins for them, but honestly, just like every game we see, it's just so strong. I think some of the Western teams might need to start adapting to that and maybe pick it up themselves a little bit, or at least ban it in the second phase.
All right. The shard has been taken from the second Roche, ladies and gentlemen. The discussion shall commence. Was this the correct choice? Emo gets the Overload active ability that essentially is allow you to use it on your allies. So you get the passive mechanic, essentially, for 3 attacks.
It also gives him 40 attack speed.
Yeah, it's pretty good, pretty good.
It's really nice.
And he's got the DD bottled right now as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's the clear best one. I mean, obviously, JT already has the shard.
Yeah.
So
The Rubik one could have been cool as well, as a save against the Echo Slam and Coil combination, maybe. Can toss your allies out of Coil to make sure they get snapped. Very nice.
Yep.
But it means they could snap the Coil and then get tossed away, which can become a... It's kind of... It's kind of messy, but I could see it.
Yeah, it's
Anyway.
not. I don't have a big enough sample size in terms of seeing this on a pro level to know if it's even good, honestly. Maybe it gave like damage mitigation. Didn't it used to do that? I'm trying to remember.
I don't
I
think
feel like a damage mitigation
ever did
could
that.
be applied.
The ones
as
that had
shard.
that was the Frostbite one from Crystal Maiden and the Batrider Lasso on
Yeah.
allies, right?
Yeah.
And obviously Pudge Dismember if you want to look at it that way. Cause
Hell
that just
yeah.
completely
Do you
saves
think
them.
that hero will be picked?
I wish.
I know. I do too. Now, Nightfall. Uh-oh. Fissure is there. Time lapse. All right.
Very good.
Now we're seeing it.
不会吧？还在 C， 还在 C， 一个炸的。
But yeah, this is going to be a huge uphill battle for VP. It is a 28,000 net worth lead. That is pretty close to unwinnable for VP.
Yeah. This is the
98%
last.
win
This
rate,
is
or
basically
win
the last
probability.
play. JT gets the jump.
Oh, yeah. The Doom applied. There's the time lapse, so you can try to run away. Kingslayer's going to drop. GPK gets stunned up as well. Yules keeps him up and running as the buyback onto the Undying for now. And GPK off into the low ground. The chase from Emo still has plenty of mana to work with. Yet another kill goes the way of IG as they are stomping their way to a 2-0 victory here. Sven did live, Cinderin. Still has his ult.
It's going to go
There
for
we go.
Doom.
There's the Echo Slam. All right, all of that applied for one hero, and it's Doom, who has already expended his ultimate. Fly's like, just going to take your racks, bro.
Yeah.
They used a lot to kill Doom.
They did.
No ultimate.
God's Strength is running out in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, he's going to jump in. This is
Instant
Aegis on
fissure.
Fly. Yeah, nice divider there. Telekinesis onto the
Stolen
other side.
Stormhammer.
Oh, my God. So much kiting potential as Sven takes a tumble. That should do it. And IG, whew,
GG.
they look godlike, Cinderin.
Kaka's in top form, man. What can I say? He's been playing a really, really good Rubik game. I think his Shaker last game was also excellent. IG've shown up, man. This is a team that looks like they could go very, very far at this level of play if they can keep that up. And also, pretty big strategic diversity, right? They play a lot of different heroes. We've cast quite a few of their games. As you look like a psycho, that's very good.
That's just my face.
Yeah, it's better now. That's good. That's better. They play a lot of different stuff, and they play it well. IG are looking awesome. And I think for VP, still not too worried about their potential of going upper bracket. I think they've had some tough matches, especially this one is just really hard. The T1 might come back to haunt them potentially, but if they can reset, refocus, upper bracket is in range. And I think the absolute nightmare scenario that they get last is almost impossible already with their 5 wins. I don't think that can even happen, actually. So at least that shouldn't be happening for them, but obviously not a good day at work for Virtus Pro.
For sure. It could be an off day. It could just be, I mean, they did lose to T1 who's been struggling, but we expected them to bounce back to some degree. Who do we have next, by the way? Do you remember?
It is, I just need to think.
Secret versus Elephant. That's right. I finally get to cast a Secret game. Elephant star-studded as well. That's going to be an exciting one. Can't wait. But we're going to have to because it'll be a few minutes, but we'll be back soon. Hello again. Suns fan here with Cinderin. We have a very hype matchup. You know, we've gotten a lot of 2-0s. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is a 1-1.
You think this is going to be a draw?
I think it will be a draw. First of all, I don't like it being called a draw because it sounds like we're cheating the system because draws are not fun.
Oh.
Just 1-1.
Okay.
Then for some people that don't know, maybe Game 3 will be played
Both
in the
teams
future.
are going to win a game, and both teams are going to lose a game.
That is correct.
Yes. No draw.
Thank
Just
you.
wins and losses.
I appreciate that. And
You are very
we
welcome.
forgot to mention what the teams are, so I will do that now. It is Team Secret versus Elephant. And I'm excited for a couple of reasons. First of all, obviously, Team Secret, we know them quite well. I haven't personally gotten to cast them in quite a while. They are off to a pretty good start. Let's not say very good. A pretty good start into the group stage. I believe they're 5-3 overall.
Yep.
And Elephant, also excited about casting, as we're going to get into the draft right now, by the way. And because individually, they have maybe the most skill out of any Chinese team.
They have exceptional
individually.
players.
Now, having said that, the teamwork maybe not on the same level as their skill,
10
mechanically
seconds
speaking at least,
remaining.
as they are now 3-5 on the groups.
And not just 3-5, but they're 0-4 today.
Yeah.
And that is a little bit concerning. You're going up against a very strong team now, and you really need to pull yourselves back together if you want to go to the upper bracket. I think this series could end up deciding a lot, because for me, both of these teams will probably finish in the range of 3rd to 6th in the group. So if we get a 1-1, or especially if Secret wins, they're looking very good to get top 3. Maybe they can even push their way up to 2nd. I don't think they're going to win the group. Elephant, with a loss here, have a mountain to climb with 3-7. So a very, very important series, and this is when you really need to get into gear as Elephant. I'm kind of with you. I think 1-1 might be the most likely outcome here, but I think if any team 2-0s here, it's probably Secret, because they've been looking a little bit more consistent overall.
Yep, I agree.
Not just because they're 5-3, but also just in their losses versus some of the games earlier with Elephant. We were talking to Trent and Lyrical, and they were like, Elephant were literally against Team Spirit. They were just farming until they lost. That was what Trent said. And
5 seconds remaining.
that is concerning, because that's a sign of weakness when you're not taking initiative in the game, unless you're specifically drafting lineups that need to play passively. I find Dota harder to play that way. If you don't have playmaking potential of any kind and you're just farming against these world-class teams, they're going to punish you. So we'll see. We'll see what happens when we get a little bit further into the draft. Very interesting to see Secret's first 2 bans here. Not some we've seen much in our games in first phase. Both Morph and Snapfire getting removed here, whereas Elephant banning out Tiny is very standard.
Man,
I think
we're never going to cast a Tiny game, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, probably not. That's okay. AA ban.
That's okay.
So here's why we're banning AA for Elephant, I think. Secret is one of the few teams that are really, really, really good that I feel like have never got to the same level as other top teams with IO.
Yeah.
Puppy has played it quite a bit. Yapzor has played it quite a bit, but you don't get that same X Factor feeling that other teams have. And I think Elephant are banking on Secret not picking it here, and therefore they're banning AA so they can grab it themselves. If Secret do end up picking IO here, I think we're going to see a potential Monkey King, but they are going to favor that themselves instead.
Monkey King.
Obviously an insane hero right now. A lot of teams are rating it very high. Matumba
tell
Man
me-
plays an exceptional carry Monkey King.
Tell
Nisha
me
plays
why
mid.
this hero is really good right now.
So I was wondering the same thing. I was talking a little bit to AY about it earlier, because it's like the hero is good, but I don't know. I don't feel like I'm appreciating it at the level that it really is. And we were talking about it, and I think part of it is just overall the mobility that you have with the change to tree dance being a lot faster. In a lot of laning situations nowadays with the meta, I think Monkey King fares pretty well as a support. Primal Spring's 140 damage, so one of the strongest level 1 abilities in the game. You can use it when enemies start setting up for range creep CS, going that way. It's a flex pick, which is added benefit, obviously. It plays mid. It plays every role, actually. Theoretically speaking, it can play every role. And some of the items that Monkey King buys in the supporting role are interesting now. Mage Slayer is one of the items that Monkey King will pick up.
Hell yeah.
He likes Orb of Corrosion, which was obviously also a new item since last TI, if you only watch TIs. So there's quite a few things about Monkey King that made it better. I don't know what its win rate is right now, but I feel like the games I've seen with it has been pretty good at least, so And obviously, if all of the teams seemingly agree that this hero is bonkers, then it probably is. It's not just one team playing it.
5 seconds
So,
remaining.
yeah. IO Mars for Elephant. Interesting that they grabbed the Mars here.
Yeah, very unusual.
I don't really see a very good case for it. They're probably building into a strategy later down the line that will make it make sense, but not a common IO pairing. It has an okay catch for relocate, but not particularly good against Monkey King as a hero in general. And you're leaving yourself susceptible to the second pick from Team Secret here, which is going to be Invoker.
Turn to battle.
Very curious to find out what the point of
We
the
haven't
Mars
seen much
is.
Mars lately in general. Like back towards the Animator, I want to say.
Yeah.
We saw Mars almost every game.
He was very good.
Pick band all the time. And I'm actually trying to remember what changes were made after that.
Longer
tournament.
cooldown on ulti.
Oh, that's right. Because it used to be a
60 second
ridiculously low
cooldown or something.
cooldown. Now it's 90, I think.
Insane. Yeah, I think it's 90, 75, 60 now.
Patience, turn to battle.
I think it used to be 60 all levels or something like that.
Yeah, it was.
And then I think he got a secondary nerf as well. Maybe it was some armor or it was about spear cooldown. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. Not coming to mind. But definitely went from being absolute top tier to being more of a situational pick. Overall, since then, the meta has also changed a little bit. Mars's Bane has always pretty much been BKBs. You can just freely travel through the arena. And with the game getting faster and faster, heroes are getting these BKBs earlier, and it makes Mars's timing windows narrower, right? You started getting these hard carries that would farm ancient stacks really quickly and get these absurd item timings, minute 20 with like 3 items, and Mars just can't match up with that. So I think that's a big part of why he's fallen off, but seemingly Elephant have a plan here. Very curious to see what it is. This is, like we talked about, an important series, so I don't think you just bring out something all right here. You bring out your guns for this match.
Well, despite the nerfs, that's more for the mid game going forward, right?
Right.
He's still a great laner.
Pretty much the same laner,
Just really solid laner.
but you picked it into Monkey King.
Yes, that is
So-
true. That's maybe not the best,
Team
but
Secrets,
I mean, it
turn
could
to
be
battle.
technically. We have seen position 5 Mars before,
It could be a support. That is not out of the question.
but we're gonna assume 3 for now. But it is unusual to pick it right after the Monkey King, like you said. So we'll see. But then again, Monkey King could be any lane as well, right?
Absolutely.
So all over the place. A lot of
10
flexibility
seconds
from that pick
remaining.
alone.
Secret are going to ban Kunkka as well as TA,
5
and Elephant
seconds
banning out
remaining.
Lycan and Tide. So these heroes, pretty popular bans this tournament. I think the odd one out here is actually Gyro, but obviously you have Io. So if there's anyone who knows how to play Io Gyro, it's Eurus. There have been many a game. If you haven't followed Dota so actively in the last half year to a year, Eurus is Paparazzi, which is a name I think a lot of Eurus will remember from
10
previous
seconds
TIs.
remaining.
It is the same player. Somnus is maybe, and everyone else
5
should be
seconds
memorable
remaining.
if you used
Man,
to watch
why would
Dota.
he change his name?
I don't know.
Paparazzi was. Maybe I'll just call him Paparazzi. You think people will get mad, Cinder?
I don't know. I think you should
It
push.
sounds so nice to say, you know?
Like it?
Yeah, and maybe it was nice too.
Yeah. I don't know. There's actually quite a few players that have changed their nicknames around a little bit.
Yeah.
VP as well. 2 renames in the last year.
Yeah, Nightfall and Kingslayer from the great book. Forgetting that is it Name of the Wind?
Epileptic Kid was,
Well, that one makes a
Nightfall.
little bit more sense.
and
yeah.
Kingslayer was called Ilias.
Yeah, Ilias was cool though. I like that one. Anyway, you shouldn't be allowed to change your names. And what was your first screen name of all time?
Scorch.
Yep, I'm glad you changed.
I
that
should
one.
have never changed.
Imagine Suns fan and Scorch. God, that sounds so abrasive, so unfriendly,
I kind of like the name.
so unrobotic.
Do you know why I
actually.
changed my nickname? Have I ever told you the story?
No.
I got it from a Lego Racers game, and I was like, that is too lame.
I remember, the Scorch. Oh, wait, I'm not thinking of Legos. I'm thinking of the Hot Wheels.
It was. I had this Lego game that came with.
Scorch.
It was like a car that I got as an assembly set, and it came with a CD at the time, which was very rare for a Lego set. It came with a video game, which was a racing game, and there were 3 different cars, and the coolest one was called Scorch. And I was like, that's a nice name. I like that. I still think it's a good name, but I changed it because I couldn't live with the fact that I had my nickname from a Lego game
All
when
right,
I got a little
so
bit older.
We're gonna wrap up this conversation with me giving you my opinion.
10 seconds remaining.
Scorch.
Yes, Suns fan. Very good original
well,
name.
Suns fan, it's not the greatest name, but at least it, it should be illustrating what my passion is in
But you're
life.
going to say at least it's better than Scorch.
But Scorch is, I don't know. It's a good name in and of itself, actually, but not for you.
Oh, thank you. You'd probably
you can
think
take that as a
you'd probably
compliment
think
or-
differently if I had had it for like 15 years. You'd be like,
No.
that's a good name. For
I
me."
would have said, I think Synderen fits your face a little bit better.
I don't think you would have ever come up with that if I hadn't.
Faceless Void is picked up by Secret, and Weaver for Elephant. So will this be the position 1 Weaver? Or will we go to support again?
I think maybe we switch it to support just because it's a carry Void, right? Void is a very rough matchup for Weaver for multiple reasons. First of all, hard lockdown with Chronosphere, and secondly, time dilation is extremely annoying to play against for Weaver. You have to itemize for it if you're a core. You actually can't ignore it being in the game. You can't go something like, let's say, Sanjin, Yashascati, or whatever Weavers have built in the past. You have to get a Dispel, and that sucks. Because some Weaver games, you don't want to buy BKB that early, actually. Void kind of just forces your hand. Against the Chrono component, a lot of the time for carries, it's very good to just have a lot of health, right? But it just doesn't cut it with dilation.
Right. Disruptor for Secret, that's very good against Weaver as well.
And IO, targeting the
Indeed.
relocate.
And glimpse away any target that gets relocated in general. As Void Spirit comes out for Elephant. So from Secret's lineup, I know this is a little bit out of the box because we haven't seen it recently. I mean, Invoker's likely going to be mid, but we have seen position 4. Monkey King, you talked about 1 through 5 flexibility. We have technically seen some Faceless Void support as well.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of flexibility if they want to do something crazy, but we're assuming position 1 Void.
Yeah, I just looking at Secret's players, right? We agree Disruptors play by Puppy. That's a lock.
That's a lock.
Is Yapzor going to play Void?
I don't know. You played with him. You tell me.
Yeah, I don't know. There's still Rubik in the pool. He's probably going to play Rubik, right? In the end. They're going to find some way of making it a Rubik game. It's okay against Weaver.
Yeah.
I also think Rubik isn't that bad against Void Spirit, actually. Having any sort of targetable instant stun is very valuable against this hero. He jumps around a lot. So I could see them grabbing the Rubik in the end. If not, maybe the Monkey King goes 4, and you last pick an offlaner here for Zai that has some good side lane matchups. Could be a possibility. Trying to think of what would be really good against both Mars and Weaver here.
Elephants turn to bat.
It's not really coming to mind. Also something that would fit Secret's, overall playstyle in general.
And in terms of like the Chronosphere damage, they have quite a bit.
Yeah,
Invoker.
they're good.
And obviously Static Storm if it's layered properly afterwards with the Kinetic Field.
There was a game earlier today with PSG
afterwards.
LGD against Fnatic where they had Void Invoker, and Fnatic were crushing LGD. They were really far ahead, and then LGD just started hitting the most nutty Invoker Void combos late game, just super well executed. Always a scary combination to go against late, and that's something you need to keep in mind here is that Elephant's lineup doesn't look like one that's just going to end the game minute 25, right? They don't have tower push. Their team fight's like okay, but not overwhelming. Their ability to take Roche is also kind of mediocre. You have Swarm, that's it. So Secret can probably relatively comfortably say, all right, we can go late here. Their late game is so strong. There's even Disruptor Ags as a possibility, right, coming later. So if I'm Secret, I'm not worried about going late game. I'm just worried about making sure I don't get run over in lanes and mid, or mid game rather than mid lane. And just bridging the gap and getting there. So kind of similar to the game we just cast between VP and IG in game 1, where VP had hyper-aggressive early game. But IG had a stable mid-late game.
Night Stalker would have been actually a really good pick for Secret.
Yeah, I like that, man.
Against
good.
Void Spirit and Weaver.
Yeah. It's good.
I mean, the one thing they don't really have right now for Secret is, I mean, if this is an offlaner, they need like some sort of front line.
Yeah.
It's not a super tanky lineup at all.
Elephants turn to pick.
Okay, Sand King.
Stable. I really like Secret's draft. I think it looks very good.
What happened to, I was going to say, what happened to Kunkka? It was actually banned in second phase.
Yep.
Okay.
What do you grab? Is there some sort of gotcha pick here for Elephant?
I mean, what are your thoughts on... So you're thinking this is Weaver support just because of the Void matchup, right? So assuming position 1.
I think playing Weaver carry here is hard.
Yeah.
Sand King, Disruptor, Void. I wouldn't want to play
and
Weaver
if you
carry
play...
for that.
All right, it'll be Luna herself back into the fray.
Okay.
Plus, if you get the Aghanim Scepter on Weaver, I mean, time-lapse on a chrono target is really good.
Yep, absolutely. Saves are available. We've painted this picture of Team Secret having overwhelming team fight, which is definitely the case, but you can combat this from Elephant's perspective with some great saves, relocate, Aghanim's time-lapse, and of course, to an extent, Mars can somewhat save against Chrono if he gets a good arena off. You can at the very least prevent Void from doing much in the Chrono, right? You can just place the arena where the Chrono is and pin him to the wall. You can place it so that he kind of has to be in there and get walled until he has BKB. So it's something, but yeah. Let's see if Elephant have got their act together, because as it sounded on Trent and Lyrical, like I said earlier, especially Trent was very disappointed in the last series that Elephant weren't taking much initiative. They have a lineup here that can make its own destiny, right? There are plays.
I mean,
you have Mars
Void
Void Spirit. You can
I'm
make
going to say
moves.
this again, even if they've gotten off to a bit of a rough start. I think the team on paper that has the highest ceiling is actually Elephant. Would you agree with that? Like, the only question mark for me in terms of going long term, Super has a long history, but not playing position 5.
Right.
He's historically not, was it position 1 back in the day, right? If I'm not mistaken, or was it 2?
I don't know if I fully agree, but I definitely think like individual players in this team are top 3 in their position, maybe.
Yeah.
But saying they're just flat out the best is tough, right? Like you have teams like PSG, LGD that are just.
I would say they've hit close to their ceiling already. I'm saying Elephant is not playing well despite having god tier players. So they can go up higher than.
I see what you mean. So they have like more room to grow.
Yes,
yeah,
much more room to grow than most teams in the tournament.
That's fair. I think that's fair to say. Yeah.
All right, as we have a pause, the predictions for Twitch are a bit buggy right now because you guys have crashed every server that we have. So that one is a bit up in the air. So if you're not able to get that to work on the stream, then just open your game and do it that way. Should be fixed soon. If not by today, at the end of today, then tomorrow's games, hopefully. But at the very least, the tooltip should work, guys, okay? All you need to know is what the Ags and Shards do. That's literally all I use
That's all that matters in Dota.
The 90% of the extra features that we've added are really just for our amusement. It's really the Ags and the Shard. Okay.
Okay.
So on to the game we go. So Eurus, a.k.a. Paparazzi, going to be playing the Luna. And, I mean, a hero that's obviously gotten her fair share of nerfs. None of them have been like super significant other than the Shard, which we talked about the other day. But it just feels like she is not on the same level that she was as of like 3 months ago.
Yeah,
which makes sense because she was like the #1 carry with TB.
Yeah, she got a redesign to her talents as well, which was definitely a nerf. And I think those were the 2 primary things. The nerfs were deserved. Like, this hero was just busted at that point. I still think Luna can be a good hero in the right strategy. So, and never underestimate the power of Lunar Blessing in lane. I think that's one of the like maybe underappreciated parts of it, is that when you hit level 3, if you go 1-0-2 or 0-1-2 or whatever, you probably always go 1-0-2 actually. 15 damage for your lane partner for free is very, very good. A hero like Io, when it lanes with Luna, very easily gets in a lot of attacks, especially with overcharge. The 15 attack damage is valuable. So. See some rune fights here. I think Secret will just give up bottom rune and go 2 for 2 here. Their level 1 fighting capabilities are not great. Puppey actually walked into that.
Dead. Yep, the Aether Remnant held him in place.
Give the kill
First
to Luna,
blood
maybe?
is going to go the way of Somnus. Mr. Maybe himself. And
okay.
That was a bit questionable from Puppey for
Yeah,
sure.
I don't actually know what the idea was there. He even had the ward mid. Right? So
he just got really excited that his Thunder Strike hit 3 people.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a little bit odd.
Yeah.
Sunstrike got the kill.
Securing the range creep for Nisha.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, again, we talked about the team fight. The longest cooldown of the game is going to be the Chrono for Secret, but when they get it up, it's going to be dirty once Nisha has, I assume, the Aghanim Scepter at some point this game.
Yeah, probably going.
Cataclysm.
He might go Midas Travel Eggs. Has been something that a lot of Invokers have done when playing with Void. But we will see. So this mid matchup, I'm actually not too familiar with how this goes. I think Void Spirit should fare pretty well against Invoker, just because Invoker's laning is very reliant on right clicks, and you have the Resonant Pulse to block a lot of the damage. And you can also just ensure your CS with various spells if you are getting a little bit low. So probably going to expect that to be kind of a draw. Top lane, Yapsar is playing the Monkey King as expected, together with Zai's Sand King. And they chose to lane the IO with Mars instead of with Luna, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe they feel like Disruptor is going to bully Weaver Mars too much and they need the regen down here. Or maybe there's something I'm not aware of with Monkey King just being an atrocious matchup for IO or something like that. But this is a little bit unexpected for me.
Yeah, that is definitely odd. Boundless Strike with the Burrow Strike. Tree Dance as well. Eurus almost dropping there.
Yeah. They do have a salve on Super for him. Will be burnt here.
I mean, what about the possibility that FY just wants Yang to have a better lane here to try to mitigate some of Matu's farm? And we talked about
maybe they're just dodging Void with Weaver.
Right, the Glimpse actually breaks the tether, but the new tether has come. Thunder Strike.
Decent
Two
damage.
heroes connected. Yang. I mean, imagine this without an IO, Cinder.
Yeah, it could just be that they feel like the lane has too much pressure. And this way you avoid playing against time dilation with Weaver, which really sucks, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's it. Nice play by
Zai.
Super Top. Was faking that he was going for the range creep, and Zai went for the stun. And it does not connect because Super just didn't go for the creep. And now
Lucent
Zai
Beam.
might actually
Yeah,
die. That was
Swarm applied as well.
honestly
oh my.
really sexy play. That was awesome from Super. That very, very nice. If he goes for that CS, I think that stun lands no matter which angle he Shikuchis that last hit at. And with that stun out of the window, they seize the opportunity to find a kill. Very, very well done.
Yeah, so Eurus, as a result, off to a very good start with the 17-3 CS. And on the other side, 9-0, unfortunately, for Matu. So, talked about the Mars. You know, against a melee hero especially, kind of rough stuff. You can time walk the damage off, but it's such a long cooldown early on.
Yep.
And what kind of, are you expecting the Mask of Madness Maelstrom build? The typical stuff from Matu?
Probably, yeah. You could take a path where you don't need to do so much damage in the chrono because you have all this overwhelming team fight through Disruptor, Sand King, and Invoker. But I still think the other way of looking at it is you need to have physical damage because these enemy heroes are going to buy BKBs against your lineup, right? You will always buy BKB against Invoker, and then you just have added value because of Sand King, Disruptor, and Monkey King. So probably has to do the right click. Make it worth it as well to get Alacritied by Nisha. So, yeah, probably Mask of Madness Maelstrom into BKB, and then another damage item.
Yeah.
Would be good.
But with Super playing Weaver, by the way, we talked about the idea of Ags having potentially a really strong impact on this game, but will he ever get it? That's going to be rough farming.
Yeah, that's
for him.
true. It is
Like
hard
position
to
4,
obtain.
you can have some flexibility in that, right?
Just find Philosopher's Stone, man. It'll be fine.
True, true. But then you have lowered attack damage.
The cheering is back.
That's true. I missed it.
Guys, make sure to cheer if you love cheering. Cheer if you're happy cheering is back.
Wait, can we mimic? Can we say cheer for a specific team to see if it actually has an impact? I'll have to try that a little bit later on.
Right. Nobody is happy it's back. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Here it is. Taking some damage here as Zai, very annoying, had to take off that swarm constantly. And down the strike, Burrow strike. Super had stayed just a little bit too long.
Yeah. Bit of a mistake there. He made arguably the coolest play and the saddest play in the game. The saddest play probably still goes to Puppy for the first round. But.
True. Maybe we can get instant replay.
Nisha.
Yeah, he takes some heavy damage from Somnus, but now everything's on cooldown. Sunstrike will be sidestepped. Actually pops the Fairy Fire just in case as well.
Nisha has to be careful here. He does have 1 charges and the Fairy Fire, but I still think he can die if all of Somnus' spells connect here.
Yeah.
He might try for it if he's feeling lucky. He's gonna chill, get the creeps in the tower. Maybe he's waiting for a moment of opportunity at level 6.
Yeah, I mean, the Resonant Pulse isn't going to be enough, and you have so much time with Dissimulate to actually dodge it, or at least use your Fairy Fire and whatnot. It's really the Aether Remnant that has to connect to get the kill at this point. Zai, again, being forced out of lane. I mean, it seems like a tough Sand King lane for now.
Has the Ring of Health at least. It's gonna help. Regenerating 10 health per second all the time here, so chilling out in the woods for a minute will give him full health once again, but Super is definitely on his tail. and has the advantage of the night vision from Luna to easier get an understanding of where YapzOr is as well.
And Super now on the run. So looking at the mid lane in terms of CS, 24-12 for Nisha, and 28-9 on the Void Spirit. So not too. I mean, who actually did you say who you actually favor in terms of that matchup?
I think it's pretty even, but Somnus had the first blood, right?
Yeah.
That is going to swing any matchup in mid quite a lot.
Yeah, but CS is still relatively even.
He's ahead by about the first blood in gold, right? So.
As YapzOr, it's a little vision on Super here in the top lane. And interested to see how YapzOr plays this Monkey King going forward, because we talked about this so many times before, and you've played with him actually. Very greedy 4 in general, but he's actually kind of brought it back a little bit, I feel like, in the last year and a half
I think it's largely also been by necessity, perhaps, in how the game has developed. Oh, he's in trouble here.
Lucent Beam cancels the Boundless Strike.
Good
There's
Sun
a Burrow
Strike.
Boundless Strike into the Sun Strike as well. Lots of strikes, one could say.
He's still dead, though.
Yeah, it ends up being a 1-for-1, but they'll take that. That's Boundless Strike, Burrow Strike, Sun Strike.
Yeah,
That's
and Thunder
great.
Strike.
Thunder, oh my goodness. What other strikes are in the game? Blink Strike from Ricky.
Faceless Void can attack, that's a strike.
That's very good. I wouldn't have thought of that one. All right,
It's
Matu
Puppy's
getting
strike
pressured
strat.
more.
Very cool.
The what? The strike strat?
The
Yeah.
strike strat is stacking strikes.
Who doesn't have a strike? Oh, it's just Faceless Void.
It's just Void.
Yeah. Okay.
Good naming conventions there on the spells.
It's really good.
YapzOr.
Yeah.
Is he going to cut the right tree here? If Super were to tango this tree, I think YapzOr actually would die.
Yeah.
So a little bit. Well, he probably felt safe that Super didn't know exactly which one he was in, but that could have been
Of
dangerous.
course, you'd have to expend a Tango as well to do that.
Yeah.
I believe the Quelling Blade is...
Yeah, true. Euros could have
On
also tried
Euros.
for it. Yep. Matsu has hit level 6 bottom. We'll see if they try to make any use of this first Chronosphere with a Sunstrike combination. Level 4 Sunstrike does pretty high damage, about 300 pure.
Yeah, not too far away from Midas, so just expect him to play the long-range game with the Sunstrike overall. As Mask of Madness is in fact being built by Matu. No big surprise there.
No.
And I don't even know what people build on Mars. Is it still the Yules? We saw a lot of Yules at the Animajor, but...
He's getting Soul Ring here. Soul Ring Dagger, I think, is probably the most popular now. I think their lineup really wants a Dagger on Mars as well. That's the other thing. So, wouldn't mind seeing that coming out from Yang.
You can see Somnus making his way towards the bot lane now. See if he can end up finding anything in terms of a kill. Has the haste activated.
Secret are very aware of this. They started playing
Indeed.
passively in lane while Nisha is pushing mid, so they know this is coming.
Yep, and Nisha now
But do they
retreating.
know it's coming back the other way? Doesn't matter. Oh, they were thinking about making that move. You saw FY starting a TP mid on his IO, but cancels it. Nothing comes of it. Puppy wants to glimpse, maybe.
Yeah,
Doesn't have
Boundless
it.
Strike, Thunder Strike, Kinetic Field.
Monkey Strike.
Yep. Jingu Strike. Yep. Yang will activate his passive and looks very intimidating. It's actually a lot of damage mitigation with that, with an IO connected.
Somnus is back again. This is like a musical chairs situation.
It seems like
Keeps
each
dancing between the
respective team
lanes.
knows where he is at all
Yeah.
times.
That's true. His team definitely knows where he is as well.
Yeah, that's not always the case in
That,
pubs. You just gotta
I guess
remind
that is
people.
true. Puppy is
Mars,
dying.
Yeah, Arena into the spear. Somnus is here just to clean things up. It's like, you know what? I spent the last minute and a half walking around in circles. I get this kill, bro.
Yep.
That's how it's gonna go.
The good news is he gives up some space here to Super Mid, who now almost has Aghanim Scepter. So
Why did I find that so funny? God, I hate you.
double damage top. Super is probably gonna get denied.
Yeah.
Dire's
All right.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, still pretty far away from the level 6 on the Weaver, but I assume he's going to be taking the Tome, or maybe it's the IO actually. Yeah.
This is something that's good about Support Weaver. It's actually a pretty decent hero
bot
to
lane, we're going to see the
park.
Chronosphere with the Static Storm combo. Sunstrike to follow. Yang still alive thanks to FY's help. Matu, of course,
Oh,
not a whole
no, if
lot
they
of
get the
right-click damage.
kill
He gets
here,
speared
that is
into the tree.
terrible for
Matu
Secret.
finds his way to the grave.
Oh,
that is a
dear.
huge turnaround for Elephant. As you can see, Zai being chased in the top lane, still has that swarm applied as Yang in the bot lane. Yapzor stuck in between FY and Yang, and he's going to end up going down as well. Somnus back into the fray. That is going to be a double kill for Yang and 3 kills overall.
I'd got to say yikes
Wow.
out of 10 for me. That is really, really sad for Team Secret. They used everything, and they still can't kill Yang. They used Sunstrike, Chrono, Static Storm, and he doesn't die. And then he kills Void.
Yeah.
And then Void Spirit shows up, and they get an additional 2 kills and a tower. That is about the worst thing that could have possibly happened. Because not only did your kill fail, but now you have no playmaking potential, right? You've used your Chrono, you've used your Static Storm, and your Sand King doesn't have Dagger. So Elephant are just like, all right. Now we can kind of do whatever we want for 2 minutes. That is rough.
Radiant's bottom tower
And that's a
is
long-ass
under attack.
cooldown on that Chronosphere
It
as
is
well.
2.5 minutes.
I mean, we talked. You asked why Mars. That's why, I guess. Mars IO very strong,
Has
Yep.
fallen.
and it's just for the laning stage. Later on, you can hook up to the Luna once she's got some actual farm to work with. Very cool indeed. And Zai, you can see homing in on his Blink Dagger. Just a few hundred gold to go.
Yep. It's going to
And-
grab it bottom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Haven't really
attack.
seen too much from him, but that's obviously because he doesn't have the Blink Dagger yet. But I assume once he gets that, that's the ramp-up time for Secret.
He even has the Tumbler's Toy, which is very good on Sand King, similar to
Oh.
Shaker. It gives him a lot of mana and gives him extra reach. That extra 300 reach on Blink Dagger is no joke. If you think about it, that's kind of what you get for buying Ags, right? Get that extra cast range on Burrow Strike. And of course, other things. It's not as good as an Ags. That would be kind of ridiculous.
Yeah,
But
I was gonna say
that would be Essence Ring on Wisp pre-nerf. That was absolutely broken.
Yeah.
But
All right. Now attached to Eurus for the rest of the game. So just farming away to their heart's content. And Matu trying to catch up. I mean, how does Faceless Void is not going to keep up with Luna Farm? That's just a fact of how
Yeah.
the hero is
Yes,
designed.
for sure.
So what they really need to play around is the Chronosphere into their combo, which they tried to, just not enough damage at that point.
Is under attack.
yeah, they might need to just calm down a little bit. It really sucks that this bottom move fails for them just because of how big the loss is compared to if they did nothing, right? But you need to take a deep breath, remember what the strategy is, what your timings are, and you're pretty far away from the big one, which is Nisha getting Aghanim's Scepter. He's going to get his travels delivered now. Nisha's having a good game. He's farmed.
Yep.
100 CS minute 13 is great for mid invoker. Definitely.
Syndra, when you
Staying on
when
track.
you were leader of many respective teams throughout your career,
Mm-hmm.
did you ever in the middle of a game, oh, we're going to see Boundless Strike into the Chrono, Sunstrike to follow?
He did.
He did indeed.
Did I ever?
Did you ever, in the middle of a game, tell your team, take a deep breath?
Not with those words, but definitely something similar many times.
Dire's top
Why
tower
not those
is
words,
under
though?
attack.
Somnus?
Because then they
Finds
couldn't have
Puppy.
taken me seriously.
Looks like Puppy, oh, he's actually, no, Lucent Beam is there.
Yeah,
We
he's
can see
actually dying
FY
to
with the
FY.
relocate. Yeah.
Yep.
And they're probably just going to end up back in the jungle where they came from to maximize the farm.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Back to the triangle
Dire's
we
top
go.
tower is under
And then we
attack.
TP top. Okay. I
Okay,
think
then.
Secret are not
Oh.
going to expect this.
Yeah, Spear. Yaps are stuck to the tier 1 tower, and Eurus and company clean them up relatively easily. But I do like the move from Secret in terms of the Chronosphere cooldown. Right when it was up, that's when they made their move. They're planning everything ahead, and that's kind of what they have to do to get back into this game. But it is a bit of an uphill battle.
I feel like this game is just Super is dying. He's the only kill they have, I just realized. They've killed him 5 times.
You are correct.
They are just killing Weaver. Actually not
Huh.
going for Axe, he's going for Spirit Vessel. I guess trying to combat the
Okay.
lifesteal of Faceless Void and the Time Lock? Don't know.
That is kind of odd.
It's okay, but I feel like the Axe is just monstrous this game, right?
Yeah.
Is under
Maybe he values getting the health too. I mean, the Vitality booster is very nice on Weaver. The hero has absolutely terrible stat gains. I think the worst in the game, or at least some of the worst starting stats. They've always been very weak.
And Matu's going to get this tier 1 tower with no contest from Elephant.
Dire's top
Of course,
tower has fallen.
Secret did throw a couple bodies at that originally, so they'll be happy with that trade either way. And Yang zoning in on his Blink Dagger now, so just a couple hundred away.
Went for the hood on the way. Obviously a great item against the Radiant lineup. We talked about BKB being amazing. Very often games that BKB is good in, hood will also be valuable. And he just hits that earlier stride with that, so can very easily frontline for his team. Oh, he sees Yapzor. That
all right.
No Quelling Blade on Mars is costly there. I think he should have speared.
All right, dumb question. It's not a dumb question. This is actually fine. If there's a tree in Mars Arena and he's on it, can he jump out? Because it's the verticality, right? So you should be able to.
I think Mars Arena breaks every tree.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Every tree.
So that's why Yang did it there.
All right, what if you grow a tree after it's been placed?
And then Monkey jumps on that?
Yes.
I think he can jump out.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was... it makes sense that he tries to arena, right? Because he knows it destroys the trees. But if you look at it from a risk-reward perspective, that's a missed ulti. If you try to spear or God's Rebuke and one of those connects, you probably find the kill as well, right? So
yeah.
I think it would have been an easier and less a better risk-reward choice.
Eurus is quite farm. Has the Mask of Madness and BKB now.
And close to getting Dragonlance again.
Yeah, I thought he had Dragon. Oh, yeah, he took it apart. I see. Yeah. Win probability 56%. Would you agree with that?
Probably kind of, just because like I really like Elephant's position in the game right now, but I just know Void Invoker.
Yeah.
They're not far enough ahead that you feel like, okay, this is gonna be real trouble. If Secret just keep their cool and farm their items, they can win this game at any point after 25 minutes. There will always be the possibility of that huge team fight. And knowing that Weaver is going Vessel is probably... Alright, he did get the item.
Oh.
The one item.
Oh, Philosopher's Stone. Minus 30 attack speed, though.
Damage.
Or damage, I mean. Yes.
Completely irrelevant. Almost. Not, that's a little bit.
Double attack. Okay.
It's an exaggeration.
The
it's not
Geminate
completely
is
irrelevant.
nerfed heavily.
He's not going to max Geminate anyway. He will max the Swarm.
Geminate is nerfed heavily.
True.
As a position 5 Weaver. But yeah, still good to have. And all right, maybe if the game goes long enough, he will get Ags indeed. But yeah, I am questioning the Spirit Vessel as well. I'm not sure. Maybe we're missing something. I mean, in theory, it could be good against the Jingu, but it's a position 4
Exactly,
Monkey
it's a
King.
support Monkey King. It is a good item on Weaver support, by the way. It's good in general, but I just think in this game, the Ags is just too good to pass up on.
Yeah.
And the problem with going for Vessel along the way is, let's say you get Vessel and then next you grab that that Ags. Then, because you built Vessel, you might end up not affording your defensive item. Sometimes Weaver needs a defensive item to ensure that it can use the ult. And you won't have the gold for that because you bought a Vessel that cost you another 2k. So, it's like debatable.
And Somnus. He has his Aghanim Scepter, so Resonant Play. Just go straight for it. Didn't bother with Yules this time around.
Yapzor's playing Atos.
We'll be getting it secondary. Yeah, I saw that. Yapzor with the Atos soon. Burrow Strike from Zai into the Static Storm. That's going to be an easy peasy one on FY. He has the Essence Ring that you were talking about.
Essence Ring, Mech,
not quite as good as it used to be.
Stayed alive as long as he could.
Would he have stayed alive with the old Essence Ring?
It would have made 0 difference.
Okay. Just wanted you to say that out loud.
It heals the same amount, just only to yourself.
Oh, that's right. That's what made it broken. That's true. I thought they lowered the amount in general as well.
Maybe they lowered it by like 50 or 25. You might be right, actually.
All right, Roshan being attempted. Swarm coming through. It's going to scout things out just a bit. And another 15 seconds for FY. Has buyback as well, but won't need to expend it here. Yang.
Where's the Philosopher's Stone?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Wait, did they not pick it? Did they not? Wait, was it Radiant who got it?
No, Luna picked it up for sure.
I don't see it anywhere.
I don't know. It's not in the stash right now.
Oh, that's weird. I don't know.
Maybe maybe somebody ate it. You get like 100 gold extra every 10 minutes for doing that. That'll be interesting. Consume it and get X gold every X minutes. Next neutral item, Cinderin.
Yep. Sounds an awful lot like Royal Jelly. Consume it and get a bonus for the rest of the game.
I love that item.
It got removed.
I love that item.
Yep. That's why it got removed.
That's true. Everything I love gets destroyed. Axe, shard. Oh, man. That one, that took me a couple days to get over. Actually, let's not kid ourselves. I'm still not over that one. I've yet to touch Axe since then, actually. But yeah, talk to me about this Atos potential on
Let's watch Puppy die first.
Okay. He uses the Static Storm, zones a bit there with the kinetic field. Oh, he's going to stay alive, Cinderin. Matu jumps in with the baby time walk. Oh, the glimpse out. Zai inside the arena all by his lonesome. You can see the Wukong's command from Yapzor into the Chronosphere onto 2. It's going to be an easy kill. FY actually ends up going inside as well, trying to save his teammate. So 2 kills right off the bat. Somnus does take out Zai in the meantime, though. As Matu and company trying to focus Eurus. You can see the EMP from the side. Eurus pops that Eclipse, but the BKB mitigating all that damage. You just get right-click down into Oblivion. The bash connects. Another kill goes the way of Secret. What a fight. What a turn of events in general. Somnus, the only thing he could do is potentially try to steal this Aegis. He's trying to.
I really thought that Elephant were going to find... Oh, Yapzor sees him here, by the way.
He sure does.
I thought Elephant were going to find a kill on Puppy or on Zai way faster there, but I guess Somnus was just too far away to connect on these opening moves they made. They got the arena down, but then he's just sitting in the arena alone on Sand King. Nobody was really helping. There's a great chrono coming in from Matu.
A really good glimpse from Puppy, though. That's why he was alone in the arena.
Oh, was that? But he wouldn't have glimpsed the Void Spirit, because he can just ignore glimpse. You can just dodge it with Dissimulate when it's about to bring you back, so... Maybe I missed something there, but really, really good from Secret. Obviously, they don't get the Roche here. Their lineup's pretty bad at killing it, so not going to reap the big reward, but pretty much equalizing the gold with that play, and importantly for them, actually, wait, he's not even buying Axe on Invoker.
By the way, just to talk about how slow-paced this game has been, especially from Elephant side, you can understand it from Secret because of the long cooldown on Chronosphere. That's the first Eclipse of the game, if I'm not mistaken, right? 22 minutes in. I mean, obviously this is a farming hero, but at the same time.
Yeah, a lot of the time you see Lunas get a little bit more involved in this, but they've taken it easy. They're going to lose the mid-tier 1 tower here, Secret. This is a price you pay for running Void Invoker. You get your big fight, and then you suck for 2 minutes. So, 40 seconds still.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't know if this is good from Elephant, but I actually really like the mindset of we want to squeeze as much advantage as we can out of missing cooldowns. So they are going to start threatening the Roche, and Secret will...
Static Storm, Boundless Strike with the Kinetic Field as well, Burrow Strike, and a glimpse back into the fray. FY trying to save Super, gets him back to a very healthy amount of HP, and there's the arena again. Roshan still in the midst of things. Matu pops his BKB, now on the retreat along with Eurus. These BKBs are being used just to run away for now. Eclipse still not back online for Eurus. Matu, oh, the glimpse is there though. And the Deafening Blast applied. FY trying to keep his carry alive, but it's not going to happen this time. And the bashes will commence for Matu. 2 deaths very quickly. They're both going to buy back in the game. For Elephant, this Roche is very important for both respective teams. Yang, oh my god, he backs right into the Chronosphere. Yapzor with the Wukong's command. Good news for Elephant is that Void is dead throughout this entire engagement now, right after the Chronosphere got used. Triple kill for Nisha in the meantime. The most farmed hero on the map by far. Lucent Beam keeps Yapzor in place.
Zai's going to die back
Yeah, that's a dieback onto Zai. So lots of buybacks for Elephant, a dieback onto FY. But will this be enough to get Roche? This is all about Roche at the end of the day.
Invoker is quite a pesky hero to take this against without your IO.
Indeed.
And yeah, kind of awkward for Elephant here that FY has to spend so many resources on saving the support Weaver. It means it's not available for Luna. You saw when Secret choose to go in Euros later down that fight, they don't have the burst heal that they need to keep him alive. And really, really nicely played by Secret there. They got Chronosphere off at the perfect time, or got it up rather. It was on cooldown for a while in that fight, keep that in mind. And they still were able to do very well until it came online.
The Eclipse came back that moment, by the way. That was...
Yeah.
Well, technically it could have been good timing, but he died immediately, so it didn't matter. But yeah, lots of buybacks from Elephant. Very expensive fight, and it doesn't even result in a Roche, Cinderin.
What did Secret buy back? Only Sand King, right? So that was a 1-for-3 buyback situation, and 2 of the buybacks from Elephant are cores. So any kill on Luna or Mars opens up for a Roche for Secret. And once again, keep in mind, Nisha was just... He's owning. He's level 19, has 16k net worth, and he doesn't want to buy Ags because it's too easy. So he's going to buy Shivas now.
Really?
Maybe they don't want to rely too much. Okay, so here's my thought here. Maybe they don't want to rely too much on the Chrono Cataclysm just because there's saves on the enemy team, right? There's both the IO and the Weaver, who's probably going Ags in their minds.
But the
and they're like,
Cataclysm
they don't
hits
wanna rely on it
many
too
here.
much. It does.
And time-lapse is on one target.
But it is hard to land. At this level of play, it's hard to land like really, really good Chronospheres that hit like 3 or 4 heroes, right? So let's say you hit 2, one can get relocated and the other one can get lapsed. Maybe that's the thought process here. Or they feel like Invoker needs to do more than just have this one awesome team fight. He needs to be available more often. And you definitely are with this build of Orchid Shivas. You're way stronger in basically every situation outside of that one.
You can always get Ags later, Syndra.
Of course.
The third Roche. Of course, you got to get the first one
Yeah.
to start that process.
Almost there.
Yeah. I mean, he's taken a beating this game. This is the most damage he's taken in quite a while without a resulting kill. He's
Yep.
regenerating so fast. Poor guy. He just wants to either live or die, not in between. He doesn't like the in-between game, the limbo.
I wish I could
as it were.
regenerate like Roche. That's pretty cool. Oh, Matsu was looking for the chrono, but Summon's quick to leave.
Pretty sure that's what the sleeping process is for.
Yeah, but it's
To
not
try it.
quite the same. Roche is recovered perfectly.
That's true. And then when he
Nothing.
dies, he gets reincarnated as a stronger version of himself.
Yeah.
Well, by stronger, I mean his belly is more full of items. So in theory, that kind of happens to us every time we go to bed as well.
That's true.
I get fatter every
Roshan's
day.
actually a metaphor for
Obesity
a human.
in
Yes.
the world.
Yeah. And similar to obesity, the bigger he gets, the harder he slaps. It's just
Oh.
gravity.
That's true.
Yep.
So confirmed gravity in Dota, which I think we could have guessed at. Anyway.
Slam grows per minute.
Oh, Nisha actually just went for the casual plate mail, and we'll just be finishing
changed
the
his mind.
Bloodthorn. Yeah.
Okay. Had the Shivas hovered for quite a while, but changed his mind. Very close game, though. Still feel like it's anyone's game, but with every passing minute when it goes like this, I'm starting to like Secret's chances more and more. Zai is closing in on a BKB, which is very good. Wonder what Yapsor is going to do now after the Atos. We were starting to talk about this item, but didn't really get to finish it. I guess maybe the logic is that it's a good way to control the IO in the fight.
What about Gleipnir, Cinderin? Great item.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't like it either. I just wanted to say that. I mean, what kind of items do you go on support Monkey King these days? Like, it's too late for something like Mage Slayer. I don't know.
It's just not that good this game. I think it's okay, but I think he would have gone for it.
Ooh, that is a fast BKB. Whew. Man, maybe I'm just an old man at this stage of my life, Cinderin. But that's quick fingers.
Yeah, unfortunately, it kind of works against him because he didn't need to use it. There was nobody there except the Invoker, but he's terrified of dying without buyback.
It's true.
And this is actually a really cool play from Secret because this BKB being forced is potentially opening up for a Roshan fight.
The thing is, they
Oh,
suck
Zai
at taking
missed.
Roche, Cinder, and that's the problem.
I missed
The Roche taking is awful.
Yeah, it's not the best. I don't think they double smoked there. A little bit of miscommunication.
Roshan has probably been killed 3 times over at this stage without actually dying. It's just the slowest death of all time.
Yang breaks the smoke.
Put him
on
out of his
Nisha.
misery already.
Oh,
Oh, nice initiation from Yang, or is it? He's the one that's going to get gone on now. Inside the kinetic field, you can see both respective teams taking
reload
a little
out.
passive approach here. Matu now pops his BKB, not really needing to. And Zai as well. Didn't even realize he had one. So now Secret can't fight. It's all about the BKB games.
Yeah, Lunas is back up in 10.
Yeah, so maybe they'll try to force Roche
Absolute
because
5-head play from Euros using it earlier bottom so it could be ready again.
yeah,
There goes the missed arena. It's all bait for the Luna BKB. It's coming up.
man.
Oh, they
What
found
a
Puppy.
game. Yeah.
He's dead.
Finally he dies. I say finally because every time you say he's going to
Die, he doesn't.
lives.
Yeah.
He buys
For
back
that.
into the game. Still has a Static Storm available. Yapsor with the Boundless Strike. Puppy in the midst again. You can see the Meteor with a Deafening Blast to follow. And the heals from FY. My goodness, that's
The
a lot.
crowd hasn't cheered for like 20 minutes. And then they cheer for Secret when Puppy buys back after dying.
Well, it
What
could
is
be
happening?
it could be Elephant fans cheering
It definitely
mockingly
could be. That
for Secret.
If there's one thing Dota fans have got used to over the last couple of years, it is offensive tipping. So
yes, that's right.
absolutely. Yeah, they love that shit, don't they?
Dude, I'm not gonna. I know some people are complaining about this. Is one of my favorite additions to Dota in so long. I hope they don't change this.
I think it would be nice to have more varieties of cheering
that's
though.
true.
Just more different sounds.
We need one person, like just like a 1% chance to be "No!" something like that added into the mix to make it a little bit more believable. There's
sure
always one idiot in a crowd.
Yeah, I'm sure
Usually
you would
it's
volunteer to be that guy for
Of
the
course.
recording. Yep,
me. Of
absolutely.
course, I've sent many clips to Valve already, audio clips that is.
So that one really drunk guy in the crowd just belching, that could be you. Perfect.
I am available for voice acting at any time.
All right, a little bit of a
Yang
weak
pops
glimpse.
is a lot of BKBs used.
He does find
Oh,
Yapsor here, though,
he
so this
does.
should lead to a kill relocate.
Yeah, relocating.
TP
in.
out.
Yapsor.
There's a beam. There's a beam. There's not a beam.
Oh! My God! We need like a compilation of all the BKBs
Wait.
used this game that resulted in nothing.
Euros was in range and mid-animation, I think, on the Lucent Beam, and then he got relocated. So it interrupted his cast, and he had to do it again,
Oh,
I think.
see.
And then he got into the tornado. That was
Oh,
really
man.
bad luck.
Dire
Yeah.
are scanning.
I believe that is what happened there.
That's pretty crazy, actually. That's horrible timing.
Yeah. Fortunate there for Yapsor, but also a really cool play to try it, right? Try
Yep,
for the
just
TP
a
out
little
there.
PSA for everybody out there, an announcement. Roshan is still alive.
Yep.
The first one. He has not been killed as of yet, as you see the replay. Now, let's see what happens here. TPing out. Oh, I see what you're saying. So he was in range for the Lucent Beam.
Yeah.
Then it got relocated like just a little bit.
And that stops the animation.
Yeah.
So he has to cast it all over again, and then the
Yeah.
tornado lands as
Wow.
well.
I thought you meant he was like using it on a creep on the other side of the map. I didn't realize he was even there, but that is very unlikely to happen, actually. What?
Not the biggest kill in the world there, though.
No,
like
true,
it's
true.
it's just a Monkey King support, but funny little situation either way.
Oh, we got a DD on Eurus. We got the Butterfly. Going for Satanic next, about 1,000 away from completing it.
Wait, does he actually have the Reaper? Oh, he is farmed.
Yep.
Still.
He's a big boy.
Nisha changed his mind again. Finished Octarine Core instead
Are
of
you
the...
serious?
He keeps us guessing. I like it.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to be going for Shard now, so the triple Meteor surprise.
Very strong with Chrono.
Absolutely. Unless you only hit one, then
Even then, it can cover some angles outside the Chrono. That
it's like
people
a
don't
zoning
really-
Meteor in
No,
that case. Okay.
it's. I mean, it's never going to be bad, right? Compared to
No,
one.
I agree. And it's 1,400 gold. That seems like,
He has plenty of that.
yeah, that's what the Midas is for. of course.
Weaver. Yo, super is.
Yep.
I mean,
they're going to
okay.
use a decent amount. Static Storm being the longest.
He found
cooldown.
them.
And now Satanic is online for Eurus.
Yep.
AKA Paparazzi. I just have to say his name every now and then just to remember how nice it sounded. And then we have to call him Eurus now. So, very sad times. First world problems. Is Matu. Will this be the first Roshan of the game? It's looking very likely. Although,
Elephant are grouping
Elephant
up to
on the
smoke.
way.
Oh, they don't
Alright,
have a
Yang
smoke
is in
on them.
vicinity. He has the Blink BKB, Mars Arena available. Wukong's command used for zoning capabilities. Tornado as well. And this looks like Roshan is going the way of Secret. What that means, I don't know. Glimpse back onto Yang. Matu jumps in with the time dilation. Yang trying to get the spear on the
Oh.
other side, but the kinetic field, yep. BKB's popped from everybody. Chronosphere onto 2. Not a whole lot of follow-up yet. Sunstrike, and there's the epicenter into the Chrono, though. Not the greatest timing. And now Eurus pops his BKB, mitigates all that Burrow Strike damage and stun. And this leads to a double kill for Somnus. Not the greatest fight from Secret as they back away. Nisha forced to use his BKB, and TP's out to safety. Matu looks like he's fine. Yaps, ooh, all right.
It would have been
They get the Aegis and lose
extremely
two.
costly if Nisha had died there. He doesn't have buyback gold, so that would have been huge for Elephant. Still, good fight for them, and clutch relocate from FY. Basically perfect timing in that Chrono. The damage just isn't there, and that's one of those moments where you feel like maybe with Cataclysm he still dies there, but oh well. One thing is a constant: Super will die in the middle of nowhere. So. Was scouting out the mid lane, trying to maybe cut a wave or get a. Did he have a ward on him? He had a ward. Maybe he wanted to get a deep ward there, but
This was
No.
very awkward. And then Zai ends up using Epicenter and then runs into the Chrono, which gives just enough time for Eurus to pop BKB afterwards. That was not the best execution from Secret.
obviously that double damage just.
Yeah. But not the end of the world either. They still
No.
have the Aegis.
It's all right. They didn't get forced to use any buybacks, and they got what they came for. So
Matu, by the way, has Shard, which has that little extra reverse time walk. But the biggest thing is really the cast range of time walk in general. It just allows you to actually initiate. You don't have these like pathetic initiations where you're just like 500 range off or whatever.
Oh, yeah, it is very strong. Also great for farming. It just speeds everything up.
Yep, that's true. He's basically anti-mage now.
Yep.
All right, Yaps are doing his thing in the trees
He
here.
is actually going Gleipnir.
I told you, Syndra.
Did you? Well, you suggested it. You didn't confirm that he was doing it right.
No, I said he should do it, and then I said I was kidding because it's stupid, because I wasn't sure if it was stupid. I just wanted to sound smart.
Oh.
Now I'm backtracking.
And now it sounds really stupid because you said it was bad and he's buying it. So
Yeah.
that's even worse than not having an opinion.
Yeah, that's
Right.
probably true. I should have not said anything.
Yeah. That's
So,
often
yep.
the conclusion you come to when you open your mouth. So.
Yapsor is going Gleipnir. I don't know if you heard, Syndra. Looks like a pretty good choice to me.
Yeah, smart. It's very good here because reasons.
The multi-disable aspect.
I mean, when you already have the Atos, it's relatively cheap damage, right? I guess. All right.
Oh, Puppy's
Somnus
dead. Okay.
Planing up.
Oh, Matu and company, they're going to find Eurus, who has to pop his BKB right off the bat. And the Eclipse to follow. Backtracks a lot of damage there. There's the Chronosphere finally. Sunstrike to follow, and that is going to be a huge kill onto the position 1 Luna. And let's see if Team Secret can get out. They've lost a couple supports in the meantime. They have the cover of the Ice Wall.
Somnus is strong here.
Yeah, he sure is, Cinderin. Matu
Double
pops his
BKB.
BKB, jumps in, trying to go for super, gets the bash. There's the silence from the sideline on Nisha, and they're going to turn their sights onto the rest of Elephant. But the Astral Step keeps them safe. Matu and company, yeah, with that Ice Wall in place. Nisha has been playing so freaking well this game. Everything has been set up.
Oh, great
Beautiful
stun.
Burrow Strike onto 2. Can they finish anybody off? That is the question. Yule Scepter with the newly picked up Mjolnir, by the way, on Matu, trying to chase a little bit farther, but there's the silence. Okay. That is a free Aegis for Elephant. Interesting.
Yeah, Nisha left. I think he ran out of mana, and he just started pushing mid.
Objective-based gamer right here.
Yep.
Can respect that.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage from Void. Of course, that was the Aegis. That wasn't a true death.
Yeah. And really nice there from Secret as well. They need to fight through the Satanic of Luna first, but they realize they can overpower her with Sunstrike and no relocate. so-
Eurus is down for 40 seconds, no buyback. So Matu does take a lot of damage here, though.
Yeah. Void Spirit is pretty good in situations like this where there's only one instant stun, which is the Sand King, and he can kind of play around that one, so he can just keep poking and prodding with his spells.
Yeah, and
They
Satanic
might get
is
it. Yeah, they get the lane.
picked up
Nice
as a
from
result of taking apart the Mask of Madness. So a full set of racks for Secret off the back of the huge kill onto Somnus. Or to Eurus, sorry. Now they're going to set their sights on this top racks. They know that
They're not
Luna's
getting this
back
one.
soon. Just doing some chip damage for now. Nisha with the Alacrity applied to himself. He's like, I'm the carry. All right. Matu taking more damage in turn, but yeah, they're going to reset now. I mean, it's actually kind of hard to fight for Elephant without Mars. That's maybe one of the disadvantages that are lineups right now.
Yeah.
The arena actually has such huge implications on these fights, even with the BKBs.
Yeah, at the very least, he can force them, right?
Yeah.
2 of those 3 BKBs. Secret are staying in position. They have a good deep ward overseeing the pathway between top and mid lane. And Yapsar always will have that advantage of the tree line.
And Super is about 900 away from finishing Ags. There's the Gleipnir from Yapzor. Kinetic Field, Boundless Strike. Burrow Strike. They're just trying to bait things out. Matu with the Chronosphere, with all this damage coming out from Nisha. Look at that Meteor. There's the bashes onto Eurus. He pops the BKB. Double buyback for Elephant now. Matu stuck inside the Mars Arena. Will time walk to safety, though. Zai looks like he might be the sacrificial lamb. Burrow strikes to the high ground. They'll likely chase him down, but this was regardless of that, a great fight for Secret.
Yeah, double buybacks. Forced one of them on the Void Spirit.
For a second there, I thought Nisha had Ags, but
And it's such a cool play to observe
When he
as
has
well,
it.
right? Because the teams are like poking and prodding, trying to get the other team to overcommit, like get a relocate or get a BKB charge from the Luna. They don't get it, but they get the positioning just barely bad enough from Elephant so that they can get that 3-man chrono from Matu.
yeah.
And that's a good punish, but at the same time, Elephant aren't sitting around wasting time. They're going to immediately use their man advantage now to push down mid tower.
Yeah.
Don't know if they're going to get more than this. I don't
Eurus
think they
about to
fancy
pick up
going high
his,
ground.
his Daedalus as well. And now that they know Chrono is down, perhaps they'll try to play a little bit more aggressive.
He's
right
buying out. He has the Daedalus. He could have saved for buyback. So he's committed now.
now. Oh, Yang.
He hits really hard.
That was a gigantic EMP. Matu trying to chase. Nisha is ridiculously fast with the Ghost Walk. Matu still on the heels here. Matu jumps in. There's the time dilation. If they can get FY, this would be a pretty big kill. Any kill at this stage without the buybacks being available would be huge. Oh, Matu's in quite a bit of trouble, but pops that BKB, takes out FY in turn. Has to be careful, though. Time walks a little bit of that damage. 95 seconds on the deck for FY.
Yep. Elephant's heroes were spread very thin. Somnus was bottom. Super was top, finishing his Ags.
Yes,
so
perfect
now it is
timing.
online.
Uh-oh.
Might need it to save here.
We got the kinetic field with the static storm. Matu jumps in, gets the Chronosphere onto 2, but they're going to focus on Somnus instead. This would be a dieback if they're able to finish him off. He's staying alive for now. Dissimulate to safety. Oh my god, Matu just gets bursted. Nisha next. Double kill for Eurus. That Daedalus just crushes Secret.
Oh my god, the
Now
confidence
Somnus
from
getting
Somnus
Yulesed. Very low on HP, but he will live through the day.
All right, let's see
That
if-
was so close to Secret just actually winning the game.
Just look at this replay if we get that now. Somnus, the way he played that was actually crazy. He survives at like no health, and then instead of getting out to safety, he does all his damage and still lives. He got off a Resonant Pulse, I think maybe even 2 pulses, as well as an Astral Step and the Dissimulate offensively, and they needed that damage to burst the Void. You're going to see the replay here.
We got a double buyback, though, from Secret. But that's going to force Elephant back for
So
now. But yeah,
watch,
looking at the
watch
replay
this
now.
from Void Spirit. So 800 health, comes down, dissimulates offensively into the pit, uses another one, gets
Right.
out, and gets that burst. And a couple of really good crits there coming in from Eurus. Seals the deal. And now all of a sudden Elephant forcing those 2 buybacks on the 2 biggest cores on Secret.
Indeed. And by the way, I think in the middle of that fight, Somnus hit level 25. So Dissimulate now stuns, which I think you and I agree is the literal best 25 talent in the
It
entire
might
game.
be the best one the whole game.
I think it's
It
not
is
even close either.
Incredibly good. Yep. That is a nasty one. And he also has an Aeon Disc with full duration, or well, lowest possible cooldown. Fresh pickup here to protect him from the Chrono Sunstrike combo.
All right.
Yep. Starting to look good for Elephant. You gotta say, any kill on
Man.
Nisha or Matsu will give them Roche minimum. And they do have, with this Weaver pickup, also have a smoke, so they are ready to make a move if they want to. Relocate available. Going to be a completed Lotus Orb now for FY if he sends his courier there, which is what is happening right now. Lotus Orb very good against time dilation. Cold Snap. And of course, we haven't really talked about this. Puppey has Ags too, by the way. We didn't mention that one, but
Yep, we got it.
plenty of amazing Ags in play right now.
If you get a good Chronosphere, you can layer the Static Storm to be after. So even if you don't get the kills, they can't activate items.
Yeah,
which-
that's why IO is so key here for the
Yeah.
relocate. That's the one thing they can't stop.
boy.
And the time lapse, right?
Elephant fully smoked. Zai inside a Sandstorm. You can see the ward is there. So they have an idea that Zai is in the vicinity.
Oh, they might find the pick here.
Yep, Yang jumps in.
He
Zai
could've-
with a quick BKB. And the full retreat, it seems, from Secret. Not sure if that's
Roche
enough
is
for
spawning
them to go for Roche, though. Just 1 BKB. Maybe if it was on Matu.
Wait, they didn't kill the Forge Spirit, so Secret actually saw that.
Yep, they sure did, and they are fully smoked now to follow this up.
Who has BK? Okay, there's a plenty of buybacks on Elephant. They have it on both Yang
Oh,
and...
burrow strike from Zai. All right, he's going to get crushed pretty shortly. Matu gets off the Chronosphere. They're actually going to take out...
the reload!
Whoa, he relocates just barely. Like 10 HP, for God's sake. How is that even possible? FY God. Good Lord. Eclipse still available to use as well. Satanic has already been popped, though. Could just go for Roche. It's at relatively low HP. Hey, Aeon Disc has already been popped as well. There's the Mars Arena, Yapzor in the midst of things. Matu jumps in, jumps back out. They're going to have to let Yapzor die here.
Puppy's
Looks like
dead
Puppey
too.
looks to be
too.
next. Yep, Astral Step takes him out. Matu jumps in, trying to take out the Mars for now. FY healing up to a high degree. Double buyback for Secret. They really want to contest this potential Roche. And there's the Eclipse, not doing that much. But it looks like this might be a dieback for Yapzor, and indeed it is. Double kill for Somnus, 5 versus 3. And this is going to be a second Rosh in all likelihood for Elephant, or they could try to go high ground here.
I think you definitely grab the Aegis on the way. The Rosh is so low. You could do both.
All right, shard time. Let's talk about shards for everybody. All right, Luna already has hers. Voice Spirit already has his.
Please don't yell.
Weaver already has his. It's just Tether Stun or Mars. The double spear is really good. But
You like
gonna
that
be,
more than you
it's gonna
should.
be IO. I like it a lot.
Yeah, IO one's good.
And the fire trail that comes with it, Center. Don't forget the fire.
Yep, gotta love that fire.
Dire's middle tower.
20 damage per second. Sick.
It's real
It's
good.
35 per second, actually. Oh, all right. Elephant back again in a commanding lead. Which buybacks do Secret even have now? I think they only have Puppy.
That's could be
Every
good.
other hero's buyback is unavailable, and yeah, like you said, the relocate from FY really
That was
clutch.
Oh my god.
Very clutch. Buyback was available for Euros, so it's not like the game just ends there or something like that, but him needing to buy back and TP on Outpost to reconnect is really precious time lost. And gold, of course. Hex now on Nisha. Is he refusing to buy Axe for some reason? I don't know. Like, again, we're seeing these saves, so
Yeah.
I just feel like he was so far ahead that at the time maybe it could have worked for like 5 to 10 minutes before. Weaver didn't even have Ags when he could have had his, right? For quite a while.
Yep.
So maybe it could have been a thing. But
Witchbane for Super. This was recently nerfed, of course, but Dispel is single target now instead of AoE. Probably for the best, Synderin.
yeah.
Aesthetics cap. A lot of these new neutrals are pretty cool, though. I like them. Eurus, he got tornadoed, but yeah, he is going to be a difficult kill, especially considering he has the Aegis still.
One challenge for Elephant here is that they need to go high ground at some point, and the lineup they're facing is insane at high ground defense. There is so much stuff. Low commitment stuns from Sand King and Monkey King, Invoker combo with Chronosphere, Ag Static Storm. If it wasn't for the saves, I would feel like going high ground for Elephant right now would be almost impossible, but it can be pulled off. But more than likely, they want to play map control and try to catch one of these secret heroes out on the map so that they don't have buyback. And then go from there. And it looks like Somnus might be smelling blood in the water here.
Oh,
He's found Matu.
they see him. There's the silence with a quick BKB from Matu. Looks like they're going to retreat. Some TPs coming in from Elephant in the
Well, if
meantime.
Nisha
Nisha
would
in
die
the Ghost
there.
Walk. Matu, oh, there's Relocate coming as well, but Matu with that shard.
Oh, that shard's paid off so big.
Absolutely. And Nisha just split pushing a bit while this is happening. And yeah, the time walk cooldown as well for the 15 talent helps a lot.
Yang is hunting.
Oh, he's actually
Nisha
going
is
for
still there, and so is Yapzor.
yeah.
Oh, they're not going to find them, though. Just cutting the wave.
If Matu gets, well, it's all about buybacks, but that refresher potentially. could
Oh,
be game
Nisha
winning.
needs to not get caught by something here. There is a gem on the Mars and Abyssal Blade. He can stop the BKB TP out.
Yeah,
He is not going to
he's
find
fine.
Oof. That is dangerous. There's still a minute on Nisha's buyback, and he didn't even have the gold for it. Really
Yeah,
playing
Eurus
on
is
the
a
edge.
monster, by the way. He was going for Hurricane Peg. I don't think he finished it. Going for the
Switched to
Eon Disc
Eon Disc,
instead,
yeah.
which obviously we've seen the value of that
Yeah.
against the Chrono.
Absolutely.
But he has a lot of gold, Cinder.
Should buy a Moonshark, too.
Yeah.
Gonna buy Ags. Okay. I like that, too.
And you can eat it.
Yeah,
can
he's buying an
consume it.
upgraded one, I think, straight away. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, but he did go the other talent, right? He went Lunar Blessing damage
Yeah.
instead of the Eclipse mini stun.
He still has the Lucent Beam damage talent, though,
okay. Yeah.
from level 20. So this Eclipse is pretty nasty. They do have some decent stun setups, like we've talked about. Dissimulate, Mars Spear, Abyssal Blade on Yang could actually become the game-winning item here, just because it's a guaranteed instant stun, which is something they haven't had all game. That can be enough to set up an Eclipse and a Spear, and that's a kill. There's no saves on Secret. They don't have a single Eon Disc. Their heroes actually just die if they get caught. So
I mean, is this considered, instead of Refresher, maybe a Nullifier for Matu to take off Eon Disc? Is that something to potentially consider?
I don't know if that's good enough, again, just because of the saves. You have a Weaver with Axe Lens. You have Io with the Relocate Lotus. There's just a lot of stuff you have to deal with. Yapzor is not in vision.
Pretty soon they're going to need to put some
Oh,
Tinker Wards up there.
they saw the jump. They saw the movement in the trees, but yeah, Tinker Wards could be a thing for Elephant, or deep lane wards at least, to see movements. Yang with a backpack. Oh, never mind. Okay, he was just using a clarity. It's like he backpacked his halberd. He must have some really good items then. But just getting that efficiency out.
This is wards placed, right? Yapzor has placed 52 wards. Did he buy them, though?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, does he have his own player card in Fantasy? Because that is a lot of fantasy points for a position 4 in a game.
That's true. By the way, I don't want to... Okay, I'm not going to jinx it. Never mind. Forget what I said.
Okay. You didn't say anything. It's hard to...
You know what I was going to say, though.
No,
You
I
know
actually
me too.
don't.
Okay. I'm glad that you don't know me that well. Yang? Oh.
Fake
actually
TPing. He was maybe trying to bait out
okay.
a Boundless Strike to get the positioning of Monkey King revealed, but Yapzor didn't fall for it.
Have we seen the time lapse yet?
Yeah, we have.
Okay, just checking.
He used
checking that you're paying attention.
He used it to, you know that fight where Somnus just barely got all his spells and backed out?
Yeah.
He got healed from half HP first by time lapse.
I thought it was Io.
No, it was time lapse first, and then he got to reset after.
All right, well, we are getting to the very late game now. 11K lead for Elephant, which is, I mean, it's not nothing. It's decent, but at this stage it could go either way, especially with the chrono implications. But the Aeon Disc might be the MVP for Elephant. And next Roche, another minute and 10.
What are you going to buy on Eurus? Is he still just thinking about the disc here? He has 7.3k, so 3.3 surplus. That is enough for a disc, right?
Could just finish the Hurricane Pike as well if he really wants.
How much is a disc again? It's enough. It's 3k flat. Still thinking
has
about it.
the leveler right now, so has ridiculous attack speed and take high ground really easily, but don't think high ground is their problem if they get the kills first. Yeah, everybody's just waiting for Roche. I think the next Roche might decide the game.
Yeah. 30-second early spawn.
Matu still has room to grow. I mean, there's no way that he doesn't save for buyback, right? He kills Somnus' courier, actually. Wait, was that the sheep stick? Okay,
he has it.
He got it already.
I think there is a way that Matu doesn't save buyback, to be honest. Oh, they found Super.
Yep. And he's dead. Easy kill. The first easy kill for Secret in quite some time. BKB by Zai. Burrow Strike to follow with the Static Storm as well. Chronosphere, they really want this Mars kill. See if there's a time lapse to come, but of course he's dead, so that ain't happening. You can't use it from the fountain.
Very late relocate. Where was FY?
Yeah.
Oh boy, two big
right
picks
there.
for Secret.
They do have 2 buybacks though.
They do.
Both ults to work with.
That was still like a 4k gold swing or something. It's pretty big. 3k at least. And now they got map control too. Double damage top. Roche is spawning in 2 minutes though. 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, if you bottle it.
Yep.
In
could bottle
15
that.
seconds.
Do they have a bottle? They don't have a bottle. He could buy a bottle.
Peppy has a bottle. Cinderella.
You baited me.
The bottle is coming.
Oh, did he buy one actually? Oh, he did. Okay. I thought you were joking. You're like, Puppy has a bottle. And I click Puppy. I'm like, wow, that's nice. No, but he does.
Why would I lie to you?
Gonna drop the bottle
so
there.
Now a minute 45 to Roche, so that's pretty perfect timing.
Yeah, in a way it's unlucky for Secret because it could be up right now.
True, true.
And then they would just get it. But they get the top tier 3, actually.
Yeah, they're going to apply a little poking pressure to this set of racks right now. You can see Somnus in the tree line up top. Still 2 buybacks to go if they really want to fight here. Oh, there's the Eclipse from afar with that Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, the damage!
Matu gets off the BKB and time lapse. No buybacks used from Elephant, but double BKB for Secret.
God, that was close.
Eclipse being down is a pretty big deal. And we'll see where they can go from here.
I think, so was that an instant combo breaker from Nisha there? They didn't manage to get the dissimulate off the Hex when Euros put in his ult there. That was a really good attempt from Elephant. That could have been a huge kill.
Everybody has All right, I'm going to lose my voice here in this game. I have a feeling. We are also
approaching tier 5 items. I know.
So that's what I was going to say.
Yes.
Like 10 minutes ago.
Wait. No way.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Please, Gaben, if you're watching, please let this game somehow go to 60 minutes at least. Well, not just that. We need tier 5 items for both teams.
Where did Mars's gem go?
He has it.
I just picked it up again? Oh, I just clicked him. I was just dropping it to check high ground, I guess.
Yeah, Matu does commit, by the way, for the refresher. Has the 2 perseverances right now. I think he's still saving for buyback, though. Oh, refresher on Eurus as well. Man, we are approaching ridiculous late game status right now. Very exciting stuff. And Roche, that is where the fight will be, almost guaranteed.
Spawning now.
And it has an Aghanim Scepter. This game was created for me. Cinder, not you.
Yeah, they're going to give that one to Invoker, probably. Seeker's been waiting all game for this.
Maybe. We'll see.
They could also give it to Matu. It's not bad
I think Matu Ags is very good. Yeah. I mean, the rest of his team is probably like, Nisha, you should have just bought this yourself already. I'm sorry. This is...
He's playing a refresher now. Oh, he has Ags queued up as well.
Yeah. Very good. Oh, yeah, we have the...
Andisk.
Okay, Andisk does proc, and there's the Meteor time-lapse out. But the Chronosphere onto 2. This is a huge kill on Somnus. He's going to have to buy back into the game. Next is definitely Super. Still 2 buybacks, though. This is all about buybacks and BKBs.
Secret are finding so many big picks. They found Weaver twice, they found Mars, and now Void Spirit, and they paid nothing.
Honestly, the play here is to refresher on Void in the fog and just not show it. So then you have a fight for Roche, potentially. If
Secret are paying so much respect here by not going Roche yet. Now they will commit. Yep, this is big.
Yep. Who gets the Ags? Matu gets the bash on time walk if he wants.
If you think the Ags goes to Nisha, cheer for Secret. If you think the Ags go to Matu, cheer for Elephant.
Cheer for Elephant, guys. That's the correct answer, okay? He has the refresher, and there is the Aghanim Scepter for Matu. Time walk now applies bashes. Does not work on reverse time walk, in case you're wondering.
If you don't care and you're just waiting for tier 5 items, cheer for neither team.
Okay. Very good.
There we are.
2 minutes away from that. Still 2 buybacks. They might need to give up this top racks and defend for the bottom.
Yeah, for sure. This is just gone.
But Somnus is going to have to buy back pretty soon because they're going to commit to that bot racks pretty soon. But that means buyback will be preserved on Super at the very least. Matu and company traversing their way to the other side. And time to start hitting the tier 3 bot. 36 seconds on Somnus. If they can try to hold this off for a little bit. Oh,
okay.
A lot of baiting potential from Matu. There's the balance strike. Chaos Meter to follow. No buyback from Somnus still. There's a save from FY. Back to the other side they go. BKB's popped from Elephant now, so they do defend with Somnus coming back relatively shortly, but they have used a couple of BKBs. Oh, the Chronosphere, but the relocate back onto the other side of the Chronosphere. That's not going to work. 2 easy kills for Matu. Double buyback, though. Somnus still has not bought back. Will be in 2 seconds responding regularly. Mars does die, and Secret are going to reset. They're afraid of Somnus, and for good reason. Eclipse used from the sidelines. Well, there's the Chronosphere. Onto 2 again. Into the Meteor. Triple Meteor indeed. Luna needs to get off that Satanic. Gets off the BKB instead. And the double Eclipse thanks to the refresher. Buyback available on Nisha still, and the chase is on for Matu.
They have Hex ready. He just needs to reach here. He'll find him here.
Okay. That's the Hex to start things out. Yules. Aether Remnant. Spear. Abyssal first.
No, the stun.
Into the Dissimulate. This is a ridiculously long lockdown.
Oh my
That
God.
is the Aegis. Can they do it again?
Remnant.
Remnant to start things out. Matu has been stunned for literally the entire game.
Oh
my God.
He was
That is
stunned for 25 seconds.
That is God tier layering.
Oh
my God. Apex, we made it to 60 minutes. We did it. Matu's going to have a gift. He's like, I've been dead for 30 seconds, but at least I get Apex.
Oh.
Holy shit, that was insane. Book of the Dead, that's not exciting at all.
Well, thankfully you sound very excited.
Very terrible. very terrible tier 5 item.
Well, he's going to summon it bot. I mean, he can play a bit of split pushing here. Keep in mind, there's only one lane of barracks for Elephant, so Zai can force them to rotate.
This is going to be the longest replay of all time. Instant replay. As we can see in the live. Yeah, Wukong command used. You can see time lapse, bringing Eurus back to full HP. Now the plan for Elephant is to force these buybacks out. So Wukong's command delays a little bit. The question is, how many racks does Secret give up before needing to buy back? Okay, Abyssal Blade. And we have a buyback onto Matu. That's the big one. Remember, he does not have Chronosphere. He's already used it. Somnus, Eon Disc does proc the double bash. The glimpse back into the kinetic field with the Burrow Strike. That is a kill. Chronosphere now onto Super. Looks like he's likely going to die here. Finally goes down for the time lapse. The MVP again. And Matu is dead. That is a dieback. Epicenter Burrow Strike combination. Going to do decent amount of damage. Yapzor. Yep, the Boundless Strikes can be enough as Somnus is getting relatively low on HP. Has to be careful. There's the Burrow Strike that actually finishes him off, but he does have buyback. He preserved it for so freaking long. Everybody's dead except for... How is this possible? He took the Book of the Dead! Are you serious? The MVP! Book of the Dead, the best tier 5 item ever, gets the Mega Creeps for Secret. So despite Matu diebacking, Secret could try to go down mid here, but Somnus is a freaking beast. Can they take him out? Book of the Dead, dude. All right, that's a rapier. We have a rapier. I'm not sure if you had that the whole time, but I just noticed. Whew. Let's collect our breaths here.
Somnus is trying to buy
1v3. Book of the Dead again. I don't know what they're building over there. BKB, yeah, from Somnus. He's going to have to go all out here. Gets the Hex, gets the stun. Static Storm's not going to be effective at all, as the Ancient is just being killed from afar. Book of the Dead MVP for Secret. I told you, Cinderin, the best tier 5 item to ever drop. Holy Jesus, what a game.
Oh,
Secret.
That's amazing.
1-0. Oh, Gaben.
What a great game. So many amazing individual plays. And it's Dota is really entertaining when one team has insane catch and lockdown and the other one has insane saves, right? Like, it's always going to be this insane back and forth, tons of like management of cooldowns and spell casting, like serenades of everything. That was what an awesome game. That's easily the best game we've had so far.
Yeah, we've had some 2-0 stomps, and this makes
When I
up
say
for
we
it.
have, I meant us casting. I believe there was a very cool OG VP series.
just you
once.
and me. Yeah, for
just
sure.
the two of us. But what a game.
I think even after all that, and obviously the meme being the Book of the Dead being actually amazing, the layering of the stuns on Matu, that's one of the coolest like segments I've ever seen in my, 15 years of playing Dota 1 and Dota. That was amazing, but they did lose.
Yeah, they did lose.
What a display from both teams.
Crazy.
And that was just game number 1. So stay with us, because maybe we'll have another 60-minute game on our hands for game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is SunsFan. Joining me is Cinderin. This is game number 2 of a 2-game series in the group stage of the International 2021.
10.
Good try. Actually, it was interesting. Every blog post, it says International 2021. They don't say 10.
Oh,
Isn't that interesting?
that is interesting.
It's not as interesting as game 1, though. The reason that I'm not extremely excited right now is because I'm tempering my expectations. I don't want to lose my voice as well. It's very important that I continue to cast, or else Cinder will have to solo cast. They've told me that if I'm not available, Cinder will not get a co-caster.
They haven't told me that.
Well, they don't want to scare you.
No.
So-
If the alternative is Slacks, I'd probably solo cast. So
Yeah.
that's good.
He is on the menu as a possibility for a replacement. But
All right, please keep your voice.
So
Just stay,
Elephant,
just stay quiet for the first half of the game, and then we keep you healthy.
okay, sounds
Okay.
good. I have calmed down now.
Good.
That was one of the best games that I've ever had the pleasure of casting.
That was a lot of fun.
Extremely
That was a very good
entertaining. It technically had some tier 5 neutrals.
game. Technically.
We didn't get, as we have a draft now, we can go anytime we want. Every tier, I'm not complaining, I'm just stating a fact.
Uh-huh.
Every tier 5 game that we have cast, it's always like one team has like 2 of them,
Right.
right? We haven't seen the full display, so I'm hoping for the future that we still get that game at some point. But that one, last one did not disappoint. Very well fought from both respective teams.
Secrets turn
It
to
seems like
battle.
Secret just, they have these epic games semi-consistently compared to other teams, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
I think Secret are very patient. I think that's a big part of it. Epic games usually are just, longer. That's what makes them crazy like that, because late game Dota gets wild, and Secret is one of the teams that are very patient when under
5
pressure.
seconds
They
remaining.
understand that sometimes they're supposed to not fight, take it easy.
Elephants
They
turn
don't
to
take
ban.
crazy risks that we're game losing in that game. And the same can be said for Elephant, right? Like if you're watching that game, I think one regret Elephant might have was the Aegis they didn't end up using. But it's understandable that it's very hard to push into Secret's lineup, and kind of vice versa, right? When Secret tried to push the base, when did they get the first lane of Barracks? Mid. It felt like minute 30, and the game was like 65
relatively
minutes.
early, yeah.
So it was clearly very difficult for either team to finish that game. And Secret is a team that's very experienced in super late game scenarios, so they don't feel worried about going late. So I think that's the part of the reason why. Also, the way Secret drafts a lot of the time is about a late game win condition. So this game had Invoker Void, right? That's late game. Even if the Invoker never bought Ags, to many people's dismay.
Never bought it and never picked it up from Roche as
Still
well. He
gave
had the
it to
option.
Faceless Void. Okay, let's have a look at the draft here. So Secret with some very default bans for this patch with the Monkey King Tiny. This is going to be an IO pick. Banning Snapfire and AAR Elephant. So they will grab the first pick IO. And let's see what Secret's plan is now, because this time they won't have the Monkey King.
Yep.
To combat it, and obviously no AA once again.
Off of memory, who was this other band? Was it Elder Titan?
Snap Morph was Secret's bans.
Oh, it was Morph
10
last time.
seconds
right?
remaining.
Secret band Morph? Yes.
I don't
think.
remember.
Are we mixing it up with the VP series now?
I don't know.
I don't.
I thought you would know, and I'm just relying on your memory, which I know now is terrible.
First phase,
Mage.
Skyrath.
Is that a Yapzor Skyrath?
More than likely.
I do like watching him play that. It seems like he gets off to... it's a bit of a snowbally support, it feels like,
Yeah.
to some degree.
I wouldn't consider this a particularly good hero against IO, though. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe the harassment and the just raw damage is overwhelming. Or Secret have some sort of lane pairing that is very strong. We're going to grab it with Tide. So very stable, but not very explosive hero in lane. Elephant need to choose now if they see a carry that they want based on these two. I think they're going to end up picking Gyro, honestly.
Oh,
10
that's what
seconds
was banned last game.
That was the second phase ban.
Was it second phase?
Yeah.
Okay.
5 seconds remaining.
I
Yeah,
think,
if they want it now, if they want it, they have to pick it now, right? It's going to get banned otherwise.
I think Elephant's first phase was IO and
Okay.
Mars. They picked IO Mars.
Yeah, that's right.
And this time they're going to grab the Doom. This seems to be the #1 Chinese go-to pick against Tide. Like, I don't know how many games I've seen this tournament now that this exact thing has happened. I
But
think it's actually
this-
5+.
This could be a puppy 5.
It
Tide.
could. It could. Absolutely. That might be what Secret end up doing. I'm just saying teams are picking Doom against Tide.
I mean, would
Left, right, and
you say
center.
that Doom, just as a general
10
pick,
seconds
is
remaining.
just good in
I think so.
just relatively solid in every game?
I think it's a good hero. I think we have yet to see a game in this tournament where Doom felt bad.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's a bit confirmation bias maybe because the teams that we have seen play Doom have also been some of the top scoring teams, but I've been very impressed with Doom's overall impact this TI so far, so wouldn't surprise me to see it picked in more first phases, even if it doesn't particularly counter something, just because it's been working so well.
10 seconds.
Gyro will be banned here by Secret. Reckon they might also ban out the Luna. Other carries that Euros would play with IO would be something like Sven. He has played Ursa. I don't feel like that's one of his best heroes, but it is appealing against the Tide, especially with Monkey King banned. Slark, I think, is the most likely carry that they're talking about right now. I think Slark is also getting a Skywrath Mage. They banned Medusa. I don't know if that's a tell that they're aiming for Sven. It's a little bit early to ban it then, because then you're kind of giving the enemy team information. But we'll see. I think Secret are going to largely just target IO pairings here.
Yep. I would be surprised otherwise.
Is there anything else that stands out? Luna.
Have we seen
Gyro.
much Morph IO?
No.
No?
Not really.
Because there was a time where that was semi-popular.
Yeah, it's
right?
okay.
Because of the regen
I
aspect
definitely
to the
think,
hero.
yeah, I definitely think that could still be good here as well. But the reason I like Slark so much is that he has a good matchup against the two heroes they see. He has IO with him, and he's good against Tide in lane. So it kind of forces the Tide onto 5, which maybe it's a bit too much of it, because like you said, they already have Doom. So maybe that's going to happen anyway.
Team Secrets turn to ban.
We'll see. They ban Ursa too, so they are not grabbing that themselves. Respecting Matu's Ursa.
Yeah.
Great matchup against Doom, of course, in lane.
It's going to be a lot of position 1s banned here.
Yeah.
Still sad we won't see Tiny for the rest of TI.
He has been banned
10
every game we've
seconds
cast.
remaining.
Every single
And he has been played a decent amount of games.
every time I sit in the lounge and watch a
5
game, there's a
seconds
Tiny game.
remaining.
we don't get them.
Turn to ban.
All right,
Lena ban.
Lena?
Okay.
All right.
They're not worried about any carries right now. Obviously, it's important to keep in mind the pick order in phase 2 could leave Elephant maybe not even picking their carry until absolute last, because they do have 2 picks in a row that they need to
10
show
seconds
on
remaining.
3rd, 4th.
All right,
5
I'm
seconds
feeling for
remaining.
Secret. We're finally going to get the game I've been waiting for. Not that it's that exciting of a pick, but because of the build that I haven't gotten to see in an official pro match, Spectre.
Spectre could be a thing. Doom does well against it, though. He performs pretty well against Spectre.
Yeah, I guess he can get Ags, so he can get the break as well.
Yeah, it's pretty... I feel like, just historically speaking, Doom does well against Spec. Also, Spectre can't really... Spectre doesn't like percentage-based damage, right? And you're facing that from Infernal Blade, and you're facing a guy in lane who thrives off playing against weak laners, just gets
Team
rich.
Secrets turn
They're
to
going to
ban.
ban Io or Luna themselves. Okay. Well, Secret do have the next pick. If they felt like Luna was going to do really well against Doom in lane, which I could see, you know, it's a lot of right-click damage with the aura, the constant harassment of Luna plus potential position 5 Tide
10 seconds
might be a
remaining.
concern for Elephant. There's still
5
plenty of different
seconds
carries they could play with this IO. I think, once again, the most appealing one currently is Slark.
Team Secrets turn to
Other options worth noting, Bloodseeker is a thing. Morph, like you mentioned. I don't like PA so much into what they're seeing. Chaos Knight, eh. Troll?
Sure.
10 seconds remaining.
Yours plays a good troll.
I mean, what does Secret want
5 seconds
to try to... Like, what carries don't care... we're talking about carries right now, but... What carries don't care about being doomed? Wraith King.
Wraith King is number 1. Other cores that don't care so much, Death Prophet sometimes, depending on the situation. Razor, those are probably the biggest ones. Illusion carries. Phantom Lancer can be really good against Doom in the right situation. Naga.
Oh, God. If we get a Naga game, that's another 60-minute one. That's for sure.
I think theoretically Arc Warden is pretty good against Doom as well,
Ugh.
but you're not going to pick that here. Secret do have Arc Warden players, though.
Yeah, Nisha.
I think Matu plays it, too.
Oh, does he?
But they've mainly played it on Nisha, I think.
Okay.
Lone Druid. Doesn't care too much about Doom.
Oh, it's been a while since I've seen Lone Druid, yeah.
Elephant's turn to pick.
Dazzle. Interesting.
That is interesting.
That is a very unusual pick. I think it's been picked before this TI, but I want to say it's been less than 3 games.
It's time for minus armor strat, Cinderin. You got the physical damage of
10
poison touch. You got
seconds remaining.
the ult with gush.
Yeah.
You just need one more.
5
Like
seconds remaining.
This looks like the makings of a 5-man push strat against Doom. It's what I was talking about earlier today when we were talking, okay, what's good against Doom? Doom doesn't like when the enemy team can just group up and stand strong together. So if that's the line of thinking that Secret are doing with this Dazzle, maybe he goes core and buys Greaves, or they play him support, but then they pick a lineup that really wants to just take towers, like something like Dragon Knight, Shadow Shaman is a potential pick. He's not really going to be picked here, probably. Pugna.
5
What else
seconds
pushes really
remaining.
fast that you could see Secret play? Lone Druid. I really think the Lone Druid is in the cards here, actually. I think it's a really good pick with what Secret see right now.
yeah, it's not like you're dooming a bear, right?
Right, and it could be a little bit of a pocket strat almost with Dazzle. I could see some cool synergy between those 2 heroes in lane.
Does Glimpse work against bear out of curiosity? Does it count as
No.
a hero?
You can't glimpse
No?
there. I don't think so, at least.
Team Secret's turn to pick.
All right. We're gonna
That's
see Storm
another
this
hero
Storm.
that doesn't exactly thrive against 5-man. I think Secret might commit now. Storm likes to play skirmish and smaller scale engagements or find angles. They're probably picking this as a solution to Dazzle so that they can't use the save effectively. But again, if the ball is strong enough, and especially if Dazzle is core, maybe Secret can just stay together
5
and look for a
seconds
push.
remaining.
But either way, Secret, this is likely now a 3 tied, right? I mean, we've seen some core Dazzle in the past. We've seen mid
Yeah,
Skywrath even.
I'm not sure yet. I think this Dazzle could be both 3, 2, and 5.
Okay. I would love to see a Nisha Dazzle.
I think the
That
most
sounds
likely
hilarious.
is 3 and 5 at this point. I don't know if you want that Storm Spirit matchup mid as a 2 Dazzle, but this next pick is so telling about what Secret want to do. And they also have ultimate last pick in the draft, but it's just you need to decide now what your macro plan is.
Elephant's
This hero
turn to battle.
tells everything. All right, it's a different version of what I was saying, right? It's 5-man. It pushes towers with Edict. It groups up. I still think Lone Druid is a possibility, even as the last pick. But at this point, you probably put the Dazzle 3, Lesh mid, and then you last pick Matu, a carry that wants to go and end the game by taking towers. Lone Druid stands out. Troll is
Juggernaut?
a possibility. Jugger not
Team
bad.
Secret's turn
Um,
to ban.
Looks like if that's the idea, Elephant have not caught onto it at all by banning this PO currently. Maybe it's the Dazzle PO combo that they're worried about. Obviously, Shadow or Shadow Wave plus the Doppelganger Illusions is a lot of burst.
10 seconds.
If that's the
remaining.
logic, they might ban Naga as well. Again, it's the carries that perform against Doom
5
from
seconds
Elephant's perspective. But I don't know if Secret are even going in that direction in general right now. Very curious. And funny enough, this it's like you look at Secret's lineup and the way they play together, and then you have this like weird Skywrath, right?
Elephant's
But he
turn
can
to
obviously
ban.
still use. Okay, that's a very, for me, that's a telling ban that they want Lone. He's also good against Tide and Lesh, so I think
Yeah.
Lifestealer is just a strong hero in this game.
I mean, the one thing they don't have, though,
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, obviously they got off to a good start in Snow, but they don't really have much, like that much catch early on for
5
Storm. Like, they have to
seconds
itemize a lot to get it. They need, like, an Atos or something, or
Team Secret's turn
a
to
position
ban.
one that actually does something against Storm. Doesn't this feel like a kind of free Storm game if he is able to farm the first 20 minutes?
Yeah, it's about whether he can find the kills, right?
Yeah.
Because he might have a good farm, but if Secret's heroes are together and they stand strong and Skywrath gets an Atos, it's still going to be difficult to engage.
10 seconds
There's always going to be
remaining.
that instant Ancient Seal you need to worry about into Atos, and then you can just die. If you have to
5
buy Yules
seconds
against that first
remaining.
item or something like that, then you lose a lot of your potential power in the game. And again, I think Secret, with a Lone Druid pick here, if the next pick from Elephant isn't good early, Secret could try to win the game literally minute 20
Yeah.
with a Lone. Like, it does look possible.
I like it.
The
Cinder.
team fight from Elephant is kind of weak. You have Static Storm and Scorched Earth as your AoE abilities. You could sustain against that from Secret's lineups perspective. Let's see.
So
what they
does Elephant have a positional
Sven
one
ban.
that kind of, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So what other IO couples do we have? Mostly have been banned out. And does it need to be a tried and true IO combo, or can it just be, you know, a regular carry that just works well with everybody
The
else?
thing that's messing with me a little bit is that I'm going so far down this lone druid thought process that if that's not at all what's happening, I haven't really thought too much about what Elephant would be picking if it's not for that. So I'm kind of thinking, what carries could they run that would do well against lone?
All right.
I like this.
Yeah, Weaver's good against
don't
lone.
think it's bad. Also just nice open-ended, right? Because it gives them more early potential in order to fight. I could definentently see it. Faceless Void is in the pool.
Well,
if
the
Secret want to go that
ensnare
direction.
From Lone Druid, it reveals Invis, right? As
PA.
okay. Well, you were incorrect.
I would have never guessed that hero.
I love the Lone. You know what? I'm going to pretend that you won this, Cinder. You won the draft with that Lone Druid pick. Okay?
I don't know. I think maybe they got a little bit dissuaded. Weaver has a good matchup against Lone, so maybe they didn't want to do it for that reason.
They do have a lot of minus armor, and PA does a lot of damage.
For sure. That's good. It's also a hero that can assassinate IO, which is nice.
Yep.
I'm trying to think what other options were there for Secret. Faceless Void, I think, was in the pool, which is good with Lesh and good against Weaver.
But much slower.
And they just struggle a little bit against IO. Yeah, they did get the win, but that was a grind.
Yeah.
And it would be against IO Weaver again.
Oh, we have the Yapzor Vengeful Spirit set for Skyrath. That's always good to see.
Oh, nice.
I'm forgiven if I call him Vengeful Spirit in the game, right?
Yeah, you are.
That set looks amazing, though. Holy crap. Very good.
I would like it with more Skyrath colors, though.
No,
I still
I
think the design of the set is cool.
No, I like it looking like
Because of
Vengeful
the
Spirit.
colors or because of the design?
I like purple.
Yeah, me too.
I like purple. Cinder.
Purple is my favorite color, Shannon, so I'm not complaining about
Cinder,
purple.
Purple's my favorite color.
It
okay?
can't be your favorite color. I took it first.
What's your second favorite color? Well, do we agree on this?
Do you ever ask people this question except now?
No, this is the first time
What
I've
is
ever
your
asked
second
anybody.
favorite color?
Well, because I have two favorite colors, and I've like
That sounds like a
flip-flopped
great
them.
way to end like a starting on a dating site, like Purge's Guide to Dating. Don't ask what is your second favorite color. It shows that you've run out of questions and that you're genuinely an uninteresting person.
That's probably true in most cases, but I'm actually interested to know what your second favorite color is.
I've never thought about it, so
I think
can't give you
everybody
an answer.
watching, even the ones that are typing in chat, shut up and get on with the game. They want to know too.
I think they're on
Cinder.
the edge of their seats
I
to
agree.
hear that my second favorite color is violet.
That's too close to purple. Just a regular color.
You
please.
can't set the rules like that. It's violet.
Can you guess my second favorite color?
Probably violet.
It's orange.
Oh, that was actually my favorite.
Digital
That
Chaos.
was the first one I was thinking
Phoenix
was
Suns,
actually orange.
Cinderin, come on now.
I can't believe I was thinking orange before I said violet, but I said violet, so it's okay.
Purple and violet. What a great combination. I'm sure you'll wear that one of these days as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so on we go. Game number 2 for the group stage. TI-10, Secret versus Elephant. The last game, if you missed it, obviously went the way of Secret, as you can see in that little tick mark up top. And it was one of the most epic games of all time in my I'm a very humble person in general, my humble opinion. So you guys should go watch it if you have just joined us. Don't watch us live. All right, watch the VOD of the game 2 later. It's not going to live up to game 1, okay? Cinderin, all right? It's not getting your hopes up.
Let's wait and see.
But no, Secret, they they just find a way to make these games like super epic. So always excited to cast them in general. And we saw the power of Elephant. I mean, I think it kind of just, it backs up what I was saying, Cinderin, that maybe the teamwork isn't tier 1-esque right now, but mechanically, skill-wise, every player is amazing.
Yeah.
So
They are
I
very-
think
and I
they
mean-
have the most room to improve at this tournament.
And that last game was about inches, right? Like, it was so
Yes.
close, so many times to Elephant getting the team fight they were looking for, but Secret just...
Okay, I'm sorry.
Clutched it
I
so
have to
many
go on a
times.
quick tangent. Why do you say inches when you use the metric system?
Because
you.
it's a
football
manner
saying.
it's a manner of speech.
It's an NFL football thing.
Right.
Yep, Yang's gonna get poison touch. Has to give
Yang's
up that
gonna
bounty
die.
rune, and he is donezo. So first blood likely will go to Matu. Nope, never mind. Nisha is like, you know what? I didn't get the Aghanim Scepter last game, and I'm not gonna get it this game either. Nihilism.
Nisha's like, last game I had to play against a first blood mid hero. Now it's my turn to
That's
have
true.
the advantage.
Yep.
Lesh against Storm, I think Leshrac performs well in this lane. Again, when Storm wants to go and static Remnant the wave, he can get caught by a stun. You can get some harassment in, but ultimately, Somnus should still be able to get decent farm. Good harass here coming out from Nisha, though. Getting a bit in. We should mention, by the way, we've talked about the draft, but not really who's playing it. This is Somnus playing Storm. There's been some legendary games at TI from this player on this hero. So very exciting stuff. And the Secret do end up playing the Tide on position 3, not position 5. So even though they're facing Doom, they will put Zai bottom. Puppey will play 5 Dazzle together with Matu's PA. Poison Touch has been changed, by the way. Keep that in mind. It's only Dazzle that can what's it called? Reset Poison Touch and delay it. Extend was the word I was looking for. Only Dazzle can do that. So important for Puppey that he gets to keep right-clicking targets that they want to go on, which would be Yang here.
Yep.
He is so slow.
That's a lot of minus armor, too. And Matu and company looking to get the second kill of the game. Another stifling dagger, and down goes Yang. Gonna need another buff with +1 armor to Doom.
Orb of Venom, Stifling Dagger, Poison Touch. And Puppey also has a Blightstone.
Yeah.
So that is insane amounts of slow in that lane.
So Yang now has to respect the authority of Puppey on this Dazzle. Not a hero we get to see a ton of these days.
And they have to worry a little bit. Matsu just got level 2. And so did Puppey. Before Elephant got their level 2s up here. There's one on Yang now. Puppey's going to fight FY. He's going to tether away.
Yeah, not after taking a ton of damage, though. Okay, he can't tether to his courier, sadly. So down goes FY.
I really thought Yang was going to walk over. And
kind of uncharacteristic start here for Elephant.
I don't know. The moment you get Poison Touch there, don't you call over your Doom? I mean, maybe Yang didn't want to go because he was taking key CS in the lane, but...
I mean, what is the mindset, do you think? I know this is kind of an open-ended question. There's no way to actually know the answer, but it's fun to talk about theory crafting and whatnot, Cinderin.
Okay.
After losing that last game, how would you feel? And you only get like 10 minutes to reset. Like, it's not a whole lot of time, right?
I thought you were going to be like, you only get 10 minutes to answer this question. Think about it for 10 minutes and tell me how you feel now.
Zai taking massive damage. Swarm
He's
applied.
He's not dead.
Ooh, I thought we were going to get it.
He's dead. He's not dead. He's fine.
Thank you for making that so much more exciting, Cinderin. Yapzor.
Yapzor's dead.
Thunderstrike.
Dead.
His courier has died. Yeah, that's what you foresaw the whole time.
Right. How do you feel after that last game? You feel bummed out that you didn't win, I think.
But
at
really?
the same time,
Wow, that's incredible.
So
that's like a robot answer.
Okay, so
honestly.
my point is, at this level of play, I think these players have been in this position enough times that they know how important it is to reset for the next game. And I'm not going to pretend that they can just do it like nothing happened, right? But especially these teams that have coaches and have like all of that stage experience, they know you're going to lose games, and they know how, okay, you know, we did a lot of things right, we did some things wrong. Try your best to reset and just go play again. And it's kind of incredible when you think about it, how you can grind out a game for 60 minutes, you can be so close, and in the end you get absolutely nothing, and still these players can go into the next game and play like nothing happened a lot of the time, right? They're just doing their best. If you've played a lot of pubs, you also have experienced losing unlosable games. So, not that that last game was unlosable by any means, but you know,
we're seeing Diabolic Edict. Arcane Bolt coming as well. And Somnus is looking mega dead, although he might take Nisha with him. It's going to be close. And he actually gets the kill thanks to the Fairy Fire. Yapzor, Thunderstrike applied. My goodness, that was as close as it gets.
Nisha hesitated on the stun there. He thought Somnus was going to juke him and just overthought the play. And then he gets vortexed and killed.
Yeah.
That's really big, because Somnus is going to get level 6 first and have the potential secondary kill mid with a Disruptor rotation or an IO rotation. Yeah, don't want to give Somnus kills like that on Storm.
I mean, after the last game, Nisha probably just wants to play with a handicap, right? Just wants to make it fair.
Yeah, he definitely didn't have a handicap last game by not having X. So, time
well,
to
that
do
was
it
his
again.
handicap that game, yeah.
No, I genuinely think there was a very good reasoning behind not buying it last game, but haters gonna hate. Here we go. Somnus.
Yeah.
Not going. Here we don't go. He was thinking about it. And FY started a TP mid and canceled it, so it did seem like they were considering it.
And Matu with the Falcon Blade right now, allowing him to spam the Stifling Dagger to his heart's content. But looking at the CS, he is top 3, 26 and 8 right now. And I don't know. This is one of those games where, like, is there a mid... What am I trying to say here, Cinderin? Oh, bottom lane. We have Ancient Seal. Apply to the Weaver, but looks like he's going to be fine here. I mean, is there a point where you want to try to end? Like, what's the time window for each respective team? Did either care?
Both teams can go super late game. So I think, again, Secret by picking PA have enabled themselves to go to
Wow,
FY's dead.
FY, my God. This is a dirty lane. Super dirty.
Yeah.
No-
It's really
not much
good
mana
against
here, though.
this lane because the lane they're facing has no stuns and no slows. So they can't ever reset. They just have to stand there and take it and fight back and hope for the best. Or TP out. Those are the two plays. But FY couldn't TP there because he had just been TPing mid for Somnus, and that play was cancelled. So didn't exist this time around.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Puppy level 4 now has the 2